My dad and a steel bar birthed me, because my mom is the Rui Jingubang steel bar. Just because the women of this world will all awaken into various weapons after they come of age. The primordial axe that divides chaos. A watermelon knife, suitable for chopping and slicing vegetables. Even a seemingly insignificant nail clipper. All are transformed from women who have awakened. And the males awaken to become monster hunters, entering into a mutual contract to resist the rampaging monsters that are terrorizing the world. At this moment, a resounding voice echoed across the awakening square, as Shin Yuyen activated her innate talent, gathering 05 into a burning stick, and Shin Yoshi activated his innate talent, gathering 05 into a breaking robe. The sound fell, and between the distorted light, a burning stick and a tattered piece transformed into a pair of twin girls, holding hands and standing in front of the testing crystal. The two sisters have delicate facial features, dressed in schoolgirl-style JK short skirts, as if carved from the same mold. The only difference is, Sister Shin Yuyen has a head of silver hair paired with black stockings, exuding elegance and cold allure. Sister Shin Yoshi has a head of black hair paired with white silk stockings, gentle and compliant. These two are the most beautiful twin school flowers at the Shanghai Magic City Dance Academy, as recognized by everyone. The entire Jueching Square was instantly thrown into an uproar upon hearing the results announced from the stage. The Shin sisters, to everyone's surprise, are both the lowest-ranked lead dancers in the drama series. Such lead dancers might even be inferior to ordinary equipment. With such poor talents, it seems unlikely that any monster hunters would be willing to enter into a contract with them. Some of the trainees feel sorry for them, while others take delight in their misfortune. And in an instant upon hearing this result, I laughed out in a pig's squeal, ha ha ha. Found it, the twin lead dancer has finally been found by me. The students burst into laughter upon seeing me, and they began to discuss my past. Once, I was also a celebrity at the Shanghai Dance Academy. Even though I am just an F-class hunter-killer, my ultimate skills and unique understanding of the lead dancer have won me the favor of many girls. Later, he fell in love with Gu Qingning, a fellow F-level lead dancer, and entered into a vow of contract, becoming her exclusive guardian. However, when everyone thought that Gu Qingning and I, as a pair, would become a legendary love story in the academy, Gui Qingning's talent suddenly awakened for the second time, directly from F grade to F grade. To know in the Blue Star, the probability of a second awakening is extremely low. Anyone with the talent for a second awakening is hailed as a chosen one. The case of breaking through 6 talent levels consecutively is unprecedented and without a successor. This was originally a good thing, but it was from that time on that everyone thought I was holding back Gu Qingning's career. But no one knows that it was all because of me that Gu Qingning was able to awaken a second time. In the life and death divine trial, I gave him the opportunity to advance the divine blessing. Because in my view, the fact that two people can survive from the ruins is the greatest blessing from the gods. But it turned out to be just my one-sided wishful thinking, yet my sincerity was ultimately defeated. Guo Qingming is at the peak of his career now, renowned for his S-level dance talent, and has become the undisputed #1 dancer at the Shanghai Dance Academy. The reason I have not revealed the truth about the ruins is because I know that the truth itself is no longer important, and public opinion is always in the hands of the strong, but I will never let Gu Yunqing off. All along, I have been waiting for an opportunity, a perfect moment to make Gui Yunqing pay for his actions. At the Abyssal Relic, I also obtained a twin contract stone, which is said to be able to contract both twin spiritual weapons at the same time and bestow upon them the power of growth. Just because, the conditions for the appearance of the twin soul martial arts are extremely stringent, requiring a pair of twins who have simultaneously awakened their talents. You should know, only 1% of humans have the chance to awaken their talents. According to the historical records of the Blue Star for the past 5,000 years, there has never been a case of twins with awakened talents. That is to say, the so-called twin spirits may not exist at all, until today. With the appearance of the sisters Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi, I realized that the moment of my hunt has finally arrived. Until the awakening ritual concluded, the mentors began to explain, detailing the contractual relationship between slayers and spiritual martial arts. The contract is divided into 3 types: temporary contracts, solemn oaths, and eternal contracts. The temporary contract can unleash 0560% of its power and can be terminated at any time. After termination, a new contract cannot be formed within 24 hours. The oath contract can unleash 0580% of its power. The party that needs to be dissolved must renounce all spiritual powers in half of their lifespan. And the eternal contract can unleash the full power of the spiritual martial arts, binding the lives of the demon hunter and the spiritual martial arts together eternally. Should one party perish, the life of the other will also vanish. Now that everyone has just awakened their talents, it is best to use temporary contracts as much as possible. After listening to the teacher's explanation, around Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi, a crowd of monster hunters gathered. boasting that the sisters of Shin family were unwanted, yet their actions spoke louder. As soon as the stage of free contracts began, the hunters pushed and shoved, desperate to get close to the sisters. I didn't rush in response. Instead, I calmly waited by the side, although both of them had grasped the essence of the series. After all, looks do matter here. These people's thoughts, as well as those of Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi, are well aware. After all, it's just a temporary contract, and there's no need to pay any price. The main goal is to get something for free. Temporary contracts, get out. We sisters only accept vow contracts. Older sister Shin Yu-yen coldly glanced at the crowd. This statement, once uttered, caused the hunters who had been rushing to hunt the demons to suddenly retreat. The vow and contract, as well as the series of Suzuki, would only drag them down for a lifetime. The key figures are Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi. In the future, they will most likely become concubines for the senior demon hunters of the great family, entering into oaths and contracts with them. Will these senior demon hunters spare them? Shin Yu-yen's words sent all the hunters running. Even those who claimed to sincerely love them, including the hunters, all fled. Do we still need to continue our cultivation? Asked Shin Yoshi dejectedly, turning to his elder sister beside him. Yuzai's probability of awakening his innate talent is only 1%. From the moment we awaken our talent, we have already defeated 99% of people. Our academy used to have a guy named Yuzong, right? He was just a hunter with an F-grade talent, but he still made a name for himself through his own efforts. Suddenly, Shin Yu-yen remembered the common folk warrior of our academy. In those days when Yuzong was full of vigor, he was also a lowly talent hunter of demons, and a role model in Lin Wushart. When talking about Yuzong, Shin Yoshi felt his own future was even darker. Yuzong is indeed formidable, but the final outcome was too tragic. No one wants to enter into a contract with you. Several girls, accompanied by their newly contracted demon hunters, approached Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi. After all, just now, Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi almost attracted all the hunters, and it's natural for other girls to feel jealous. Shin Yoshi bit her lip, her small hands trembling as she clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, a crisp sound crackling as it did so. Shin Yoshi bit her lip, her small hands trembling as she clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, a crisp sound crackling as it did so. That girl who just insulted them had a bleeding scar appear on her face immediately. Shin Yu-yen, you dare to hit me. Do you know who my dad is? The girl who was hit was holding her fiery hot. A backhand slap was swiftly delivered across the cheek, and the somewhat timid Shin Yoshi immediately stepped in front of Shin Yu-yen. Although he didn't possess as much courage as his sister, he would unhesitatingly stand in the forefront when his own true self was threatened. In a flash, the girl's arm, waving in midair, was suddenly grasped by a sturdy palm. How come you're so big already? Who's your dad? Your mom is too embarrassed to tell you. You, Yuzong, are a discarded waste. I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Lu Tingting turned her gaze towards me, speaking fiercely and malevolently. You, Yuzong, are a discarded waste. I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Lu Tingting turned her gaze towards me, speaking fiercely and malevolently. I didn't speak a word, I merely gave a glance, allowing the other person to interpret it for themselves. Although my spiritual power has been depleted, dropping from gold 3 to bronze 1, my combat experience is still more than enough to handle a group of freshmen even without a leader. The key is that I don't need to intervene at this moment. What's going on? Dueling is prohibited during the contract period, and soon, a mentor wearing a hunter's robe approached. No problem, teacher, we were just playing around. The girls waved to indicate that the mentor didn't need to come over and check. I also reluctantly let go of my hand. No harm done. Disputes are inevitable in a free contract, but fighting is absolutely not allowed. Seeing both parties reconcile, the mentor turned around and walked away. The girl, upon seeing this, dropped a fierce remark and left. I watched beside Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi, and started to joke to myself, now, my heart is too polite, and they offer to treat me to fruit upon our meeting. Shin Yoshi before Shin, unable to contain his laughter, burst out laughing. Just now, if it hadn't been for my timely appearance, the other person's palm would have landed on his face. Thank you, senior you. Shin Yoshi wore a pure and adorable smile on her face, while Shin Yu-yen, who was silent on the side, also softened his usually cold gaze. Why help us? Asked Shin Yu-yen, straightforward and without any circumlocutions, directly stating his purpose. You just saw, Yoshi and I are both leading dancers in the series. Are you sure you want to make a vow of contract with us? As for me, Shin Yu-yen, I still have a great appreciation for you, but the ending is rather pitiful. Not a vow, not a contract. Certainly, here is the translation. I waved my hand. Shin Yu-yen's gaze grew cold, and her previous admiration for me vanished instantly. My point is, we enter into an eternal contract, and I am well aware of your current situation, and you are also familiar with my experiences. An oath can be regretted, but rather than trying to change one's destiny, why not take a big gamble? I bet that if I can enter into a contract with my twin, and comprehend and activate the power of growth, I have confidence that I can change both my own and the future of the Shin sisters. And I believe that encountering Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi at this moment might be arranged by heaven. Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi exchanged a glance, and they were also well aware that if they couldn't continue to advance in their spiritual power realm, they would most likely be arranged for a political marriage by the family. If they could be contracted by me, there might still be a chance. However, there are two sisters, but I only have one. The Slayer cannot contract with two spiritual warriors at the same time. So, which one of us sisters did you have an eye for? I took a glance at the frosty cold Shin Yu-yen, another glance at the gentle and adorable Shin Yoshi. Looking at both of you, I choose both of you. Little kids make choices, but of course, I want them all. Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi widened their eyes, thinking they must have heard wrong. Are you kidding? You're a monster hunter. How could you make a contract with us sisters? My words shocked everyone present directly. A hunter of demons can only contract with one spirit at a time, and this is a law that has never changed throughout the history of Blue Star. I have my own way, just need you all to nod and agree. Of course, willing to. Shin Yoshi danced with joy, while Shin Yu-yen approached it with a trial and error attitude, and both girls agreed to make a contract with me. The surrounding monster hunters cast envious glances, while contracting two spiritual warriors. Is this even feasible? Even an SSS-level monster hunter at the King's Realm, I have never heard of anyone being able to contract two spiritual warriors. I took the small hands of Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi, forming a circle, and extracted the twin contract from the space ring. In an instant, a ray of holy light enveloped the three of us. 3 of you have arrived in a sea of starlight, where an eternal contract is being forged. Your lives will be permanently bound to this cosmic expanse, living and dying together, no matter what means cannot sever the bond. With the successful completion of the Eternity contract, I have become the first hunter-killer in the entire Blue Star to have contracted 205 divine artifacts simultaneously. At the same time, a voice echoed in my mind, congratulating the host on obtaining the power of growth. With the system successfully activated, the twin cultivation system has been fully loaded. This system can inject its own lifespan into talent items for life prophecies. Killing a demon species can absorb 1% of their lifespan, and killing an awakening being that has hostile intent towards the host can grant 700 and 100% of their lifespan, with additional extension based on the spiritual realm level. The twin cultivation system, I never would have thought that after 2 years I could still activate the system, absorb longevity, truly living up to the name of young Master Tongzi. With this, I no longer have to worry about the reduction of my lifespan. Even so, as long as I continue to absorb the longevity of the magical seeds and the awakened, I can achieve immortality. However, the main function of this system of life evolution is something I still don't fully understand. So, I directly opened the system panel and injected lifespan into my innate talent to test the effect. Wild F grade, with a 20% increase in movement speed and a 20% increase in attack speed, currently injecting lifespan into the wild talent. 10 years, your spiritual meridians continuously absorb, and the essence of the sun and moon is gradually smoothing out. At 20 years, the spiritual meridians grow stronger day by day, gradually shedding their original shell. At 30 years, a ray of spiritual light rises, and your spiritual meridians are just a step away from transformation. At 38 years, the crimson power envelopes your entire body. Your F-grade talent's wild nature has awakened to level 1 of ferocity, and you have 3 years of life left. Raging level 1, with a 5% physical drain and a 30% attack speed boost, as well as a 30% movement speed increase. After consuming 38 years of life, my F-grade talent actually awakened to level 1 again. Not only were the increased attributes enhanced, but it also gained an additional physical drain ability, truly adding strength to my might. I know that level 1 is just the beginning. As long as my lifespan is sufficient, I can remain awakened. Since the two sisters chose to bet their futures on me, I must ensure they win beautifully. After that, I released my spiritual energy, transforming them back into their human forms. We agreed to increase our compatibility after school and then left the square. I invested all the money in the exchange, and 5 seasons ago, after breaking the unclear vow contract, all the martial arts skills I had learned were reduced to dust. Now, I can only buy 3 F-level martial arts skills to temporarily make do. After doing all this, I arrived at the agreed-upon location and waited. Mister, you kept you waiting, and Shin Yuxa's mood seemed particularly good, waving his small hand enthusiastically from a distance. I just arrived too, right? Isn't it supposed to be a bit of a warm-up period? Let's get started directly. Shin Yu-yen went straight to the point. Don't be in a hurry, first go to my house, I'll show you a big treasure. Is that really true? Then let's go quickly, but we've only just met, and it might not be too good to see your treasure on our first meeting. Shin Yoshi looked excited and urged me. The real home is in an old apartment building, the items inside are in disarray, a thief has broken in, and yet you remain so calm. I awkwardly smile, leading them to the bathroom. In the narrow cubicle, a circular smooth mirror began to distort and rotate, and a space vortex with a bronze sheen emerged, which was the relic teleportation gate. After the relics descend on Blue Star, they will randomly refresh relic portals on Blue Star, appearing in the sky, underground, oceans, forests, at any time and any place. As soon as one steps through this teleportation gate, they will be transported into a world brimming with magical creatures. The radiant glow of the spatial vortex signifies the level of the relic, with bronze indicating bronze tier, and relics are accessible only to awakening beings at the bronze level or below. Only those with talent can enter, but for those without magical abilities, who would dare to step into a world teeming with demonic creatures, such as this concealed teleportation gate? Generally, such hidden gates are reported to the Magic City Security Bureau or the Monster Hunters Association in exchange for a reward, but I have no intention of doing so. This portal appeared last night. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's dive straight into the practical exercise. We three, are you kidding? Even the usually composed Shin Yuyen. Also, I think that's impossible. Ruins are extremely dangerous places. Generally, one needs to form an exploration team of 20 or more people before daring to enter, among whom the sisters have just awakened their talents. As for me, although I have abundant combat experience, my spiritual realm is only at the initial bronze level. They three directly entered the relic for exploration, which is not seeking death, as their current strength simply does not qualify them for such an endeavor. I have no time for foolishness, and so I led the way into the spatial vortex. My lifespan is dwindling, and I must hunt the demonic species immediately. Yoshi followed closely behind. Seeing the two had already disappeared, Shin Yuyen, with his willow eyebrows slightly knitted, could only be forced to follow inside. After all, he had entered into an eternal contract. If I were to die in the ruins, his life and that of his sister would also vanish. Now, there was no turning back for anyone. After entering the space vortex, before us lay an endless daylight. After the light faded, we appeared in a dimly lit mine. It should be a goblin mine. Based on the surrounding environment, I deduced the possible appearance of the demon lord, and I led the way into the mine. 100%. Very soon, the sound of a shovel striking rock echoed ahead. Several goblin miners are mining. Indeed, it's a goblin, the rare dug of goblin miners, the lowest level goblin laborer in the Bronze Aliens Foundation, with a remaining lifespan of 100 years. After discovering that the creatures in the cave were goblins, Shin Yuyen's expression became extremely complex. The goblins were short in stature, covered in green skin, hairless, with a pair of enormous pointed ears, red eyes, and a sinister, greedy gaze. Shin Yuyen is very relieved that this is a goblin lair, as goblins are known for their agility and cunning. Among the myriad of demons, their combat power is not particularly strong. In an instant, a sturdy, black burning stick appeared in my hand, accompanied by a tattered cloak of dark green. There were a total of 8 goblin miners in sight, and before Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi could react, I charged at them single-handedly. The goblin miners, seeing me alone and without a leader, understood and prepared to flee. Instead, he picked up the mining island in his hand, preparing to resist. The demon masters looked fierce and menacing, and Shin Yuyen felt some concern. Although the goblins' combat power was not strong, they were now only bronze-level awakened beings. However, Shin Yuyen forgot to calculate my strength. I was once a man known as the civilian war god. As I burst into a sprint, my speed skyrocketed, thanks to the aggressive talent's inherent mobility and the sprint boost. In a flash, I was right in front of the goblin miner. Before the opponent could react, I swung the burning stick with all my might, making a resounding thud. One goblin miner collapsed unconscious on the spot. Immediately afterward, I continued to stab at his throat with the burning stick, ensuring his death. The goblin miner, though short in stature, is still of who has awakened his spiritual power. Shin Yuyen can only gather spiritual objects, so a single blow cannot kill him. Therefore, it is necessary to keep hitting him continuously. After the goblin miner fell, a white ghost immediately floated out of his body, followed by a burst of luminous light that entered my body. Congratulations, host, for defeating the goblin miner, which grants you 1 year of life, leaving you with 4 years remaining. The goblin miner has a lifespan of 100, and defeating a demon race grants 1/700 of their lifespan. Therefore, I immediately added another year to your life. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Goblins excitedly waved the miners' tools in their hands, approaching me from all sides. I first executed a sweeping strike, knocking the leg of the goblin miner in front of me. The plane spun around, bending down, and I struck another goblin unconscious with another blow. In just one encounter, I had eliminated 2 magical creatures. Even as the other monsters quickly surrounded me, I remained unfazed. I continuously used the burning stick to pull and tug, swiftly dispatching 7 of the monsters. This is the power of the common folk's war god. Thinking that the last goblin miner wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, I directly used my blood hand to suck the goblin in front of me and beat it to death with a stick. Quit this wave. The monster's lifespan is also extended to 11 years. Seeing the lifespan increasing on the system display, I decided to try injecting it into the weapon. Life is being infused into the charged strike. After spending 5 years of life, the charged strike has advanced from level F to level 1. The upgraded charged strike not only has 50% more damage than level F, but also increases the duration of charging, with a maximum of 5 seconds that can cause 500% damage, although it requires charging in place for 5 seconds. It is indeed a good skill if used as a surprise attack. I am quite satisfied with this. Infusing longevity into weapons, as I had anticipated, accelerates advancement much faster than infusing talents. It took 38 years for an F-grade talent to level up, whereas an F-grade martial art technique only required 5 years to break through. After all, talent is an unchangeable permanent attribute, while martial arts are skills that can be learned later. With only 6 years left to live, I've decided to try and master another martial art. Infusing longevity into the swift walk, you have endured 2 years of relentless training, gaining insights into the swift walk. After 5 years, your swift walk has reached its peak. Warning. Your remaining lifespan is only 1 year, and you can no longer continue to infuse it. With the same 5-year lifespan and the same F-grade weapon, the swift walk did not directly evolve like the power strike did. Moreover, the system's simulation process was also entirely different, indicating that swift walk does not seem to be as compatible with me as the power strike is. Subsequently, from among the 8 magical breeds, I extracted a magical crystal the size of a fingernail. The magical crystal is used to enhance the spiritual realm of the awakened ones and can only exist within ruins. Once it leaves the ruins, the magical crystal will automatically dissipate. It cannot be transferred to another person. At the moment of extraction, it becomes bound, and can only be wielded by the hunter and their contracted spirit. Absorption can only be carried out when magic crystals obtained from defeating the relic boss or completing the relic's treasure chest are used. Relic trading. You're amazing, Yuzong. I didn't even see the demon species before they were all killed by you. You can absorb this demon crystal first. I thought Shin Yu Yen would pour cold water on herself, but I didn't expect her to praise me instead, and I also didn't expect that Yu Yen would praise others. I didn't bother being polite with the 2 sisters, absorbed the magic crystal, and continued walking deeper into the mine. The traces of the magical creatures soon appeared again. At an open location, over 30 goblins were discovered, including not only goblin miners but also 2 goblin foremen. Goblin foreman rarity, spiritual realm bronze 2nd grade introduction, large goblin, skilled in using an iron whip for mid-range attacks, remaining lifespan of 200 years. The goblin foreman's physique is twice the size of a miner's, with a sturdy helmet on their head and an iron mask in hand. What should we do now? As Shin Yu Yan once again poses a soul-searching question. This area is clearly not one they can entertain. I did a simple analysis of both sides' combat power, then I was pushed into a narrow passage and my fusion with Shin Yoshi was dissolved. Yoshi, you lead these guys over here, and well, take them one by one. My plan is simple. Use Shin Yoshi as a bait to lure the goblins into the passage and kill them. Even if there are a large number of demons, they cannot spread out in this narrow passage, especially the goblin foreman, whose iron whip cannot be swung at all. Goblins are extremely cunning, the messengers of the magical formation, and Shin Yu Yan is so afraid of goblins that he never falls for their tricks. Being deceived by goblins is very dangerous, as they use tricks and traps to capture their prey. Goblins are indeed very cunning, the messengers of the magical formation, and Shin Yu Yan is so afraid of goblins that he never falls for their tricks. Goblins are indeed highly intelligent, but even if they see through a trap, they would definitely come after it, he said with certainty. After all, when it comes to Shin Yu Yan and Shin Yoshi, whose looks don't leave anyone confused. Especially when it's a goblin whose mind is brimming with unimaginable scenes. After Shin Yoshi left, I lay in wait at the junction of the corridor, waiting for the arrival of the prey. Watching his sister's departing figure, Chen Shen could clearly feel the fire stick in his hand begin to tremble slightly. His sister Shin Yu Yan was still very worried about their younger sister's safety. Chen Shen, however, was not worried at all. He had seen how Shin Yoshi dealt with Lu Tingting. What seemed like a simple prank was, in fact, meticulously planned and logically sound. Lu Tingting falling for it was not luck, but inevitable. Damn, I'm exhausted. These guys, clearly stronger than us, just stand back and do nothing. Who told us we were born with bad luck, being the lowest class goblins? As long as we get the nourishment from human females, we can evolve. The moment the human demon hunter's spirit weapons appear is when we change our fate. Damn! If we could just get one, we'd be set for life, no more work. I've waited 3 years for this opportunity. I want to prove myself, not because I think I'm great, but to tell everyone that what I've lost must be reclaimed. I have my principles. I don't want to be trampled on for life. A few dirty-faced goblin miners were cursing as they mined. Dig faster. No stopping. What are you all daydreaming about? Even if a human woman comes, it's not your turn. A burly goblin overseer approached, the iron whip in his hand striking the ground with a sharp sound. The goblin miners trembled in fear and immediately stopped their whispering. Suddenly, a soft, delicate voice broke the busy atmosphere. I'm lost, could you please tell me where the exit is? All the goblin miners put down their picks and turned to look at the entrance in unison. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. With long black hair and pristine white thigh-high stockings, there stood a soft, cute, and pitiful human girl. Here it comes, the chance to change our fate. A beautiful human woman like this, I could level up several times. I saw her first, don't you dare snatch her. Gaga gaga. Upon seeing Shinyoshi, the goblins were like hungry dogs spotting a pie, drooling and rushing forward without a care. Ah, goblins? Help! Someone save me! Shinyoshi's little face immediately turned pale with fright, and she desperately fled with a crying tone. Her acting was top-notch. As soon as she turned, a mocking smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is so fun, it's just too fun. Get out of my way, this human woman is mine. A large goblin overseer swung his iron whip, knocking down the goblin miners in front of him, charging ahead. The narrow passage instantly turned chaotic, and the goblins, driven by lust, abandoned all thought and rushed forward. Before the ambushed Chen Chen could act, their internal conflict had already taken down several of their own. Help! I hate goblins the most. Someone save me! Shinyoshi was still putting on a vigorous performance. The goblins chasing her had no idea that her expression was even more excited than theirs. Senior Chen Chen, they're all coming. Goblins are so terrifying. I'm so scared. Soon, Shinyoshi reached the spot where Chen Chen was lying in ambush, her expression instantly switching to one of terror and panic. With tears in her eyes, she dove into Chen Chen's arms. Give me a hug. It's okay, I'm here with your sister. Chen Chen first comforted her by stroking her forehead, then pulled out a sharp dagger from his spatial ring and handed it to her. The spatial ring is a unique product of the ruins, which can be opened once one awakens their spiritual power. The higher the quality of the ring, the larger the internal space. The goblin army is about to charge in. I'll take care of knocking these guys out, and you handle the finishing blows. For now, Shinyoshi's spiritual weapon is almost useless. It would be better to fight side by side. Do I have to finish them off? But, senior, I'm a bit scared. Shinyoshi trembled as she gripped the dagger, her eyes closing in fear. If one didn't know better, they might think she was genuinely terrified. Shin Yuyan watched her sister's poor performance, feeling somewhat speechless. If she weren't still in her spiritual weapon state, she would have rolled her eyes at Shinyoshi. Come on, Yoshi! Shen Shen was very supportive of Shinyoshi's act, preparing to attack the goblins while encouraging her with his gaze. Shinyoshi nodded awkwardly, as if she had mustered all her courage to make up her mind. Then, she returned the dagger that Chen Shen had handed her. Senior Chen Shen, I think I'll give the dagger back to you. I prefer using this. Turning around, Shinyoshi pulled out a steel knife from her spatial ring. Chen Shen was momentarily stunned. Shangwei, you still say you can't fight? Meanwhile, a large group of goblins was almost at the battlefield. Charge up a strike. Chen Shen immediately began to gather energy for his martial skill. Charge strike, E-level charge for 1 second to gather spiritual power in the spiritual weapon, dealing 250% explosive damage. For each additional second of charge, an extra 50% damage can be dealt, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. As the spiritual power continued to gather in the spiritual weapon, the makeshift club in Chen Shen's hand began to exude a tremendous aura. Gaga gaga. Cute little sister, run. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you'll be in big trouble. The goblin overseer at the front, seeing Shinyoshi standing still, thought it was about to succeed. However, as soon as it showed its head, it was struck on the head by Chen Shen's fully charged club after 5 seconds. Boom! The goblin overseer's head burst open like a smashed watermelon, blood and brain matter flying everywhere. This strike dealt 500% damage. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin overseer. You have gained 2 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 3 years. The iron helmet on the goblin's head provided no protection at all, and it was instantly killed by Chen Shen's blow. After all, it was a fully charged strike for 5 seconds. Such damage to the head would be fatal even for a second-tier demon. After the goblin overseer was killed in one blow, the goblins following it rushed in like a swarm. Rumble! Chen Shen immediately pulled the lever he had set up, and the entrance was instantly blocked by collapsed rubble. This maneuver immediately split the rushing goblins in two, preventing them from connecting head to tail. While Yoshi was luring the goblins alone, he hadn't been idle, he had already devised an ambush strategy. Such a plan made Shin Yuyen admire him. This guy, Chen Chen, was not only strong in combat but also had a brilliant mind. The goblins that charged in were all the lowest level miners, numbering about 15. Moreover, these goblins had been injured by the overseer's chains and trampled by their companions during the chase, so many of the monsters were already battered before Chen Chen even made a move. Soon after, Chen Chen and Shin Yoshi began to cooperate. He was responsible for using the makeshift club to knock out the monsters, while Shin Yoshi would deliver the finishing blows from a safe position. After all, given the current situation, it was impossible to gather strength. A goblin couldn't be killed with a single blow, and trying to finish it off would only waste time. It was better to leave this task to Shin Yoshi. Moreover, Chen Chen was doing this to test a certain mechanism of the twin growth system. Bang! Chen Chen swept his weapon horizontally, directly knocking out a goblin in front of him. The position where the goblin fell was calculated by him, landing right in front of Shin Yoshi. What should I do? Yoshi can't do it. Shin Yoshi said the most cowardly words, but the steel knife in her hand was deadly with every strike. Furthermore, Shin Yoshi didn't slash, instead, she stabbed directly at the goblin's heart like a street thug. Even after the goblin was dead, she continued to stab it several more times. Watching such a brutal act, Chen Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. He could even catch a glimpse of the smile almost spilling from the corner of Shin Yoshi's mouth out of the corner of his eye. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner, gaining 1 year of life. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner, gaining 1 year of life. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner, gaining 1 year of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 17 years. Later, there was even a moment when Chen Chen hadn't knocked out the goblin yet, and Shin Yoshi rushed up to slay a lively goblin miner. The blood of the demon kind stained Shin Yoshi's cheeks, and even her pure white stockings were covered in crimson. After killing all the demon kind, Shin Yoshi still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Chen Chen's experiment yielded results. Even the souls of the demon kind killed by Shin Yoshi would enter his body. Shin Yoshi was the spirit weapon of Chen Chen's eternal contract. Essentially, they were one. Yoshi, well done. Chen Chen gave Shin Yoshi a thumbs up. How could anyone not love such a decisive little demon? Thanks to Senior Chen Chen's encouragement, I bravely took this step, Shin Yoshi replied shyly. In front of Chen Chen, she transformed back into a cute and soft little fan. After dealing with the demon kind, the two began to clean up the battlefield. Fortunately, Chen Chen was the first to extract 2 magic crystals from the goblin overseer. Yoshi, be careful. Just as Chen Chen was feeling pleased, an unexpected event occurred. While Shin Yoshi was searching the corpse, a goblin miner hiding in the shadows suddenly charged out, throwing its pickaxe fiercely at the back of her head. Yoshi! Luckily, Chen Chen reacted in time and tackled Shin Yoshi to the side at a critical moment. Even so, the flying pickaxe still sliced through a few strands of Shin Yoshi's hair. If he had been a moment slower, Shin Yoshi would have surely been knocked out by the goblin. While tackling Shin Yoshi, Chen Chen didn't remain idle. He threw the fire stick in his hand, piercing the goblin's throat. The goblin, pinned to the wall by its throat, was not dead yet, and Shin Yoshi immediately released her spirit weapon form to finish it off. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner, gaining 1 year of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 18 years. You guys, are you okay? Winky face. Shin Yoshi turned around, originally wanting to check on her sister and Chen Chen's safety, but upon seeing the scene before her, she froze. To her utter surprise, Chen Chen was lying on top of her sister Shin Yoshi, their mouths almost touching, their eyes locked. The system is pairing with the host's spirit weapon. Connection successful. Shin Yoshi. Gender, female. Age, 18. Remaining lifespan, 91. Talent, G. Breaking the cloak. Spiritual power level, bronze level 1. Enchanting, none. Quenching, none. Runes, none. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He never expected that he had accidentally connected with Shin Yoshi. Through the system panel, he could clearly see all of her information. Moreover, Chen Chen discovered that Shin Yoshi's lifespan could be shared with his. Slurp the host is absorbing the lifespan of the spiritual warrior Shin Yoshi. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, 50. The numbers on the system interface kept jumping, and in just a few seconds, Chen Chen had taken 50 years of lifespan from Shin Yoshi. Now, if Chen Chen continued to enhance his strength, he would first borrow 50 years from his sister. Remaining lifespan, 68 years. Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 41 years. Senior Chen Chen. At this moment, Shin Yoshi was still unaware that her lifespan had been taken by Chen Chen, her face full of shyness. Chen Chen was surprised to find that after the connection, Yoshi could also perform life deduction, injecting lifespan into the shattering cloak. On the first day, Yoshi's spiritual veins were in a state of false awakening. The shattering cloak was not her innate talent at all. On the third day, just by slightly absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth, Yoshi underwent a transformation, and her talent successfully awakened. Shattering cloak, G level, black robe, F level defense plus 20%, when attacked, inflicts 20% of her own dark attribute damage back to the enemy. 3 days. Chen Chen could hardly believe his eyes. Awakening a talent, Chen Chen thought 3 years was already terrifying, but Yoshi only took 3 days. This indicated that Yoshi was inherently gifted. The shattering cloak was merely an illusion. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. Once they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. The smile at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth gradually widened as he continued to use life deduction, wanting to see the limits of Yoshi's talent. Senior Chen Chen. Yoshi felt her heart race when she saw Chen Chen smile. Especially after her talent awakened, Yoshi could feel the surging spiritual power in her bloodline continuously rising. However, Yoshi did not realize that her talent had already awakened. She attributed all her feelings to Chen Chen's kiss. This feeling was simply too cool. Senior. So bad. I really like him. 1 year, Yoshi's spiritual veins grew like bamboo shoots after the rain. 5 years, as the night fell, Yoshi's spiritual veins underwent another transformation, successfully awakening. Black robe, F level, night cloak, E level defense plus 20% 30%, when attacked, inflicts 20% 30% of her own dark attribute damage back to the enemy. New, all attributes double at night. In just 5 years, Yoshi's talent awakened again, now on par with Chen Chen. Keep going. 10 years, the dark power within Yoshi gradually grew stronger. 18 years, Yoshi's spiritual veins stirred restlessly, and the dark power was on the verge of awakening again. 6 years, darkness enveloped all things, and Yoshi's spiritual warrior awakened again. Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 5 years. Night cloak, E level, night king, D level defense plus 30% 40%, when attacked, inflicts 30% 40% of her own dark attribute damage back to the enemy. All attributes double at night. 3 awakenings only took 36 years. Chen Chen was somewhat shocked by Yoshi's potential. It should be noted that he himself only awakened once, taking over 30 years, and only reached E level. Is the gap between people really that big? Hey, is that enough, Boer? Seeing Chen Chen so reckless, Shen Yuyan couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although her sister didn't show any obvious signs of resistance and didn't have any futile or backward thoughts, at this moment, the situation was indeed a bit excessive. Ahem! Chen Chen coughed strategically a couple of times and quickly picked up Yoshi, who was on the ground. I'm sorry. The situation just now was too dangerous, and I didn't control my strength well. It's fine, Senior Chen Chen, Yoshi's first kiss. Let's just consider it a repayment for your life-saving grace. Yoshi, who had stood up, hurried to her sister's side, shyly exonerating Chen Chen while subtly expressing that this was her first kiss. Yoshi's kiss is very sweet. Chen Chen smiled knowingly. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Hearing Chen Chen's praise, Yoshi's face turned from her neck to her ears, and she shyly buried her little face in her sister's chest. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Chen not only extracted 5 magic crystals but also obtained a martial skill. Greed, G level. When successfully extracting magic crystals from the corpse of a magic species, there is a 5% chance to gain an additional magic crystal. CD, 1 second. Not bad luck, and I even got a martial skill, but it's a pity the quality is too low. Shen Yuyan tossed the martial skill to Chen Chen with some regret. However, finding items on the corpse of a magic species is still a good thing. Having it is better than not having it. Greed, this martial skill is pretty good. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen began to cultivate it as soon as he got it. Being able to trigger additional rewards while cleaning up the battlefield was exactly the skill Chen Chen urgently needed. A 5% chance to gain an extra magic crystal means I need to successfully extract 20 times to get 1 more magic crystal, not counting the failures. What's the use of that? It's just a waste of spiritual power. Shen Yuyan shot Chen Chen a glance. A mere G-level martial skill was practically useless. Hey! Probability is hard to say, who knows, I might be the chosen one and get extra rewards every time. Gambling dogs are just gambling dogs. Shen Yuyan shook her head, not believing Chen Chen's nonsense at all. However, the greed martial skill did seem quite useless. The spiritual power consumption was not low, and the returns were almost zero. Moreover, it could only be activated when successfully extracting magic crystals. Not every magic species could yield magic crystals, making that probability even lower. But Chen Chen could use life deduction to advance the martial skill. While G-level greed was indeed of little use now, it might not be the case later. After absorbing all 5 magic crystals at once, Chen Chen felt that his spiritual power was getting closer to the second tier of bronze. Boom! With a deafening roar, the boulder blocking the passage had been dug through by the goblin miners behind. Chen Chen, how about we retreat for now? Xin Yuyan suggested. The number of goblins behind was about the same as the ones they had just eliminated. However, this time Chen Chen didn't have the opportunity to ambush the bronze second-tier goblin overseer. Xin Yuyan was worried about potential dangers, so she proposed a tactical retreat. Ha! Wasn't that a white silk just now? How did it suddenly turn into black silk? The white silk is over here, this is another one. They look exactly the same, they must be twins. Ha ha ha, this is just too great. Ha ha ha, if I can take them down, I'll be the new goblin king. Upon seeing Xin Yuyan, the goblins' expressions became even more lewd, their eyes gleaming with a dark red light as they charged forward crazily. Chen Chen, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Didn't you say you only gamble on winning hands? Xin Yuyan quickly grabbed her sister Xin Yoshi's hand and shouted for Chen Chen to hurry. In this situation, any hesitation would lead to a forced confrontation. Okay. Chen Chen nodded and stepped directly in front of the two sisters. Merge! In an instant, Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi transformed into a ball of light, enveloping Chen Chen's entire body. This time, although Chen Chen still held a fire stick, the tattered cloak behind him had vanished. In its place was a suit of black armor covering his entire body. The knight armor was forged from black meteorite iron, incredibly hard. It lacked a glamorous exterior but possessed a tranquil and profound texture. At this moment, Chen Chen resembled a general clad in darkness, exuding a fierce aura. What? What is happening? Yoshi, you. Xin Yuyan was completely shocked by the scene before her. The tattered cloak that had just been useless had now transformed into the knight armor? I don't know what's going on either. I just felt a warm current nourishing my spiritual veins when I was shy with Senior Chen Chen. Xin Yoshi recalled the moment they kissed. Maybe it was at that moment that my innate talents suddenly awakened. However, Chen Chen seemed to understand everything. Now, this is a guaranteed win. Chen Chen smiled faintly, wielding the fire stick as he charged directly at the goblin in front of him. How is this possible? This demon hunter can actually use 2 spirit weapons alone. This is unscientific. This kid is quite lucky. I really envy him. Have humans evolved to this extent now? Don't be afraid, the spiritual power radiating from this kid isn't strong. He's just a bronze-level demon hunter. He's all alone, do we really have to fear him? Take him down. Then take his spirit weapons. Ha ha ha. The goblins charging forward showed no signs of fear. The two sides clashed head-on. As Chen Chen's spiritual power erupted, the dark force emitted by the knight armor enveloped his entire body. Ah, it hurts. Now, every time Chen Chen was attacked, a fleeting black flame would appear on the attacker, causing 80% dark attribute backlash damage. The time in the ruins was synchronized with Blue Star. It was now 21:30. According to the time definition, from 18 to 6 o'clock is night, and from 6 to 1800 hours is day. It was night, so all attributes of the knight armor were doubled. With 80% additional elemental damage, just 2 hits could completely take down a goblin miner. There was no need for Chen Chen to lift a finger. His combat power had risen to another level. What is this black flame? He clearly hasn't done anything. Why are we getting hurt? Damn! We can't break through the defense of this black armor. Hurry! Run! We're no match for this guy. Under the goblins' attacks, Chen Chen remained unscathed, while they lost half their lives. The backlash black flames had a 1-second delay, and some goblins, ruthless as they were, attacked twice in a row and fell on the spot. The goblin miners had lost their will to fight and began to drop their weapons and flee. In fact, the flaws Chen Chen displayed were intentionally left behind. It was to test the backlash damage of the knight armor. With the D-level knight armor, Chen Chen was now a bug-like existence. If it were a lower intelligence demon species, they might continue to attack Chen Chen, only to be killed by the backlash of the black flames. Hand of the hole. Chen Chen spread his palm, and a gust of wind appeared, pulling the fleeing goblin back. Want to run? That was absolutely impossible. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin overseer and gaining 2 years of life. Host remaining lifespan, 86 years. With the second-tier bronze goblin overseer falling, Chen Chen took less than 5 minutes to kill all the subsequent goblins. Faced with the same combat power of the demon species, the previous Chen Chen had to rely on sneak attacks and pulling tactics. But at this moment, he had undergone a transformation. It was a complete crushing victory. Additionally, Chen Chen had gained 86 years of lifespan, and his strength could be raised several levels. However, Chen Chen was not in a hurry to conduct life deduction. Since he could borrow 50 years of lifespan from Shin Yoshi, he could also borrow another 50 years from Shin Yuyan. By the way, he could also enhance Shin Yuyan's talent. That fire stick needed an upgrade. Yoshi, what level has your talent awakened to now? This black armor is just too strong. After the battle, Shin Yuyan immediately returned to her human form. She lovingly stroked the spirit weapon that her sister had transformed into, her eyes filled with joy. Seeing her sister grow stronger made Shin Yuyan even happier than her own talent awakening. I'm not sure either. Once we return to the academy, we should be able to test it and find out the exact level. To be honest, Shin Yoshi was also in the dark about her talent level. D level. Shen Chen answered Shin Yuyan's confusion directly. D level. So, Yoshi's talent level has awakened 3 times in a row. My goodness, that's simply amazing. Yoshi, you're incredible. Shin Yuyan's expression grew more excited. With a D-level spirit weapon combined with Chen Chen's skills, it seemed they really had a chance to clear the ruins. Hee, all of this is thanks to Senior Chen Chen. Although Shin Yoshi wasn't sure, her woman's intuition told her that this awakening was not a coincidence and was definitely closely related to Chen Chen. I just accidentally linked to Yoshi's spiritual vein. The reason for the 3 consecutive awakenings is still due to Yoshi's own intelligence. Chen Chen spoke the truth. He himself had advanced from F level to E level, awakening only once, which cost him 38 years of lifespan. Yet Shin Yoshi had advanced from G level to D level, awakening 3 times, and it only took her a total of 36 years of lifespan. Shin Yoshi was indeed exceptionally talented, even surpassing Chen Chen. Hey, Yoshi was just being polite. Are you really trying to flatter yourself? Shin Yuyan's face darkened. She didn't believe that Chen Chen had awakened her sister's talent at all. Believe it or not. Shin Chen merely revealed a meaningful smile, letting Shin Yuyan figure it out for herself. Of course I don't believe it. A second awakening means being the chosen one, for Yoshi's talent to awaken 3 times in a row, aside from Gu Qing. At first, Shin Yuyan's attitude was still dismissive of Chen Chen, but when the name Gu Qingning was about to slip from her lips, she seemed to realize something was off. Gu Qingning and Shin Yoshi had one thing in common. They were both Chen Chen's contracted spirit weapons. Such a miraculous event happening around the same person made it very likely that this person was, in fact, a being greater than miracles themselves. In just a moment, Shin Yuyan's earlier confidence was shattered. She looked at Chen Chen's inscrutable gaze, as if a magical force was gradually making her believe that he was indeed the one capable of creating miracles. Just like how Chen Chen could contract 2 spirit weapons at the same time. The 3 stars of the starry sky and sea were already a unique miracle. Chen Chen. Then, can I awaken too? Shin Yuyan's expression was filled with longing. Just now, when she killed those goblins, her fire stick had hardly played a role. It was entirely thanks to Chen Chen's skills and the powerful attributes provided by Shin Yoshi. I also want to become a sharp blade in your hands. I don't want to hold you back. Yaoyan, I'm not sure if you can awaken your talent, but we can give it a try. Before Chen Chen could finish his sentence, Shin Yaoyan's delicate lips pressed against his mouth. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Shin Yaoyan, known as the ice-cold school beauty, to be so proactive. She was simply too eager to improve. Yaoyan. The warmth of the girl enveloped him, and Chen Chen's eyes were filled with the sight of Shin Yaoyan's shy yet determined expression. It was a completely different vibe from Shin Yaoshi. Shin Yaoyan's kiss was as sweet and soft as a snow-capped sundae, lingering and tender. The system is pairing with the host's spirit weapon. Connection successful. Shin Yaoyan. Gender, female. Age, 18 years. Remaining lifespan, 91 years. Talent, G fire stick. Spirit power level, bronze level 1. Chen Chen. Is this okay? Shen Yaoyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Since there was no system within her body, she could only feel the awkwardness and rapid heartbeat of her first intimate contact with the opposite sex. It seems not. Let me try this. Chen Chen took the initiative. Slurp. The air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The host is absorbing the lifespan of spirit weapon Shin Yaoyan. 10, 20, 30, 50. Host remaining lifespan, 136 years. Shin Yaoyan remaining lifespan, 41 years. After a series of actions, Chen Chen directly borrowed 50 years of lifespan from Shin Yaoyan. After all, Chen Chen's lifespan was interconnected with his spirit weapons. He could always exchange it later. If he couldn't clear the ruins, having more lifespan would be pointless. Ugh. Shin Yaoyan let out a soft moan. she could clearly feel that something within her was being drawn out by Chen Chen. After borrowing the lifespan, Chen Chen needed to get down to business, injecting lifespan into the fire stick. 3 years, time flies, but there are no signs of awakening in Shen Yayan's spirit veins. 5 years, the spirit veins remain dormant. 10 years, Shen Yayan's spirit veins begin to wither, even becoming weaker than before. System prompt: Shen Yayan's spirit veins are abnormal. Continuing the simulation may pose risks. Yayan, I'm sorry, but it seems your spirit veins cannot awaken. If I continue, you might not even be able to manifest a G-level spirit weapon. Chen Chen felt a bit troubled. He thought that at this crossroads of fate, Shen Yayan should make her own decision. Although Shen Yayan didn't know what was happening, she could clearly feel that her spirit veins had suffered serious damage. Chen Chen also didn't expect things to develop this way. After all, Shen Yayan and Shen Yaoshi were twin spirit weapons. He had thought this talent awakening would go as smoothly as it did for Shen Yaoshi, but he never expected such a situation to arise. If this continued, Shen Yaoyan might very well become an ordinary person. Yayan, actually, there are other ways to strengthen spirit weapons besides awakening talent, such as enhancement, forging, runes, and gem refining. Chen Chen hoped that Shen Yayan's choice wouldn't carry too much pressure. No matter what talent level your spirit weapon is, I will treat you equally in the future. I promise you will have the same resources as Yaoshi. Shen Yaoyan looked directly into Chen Chen's eyes, her shy expression gradually becoming resolute. A G-level spirit weapon, no matter how good the resources for cultivation, would not be on the same level as other spirit weapons. She understood Chen Chen's intentions, but precisely because of this, Shen Yuyan had to take the risk. Continue. Shen Yuyan's gaze was sharp, and she had made up her mind. Alright then. Chen Chen nodded. Since this was Shen Yuyan's own choice, he could only give it his all. Continuing to inject lifespan into the fire stick. 20 years, all efforts have sunk like a stone in the sea, not causing a single ripple. 40 years, perhaps this is Shen Yuyan's fate, ultimately unchangeable. Warning! Warning! Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan is only 1 year, unable to continue the simulation. Lifespan, in the face of Shin Yuyan's talent, was like skipping stones on water. No matter how much was injected, there was no response. Helpless, Shin Shen could only pour his own lifespan into Shin Yuyan's body and continue the simulation. 50 years, Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins seemed to have died. 80 years, the fire stick, G-level, could no longer transform, and the spiritual veins within Shin Yuyan had reverted to an unawakened state. 100 years, unawakened spiritual veins, no matter how long one cultivates, it would be of no use. How could this happen? Unfortunately, the worst had occurred. At this moment, Shin Yuyan could no longer feel the spiritual power in her bloodline. She had reverted to an ordinary person. It seemed that life simulation was not always a 100% advancement. There were many unknown risks involved. Chen Chen reached out to touch Shin Yuyan's expression of despair. This was not something he could control. He could only comfort her emotions. Chen, help me. Can't you create miracles? I'm begging you. At that moment, a crystal tear slid down Shin Yuyan's warm cheek, flowing into Chen Chen's palm. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the usually cold and proud Shin Yuyan would shed tears at this moment. This woman could also show such a vulnerable side. All right. Chen Chen nodded, cupping Shin Yuyan's tear-streaked face with both hands. The tears fell into his mouth, carrying a salty taste, completely mixing with the girl's sweet fragrance. He hoped to change the simulation process through their resonance. 101 years, Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins were awakened by a drop of crystal-clear water. 130 years, the spiritual veins awakened, restoring to the fire stick, G-level. 150 years, a holy light descended, hard work pays off, and Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins finally awakened to Silver Spear, F-level. Host remaining lifespan, 26 years. Shin Yuyan's remaining lifespan, 1 year. After enduring countless hardships, Shin Yuyan's talent finally awakened successfully. Silver Spear, F-level attack adds 20% light attribute damage, 20% true damage. Shen, that's great. We did it. Shin Yuyan wrapped her arms around Chen Shen's neck, and as their lips parted, she lightly kissed his face like a dragonfly touching the water. At some point, Shin Yuyan's way of addressing Chen Shen had changed from calling him by name to simply one word. Between them, from strangers at the beginning, a unique bond gradually formed. Yes, we did it. Chen Shen also noticed Shin Yuyan's words. She said, "We succeeded, not I succeeded." Especially that last light kiss, its significance might even surpass the previous deep kiss. After all, the earlier kiss was driven by Shin Yuyan's desire to become stronger. The seemingly casual kiss that followed was her active emotional expression. Although it took 150 years for Shin Yuyan's talent to break through successfully, Shin felt no heartache at all. Lifespan was something that could be taken from the demon seed later. Humph, sister is really too cunning, monopolizing senior Chen for so long. I said it before, all of this is senior Chen's achievement. Shin Yoshi looked a bit jealous, but her words were filled with blessings for her sister's breakthrough in talent. At this moment, Shin Yuyan, and Shin Yoshi all shared the same goal, to become stronger through each other's efforts. Congratulations to the host for reaching a 10% synergy with the spirit weapon. The spirit weapon will unlock additional attributes. Shin Yuyan, 10% synergy, unlocks angel wings. When attacking and hitting an enemy, gain 1 layer of ascendant effect, lasting 5 seconds. Each layer of ascendant effect increases attack speed by 1%, stacking up to 100 layers. Ascendant effect cannot be cleared. Shin Yoshi, 10% synergy, unlocks fallen angel wings. When hit by an enemy attack, gain 1 layer of abyssal corruption effect, lasting 5 seconds. Each layer of abyssal corruption adds 1% backlash damage, stacking up to 100 layers. Abyssal corruption cannot be cleared. After entering the fusion state, a pair of angelic wings immediately blossomed behind Chen. The angel wings were as pure as light, while the fallen angel wings resembled the night. A faint mist surrounded his body, as if it were the embodiment of chaos, appearing and disappearing. The host possesses both angel wings and fallen angel wings, unlocking the spirit weapon transformation function and gaining hidden attributes. After stacking ascendant effect to 100 layers, consuming 10 layers will summon a Wheel of Heaven sword, dealing 100% true damage and ignoring any block. After stacking abyssal corruption to 100 layers, all accumulated damage can be unleashed in the death domain. Spirit weapon transformation. The host's spirit weapon can choose any awakened form, affecting only appearance without altering true attributes. This effect is invalid for demon species. Chen held the divine radiance silver spear, donned in dark knight armor, with a pair of black and white intertwined angel wings behind him. Once regarded as the useless twin school beauties, they had now undergone a transformation that left others in awe. Chen's gaze alternated between the remnants of light and darkness, his eyes sharp as a rainbow. He could hardly wait to test Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's new abilities. However, before testing the new abilities, Chen needed to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, the value of greed was revealed, but it was after the advancement. Injecting lifespan into the greed martial skill. This martial skill is highly compatible with you, as if it were custom-made, successfully advancing in just 3 days. 1 year, the greater the desire, the closer you are to the boundary of martial skill advancement. 5 years, after confronting your desires, greed advances again. 15 years, the vortex of greed will not stop, you find your temperament beginning to change, gradually realizing the terror of this martial skill. 25 years, you are deeply trapped in the center of the vortex, successfully advancing greed. Greed, G level, F level, E level, D level. When successfully extracting magic crystals from demon corpses, there is a 5%, 15%, 30%, 50% chance to gain an additional magic crystal. CD, 1 second. Host's remaining lifespan, 1 year. After 3 advancements, the probability of greed had significantly increased. Moreover, the process of life deduction truly existed, it was just omitted by the system. After greed reached D level, Chen could clearly feel his desires rapidly expanding. Perhaps, as the system said, this could be a dangerous martial skill. But now, Chen couldn't care less. The ability to increase the speed of magic crystal acquisition was crucial. After using greed, Chen collected 8 magic crystals from the goblin corpses on the ground. That was 3 more than last time, a significant improvement for Chen. You see, Yuyan, I told you. With my character, the probability of obtaining extra rewards is definitely high. Chen held the magic crystal in his hand, showing it off to Shin Yuyan. It's just a magic crystal exchanged for lifespan, I'm not envious. Shin Yuyan naturally didn't know that Chen martial skills had already advanced, thinking he was just lucky. After absorbing the magic crystal, the spiritual power within Chen erupted instantly, like a tangible dragon spiraling upwards. Congratulations, host! Your spiritual power realm has broken through to the 2nd stage of bronze. At this moment, Chen's strength underwent a qualitative leap, stepping into the next stage. With both his lifespan and magic crystals depleted, Chen decided to venture deeper into the ruins. He flapped the black and white wings on his back, slightly lifting his body as he slowly flew through the passage. At first, Chen, who was not yet accustomed to using the angelic wings, resembled a fledgling learning to fly for the first time. He stumbled along the way, facing teasing from Shin Yoshi and mockery from Shin Yuyan. However, Chen Shen's adaptability was strong. As he became more skilled in controlling the wings, his flying speed increased. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the goblin's next stronghold. Attention! A demon hunter has invaded. Put down your current tasks and prepare to fight. Only one demon hunter. It should be a warrior from the outskirts who has killed all his companions, right? This time, facing a greater number and stronger goblins than before, Chen Shen did not choose any strategy but appeared directly before the horde of magical creatures. According to the basic characteristics of the ruins, the deeper one explored, the stronger the overall strength of the magical creatures would be. The goblins at this stronghold far outnumbered those they had just encountered. First, there were hundreds of goblin miners, plus 5 second-stage bronze goblin overseers. Particularly at the center of the goblins, there were 2 goblins capable of controlling magical elements. Such a powerful lineup was far beyond what a demon hunter of the same rank could handle. To kill these magical creatures, at least a reasonably matched exploration team was needed. Flame Goblin / Ice Goblin. Rarity, F, Spiritual Power Realm, 3rd Stage Bronze. Description, Goblin mages capable of using elemental attacks. Remaining lifespan, 300 years. Although their size was similar to the lowest tier Goblin miners and even smaller than the 2nd Stage Bronze Goblin Overseers, their skin colors were completely different. The Flame Goblin was crimson, while the Ice Goblin was azure. The 2 Goblin mages immediately commanded the horde of magical creatures to attack Chen Shen. Clearly, their level was higher than that of the Goblin Overseers. However, facing the numerous magical creatures, Chen Shen did not appear to be in any trouble. He even voluntarily landed within the encirclement of the Goblin miners, not dodging or evading the attacks from the magical creatures. With a pair of gorgeous wings on his back, I thought he was some powerful character. Turns out he's just an idiot. He must have been scared out of his wits by his companions' deaths. He's completely given up. Gaga gaga, if the male dies, it's all over, the female will be sacrificed. The magical creatures regarded Chen Shen as an easy target, rushing forward to launch frenzied attacks against him. As long as they killed the demon hunter, they could do whatever they wanted with the disintegrated spiritual weapon, and this thought drove the goblins into a frenzy. Bear! 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 With each swing of the pickaxe, the backlash damage from Yoshi's black flames would immediately manifest. Now, Chen Shen had advanced to the 2nd stage of bronze, and with 80% backlash from the dark attribute, he was capable of instantly killing a lowest tier goblin miner. Every time Chen Shen was hit by an enemy attack, he would stack 1 layer of abyssal corruption, increasing the backlash damage by an additional 1%. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 101 years. His silver spear had not yet swung once, and the hundreds of goblins surrounding him had already fallen. He directly harvested a large wave of soul lifespan. Damn human, what have you done to our companions? 2 goblin mages were stunned by the scene before them, gathering the magical elements in their hands, fighting to the death. They knew very well that against a powerful enemy like Chen Shen, escape was impossible. Fighting was their only choice. Fireball. Ice spike. A fireball the size of a fist and a sharp ice spike rushed towards Chen Shen. He interwove angelic wings in front of him to block, easily neutralizing the skills released by the bronze tier goblins. After all, it was nighttime, and Yoshi's night guard could provide 80% defense. However, the 2 attacking goblin mages were not so lucky. The previous attacks from the goblin miners had already stacked the layers of abyssal corruption to the maximum. At this moment, Yoshi's backlash damage reached 180%. Although the Flame Goblin and Frost Goblin were bronze tier mages, their specialties were high-range damage, and their life and defense were even inferior to the bronze tier Goblin Overseers. They were instantly engulfed by black flames. Congratulations, host, for killing the Flame Goblin. You have gained 3 years of life. Congratulations, host, for killing the Frost Goblin. You have gained 3 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 107 years. The continuous influx of lifespan allowed Chen Shen's strength to grow. As he explored the ruins, although the strength of the magical species increased, he found it increasingly easy to cope. Chen Shen hadn't even taken the initiative to attack, and only 5 bronze tier overseers remained in the mine. Death Domain. At this moment, the abyssal corruption had reached its maximum, and Chen Shen directly unleashed the ultimate skill of the fallen angel wings. A massive necromantic array appeared centered around Chen Shen. The deathly aura, shrouded in swirling black mist, rolled out, forming a gigantic abyssal maw that devoured the remaining 5 goblins. What? What is this? Hell! This must be hell. It's terrifying. Someone save us. Aha! Before they even suffered an attack, the goblins were already terrified and paralyzed by the sight before them. The oppressive breath from hell was deadly even for magical species. However, what they never expected was that the death domain did not inflict any damage on them, and the dark array beneath their feet vanished. No damage at all? Yoshi, what's going on? Shin Yuyan expressed her confusion. Such a powerful dark skill could not possibly have no effect. I don't know either. Maybe it's a control skill. Shin Yoshi was also unsure, watching the goblins frozen in fear by the death domain and speculating. After all, neither sister had a system, and they could only explore the effects of all their talent skills step by step. Meanwhile, Shin Chen could directly see the detailed abilities through the system introduction. It was simple, the death domain calculated its attack effect based on the damage it received. Although Chen Chen had stacked 100 layers of abyssal corruption, the goblin's attacks had not inflicted any damage on him. Therefore, the damage value of the death domain was also 0. He knew there was no harm, but he still released the death domain, just to see the range and effect of the skill. The coverage of the death domain was about 10 meters in diameter, and once the abyssal corruption was fully stacked, it would be a devastating killing move. However, the consumption was equally enormous. At this moment, Chen Chen's spiritual power was completely exhausted. Fortunately, the 5 goblin overseers had been thoroughly intimidated by the death domain, standing frozen in place, allowing Chen Chen to slaughter them at will. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin overseer, gaining 2 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin overseer, gaining 2 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the goblin overseer, gaining 2 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 117 years. As all the goblins in the mine died, a spatial vortex immediately appeared at the center. This meant that the ruins had reached their end, and the Awakeners could return to Blue Star through the portal. Did we clear it so quickly? How boring, there wasn't even a boss, and you haven't had enough fun yet. After clearing the ruins, the 2 sisters transformed into their human forms. According to common sense, the longer the ruins portal exists, the stronger the demon species inside will be. Didn't Chen say before? This portal was discovered by him yesterday, which proves that the demon civilization inside hasn't developed for long, so the demon species is naturally weak. Shin Yuyan analyzed rationally. Along with the appearance of the portal, 3 treasure chests also appeared. This was a reward from the gods for clearing the ruins, which all Awakeners would receive. The treasure chests usually contained magic crystals that could be traded outside the ruins, and with good luck, some items might also appear. Shin Yoshi couldn't wait to open her own treasure chest, which contained only 2 magic crystals. Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan were the same, their chests also contained just 2 magic crystals. The rewards from the treasure chests were closely related to the difficulty of the ruins. After all, there wasn't even a single boss demon in the goblin mine, and the highest level demon was only a bronze tier 3, so such rewards were reasonable. Next, they just needed to clean up the battlefield before they could leave. Wait, don't move. Chen Chen interrupted Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's actions. Leave the battlefield cleanup to me, the one favored by the goddess of luck. Humph, do you think you can always have such good luck? Although Shin Yuyan scoffed at Chen Chen's greedy skill, she still stopped her actions along with her sister. Although the probability was low, 1 more crystal was still better than none. Moreover, Chen Chen's character and luck were indeed quite good. However, Chen Chen did not immediately start extracting magic crystals from the demon corpses, as he still had 117 years of lifespan left, and his greedy martial skill could still be improved. Injecting lifespan for greed. 10 years, your desire swells rapidly like a balloon. 33 years, in endless desire, greed successfully advances. 40 years, your desire shows no restraint, beginning to spiral out of control. 62 years, desire starts to become uncontrollable, greed successfully advances again. Greed, DCB. When successfully extracting magic crystals from demon corpses, there is a 50% 80% 100% chance to additionally obtain 1 magic crystal. New addition, there is a 5% 10% chance to obtain double magic crystals. After advancing to sea level, greed no longer only grants an additional magic crystal, it can also double the number of magic crystals obtained. After advancing to B level, the probability of doubling also increases. 80 years, you are surprised to find that greed can actually harm your body. 100 years, you begin to advise yourself to stop cultivating greed, but the desire within tells you that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. In the 108th year, desire surpassed the control of thought, and greed began to mutate, advancing twice in succession. Awakening is the cauldron of greed. Greed, B rank, greed, A rank, Cauldron of Greed, S rank. When successfully extracting magic crystals from the corpses of demon species, there is a 100% chance to additionally obtain 1-3 magic crystals. There is a 10% 20% 30% chance to receive double magic crystals. New addition: when obtaining items in ruins, it will summon the Cauldron of Greed, which can consume lifespan to double the quantity of items or advance them. CD, 1 second. Remaining lifespan of the host, 9 years. S rank. Chen Shen did not expect that the advancement of the Greed martial skill would be so successful, advancing to S rank in just 108 years. Just as the system predicted, this martial skill was practically tailor-made for Chen Shen. What does S rank mean? In Blue Star, the average price of an S rank martial skill is around 1 billion, equivalent to 100,000 magic crystals. Moreover, resources like the Cauldron of Greed could be worth even more. With the advancement of the Greed martial skill, the spiritual power consumed was also continuously rising. After cleaning the battlefield, it took Chen Shen a full 8 hours. Each use of the Cauldron of Greed required some time to recover spiritual power. This caused Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, who had nothing to do, to fall asleep. Chen Shen kindly built a campfire for them. The soft young girls intertwined and hugged each other, draped in Chen Shen's coat, looking very cute. Fortunately, Chen Shen's busy night was worth it. With the enhancement of the Cauldron of Greed, he obtained 224 magic crystals. Under normal circumstances, 100 goblin miners, 5 goblin overseers, and 2 goblin mages would yield about 40 magic crystals. Chen Shen's earnings directly multiplied by more than 5 times. Take a single ordinary goblin miner, for example. When successfully extracting magic crystals, it yields 1 crystal, and the additional bonus from the Cauldron of Greed is 3 crystals. If the 30% chance of doubling is triggered, that would be 8 magic crystals, equivalent to hunting a bronze 8th tier demon species. Congratulations, host, your spiritual power realm has broken through to bronze 3rd tier. Congratulations, host, your spiritual power realm has broken through to bronze 4th tier. Congratulations, host, your spiritual power realm has broken through to bronze 5th tier. After absorbing 224 magic crystals, Chen Shen's spiritual power rose through 3 ranks in succession. As his realm continued to rise, the magic crystals required for breakthroughs also increased. Although there weren't many demon species in the goblin mine, they were all hunted by Chen Shen alone, and with the bonus from the Cauldron of Greed, his spiritual power increased rapidly. In addition to magic crystals, Chen Shen also obtained a first-grade detoxification pill from the frost goblin. The moment the item dropped, a ceramic pot wrapped in mist immediately appeared before Chen Shen. The pot was embedded with various precious gems, ancient and mysterious. Its surface was engraved with complex alchemical patterns, many of which combined to form a large, laughing, and twisted human face, which was quite unsettling. Master, I only need to absorb 2 years of your lifespan to advance or double the item you just obtained. Come on, let me serve you, said the twisted human face on the Cauldron of Greed. Sure. Chen Shen nodded without hesitation. 2 years of lifespan might be precious to others, but for Chen Shen, who could absorb the lifespan of demon species, it was nothing at all. Generous master, then let's begin. Ah ha 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 ha. The smile on the face of the Cauldron of Greed became increasingly sinister, and the surrounding mist gradually enveloped Chen Shen, then drew a portion from his soul. Host lifespan minus 2 years. Remaining lifespan of the host, 7 years. After taking away Chen Shen's lifespan, the greed pot consumed a first-grade detox pill in front of it. The alchemical array on its surface began to emit a strange glow, and the entire ceramic pot operated rapidly, continuously releasing steam. After a long while, the greed pot directly spat out a second-grade detox pill. The value of a second-grade pill far exceeded that of a first-grade pill by several times, which was much more profitable than simply doubling the quantity. Master, your luck is really quite good. Would you like to continue? Next time, you might obtain 2 second-grade detox pills or 1 third-grade detox pill. Can we continue? Chen Shen was overjoyed. Of course, but the lifespan required for the second time will be 20 years. I see, then let's wait for next time. Since Chen Shen no longer had any extra lifespan to pay, he could only let the greed pot leave. However, facing the greed pot's demand for 10 times his lifespan, Chen Shen felt no worry, only anticipation. This greed pot is indeed a good thing. Perhaps even Chen Shen himself did not realize it. In that moment, a smile similar to that of the greed pot appeared at the corner of his mouth. After cleaning up the battlefield, it was time to leave the ruins. At this moment, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi were still sound asleep, the sisters cuddling closely together. Let's go, Chen Shen gently called out, trying to wake the 2 sisters. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi sensed the external disturbance, their delicate bodies shivering slightly, and they snuggled even closer to each other. If he called a few more times, they would wake up. But just as the words were on his lips, Chen Shen changed his mind. The warm and beautiful scene before him made him reluctant to disturb it. Chen Shen walked in front of Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, gently picked them up, and stepped into the spatial vortex together. After returning to Blue Star, the teleportation portal behind them immediately vanished, as if it had never existed. Chen Shen placed the two girls on his bed, then comfortably took a hot bath and lay down on the sofa in the living room. The soft sensation instantly brought sleepiness to his mind. After not having closed his eyes for a day and night, Chen Shen quickly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept. When he regained consciousness, he stretched lazily, feeling himself enveloped by a rich fragrance. "Senior Chen Shen, you finally woke up." Before he could react, Shin Yoshi, wearing a pink rabbit pajamas, pounced on him like a mountain pressing down. Whoa! Although Shin Yoshi's body was soft, she was so excited that she jumped a bit too high, making Chen Shen feel as if he had been hit in the face by a train. "Yoshi, stop messing around. You're not a child anymore." Soon, a stern voice from Shin Yuyan came from the side. Chen Shen struggled to open his eyes. She was wearing a green dinosaur pajamas and cooking in the kitchen. Shin Yoshi's mountain-like pounce forcibly awakened Chen Shen's consciousness. He smelled the rich aroma in the room. It was braised pig trotters. "Senior Chen Shen, are you surprised?" Shin Yoshi was still lying on Chen Shen's chest, blinking her bright eyes, her smile as warm and healing as ever. Just now, I think I saw my great-grandmother." Chen Shen helplessly touched Shin Yoshi's forehead, wanting to be angry, but seeing her innocent appearance made her seem like his own daughter. Suddenly, he really wanted to experience it all over again. "Chen, it's time to eat." At the same time, Shin Yuyan came out with steaming dishes. The green dinosaur pajamas added a touch of playfulness to her cold and elegant appearance. "Yoshi, hurry up and get down. You're already 18, stop acting like a 3-year-old. Do you know how heavy you are?" Shin Yuyan first scolded her sister, then looked at Chen Shen somewhat shyly. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Yuyan, let me help you with the dishes." Chen Shen quickly got up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and hurried to the kitchen to help. When he entered the kitchen, he secretly tasted a bite. The flavor was surprisingly good, even forming a strong contrast with Shin Yuyan's appearance. "My goodness, the cold and aloof school beauty can cook just like my mom. What's wrong? Afraid I'll poison you?" Shin Yuyan walked in to grab some bowls and chopsticks, just catching Chen Shen in the act of sneaking a bite. "Not afraid, if you poison me, you won't survive either." Chen Shen responded with a dark joke. "What if it's a laxative?" "If it's a laxative, it wouldn't be you who gave it." "Why not?" Shin Yuyan asked, puzzled. "Because that fits Yoshi's personality better." Chen Shen recalled Shin Yoshi's previous pranks, which were quite bold and amusing. Speaking of his sister Shin Yoshi, Shin Yuyan's expression gradually became serious. "Our parents divorced when Yoshi and I were just over 2 years old. I stayed with mom, and Yoshi went with dad. Yoshi has always liked to play the game of multi-pressing down with dad since she was little, but later, dad passed away in an accident, and she had to come back to live with mom. By then, we were already 8 years old, and our living environment changed drastically. Plus, Yoshi had spent so much time with dad that she didn't understand etiquette, so she naturally wasn't favored by the family elders, which led to her often being bullied. At that time, Yoshi wasn't close to me either. I really wanted to help her, but she was very resistant. Perhaps it was from that time on that another personality began to emerge in Yoshi. Whenever the young Yoshi was bullied, that little devil personality would come out to protect her. However, the habit of multi-pressing down never changed for Yoshi. When she meets someone close, she likes to wake them up in that way. Her emotions might be a bit unstable, so please be more understanding. That little devil personality might just be a protective mechanism in Yoshi's consciousness. Actually, I don't think there's anything particularly special about Yoshi. I find her quite interesting as she is." Chen Shen smiled faintly and then touched Shin Yuyan's forehead, saying, "But Yuyan, after all these years of taking care of Yoshi, you must be quite tired. But it will be much easier from now on because I'm here." Feeling Chen Shen's warm palm, Shin Yuyan was momentarily stunned. Her earlier words, no matter who heard them, would have drawn attention to her sister Shin Yoshi. Yet Chen Shen's reaction was unexpected. He didn't sympathize with her pity sister Yoshi. Instead, he felt a pang of heartache for himself, who had been troubled all these years. In that moment, Shin Yuyan seemed to understand why sister Yoshi was so close to Chen Shen, even more than to herself. She also understood why Chen Shen didn't expose Yoshi's pranks after seeing them but pretended to know nothing. Because from the beginning, Chen Shen never thought Shin Yoshi was abnormal. It was Chen Shen who accepted Yoshi's multiple personalities, which is why her sister treated him like family. Senior Chen Chen, I want to eat that sausage. During dinner, Yoshi pointed at the plate in front of Chen Chen, pouting. Go ahead and eat. Chen Chen didn't catch on and continued to eat the food Yen made. It was really delicious. Senior Chen Chen, Yoshi wants you to feed me. Yoshi pouted her little mouth, looking unhappy. Chen Chen had no choice but to pick up a piece of cut sausage and feed it to her mouth. Senior Chen Chen, can Yoshi still play games with you like that in the future? Sighed for all, Yoshi showed a happy expression while eating the food Chen Chen fed her. After being scolded by her sister, she seemed to start reflecting. Of course, I just happened to want to chat with my great-grandmother for a while, Chen Chen replied with a smile. However, to be honest, Yoshi's pressure was really painful. After receiving Chen Chen's affirmative answer, Yoshi immediately changed her expression and stuck her tongue out at Yen. Reflection was impossible, she just wanted to use Chen Chen's mouth to show off to Yen. Yen said nothing, only looking at Chen Chen with a sympathetic expression. As Yoshi's older sister, she naturally knew the power of that move just now. The closer Chen Chen got to his sister Yoshi, the more Yen approved, because that way, the one being pressured would no longer be her. Where did you get your clothes? Chen Chen looked at the sister's cartoon pajamas, as he couldn't remember having such things at home. In the past 2 days, the news about me and Yoshi awakening our G-level spirit weapons has spread in the family. Now, the Shin family might be looking for marriage partners for us everywhere, Yen explained helplessly. So, Yoshi and I plan to stay here for a while to avoid the spotlight. The pajamas were bought from a stall downstairs. What? Don't you think they look good? They look great, very great, Chen Chen nodded. With Yen and Yoshi's looks, even in floral cotton jackets, it would still be a fashion show. However, his rented place was a bit small. If Yen and Yoshi moved in, wouldn't he have to sleep on the sofa every day? What? You don't want us to? Yen seemed to see Chen Chen's dilemma. No, how could Chen Chen not want them? At the very least, after Yen moved in, he would never have to eat takeout again. Moreover, they were now in an eternal contract, their lives forever bound together. With the sisters under Chen Chen's watch, many accidents could be avoided, and he would feel more at ease. The meal Yen cooked allowed Chen Chen to have a hearty feast. He hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. After dinner, the three returned to the academy. Chen Chen slept until noon, while the other students had already started training under their mentors. They had just arrived. At this moment, many teachers and students gathered at the academy's entrance, seemingly waiting for something. This scene startled Chen Chen. He thought the news of the three awakening their talents had spread. It wasn't until a familiar figure appeared that Chen Chen realized what was happening. It turned out that the top student of Magic City Spirit Weapon Academy had returned. Gu Qingning, with her long green hair, exquisite makeup, and an air of pride between her brows, exuded an overwhelming presence. With her S-level spirit weapon, the Green Serpent Dark Sword, Gu Qingning's influence and appeal in the entire Spirit Weapon Academy had reached its peak. Beside Gu Qingning was a man with long hair and glasses, looking somewhat refined. It's Sister Qingning. She finally returned to the academy. I heard that the demon hunting team Sister Qingning is in clear to platinum level ruin this time. God, what does that mean? Sister Qingning is simply the pride of the academy, our role model. The man beside her is the one known as the Hell Baron, Hua Jianli. So handsome. His face is even more delicate than a woman's. Even without an S-level talent, I would be willing to marry him. Hey, isn't that Chen Chen? And Yen and Yoshi are here too. Perhaps it was fate, but Chen Chen returned to the academy at the same time as Gu Qingning. Now there's a good show to watch. If I were Chen Chen, I would take the Shin sisters and walk around, so as not to embarrass myself here. Sister Qingning has an S-level spirit weapon paired with SS-level talent, a perfect match. What is Chen Chen doing with Yen and Yoshi? F paired with G? A broken pot and a broken lid combination? But let's be honest, I have to ask you, among these people, who do you envy the most? That would be Brother Chen. In terms of looks, both Yen and Yoshi could easily outshine Gu Qingning, not to mention double the fun. I heard Chen skipped class all morning. This guy can't be coming just now because he was enjoying himself, right? At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Chen and Gu Qingning, the former lovers, met again. Both were accompanied by their respective contract partners. Facing each other, the tension was palpable. Chen, long time no see. I heard you've been doing well lately. You contracted 2 spirit warriors in one go, creating a legend in the Magic City. Gu Qingning took the initiative to attack. Her eyes held a mix of sarcasm, bitterness, and mockery. Chen merely yawned, ignoring her completely, and walked past Gu Qingning. Chen, congratulations. I didn't expect this little dog I discarded would actually find a matching leash. It really is eye-opening. Gu Qingning called out to Chen Shen, not wanting to let him off so easily. She glanced at Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi behind Shin Shen. Although she was also a campus beauty, she had to admit there was a gap among the beauties. In terms of looks, figure, charm, and temperament, she couldn't compare to either Shin Yuyan or Shin Yoshi, let alone both together. But in Blue Star, just being good-looking wasn't enough. Powerful talent was the mark of a strong person. Gu Qingning decided to attack from this angle. Sister Yuyan and Sister Yoshi are truly natural beauties, but what a pity, being G-grade spirit warriors. If only you were S-grade like me. Oh, I almost forgot, if you hadn't awakened G-grade spirit warriors, you wouldn't be following a waste like A-chun. Ha! Faced with Gu Qingning's aggressive stance, Shin Yuyan merely smiled faintly. I've heard for a long time that Sister Qingning is quite the schemer, seeing is believing. Abandoning oaths, forcing Chen Shen to actively dissolve the contract after a second awakening, and then climbing the social ladder to hook up with an S-grade demon hunter. Truly a model of our Magic City Spirit Warrior Academy. Everyone should learn from you how to be so shameless. Gu Qingning, exposed in her thoughts, was furious. Hey, Sister Yuyan, don't slander me. The contract was dissolved by A-chun voluntarily, and everyone knows that. Isn't that right? Your knife was already at his throat. How could he not dissolve it? Sister Yuyan, we must have evidence for everything. I represent the face of the Magic City Spirit Warrior Academy. I advise you not to speak recklessly. Ha! The face of the Magic City Spirit Warrior Academy? When did it come to someone like you, a disgraceful thing, representing it? Disgraceful? What are you, a useless vase, talking about? Do you believe I could kill you right now, so soon to reveal your true nature? I thought you could hold it together. Didn't expect you to break so easily? The argument between the two women grew more intense, and it seemed they were about to come to blows. Chen Shen was already prepared to take Shin Yuyan away. Although their talents had awakened, they were still at a certain disadvantage compared to Gu Qingning. Now was not the time to confront Gu Qingning. Throughout the encounter, Shin Yoshi had been hiding behind Shin Shen, appearing like a weak, defenseless little rabbit. What are you all doing crowding here? Get out of the way. This is the Magic City Spirit Warrior Academy, not a place for you spoiled brats to throw tantrums. Just as Shin Yuyan and Gu Qingning were at a standoff, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared. The vice president is here. If you don't leave now, you'll lose credits. Seeing Vice President Lei Ling arrive, the onlookers among the students immediately scattered. At that moment, Gu Qingning hurriedly approached Vice President Lei, turning the tables. Vice President Lei, you just heard it too. Shin Yuyan insulted my character without any evidence, indiscriminately and recklessly. I, Gu Qingning, represent the entire Magic City Spirit Martial Academy. How dare she? Yes, I did hear that. Lei Ling nodded, then said meaningfully, however, I have been listening from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingning's face turned pale. The arrogance she had just displayed faded away. Thank you, old Lei, for helping us out, Chen Shen said gratefully. He was not unfamiliar with Vice President Lei Ling. 6 months ago, Lei Ling was not the vice president but the head of the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy. Although Chen Shen's talent was not high, he was diligent and often offered unique insights that surprised Lei Ling. Some of his suggestions even made their way into the academy's teaching plans. When Chen Shen was full of ambition, Lei Ling had provided him with considerable help and convenience. They were both teacher and friend. Chen Shen, I owe you an apology for what happened back then, but you must believe that I have my own difficulties. Rest assured, as long as you are in the academy, I can still protect you. Lei Ling recalled the pressure the academy had put on him when Chen Shen was forced to terminate his contract. Although he held the title of president, some matters were not solely his decision. That was a decision made by the academy council, and he had no way to change it. Thanks. I have never blamed you for my issues with Gu Qingning. Old Lei, it was I who caused you trouble, Chen Shen said sincerely. Some things, even if Lei Ling did not say them, he understood. The man who had been standing beside Gu Qingning, seemingly a frail scholar and not good with words, was actually the young master of the Jinghai family. Unlike Magic City, Jinghai did not have the four great families vying for power. Instead, the Hua family stood out alone. Behind Hua Jianli was the first family of Jinghai, and at that time, he and Gu Qingning were colluding. Chen Shen could imagine how much pressure Lei Ling, as the president, must have felt. It was after that incident that Lei Ling voluntarily announced his resignation, stepping down to the position of vice president. Old Lei, I will always remember your kindness and support. I, Chen Shen, will not let your efforts go to waste. I will help them take root and grow strong, Chen Shen said earnestly. He knew that Lei Ling's resignation was also forced. In his heart, Chen Shen silently vowed, Old man, everything you lost, I will help you reclaim. Lei Ling nodded, with a hint of consolation in his tone. Living well is more important than anything else. In this life, nothing is more precious than life itself. With that, Lei Ling turned and vanished before everyone. This was the extraordinary realm of a demon hunter, just a step away from the highest kingly realm. Chen Shen understood Lei Ling's intention. He did not want Chen Shen to fight with Gu Qingning, especially since Gu Qingning was no match for him, even when he was the academy president. How could Chen Shen, who was alone and without any backing, possibly compete? However, when Chen Shen glanced at Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi beside him, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Yuyan, just now. What thanks? That's so pretentious. I love to confront despicable people. If something like this happens again and you don't call me, then you're treating me like an outsider. Shen Yuyan directly interrupted the thank you that Chen Shen had yet to say. He is no longer a person now. Yuyan, Yoshi, let's go. Anyway, in the academy, Gu Qingning didn't dare to do anything to them, so Chen Shen swaggered away with the two girls. From beginning to end, Chen Shen never glanced at Gu Qingning. This made her very unhappy. Seeing Chen Shen getting along so well with the Shen sisters, Gu Qingning grew angrier the more she thought about it. Not wanting to retort them anymore, Gu Qingning felt like there were 1,000 ants crawling on her, estimating that she wouldn't be able to sleep all night and would wake up in the middle of the night. Chen Shen wouldn't pay her any attention, which was boring. Shen Yuyan was a tough nut to crack, and she couldn't win against her. So why not target that seemingly harmless younger sister? Gu Qingning followed behind Chen Shen, grabbing Shen Yoshi and smugly whispering in her ear, "Your senior Chen Shen used to play with me often. I'm not bragging, but your skills might not be as good as mine." At this moment, Gu Qingning was looking in the direction Chen Shen had left, as if plotting some scheme. Huan Jianli, who was beside her, had remained silent the entire time and did not set any example. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Arriving at the academy's training ground, Chen Shen seemed a bit distracted. After all, he had already awakened for 2 years, and now training with these newly awakened students felt like a waste of talent. The Spirit Martial Academy did not have grade divisions, only level divisions. There were no first, second, or third years. Only bronze class, silver class, gold class, and platinum class. Anyone who had been in school for more than 5 years or whose realm exceeded platinum and reached diamond was considered to have graduated successfully. However, reaching the diamond realm within 5 years was extremely difficult. Besides having exceptional talent, one also needed strong backing. Currently, among the entire Magic City Spirit Martial Academy, the one most likely to achieve this was Gu Qingning. After forming a vow contract with Huan Jianli, she gained access to the powerful resources of the Huan family, and her current spiritual power realm had already reached gold level 9. Her strength was terrifying. Meanwhile, Chen Shen was still in the bronze class, attending classes with newly awakened students. In the combat class, the instructor demonstrated fighting techniques that even included some of Chen Shen's core ideas. Chen Shen had incorporated some free fighting techniques from Earth into the students' combat curriculum. Since no one on Earth awakened spiritual power, they focused more on techniques in close combat, which led to Chen Shen's ideas receiving strong support from Lei Ling at the time. It was these fighting techniques that made the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy famous in Long Country for a time. However, at that time, Chen Shen was very low-key, and Lei Ling was very efficient in course reform, so no one knew that the term free fighting came from Chen Shen's mouth. Everyone thought it was just that Chen Shen had strong learning abilities and worked hard, so he mastered it quickly. In fact, even the things the instructor taught were conceived by Chen Shen. During this week, Chen Shen basically slacked off in class. However, privately, he provided special guidance to Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. Besides free fighting, Chen Shen also integrated Chinese martial arts into his private teaching. During this time, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi's close combat abilities had significantly improved. Although combat ability was the main course for demon hunters, spirit martial arts also had to be mastered. After all, in ruins, demon hunters and spirit martial artists were not always in a state of fusion. Sometimes, cooperating in battle would be more efficient. During this time, besides training the sisters' close combat abilities, Chen Shen experimented with the spirit martial transformation function unlocked by the system. Shun Yuyan. Talent, F level, silver spear. Transformation, G level, fire stick. Shan Yoshi. Talent, D grade, Yi Kai. Transformation, G grade, broken cloak. To prevent the awakening of the sisters' talents from being discovered, Chen Shen chose the most basic forms for both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. After transformation, to outsiders, Chen Shen's spirit weapon still appeared as a dull G-grade spirit weapon. Even when viewed in the mirror, it looked the same. However, in Chen Shen's own eyes, he could clearly see the pitch-black armor and the cold gleam of silver. This feature was incredibly user-friendly, allowing Chen to worry less about the sister's talents being exposed too early. Hey, Chen, don't think that just because you awakened 2 years earlier than us, you can act all high and mighty here. If you don't want to train, you can get lost. In the training room, several boys, seeing Chen resting on the side, shouted in front of the instructor. But this was just the spark. The main reason they targeted Chen was that he had taken Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi with the eternal contract. In their minds, they believed that the Shin sisters' oath contract was impossible to establish. As long as all the demon hunters stood united, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi would have to settle for temporary contracts with them. This way, they could take advantage of the beautiful twin sisters. Everyone at the time understood this unspoken rule, just waiting for Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi to back down. Who knew that out of nowhere, Chen would use the eternal contract to directly secure both girls? Classmate Chen, please correct your attitude. A muscular female instructor, somewhat resembling a muscular Barbie, kindly reminded him. Teacher, my attitude is already quite correct. Chen shrugged helplessly. Mainly, the theoretical exercises were just too boring, and he wanted some real combat to make it interesting. So, Chen pointed at the few classmates who had just shouted, You. Why don't you all come at me together and test whether my attitude is correct or not? Ha, sure, let's all go together. Who's afraid of who? Chen, don't think you're amazing just because you awakened a few years earlier than us. Originally, with temporary contracts, everyone could take turns enjoying a few days, but you had to break the balance and harm everyone's interests. Later, don't blame us for being ruthless. People like this should be taught a good lesson. Chen immediately pointed out 10 groups of awakened ones. Although they all knew Chen had some skills, they naturally weren't afraid of a group fight against him. As for Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, they didn't take them seriously at all. Teacher, we're going to practice real combat. You shouldn't have any objections, right? As long as both sides agreed, the instructor had no right to interfere, but she still kindly reminded Chen. Chen, are you sure you want to take on 10 groups by yourself? You really don't have to rush to prove yourself. You can challenge them one by one. If you run out of energy, you can stop. No one can force you into real combat training. Thank you for your concern, instructor. As a return, I'll train these freshmen for you. Chen smiled confidently. It seemed that these guys wouldn't be convinced unless he showed them some strength. Alright then, this is your choice, and I have no right to interfere. However, the strength disparity is significant, so I hope everyone can stop at the right moment and not hurt the harmony. The instructor then led everyone into a huge octagonal cage. Chen, along with Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, entered first. Their opponents were made up of 10 pairs of men and women. Chen, I'll take on 5, and you deal with the remaining 10 by yourself. Shin Yuyan said seriously, assigning roles. This battle looked like a real combat exercise, but in reality, it was a private feud between both sides. Shin Yuyan was very clear that the boy's target was Chen, while the girl's targets were her and her sister. So, even if Shin Yuyan didn't allocate it this way, the outcome would still be the same. Ha! Do we have to fight 5? Yoshi, I can't win. Shin Yoshi tugged at Chen's shirt, speaking timidly. On the surface. In reality, oh don't worry, Yoshi sister, we just want to teach that arrogant Chen a lesson. You can just stand aside, we won't hurt you. That's right, sticking with someone like Chen will only make your already miserable fate even more desperate. I think you should face reality. Relying on a bit of ability to challenge Sister Qingning is simply asking for death. If you don't want to bring disaster upon yourself, it's better to stay away from Chen. Eternal contract? Just pretend it never existed. After Chen, his opponents also entered one after another. Everyone entering the octagonal cage wore a spirit power detector around their necks. As long as an awakener used spirit power, the detector would light up and emit a current. To ensure fairness, the use of spirit power was not allowed during the combat training. Although everyone was a newly awakened student, due to different backgrounds and varying cultivation resources, their spirit power levels were not on the same level. First, the academy students would be allocated magic crystal stones based on their credits, which reflected their overall performance in the academy. Students from well-off backgrounds could easily have their families provide magic crystal stones, allowing them to far surpass other students in spirit power levels. However, while magic crystal stones could be traded outside of ruins, unlike magic crystals, there was a daily limit to how much an awakener could absorb. Demon hunters and spirit warriors alike, those at the bronze level could absorb a maximum of 10 magic crystal stones per day. This number may not seem large, but in reality, it was quite terrifying. Chen challenged the ruins and obtained hundreds of magic crystal stones at once because he was the only one in the entire ruin. If it were divided among 10 groups of awakeners, the gains would be minimal. Moreover, the appearance of the ruins teleportation portal was random. Chen Chen just happened to discover a teleportation portal at home. When there were no ruins to explore, he could only slack off at the academy. In contrast, awakeners from wealthy backgrounds had a steady supply of magic crystal stones to absorb every day. Even awakeners from large families, even if they had just gained spirit power, could explore ruins like Chun Chen. They could spend a fortune to form an exploration team, allowing other team members to fight around them. However, even so, the benefits would definitely not be as high as Chen Chen's solo challenges. Because in the ruins, magic crystals could not be taken out, and only the killer could extract them from the bodies of the magic species, and they could not be transferred. Some support or damage-absorbing awakeners relied on their teammates to get the kills or to get a larger share of magic crystal stones from the treasure chests to balance things out. Therefore, the requirements for leveling up with others were very strict. The life of a magic species did not have a health bar displayed. Even if everyone followed orders, it was impossible to guarantee that the employer could kill the magic species every time. There was even a possibility of being ambushed by a cunning magic species pretending to be severely injured, leading to loss of life. The boy who had just provoked Chen Chen was named Wu Kai. Although his parents were not from a prominent family, they were well-known merchants. He had 10 magic crystals to absorb every day, and his spirit power level had reached the 3rd stage of bronze. Students like Wu Kai, who came from affluent families, naturally gathered a large group of followers around them, and perhaps one day he would feel generous enough to reward them with a magic crystal stone. Chen Chen, is your eyesight still good? Wu Kai asked provocatively before the practical training began. Are you trying to say that in a moment you will beat me to the ground, and if I say my eyesight is good, you'll say that's convenient for me to look for my teeth on the ground, and if I say my eyesight is bad, you'll say you'll help me find them? Chen Chen directly predicted the other party's moves and said with a smile, "What kind of harsh words are these from? Can't you come up with something fresh?" Then you say something fresh? Wu Kai, having his thoughts guessed by Chen Chen, looked displeased. I'm not the type to chatter before throwing a punch. I prefer to speak after knocking my opponent down and stepping on their head. Humph, do you have that ability? Everyone, come at me. Whoever can land a punch on Chen Chen's face, I'll give them a magic crystal stone. Wu Kai shouted loudly. With a generous reward, upon learning that there was a magic crystal stone for hitting Chen Chen, everyone surged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Even a few girls, wanting the magic crystal stone, joined the boys' ranks. Faced with the aggressive opponents, Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. Their steps are chaotic, not a single one is decent. As they took their first step, Chen Chen already knew the outcome of this battle. He saw through all their attacks. In fact, at the beginning, Chen Chen didn't even attack. Instead, he used a butterfly step and a pendulum-like head movement to continuously dodge. His movements were agile and hard to decipher. These students who had just awakened their spiritual powers couldn't even touch a hair on him. This guy. Even the instructor outside was captivated by Chen Chen's footwork. She felt that Chen Chen's steps were even more agile than what she taught. Asking herself, even if she were in the octagonal cage facing a dozen attackers, if she only dodged without attacking, she wouldn't be able to move as freely as Chen Chen did. Meanwhile, under Chen Chen's careful guidance, Shin Yuyan, who had mastered Wing Chun's inch punch, was wreaking havoc. Shin Yuyan was calm and restrained, perfectly suited for this kind of counterattack martial arts. She faced 3 girls, and in just a moment, they were left bruised and battered. Wing Chun's inch power seemed to lack opening and closing, but it actually contained hidden strength, with tremendous lethality. The girls had never seen such a strange technique and were momentarily at a loss, completely unsure how to respond. Although Chen Chen had let Lei Ling incorporate free fighting from Earth into the combat class, it was like teaching a tiger to catch mice. He still held back. That was the traditional Chinese martial arts. It seemed flashy, but those who truly understood national martial arts knew that Chinese martial arts were all about killing techniques. How could the girls, who only had a little knowledge of free fighting, possibly be Shin Yuyan's opponents? It was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. On the other hand, Shin Yoshi, who trained against Shin Yuyan, never fell behind, but seemed unaccustomed to real combat. Facing the same 3 girls, she was pushed back step by step. Soon, she was cornered in the octagonal cage. Chen Chen, stop just running away. If you have the guts, face us head on. Come hit me. You coward. Wu Kai saw that Chen Chen only knew how to dodge left and right and thought he didn't dare to fight back at all. He had no idea that being able to defend against 14 attackers without taking a hit was a remarkable feat. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chen Chen had never encountered such a demand. After dodging an opponent's attack, he countered with a punch that directly hit the opponent's face. Bang! With a dull sound, that person fell unconscious. Chen Shen's attacks emphasized speed, accuracy, and ferocity, with no unnecessary movements. Every strike was a killing blow. Young people are great, they just fall asleep, Chen Shen said teasingly. With that punch, he even held back a bit of his strength. Otherwise, the opponent would at least suffer a concussion. So despicable. You didn't fight back just to let us lower our guard, right? Brothers, let's go all out. Wu Kai had no idea of the seriousness of the situation and thought he was in absolute control, wanting to overwhelm Chen Shen with numbers. But strength ultimately wasn't on the same level, and he was still taken down by Chen Shen with a single punch for each of his friends. After a few rounds, half of them were already lying on the ground. Let the girls take the front, and the boys attack from behind. Wu Kai noticed that there were no girls lying on the ground, so he suddenly had an idea to use 4 girls as shields in front. He planned to exploit Chen Shen's chivalrous nature to strike him hard. Woo! But what Wu Kai never expected was that Chen Shen was also quite skilled at dealing with women. He knocked out the boys with 1 punch each. For the girls, Chen Shen would hold them by the waist and add 2 knee strikes as a bonus. This made the girls in front burst into laughter, rolling their eyes on the ground. I really am not used to hitting women, but if you all try to use that to threaten me, I don't mind getting used to it. Chen Shen looked at his opponents with disdain. He could be a gentleman, or he could be a ruthless thug. Chen Shen, we were wrong, we are not your opponents, we concede. A few remaining people directly admitted defeat. This was just a practical exercise, and according to the Academy's rules, if the opponent concedes, they cannot continue to attack. Chen Shen, no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? You still can't touch a single hair on me. Seeing Chen Shen stop, Wu Kai provocatively said with a smug look, let me tell you, you can only dominate in this octagonal cage. What good is your fighting skill? If we were outside and I unleashed my spiritual power, I would beat the crap out of you, and you can consider yourself lucky if you don't mess yourself. Hearing this, Chen Shen naturally didn't let Wu Kai off the hook. He dashed forward, first landing a punch directly on his opponent's face, making his head buzz. Then he followed up with a series of flying knee strikes to Wu Kai's abdomen. With a rush of air escaping from Wu Kai's pants, a yellow, unidentified liquid began to seep from his pockets. He had lost control. Before you say such things, it's best to clean yourself up first. With that, Chen Shen covered his nose and shook his head as he walked away. Such ruthless tactics scared the few boys present so much that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. When others say they'll beat you to the point of messing yourself, it might just be a joke. But this guy, Chen Shen, was very likely serious. Chen Shen, the opponent has already conceded, why do you continue to attack? Although Chen Shen's actions were satisfying, as an academy instructor, she had to curb such behavior. Ha! Wasn't it only these few junior brothers who just conceded? Did this guy concede too? I didn't hear that, I only heard him say he would beat the crap out of me. Chen Shen shrugged and then looked innocently at the few boys who were already scared out of their wits. Did you hear him say he concedes? No. The few of them shook their heads repeatedly, indicating they hadn't heard anything. With their testimony, Chen Shen didn't technically violate the Academy's rules. Alright then, this is a one-time exception. The female instructor was originally on Chen Shen's side, and since there were other students to testify, she naturally wouldn't say anything. We also concede. At the same time, the girls who were attacking Shin Yuyan also announced their surrender. In the entire octagonal cage, only Shin Yoshi's side was still fighting. At this moment, she was being overwhelmed by several girls, unable to defend herself and desperately trying to protect herself. Shin Yuyan wanted to go help but was stopped by Chen Shen. Yoshi, go for it. Senior is watching you. He knew that at this moment, Shin Yoshi wasn't showing her true abilities and planned to awaken the little devil persona within her through encouragement. Senior Chen Shen, are you watching me fight? In an instant, a smile that shouldn't exist appeared at the corner of Shin Yoshi's mouth. The 3 girls surrounding her thought they were seeing things, because in everyone's eyes, Shin Yoshi had always been a cute little girl who only knew how to act adorable. Teacher, focus your attention, don't get distracted. Chen Shen noticed that Shin Yoshi's personality had switched and immediately reminded the instructor outside the ring. Shin Yoshi's strikes were neither light nor heavy. At that moment, the female instructor also sensed a wave of killing intent. Unlike Chen Shen's ruthlessness, what emanated from Shin Yoshi was the aura of slaughter. Rampant and frenzied. Shin Yoshi seemed like a different person, using her elbow to block the opponent's punch, then turning around to deliver a powerful elbow strike to the opponent's temple. The expression on the girl's face was still one of pain from hitting a hard bone, unaware that Shin Yoshi's lethal move was already closing in on her vital point. The human ulna is extremely lethal. Based on the personalities of Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, Chun Chen had set different training programs for them. Shin Yuyan was learning a more defensive Wing Chun, while Shen Yoshi was training in the extremely aggressive and fierce Muay Thai. Pause. Seeing this situation, the female instructor immediately pressed the red crystal ball beside her. In an instant, the gravity in the octagonal cage increased several times. Shin Yoshi's attack was immediately neutralized. Although her ulna still grazed the opponent's forehead, under the influence of gravity, it had lost all its force. This red gravity button was specifically established to prevent accidents. Even when Wu Kai was being beaten by Chen Chen, the female instructor did not press it. As an instructor, she was very clear that although Chen Chen's strikes were heavy, he still had a sense of restraint regarding the areas he hit. It would basically not lead to death or disability. But Shin Yoshi was different. If she had pressed the pause button just a fraction of a second later, there might have been a corpse in the octagonal cage. Everyone stop. The practical exercise is over. At this point, the gravity in the octagonal cage had returned to normal. The pause button could only control a brief moment. To prevent Shin Yoshi from making another mistake, the female instructor quickly halted this thrilling exercise. The female instructor breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how important Chun Chen's earlier reminder had been. In this practical exercise, the truly dangerous person was not Chen Chen, but the one who appeared the weakest and most helpless, Shin Yoshi. Teacher, why did you stop the exercise? We were just in an absolutely overwhelming advantage. You can't be biased. After the exercise was forcibly terminated, the three girls were rather unhappy. In their eyes, Shin Yoshi was the Achilles heel between Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan. They were so close to teaching her a harsh lesson. From today onwards, no one is allowed to engage in practical exercises with Chun Chen or Shin Yoshi. The female instructor did not respond to the girls' protests but announced a fact. This is for your own good. After saying that, the instructor ended the combat class, allowing everyone to have free time, and then called the class monitor to notify the infirmary to take away the unconscious student for treatment. After a small incident, Chen Chen's life at the academy returned to calm. Senior Chen Chen, Yoshi is so bored. When can we explore the ruins again? Just wait a bit longer. Chen Chen was also troubled by this matter. Although he had been inquiring about clues to the bronze ruins these days, there had been no news at all. Generally speaking, once ruins are discovered, they are handed over to the City Safety Bureau or the Demon Hunter Association for handling. The lowest level bronze ruins are mostly transferred to various academies in the Magic City for newly awakened students to practice. The first exploration of the ruins by the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy needs to wait until a month after the new students awaken. Moreover, for safety's sake, the chosen ruins are of the kind that have only recently appeared. It's similar to the ruins that appeared in Chen Chen's bathroom, and there isn't even a boss demon seed. For the first exploration of the ruins, an entire class is exploring a single ruin. The number of demon seeds in the ruins is even fewer than the number of awakened ones. As a senior, Chen Chen has already experienced such scenes. Only after the students adapt will the intensity of the ruins gradually increase, but it will still be a case of too many monks and too little porridge. After all, the main task of the academy is teaching, and everything is based on the safety of the students. Therefore, Chen Chen has no expectations for the ruins exploration organized by the academy. The current problem is that Chen Chen does not have resources for the bronze ruins. In fact, there is another way, which is to search for the ruins' teleportation portals in the wild. In uninhabited areas, the ruins' teleportation portals are less likely to be discovered by humans early on, so the resources are relatively more abundant. However, this also significantly increases the risk. Because in the wild, you cannot determine the timeline of the Demon Seed civilization's development, making it impossible to confirm the intensity of the ruins. A seemingly ordinary bronze ruin might have small monsters that are bronze level 7 or 8, and there could even be bosses of silver rank. Exploring alone would be pure suicide. The reason he dared to enter the ruins in his own bathroom is that he knows the time limit for the appearance of this ruin. Everything is under Chen Chen's control. Although he is a gambler, he only bets on sure wins. More importantly, the longer a ruin has been around, the higher the probability of an abyss ruin appearing. The intensity of abyss ruins often exceeds several times the current level of the ruins. Just like the trial of the gods that Chen Chen and Gu Qingning encountered, that was an abyss ruin. Out of 20 awakened ones, only the 2 of them walked out alive in the end. This was still considered lucky. Generally, if a team encounters an abyss ruin and their configuration is not high, they are basically sentenced to death. There wouldn't even be a chance to escape, let alone clear it. Generally speaking, only those who have reached level 7 or above in their own realm, paired with equally powerful teammates, would challenge the ruins in the wild. However, aside from the unstable factors of the ruins, there are also human reasons. Shin-Yuyen and Shin-Yoshi are too eye-catching, the wilds of Blue Star are lawless zones, and no one's personal safety is guaranteed. If Chen Chen takes these two attention-grabbers to search for ruins in the wild, he might not even find the teleportation portal before several groups of people have already set their sights on him. Therefore, searching for ruins teleportation portals in the wild is a very unwise choice. Brother Chen, can you teach me the movement technique you just used? Just as Chen Chen was feeling troubled, a classmate approached him. After awakening their talents, all students are randomly assigned to a small class of 60. Why should I teach you? Chen Chen asked lightly. The other person's gaze was sincere, not like someone looking for trouble. However, ever since Chen Chen formed a contract with Shin-Yuyen and Shin-Yoshi, most of the looks he received were filled with hostility. In contrast, he remained more vigilant towards this kind of goodwill. Moreover, this young man felt somewhat familiar to Chen Chen. It seemed like he had seen him somewhere, but he couldn't place it at the moment. You teach me the movement technique, and I'll take you to explore the ruins, how about that? The boy grinned and pointed to his own face, saying, Brother Chen, do you really not remember me? When I was 16, you praised my exceptional talent, saying I would definitely become an outstanding demon hunter in the future. It was also your encouragement that led me to enter the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy. I never expected to be in the same class as my idol. It's truly a stroke of luck. Chen Chen frowned. Did I praise you? He racked his brain but ultimately couldn't remember who the other person was. After all, he had said such polite phrases countless times before. However, the familiarity the boy gave him was indeed real. Perhaps they had crossed paths before. I'm Ma Fei's younger brother, Ma Jun. Seeing that Chen Chen still had no impression, the other party could only introduce himself. Oh. Chen Chen suddenly realized and finally remembered. Ma Fei, that was his old friend from the golden class. But that kid had already graduated 6 months ago at the age of 23. Plus, after the incident with Gu Qingning, he himself was in a mess, and their contact had dwindled. Chen Chen recalled that when he had visited Ma Fei's home before, he had indeed praised his younger brother. Ma Jun, you've grown up so much. Chen Chen patted Ma Jun's shoulder, unable to help but sigh at how time flies. That little brat from back then is now in the same class as me. That's different. Brother Chen, it's just that you've encountered some bad luck, but we brothers are still fated to meet here. I always believe that you won't stay in this class for long. One day you will soar and reclaim everything you once had. Ma Jun's smile was bright, filled with youthful exuberance. It made Chen Chen feel a bit dazed. When he had just crossed over, he had been just like him. But now, he had already shown signs of weariness. Thanks. Chen Chen was genuinely happy to meet a friend's brother. By the way, Ma Jun, you just mentioned exploring ruins. What's that about? Brother Chen, isn't it fate? Ma Jun said excitedly. After my brother graduated, he joined the Demon Hunter Association. Now he's a regional captain, and someone reported a bronze ruin in his jurisdiction. I just awakened my talent, and my brother thought of me and quietly intercepted this news. This bronze ruin is in the northern suburbs of Magic City. No one knows how long it has been there. But my brother spent a lot of money hiring a team of explorers around the 9th tier of bronze to escort me. Anyway, whether it's one person or two, Brother Chen, let's go together. The more Ma Jun spoke, the more excited he became. He truly regarded Chen Chen as his role model. How lucky it would be to explore the ruins with his idol. Moreover, he might even team up with Chen Chen to take on challenges in the future. Just thinking about it was thrilling. However, after hearing Ma Jun's story, Chen Chen felt troubled. It should be known that intercepting ruin information was a major taboo for the Demon Hunter Association. If the news leaked, it would be bad. At the very least, Ma Fei, as a regional captain, would be in trouble. At worst, he could even be expelled from the association. Furthermore, Ma Fei had hired the exploration team for his brother Ma Jun. If he went in and took a share, it might not be good. Did you discuss this with your brother beforehand? Chen Chen thought it was better to confirm first. We talked about it early on. My brother said that regarding the matter with you and Gu Qingning, he couldn't help but felt guilty. Now that you've contracted a spirit weapon and are starting anew, he's very happy and said to let him know if there's anything he can help with. Ma Jun said with a smile. My brother also said not to be polite. The items from the exploration will all belong to me, and you just take a share of the magic crystals. Well, since Ma Fei has thought this through, if I refuse, it would seem a bit pretentious. Unable to refuse such kindness, Chen Chen decisively agreed. After all, he urgently needed to draw lifespan from the demon seed. As long as he raised his own realm, along with his talent, martial skills, and tacit understanding, it wouldn't be impossible for Chen Chen to explore the unknown bronze ruins alone later. That's great! Finally again. Upon learning that she could explore the ruins, Shin-Yoshi was so happy that she danced with joy. But just as she was about to speak, her sister Shin Yuyen covered her mouth. The fact that Chen Chen's spiritual power had reached the 5th level of bronze, as well as the awakening of the sister's talents, was still a secret. Shin Yuyen was worried that Gu Qingning would forcefully take action under the pressure of Vice Dean Lei if these matters got out. This was not an exaggeration. Back then, Gu Qingning was able to drive Lei Ling from the position of dean, and now she had the ability to ignore her. It was just that she was unwilling to tear their relationship apart. Although the system had a transformation function that wouldn't easily expose them, it was still wise to be cautious in everything. This is. Ma Jin glanced at the two sisters. Don't mind them, I'll personally teach you the movement technique. Chen Chen quickly changed the subject. In return, Chen Chen devoted himself to teaching Ma Jin many things that he couldn't learn from his mentor. Brother Chen, what you just taught me is even better than what the mentor taught. Ma Jin's expression grew more shocked. He firmly believed that as long as he learned by Chen Chen's side, he would definitely become a powerful demon hunter. To make the most of Chen Chen's teaching, Ma Jin also called his contract partner to study together. She was a very shy and reserved girl named Li Zihan. Her personality was very similar to Ma Jin's, with a youthful innocence on her face, filled with curiosity about everything unknown as she just stepped into the demon hunter field. This movement technique is amazing. If we had met Brother Chen earlier, we would have been close combat experts by now. Like Ma Jin, Li Zihan was also fascinated by the methods taught by Chen Chen. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, so it was no wonder that Ma Jin and Li Zihan were able to form a contract successfully. Ma Jin secretly told Chen Chen that they were not only in a romantic relationship but also had a vow contract. In the Society of Blue Star, daring to make a vow contract required considerable courage. Perfect match. Absolutely perfect. Chen Chen patted Ma Jin's shoulder, like a senior advising him, that girl truly cares for you, so don't let her down. Of course, Brother Chen, Zihan and I are truly in love. Chen Chen sincerely wished for Ma Jin and Li Zihan, hoping that this newly awakened couple could go far without any betrayal. Moreover, both Ma Jin and Li Zihan were awakened with sea-level talents, so such compatibility would surely lead to great achievements in the future. After class, just as Chen Chen and Ma Jin were on their way to the bronze ruins, Ma Fei's call came in. Ah Chen, long time no see. I haven't contacted you for so long, hope you don't mind. It's fine, I haven't contacted you either. Ha ha, I know, with that incident with Gu Qingning, you must have been too busy to contact me. But I didn't reach out either because I wasn't afraid of anything, mainly, after graduation, the Demon Hunter Association has been too busy, really no time. Congratulations, I just heard that little Ma Jin said you've already become a regional team leader? That kid just can't keep his mouth shut. Sigh. Regional team leader is a tough job on the front lines. Ma Fei paused, then suddenly said, but Chen, to be honest, I've recently taken on a big task, and if all goes well, I might have a chance to move up in the association. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Brother Ma. Don't forget to help me out when the time comes. That's a given, ha 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 ha. I also wish you a smooth exploration of the ruins. My younger brother is still young and hasn't seen much of the world, so you need to keep an eye on him in the ruins. Of course. Alright, I need to organize personnel to enter the ruins now, so I'll hang up. When you come out, I'll throw a celebration banquet for you and Ma Jin. Ha ha ha, I'll treat you then. Hanging up the phone, Chen Chen felt a deep sense of emotion. In just half a year, that guy Ma Fei seemed to have shed his academic demeanor and transformed into a big shot thriving in the Demon Hunter Association. Truly, a person should be viewed differently after 3 days apart. In the northern suburbs of the Magic City, Chen Chen and his group gathered at a tavern with the exploration team hired at a high price by Ma Fei. You finally made it. We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. The one who stood up to greet them was a burly man with a full beard, the captain of the exploration team, Luo Ji. The entire exploration team consisted of 10 members, all fully armed and waiting for quite some time. Their spiritual power levels were around the 9th tier of bronze, and Captain Luo Ji had even reached the peak of bronze, just a step away from the silver realm. The team was well equipped, functioning as a mercenary group specifically for leveling up others. In Blue Star, many awakeners would get stuck at the highest tier of a certain realm and then use the restrictions of relics to help others level up. They would make a fortune through this method to exchange for the resources they needed later. These types of awakeners were referred to as professional fighters. In fact, professional fighters were often the lowest tier awakeners. They had average talent and backgrounds, so they could only serve others to make up for the resources needed to break through realms. In contrast, awakeners from prominent families didn't have to worry about such things, as they received a steady supply of magic crystals daily, and their martial skills were all high tier. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Chen Chen scratched his head a bit awkwardly, then boldly draped his arm over Luoji's shoulder. Brother Luo, it's fate that we're all gathered here. Since it's already this late, why not drink heartily? This round is on me. Ma Jin also thought this suggestion was excellent. Let's have the celebration feast early. Luoji was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter after a while. Alright, I couldn't ask for more. Generally speaking, when employers arrived and saw them drinking, they would likely be displeased. After all, drinking could lead to mistakes, which was a big taboo for professional fighters. But Chen Chen and Ma Jin went against the grain, inviting them to drink together without any airs of superiority. Soon, the group became one, talking about everything under the sun. Luoji and his teammates, slightly tipsy, shared stories about various bizarre employers, including a young master who needed to be carried into a relic, a young lady who fainted at the sight of demon blood, and even a lecher who wanted Luoji's wife to accompany him for a night. His wife, Zhao Yi, was right beside him, a sexy woman with big, wavy hair. Zhao Yi wasn't particularly beautiful, but her figure was stunning. Even in light armor, her towering curves and round, perky backside were incredibly eye-catching, making Chen Chen unable to resist stealing another glance. Your sister-in-law's figure is truly something else. After saying this, Chen Chen raised his glass to Luoji and Zhao Yi. His gaze held no ill intent, just natural and generous. God gave us a pair of clear eyes, and we should use them to appreciate beautiful things. As long as it's within reasonable bounds, there's no need to feel shy or awkward. Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Yi smiled slightly and clinked glasses with Chen Chen. Appropriate praise could even make the other person feel happy and confident. Damn it, these little brats think that just because they've thrown a few stinky coins our way, they can treat us like cattle. Damn! Luoji vented his dissatisfaction while clinking glasses with Chen Chen. Sigh, we just have bad luck, our talent is only E rank. If I had C rank or above talent, I would have broken through to the golden realm long ago. By the way, little brother, what's your talent level? Me? Chen Chen said a bit awkwardly, F rank. F level. Lower than me? You're not joking with me, are you? Luoji found it hard to believe. In his impression, those who could afford to hire thugs were usually the talented young masters from prominent families. No one's money comes easily, even if a family has great power. They wouldn't waste resources on worthless awakeners. Take the Shin family, for example. Although they are not one of the 4 great families of Magic City, they still have a bit of a reputation. If Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi had decent talents, they would have long invested heavily in their training, without needing to rely on Ma Jin. Brother Luo, I'm just here to make up the numbers. Shin Shin pointed at Ma Jin beside him. He is your boss, with C-level talent. In Blue Star, the probability of awakening E-level talent is over 50%, which is considered average. F-level is 10%, D-level is 30%, and together they cover 90% of the population. Awakening C-level talent means surpassing over 90% of awakeners and 99.9% of humanity. So, without a doubt, C-level Ma Jin and Li Zihan are high-tier talents. Oh, I see. No problem. It's all the same to us. As long as you pay, I'll do the work, ha ha ha. Upon hearing that Chen Chen was actually an F-level demon hunter, Luoji immediately empathized and even started arranging future work for him. Little brother, listen to me. Once you reach the 9th level of bronze, don't try to go higher. Stick with me as a thug, and when there's a job, I'll save you a spot. Thanks a lot. Chen Chen smiled faintly, not refusing. After all, more friends mean more paths. As Chen Chen chatted happily with Luoji, Shin Yoshi was clutching his shirt hem, shrinking behind him and saying nothing, seemingly very uncomfortable in this environment. The tavern was a mix of people, filled with the pungent smell of alcohol, and there were loud voices everywhere. This kind of noise was undoubtedly a torment for Shin Yoshi, who was in a timid state. On the other hand, Shin Yuyen had already infiltrated the enemy camp, drinking heartily with a group of professional thugs. We won't go back until we're drunk tonight. If Chen Chen remembered correctly, this was already her 8th cup. The cups used in the tavern were like small barrels. With Chen Chen's drinking capacity, he could manage at most 3 cups, any more and he would be sick. He never expected that Shin Yuyen would have such a capability. Beneath her cold and reserved exterior, there was such a wild and passionate side. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Chen Chen felt a stirring in his heart towards the 2 sisters beyond mere friendship. He looked at the carefree Shin Yuyen and then at the timid Shin Yoshi. One was stunning enough to make him want to dance with her, while the other was so adorable that he wished he could tuck her away in his pocket. Maybe it was the influence of the alcohol, but a restless feeling stirred within Chen Chen. To be honest, the pair of sisters, Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi, had given him too many surprises. From the very beginning, Yoshi's explosive reveal had made Chen think that this seemingly harmless little girl had been captured. Later, he learned that Yoshi had directly dealt a fatal blow to her opponent. He had been at the academy for so long and hadn't seen Lutingting. He didn't know where she was now, perhaps in some sanatorium. He didn't know if she was healing from internal or external injuries, or if her mental state was normal or not. Shin Yuyan gave Chen a different impression. She wasn't as abrupt as Yoshi, but there was contrast everywhere. Clearly a cold beauty, yet her online name was Flower Blooms with Wealth. Clearly a high cold goddess, yet her cooking was better than that of a housewife. Her words were sharp and biting, yet her heart was soft and delicate. Suddenly, a thought surged in Chen's mind. On the Blue Star, due to the close cooperative relationship between demon hunters and spirit warriors, they basically all develop into couples or spouses. Pure friendship can be said to exist, but it is rare. If one were to say that they wanted to develop a romantic relationship with one of them in the future, should they choose Shin Yuyan or Shin Yoshi? If Chen chose one of them, it would surely be a lifelong torment for the other. After the revelry, night had already fallen. However, the exploration team's pace did not stop, and they directly set off to the entrance of the ruins. In fact, Chen had a selfish motive for inviting Luigi and the others to drink. Because at night, Shin Yoshi's night attribute would double. After all, the ruins were a random otherworld, and no one knew what the situation inside would be like. Naturally, Chen could not rely entirely on Luigi and the others. However, although everyone was slightly tipsy, as soon as they saw the ruins, the team members immediately got into position. They were professionals at leveling up with others, and they were also professionals at drinking. This little bit of alcohol would not affect their combat effectiveness. For seasoned fighters, having a little drink before entering the ruins could even help them perform better. The portal was not too hidden, located in a farmer's wine cellar. This cellar hasn't been managed for over a decade. We stumbled upon it by chance, said the leading farmer. Places like wine cellars are generally not entered by anyone, so we couldn't be sure when the ruins were generated. However, it could be confirmed that the ruins would not exist for more than 20 years. Let's go. Let's take a look inside. Luigi's expression was serious as he took the lead, exuding the aura of a battlefield veteran. Once inside the ruins, the exploration team immediately formed a formation and entered a state of readiness. Chen and his group were surrounded in the center, comfortably playing the role of the benefactor. What came into view was an endless expanse of sand dunes. Under the moonlight, the silver sheen seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, rippling subtly. The soft sensation underfoot still carried the warmth of the midday sun. This drink we had was quite timely. Luigi gave Chen a thumbs up. No one expected that this time the world of the ruins would actually be a desert. In such an environment, even if they entered the other world in the afternoon, they could not avoid the fate of being scorched by the blazing sun. Chen's seemingly impulsive decision inadvertently allowed the entire exploration team to escape a calamity. Senior Chen, the desert at night is so beautiful. Shin Yoshi looked up at the clear, transparent sky above. The stars in the desert seemed brighter than anywhere else, as if they were within reach, yet too distant to touch. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up fine grains of sand. Desolate and silent. It is beautiful, but the hidden dangers are even more deadly. Chen reminded everyone not to celebrate too early. These vast sand dunes could have demon seeds appearing at any moment. Moreover, the desert environment was extremely harsh. Although it was much better at night and the climatic pressure was not as great, the demon seeds that survived in the desert were often very resilient. Hey, no need to be so tense, trust us, we are professionals. Luigi patted Chen's shoulder, signaling him to relax a bit. Soon, everyone in the exploration team entered a fusion state, equipping their spirit weapons and starting to walk deeper into the desert. Chen and Majin also entered the fusion state. This would reduce the targets for the demon seeds attacks, especially for Chen, who had formed an eternal contract with Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi. The three lives were bound together. If one died, all three would be in danger, so they should definitely enter the fusion state. I didn't expect such beautiful two girls to be G-class spirit warriors. What a pity, such a pity. Logitech looked at Chen's dull fire stick and tattered cloak, unable to help but sigh. Perhaps it's fate playing tricks on us. Chen smiled lightly. The dual spirit martial system had a transformation function, and since Chen had set the initial appearance, no matter how the spirit martial forms of Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi awakened, what others saw were just the fire stick and the tattered cloak. This included the angelic wings behind Chen, which they could not see. Only Chen and the two sisters, as well as the demon species in the ruins, could see their true forms. The group moved cautiously, and before long, they spotted a campfire beneath a sand dune. From a distance, it looked like a few fish-headed creatures were roasting something to eat. They had long limbs, and the entire fish head served as their body. How can there be fish people in the desert? The experienced Logitech immediately recognized this type of demon species. There weren't many, only a dozen or so. However, this puzzled Logitech. Amphibious fish people typically appeared in swamps or lowlands, so how could they survive in the desert? Desert fish people. Rarity, E, spirit power level, bronze tier 5. Description: fish people living in the desert, able to breathe freely in sand and even traverse sand dunes as if they were oceans, skilled in ambush as assassin-type demon species. Remaining lifespan, 500 years. The first wave of demon species was already at bronze tier 5, indicating that the strength of this ruin was not low. It's the desert fish people. They can burrow into the sand and ambush, so be careful, Shin Shen reminded immediately after checking the attributes of the demon species through the system. At the same time, Zhou Guang, responsible for ranged attacks, had already drawn his bowstring. His spirit weapon was called the Silver Moon Bow, which, after shooting an arrow, could automatically generate 2 splitting arrows. Although they only dealt 30% of the main arrow's damage, they would automatically target the enemy. 3 arrows fell towards the position of the fish people, but they seemed very alert. The moment the arrows landed, they directly burrowed into the sand dune and disappeared. Brother, have you seen this type of demon species before? Logitech was somewhat shocked to see that Chen Shen had completely described the characteristics of the demon species. After all, even for them, these scientifically unexplainable demon species were a first encounter. There are detailed descriptions of desert fish people in the demon species catalog at the Academy Library, Chen Shen casually explained. Although the ruined civilization had developed for thousands of years on Blue Star, and there were many detailed records about demon species in books, it was hard to find documentation on anti-human creatures like the desert fish people. However, Chen Shen's words made Ma Zhen beside him feel greatly enlightened. Is this the gap? Zihan, it seems I need to burn the midnight oil and read more demon species catalogs to catch up with Brother Chen. Yes, we need to work hard too. Their admiration for Chen Shen grew even more. Immediately take defensive positions. After understanding the characteristics of the desert fish people, Logitech chose not to continue the attack but instructed the exploration team to stand closely together, relying on each other for defense. The fish people that had been attacked had all burrowed into the sand dunes and were now swimming towards them. Defensive stance. The team leader Logitech's spirit weapon was a massive steel shield. Once he entered a defensive stance, a honeycomb-shaped protective shield immediately formed, enveloping him, Chen Shen, and Ma Zhen behind him. Don't worry, with me here, these demon species can't harm you at all. Logitech was a peak bronze-tier demon hunter, and the steel shield in his hand was like his wife, with his spirit power also reaching peak bronze. His defensive shield was specifically designed to protect the boss. As a professional mercenary team, while it was certainly important to feed the demon species to the boss, the most crucial aspect was how to ensure the boss's safety. This will always be the top priority. With Logitech's protective shield in place, Chen Shen and Ma Zhen felt very reassured. It was enough to prove the professionalism of the Logitech team. While Logitech was protecting the boss, the 4 demon hunters outside were already prepared to defend. They were, respectively, the archer Zhou Guang, the physician Lu Xing, the gunner Zhao Wu, and the dual wielder Niu Dali. Chen Shen could barely recall their names, but Xin Yuyan was quite familiar with these guys. Zhou Guang is hot-tempered, Lu Xing seems simple but is actually very shrewd, Zhao Wu is stingy but loyal, and Niu Dali is a sycophant, Xin Yuyan whispered in Chen Shen's ear. Not only did she know their names, but she was also well aware of their personalities. Wow, you're that impressive, Yuyan? Just from one drink, you've dissected their personalities? Well, why do you think I drank with them? Ah, I thought you just liked to drink. Shun Yuyan. Yuyan, since we have nothing to do right now, how about you analyze me? What kind of person am I in your eyes? Shen Shen was very curious about how he appeared to Xin Yuyan. A lecherous gambler. Haha, Xin Yuyan almost burst out laughing. No, that evaluation is a bit biased, Shen Shen protested. Don't explain. You think I don't understand what Gu Qingning said to Yoshi? Shen, you're quite the player. Shen Shen was momentarily speechless. However, he didn't know that in Xin Yuyan's heart, he was a meticulous thinker and decisive in action. He did have quite a few bad habits, but they only added to his charm. The term charm rarely appeared in Xin Yuyan's mind, as she believed all men in the world were the same. Only certain details about Chen Shen made her feel he was different. Just as Chen Shen was chatting with the 2 sisters, the little fishmen that had just infiltrated the sand dunes launched a surprise attack. They suddenly leaped out from the sand beneath their feet, their fishbone knives aimed straight at the demon hunters' chests. Such an unpredictable ambush method could catch even the most experienced demon hunters off guard. but Logitech's exploration team was already on guard. With Chen Chen's warning, physician Lu Xing pressed his ear to the surface of the sand dune, using the underground movements to determine the positions of the little fishmen. Immediately, as the little fishmen broke through the sand to attack, they launched a counterattack. When the ambush was anticipated, it turned into a lineup for beheading. The little fishmen were caught completely off guard and suffered heavy blows as soon as they showed their heads. Dual-wielder Neo Dali attempted to sever the limbs of the demon species, preparing to feed the boss. However, unfortunately, even without limbs, the little fishmen could still dive into the sand after making contact with the dune. The vast desert beneath their feet was like an ocean to the little fishmen. Once they touched the sand, they could disappear without a trace. Even after losing their limbs, the little fishmen could still leap out of the sand dune and attack again using their sharp fish teeth. After several encounters, although the exploration team consisted of bronze level 9 demon hunters, they failed to capture any of the demon species. Instead, they were repeatedly ambushed and injured by the little fishmen. After all, the exploration team's mission was not to kill the little fishmen but to capture them alive. However, the little fishmen in the desert were as elusive as loaches in the fields, making it impossible for anyone to take action. These guys aren't suitable for feeding the boss, just kill them. Seeing that the situation was untenable, Logitech had no choice but to order the team members to eliminate the little fishmen. Feeding referred to a term in the underworld, meaning to incapacitate the demon species and present them to the boss for killing and extracting the magic crystal. After all, according to the rules of the ruins, magic crystals cannot be taken out of the ruins or transferred to others. They can only be extracted by the one who kills the creature. The team members, under orders, no longer held back, and soon a dozen small fishmen were killed. After all, this was a fully equipped exploration team at the bronze 9th rank, and without restrictions, killing creatures of this level was quite simple. What a pity, these are all bronze 5th rank creatures, Luoji said as the first wave of creatures was completely eliminated, withdrawing from a defensive stance. The ground was littered with the corpses of small fishmen, but Chen Chen and Ma Zhen were unable to extract anything, which meant their efforts were in vain. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Sorry, these creatures are just too cunning. The team's losses are too great. If we drag this out any longer, it might affect the subsequent exploration. Gunner Zhao was skewered a small fishman and walked over to Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. I only caught one alive. Who wants to kill it? Let Xiao Ma do it. Chen Chen decisively stepped back. After all, Ma Zhen was the boss of the fighters, and he was just a freeloader. Then I won't be polite. Ma Zhen punched the small fishman on the head. His spirit weapon, Li Zihan, was a pair of armor. Although the small fishman was pierced through the chest by Zhao Wu's spear and was battered and unable to move, even so, Ma Zhen, with only bronze 2nd rank spirit power, still unleashed 4 or 5 punches before the small fishman finally died. The recent battle had caused varying degrees of injury to the exploration team, and they could only rest in place, waiting for the healer Lu Xing to restore everyone's condition before continuing. However, Ma Zhen was quite lucky. Even though he only killed one creature, he successfully extracted 5 magic crystals. Not bad. Xiao Ma, your performance has directly multiplied our gains by 10 times. Awesome, this wave is not a loss, haha. It's better to have the boss's luck than to feed well. Ma Zhen's incredible luck added some vitality to the exploration team, which had faced a rough start. After a brief rest, everyone set off again. As the exploration team delved deeper, they encountered 3 more waves of desert fishmen. Each wave had more creatures than the last, but they were mostly killed off by the exploration team, with Ma Zhen and Chen Chen each only managing to kill 5 small fishmen. Ma Zhen's luck wasn't as good this time. Out of the 5 small fishmen, he didn't extract a single hair. Chen Chen's situation was completely different. Congratulations, host, for killing a desert fishman. You have gained 5 years of life. Congratulations, host, for killing a desert fishman. You have gained 5 years of life. Congratulations, host, for killing a desert fishman. You have gained 5 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 32 years. First, from the 5 small fishmen, Chen Chen collected a hefty 25 years of life. Although he didn't extract any magic crystals, he did receive an F-level martial skill. Wall passing technique, E-level. Enter a spirit state for 3 seconds, during which you can ignore collisions with conventional objects. CD, 20 seconds. The moment Chen Chen obtained the item, the greedy pot shrouded in mist reappeared. Master, the alchemical base for the wall passing technique is 5 years of life. Are you willing to pay? Yes. Lifespan minus 5 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 27 years. Generous master, I am very pleased to serve you. As the smile on the greedy pot's face grew increasingly brazen, the alchemical array around it began to glow with an eerie light. Congratulations, master, you have received double the alchemy. After a flash of lightning and thunder, the greedy pot spat out 2 copies of the wall-passing technique. Master, would you like to continue? Step back. Of course, Chen Chen didn't have 10 times the lifespan to continue alchemy and could only reluctantly give up. However, the double reward had already made him very satisfied. The appearance and disappearance of the pot of greed were effects of Chen Chen's martial arts, completely invisible to those around him. Lucky me, I just got a martial arts technique. Chen Chen directly cultivated a wall-passing technique and then handed another book to Ma Jin. Little Ma, I think this martial arts technique suits you better, take it. After all, this ruin was prepared for Ma Jin by Ma Fei, and besides being grateful, Chen Chen genuinely believed in this kid Ma Jin. An E-grade martial arts technique is worth about 50 magic crystal stones. That's not a small sum. Brother Chen, this won't do. Ma Jin refused Chen Chen's kindness. Although the exploration team's efficiency in sharing rewards was low, he couldn't just take Chen Chen's spoils because of that. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of inviting Chen Chen into the ruins. This went against Ma Jin's original intention, so he absolutely couldn't do it. I told you to take it, just take it. At worst, you can give me a few more magic seeds later, Chen Chen insisted, forcibly stuffing the martial arts technique into Ma Jin's arms. Well, okay then. Ma Jin accepted the martial arts technique with a grateful expression. In his heart, he had long regarded Chen Chen as a master, and seeing Chen Chen so sincere, he couldn't refuse any longer. I'm really sorry. Luo Ji felt a bit embarrassed seeing the two of them decline the spoils. We are fated to meet, and if the magic seeds we encounter later are still those damned little fishmen, we'll let you pass through this ruin for free, no charge. Brother Luo, how can we accept that? Ma Jin felt even more guilty. Ruins appear randomly, and this desert little fishman couldn't be fed by anyone. Luo Ji and the others had already tried their best, and it wasn't their fault, everyone just had bad luck. It's fine, being able to teach friends like you, I think this job is very worthwhile. Luo Ji was also a person of sentiment, valuing feelings over profit. The few of them exchanged smiles, understanding each other's intentions. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Communication between men requires no words, just a glance is enough. Perhaps heaven favored them, and the exploration team's nightmare finally came to an end. In a desolate abandoned palace, they encountered new magic seeds. Wow! Finally not those damned little fishmen. Luo Ji couldn't help but curse. Under the moonlight, a group of mummified corpses wrapped in bandages wandered in the abandoned palace. In the center of the palace, a golden coffin floated strangely in mid-air. This should be the final challenge of the ruins. Chen Chen immediately recognized the magic seed sleeping inside the coffin, likely the boss of the ruins. Mummy. Rarity, F. Spirit power level, bronze level 7. Description, a magic seed with extremely high defense, though it moves slowly. The bandages on its body are very resilient, making it hard to break free once entangled. However, while entangling its opponent, the bandages wrapping itself will also decrease, significantly lowering its defense. Remaining lifespan, 2,000 years. These corpses are a group of bronze level 7 mummies, control-type defensive magic seeds, nothing special. Although Chen Chen said this, he was already overjoyed inside. This bronze level 7 magic seed actually had a lifespan of 2,000 years. It seems that the lifespan of magic seeds is not entirely dependent on their spirit power level, it also relates to their type. These mummies were practically tailor-made for Chen Chen. Who wouldn't be dazzled by such a lifespan? It's a pity that Chen Chen didn't want to expose his own strength and couldn't take the stage himself. It was truly a shame. Brothers, be careful, don't get close to the coffin, deal with these small monsters around first. Seeing that the area was filled with slow-moving mummies, Luo Ji personally joined the battle. According to his experience, getting too close to the coffin is likely to awaken the boss demon seed inside, so it is essential to keep a distance from the coffin hovering in midair. The current priority is to clear out these mummies. After being disgusted by the little fishmen for a long time, he can finally feed the boss properly. Although mummies have tough skin and thick flesh, with vitality and defense far exceeding that of demon seeds of the same realm, they are clumsy. When they move, they are like wooden dummies. One just needs to be careful not to get entangled in their bandages. Each time a mummy is attacked, its bandages decrease. This is also why their defense is so high, as these bandages absorb most of the damage for them. Although it requires a bit more effort, they are much easier to deal with than the cunning little fishmen. With the cooperation of Logitech and the others, one by one, the severely injured corpses were thrown in front of Chen Chen and Ma Jin. Their bandages were all gone, and some even had their hands and feet chopped off, completely losing their ability to move. This is textbook feeding. It's not that Logitech and the others are incapable, it's mainly that the little fishmen are too hard to catch. Shengu, it's your turn. Majin had just taken Chen Chen's martial skill and promised to share more of the demon seeds with Chen Chen later, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Okay. Seeing the 2,000-year-old mummy, Chen Chen's eyes turned green. Congratulations to the host for killing a mummy, gaining 20 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing a mummy, gaining 20 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing a mummy, gaining 20 years of life. Watching his lifespan rise rapidly, Chen Chen's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. There were probably over 100 mummies around the entire abandoned palace. To make up for their previous mistakes, Logitech's exploration team displayed extremely professional qualities, not wasting a single demon seed, all fed to Chen Chen and Majin. However, mummies are very tough demon seeds, which kept Logitech's team busy for most of the night, and they only managed to kill over 80 mummies. We can't go on like this. Let's retreat. We've used up all our supplies and elixirs. Reluctantly, Logitech had to announce the retreat. The group found a sand dune and decided to rest for a while. Fortunately, the mummy demon seeds not only move slowly but also have very low intelligence, so they did not follow them. It was already past 4 a.m. The night was about to end. A golden halo was already rising on the desert horizon. The sun was about to rise. Log, I suggest you just kill the mummies behind us, Chen Chen said with a serious expression, looking at the desert horizon. Everyone has used up their supplies. If we continue at this slow pace, we might drag it into the daytime, and when the sun rises, things will get troublesome. Little brother, you make a good point. Logitech agreed with Chen Chen's plan, as fighting the boss after the sun rises would significantly increase the difficulty. In the desert, once the temperature rises, it can be deadly. Xiaoma, what do you think? However, before implementing the plan, Logitech still sought Majin's opinion. After all, he was the one truly spending the money. I'll follow whatever Chen Gu says. Majin had no objections. He had just extracted over 50 magic crystals from the corpses of more than 30 mummies, which was a decent haul. Chen Chen naturally had no need to say much. From 50 mummies, he directly gained 1,000 years of life and over 280 magic crystals. However, to avoid raising suspicions from others, Chen Chen falsely claimed he had only extracted over 80 crystals. The magic crystals didn't matter much, it was mainly the 1,000 years of life that made Chen Chen very satisfied. This time, the relic exploration had yielded an incredible amount. While the exploration team was recovering, Chen Chen was using life deduction to enhance himself. Although the entire relic exploration was going very smoothly, the smoother things went, the more vigilant one should remain. This 1,000-year lifespan was crucial, and Chen Chen had to make good use of it. Injecting lifespan for talent fury, E-level. 10 years, your spiritual vein is growing, but the speed is extremely slow. 50 years, the spiritual vein finally shows some signs of change. 120 years, spiritual light surrounds you, your spiritual vein is not far from transformation. 300 years, hard work pays off, after your continuous efforts, the talent finally awakens. The process of life deduction was similar to what Chen Chen had anticipated. The higher the talent level, the more lifespan was required. Cases like Yoshi, who awakened from G-level to D-level in just a few decades, were merely exceptions. Fury, E-level, Blood Chi awakening, D-level physical lifesteal plus 5% 5%, attack speed plus 30% 40%, movement speed plus 30% 40%, new, attacks cause a bleeding effect on enemies for 10 seconds, dealing 5% damage per layer, stacking up to 10 layers. Remaining lifespan, 727 years. It took a full 300 years just to awaken from E-level talent to D-level talent. The next stage would definitely require more, and it was very likely that 700 years would not be enough. Therefore, Chen Chen gave up on further enhancing his talent and allocated his lifespan to martial skills that were easier to advance. Lifespan minus 182 years. Dash, F level, E level, D level, C level. Wrap the power of the gale around your legs, increasing movement speed by 30%, 50%, 70%, 100% for 10 seconds, CD, 120 seconds. Lifespan minus 54 years. Vacuum palm, F level, E level, D level, C level. Create a vacuum in the palm, causing suction. New, upon hitting an enemy, deal 50%, 100%, 150% damage, with an additional 10%, 20%, 30% armor breaking effect, lasting 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Lifespan minus 80 years. Charged strike, E level, D level, C level. Charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual power in the spiritual weapon, dealing 250%, 300%, 350% explosive damage. For each additional second of charge, deal an extra 50%, 60%, 70% damage, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Lifespan minus 101 years. Wall passing technique, E level, D level, C level. Enter a spiritual state for 3-4-5 seconds, during which you can ignore collisions with regular objects. New, spiritual body passes through living beings, dealing 100% to 0% attack damage. CD, 20 seconds. Remaining lifespan, 310 years. After consuming 417 years of lifespan, Qinshen advanced all the martial skills he had learned to C level. Although his overall strength had made a qualitative leap, Qinshen felt regret that none of the martial skills had soared to S level like greed. It seemed that the success rate of martial skill advancement was greatly related to one's compatibility. As for the magic crystals he obtained, Qinshen evenly distributed 200 of them to Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi. Congratulations, host, your spiritual weapons Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi have broken through to bronze tier 1. Congratulations, host, your spiritual weapons Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi have broken through to bronze tier 2. Congratulations, host, your spiritual weapons Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi have broken through to bronze tier 3. Although the D-level Night Kai was much stronger in attributes compared to the F-level Silver Spear, Qinshen had promised them that future resources would absolutely not favor any one side, and he would never go back on his word. On the other hand, after resting for half an hour, the exploration team quickly cleared away the remaining mummies. Now, within the entire ruins, only the coffin floating in mid-air remained. Xiaowu, Dilly, you two go ahead and check the situation. Luoji instructed the two to take the lead, actively moving closer to the coffin's position. The archer Zhou Guang and the healer Lu Xing provided support from the back, while Luoji himself stood beside Qinshen and Ma Jin, ready to offer protection at any moment. Even though this was the final stage of the entire ruins, Luoji and the others remained vigilant, always prioritizing the safety of Qinshen and Ma Jin. This was the professional quality of a skilled team. Crack! As Zhao Wu and Niu Dili approached step by step, the coffin floating in midair suddenly opened. Ha! How is this possible? Inside, there's actually nothing? What no one expected was that the coffin not only lacked a sleeping boss but was completely empty. Nothing at all. Immediately after, a spatial vortex, symbolizing a successful clearance, appeared. Golden treasure chests fell at everyone's feet. Is it cleared? Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Although it was hard to believe, the treasure chests and spatial vortex had appeared, so the ruins must have been cleared without a doubt. However, Qinshen felt something was off and remained highly alert. He took a bun from his spatial ring and threw it towards the nearby spatial vortex. The bun, upon contact with the vortex, was not sucked in but bounced back out. It was clear that this portal was fake. The real ruins boss must be hidden nearby and had not been defeated. TCH, I thought this coffin had some powerful boss, but it turns out we cleared it so confusingly. Sigh, another boss reward lost, what a pity. Damn, this ruins is really strange. The earlier murlocs were hard to catch, and the final boss turned out to be a blunder. After saying this, Luoji and the others were about to open the treasure chests in front of them. Wait, something seems off. I think everyone should be more cautious, watch out for traps. Qinshen's warning came just a bit too late. Before he finished speaking, everyone had already opened their treasure chests. Empty? What the hell? Why are the clearance treasure chests in this ruins also empty? No boss is one thing, but no treasure chests either? Nothing at all. What's the point of having a treasure chest? Is this ruins playing us? However, the traps Qinshen had anticipated did not appear. Instead, after Luoji and Ma Jin opened the treasure chests, they found them completely empty. Just like the coffin floating in mid-air, there was nothing inside. This infuriated Luoji and the others, who began cursing at the air. Due to the presence of the murlocs, their efficiency in feeding had been very low, causing Ma Jin and Qinshen to waste a lot of resources. If there were no boss and no clearance treasure chests, it would be very difficult for them to explain to their employer upon returning, and they would likely have most of their commission deducted. After all, Ma Jin and Qinshen's gains were very limited. Although Qinshen had obtained a lot of lifespan and magic crystals, on the surface, what he had was even less than Ma Jin's. Don't worry, the boss you want will appear soon, Qinshen shrugged helplessly. At this moment, only the 3 treasure chests in front of him remained unopened. Although Qinshen was temporarily unclear about what was happening, he already knew that the entire exploration team, except for him, had fallen into the trap of the magic seed. Ha! Luoji looked bewildered, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just as everyone was still pondering the meaning of Qinshen's words, the fake portal began to stir. Crack! 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 Cracks began to appear around the portal, constantly emitting sounds like glass being shattered by heavy objects. Do you want to defeat me? First, defeat yourselves. Immediately after, a strange voice echoed. From each crack generated by the portal, a clone identical to each team member emerged. Shield Guardian Luoji, Archer Zhou Guang, Healer Lu Xing, Gunner Zhao Wu, Dual Dagger User Niu Dali, and the Financier Ma Jin. And all of their spiritual weapons were replicated as well. At this moment, Chen Chen finally saw the true nature of the fake portal. Replication Mirror. Rarity, B. Spirit Power Level, Silver Tier 5. Description: a mirror with cloning abilities. As long as you open its treasure chest, your genetic sequence will be copied. Remaining lifespan, 15,000 years. Since Chen Chen did not open the treasure chest, there was no trace of him among the clones. This is truly unexpected. Luoji lamented, slapping his forehead. He never imagined that the spatial vortex leading to Blue Star was fake, nor did he expect that the opponent was the boss of the entire ruins. Although the boss they had been thinking about appeared, given the current situation, the entire exploration team had fallen into the trap of the demonic species and was in a very passive position. Good news, there's still one person among us who hasn't fallen for it. Bad news, that person is me. Ha 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 ha. At this point, to lighten the mood, Chen Chen made a self-deprecating joke. Because in everyone's eyes, the weakest in the team was undoubtedly Chen Chen, who had a low level, poor talent, and wore 2 G-grade spiritual weapons. It seemed that even if this boss replicated Chen Chen, it would be useless. But in fact, it was fortunate that Chen Chen saw through the mechanism of the demonic species. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The current Chen Chen was not weak at all. In fact, he was even stronger than any member of the exploration team. Bro, your joke is really cold. Luoji urged everyone to get their spirits up and prepare to fight. At this point, there's no turning back. It's just a bunch of clones. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, no one knows us better than ourselves. Healer Lu Xing had a flash of inspiration in his mind, seemingly finding a way to defeat the boss. Luoji was also inspired by Lu Xing's words and immediately commanded the exploration team to engage in battle. First, Luoji instructed Archer Zhou Guang to hold back the clone of Luoji. As Zhou Guang's rain of arrows was unleashed, the clone Shield Guardian entered a defensive stance to block ranged attacks for the other clones. Meanwhile, Luoji himself used a taunt technique to force the clone Dual Dagger user and the clone gunner to attack him. After attracting all the frontline clones, Niu Dali and Zhao Wu immediately cut in to take down the rear clones, the archer and the healer. Without the ranged output and healing from the backline, the remaining clones were left with little strength. They were easily taken down in a 5v3 situation. As for the clone Ma Jin, to be honest, Chen Chen didn't even see clearly. At some point, he was taken down by the exploration team's unknown AoE. It seemed that the strength of the clones was proportional to the copied genetic sequence. Ma Jin's current strength was indeed not on the same level as a professional fighter. After eliminating all the clones, everyone began to unleash a frenzied attack on the boss. Do you want to defeat me? First, defeat yourselves. But after only reducing the boss's health by a third, the replication mirror shattered again. From the spatial cracks, all the clones were summoned once more. Damn! Is this boss ever going to end? Captain, what do we do now? What else can we do? Let's do it again according to the previous plan. With no other choice, Logitech and the others had to give up on killing the boss and continue attacking the clones. Although these clones were quite foolish, the exploration team's movements were much slower compared to the first round of hunting. After all, their stamina and spiritual energy were being consumed heavily. This situation was to be expected. After wiping out the clones, everyone was exhausted, and since they had already consumed all their supply potions earlier, the team's condition could not be restored. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, that damned boss will summon more clones. Even though the exploration team had very little spiritual energy left at this moment, they still launched an attack on the boss. If they didn't take advantage of this moment to attack, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Even though the current situation was grim, Logitech and the others could only grit their teeth and press on. With the exploration team's efforts, the health limit of the replica mirror finally dropped to the last third. But despairingly, those damned clones appeared again. Do you want to defeat me? First, defeat yourselves. No way? They're back? Damn, I really can't take it anymore. If I had known, I wouldn't have picked up that box. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a mess. It's useless to say anything now. Let's keep fighting. This should be the last wave of clones. As long as we get through this, we can clear the ruins. Seeing the clones appear again, Logitech's exploration team fell into panic. At this moment, their spiritual energy was completely depleted. They could no longer perform any martial arts. In such a situation, the healer Lu Xing was unable to provide any assistance to the team. He even disengaged from his fusion state with the spirit weapon and took out crossbow arrows from the spatial ring to assist in the battle from the back. Without the support of spiritual energy, even the best battle plan could not be implemented effectively. The current situation of the exploration team was extremely dire, as they were being pushed back by the fully energized clones, unable to fight back at all. Faced with this situation, Majin and Chen Shen, who had been watching from the back, could only feel anxious and were of no help. Due to the first half of the ruins exploration not going smoothly, Majin and Li Zihan's current spiritual energy level was only at the second stage of bronze. They wanted to help, but they simply didn't have the strength. Even if they bravely charged out, it would only increase the burden on Logitech and the others. It would purely be counterproductive. Chen Shen also just watched from the back and did not lend a hand. Even though the system had the spirit weapon transformation function, others could not see Ikai and the silver spear, only the firewood stick and the tattered cloak. However, once they entered combat mode, it would definitely be noticed by others. Fortunately, the exploration team led by Logitech was very resilient. In the constant tug-of-war with the clones, even if they only recovered a tiny bit of spiritual energy, Logitech seized this rare opportunity and, together with Neo Dali and Zhao Wu, killed the clone healer once again. Without healing and supplies, the combat power of the clones greatly diminished. Good. Well done, brothers, victory is within reach. After dealing with the most troublesome healer, Logitech and the others seemed to see the dawn of victory. However, to kill the clones in the backline, the exploration team also paid a considerable price. Not only were the team members battered and bruised, but healer Lu Xing's wife was also hit in the chest by an arrow from the archer clone while in human form, her life hanging by a thread. Damn it, my spiritual energy is all gone. Looking at his wife's increasingly weak vital signs, Lu Xing, as a healer, felt powerless. Wife, hold on. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer, and my abilities will recover. I can save you, don't close your eyes, think of our child. He is about to turn 18 and will awaken his talent, becoming an excellent demon hunter. I beg you, don't die, please. At this moment, Lu Xing didn't even have the spiritual power to stop his wife's bleeding. He could only watch helplessly as she drifted away from him. As a doctor, not being able to save the person he loved most was a profound sorrow. With the death of a member in the exploration team, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Even Majin, who had been watching from the back, clenched his fists tightly. If he were just a bit stronger, he could step up and contribute to the team instead of watching his teammates die before his eyes. In the face of this scene, Chen Shen appeared remarkably calm. As a former demon hunter who had once elevated his spiritual power to the Golden Realm, he had experienced such scenes countless times. This was the fate of the low-level thugs like Luigi. To lead and protect the benefactor meant that the risks for the entire exploration team would multiply. But for those like them, who had no background in average talent, becoming professional thugs seemed to be the only choice. Very few ordinary people could emerge from this stage. In utter despair, Lu Xing dropped the crossbow bolt in his hand, pulled out a long knife from his spatial ring, and charged angrily at the clones. At this moment, the fury of the entire exploration team was ignited, launching a reckless and desperate assault. There was no plan, no strategy, just a pure exchange of lives for lives. Although this fighting style was reckless and irrational, resulting in heavy casualties, it was effective. Luigi and the others defeated all the clones at the cost of half their lives. Unfortunately, the Dr. Lu Xing, who was at the forefront, lost his spiritual weapon and had to fight the magic creatures with ordinary weapons. At the moment all the clones were killed, he collapsed into a pool of blood, feeling a sense of relief. Quick, concentrate fire. We must take this opportunity to finish off the boss completely. Otherwise, everyone here will die. Without time to mourn their fallen comrades, Luigi immediately ordered everyone to attack the boss, who was in a vulnerable state. Let's go, Majin, we're going too. Chen Shen, worried that the exploration team would lack output without spiritual power, pulled Majin to charge forward together. Everyone worked together, using all their strength to continuously attack the replica mirror. Charged strike. Chen Shen seized the moment, his silver spear fully charged, and pierced through the boss's mirror surface. A sea-level charged strike, at maximum charge, could deal up to 700% damage, with an explosive effect. Congratulations, host, for killing the boss replica mirror, gaining 150 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 460 years. With everyone's combined efforts, Chen Shen ultimately secured the kill on the boss. In the chaos, no one noticed this, nor did anyone care. After all the resources dropped by the boss were magic crystals and items that could be taken out of the ruins. There was no need to fight over the kill and ownership. The shards of the replica mirror burst open, scattering across the ground. Each piece reflected the bloodied faces of the team members. As the boss's life faded, the shattered mirror pieces emitted dazzling fluorescence, transforming into a large pile of magic crystals. There were over 100 of them. In addition, there was a martial skill wrapped in a golden light column, along with various materials. Defeating a boss like the replica mirror, which possessed both strength and mechanism, would yield abundant resources. However, in the face of the rewards scattered on the ground, the exploration team showed no signs of joy. "Take it," Luigi expressionlessly picked up the magic crystals from the ground and placed them all in front of Maijin. According to the rules of the enforcers, the magic crystals that cannot be traded in the ruins belong to the boss. The magic crystals that can be traded all belong to the enforcer team. However, due to the failure of the Little Merman's feeding, Logitech gave all the magic crystals dropped by the boss to Maijin, as a way to compensate for the boss's loss. As for the other resources, he distributed them among the remaining team members. No, this is against the rules, I absolutely cannot accept it. Maijin naturally did not want to accept Logitech's goodwill, especially since there had been casualties among the team members. Under such circumstances, he felt even less inclined to take it. "Let this 100 magic crystals be a relocation fee for Brother Lu Xing," Logitech said, slightly taken aback. He looked at Maijin, then turned back to glance at the teammates who were still grieving. "Thank you on behalf of Lu Xing's family." Logitech and all the members of the exploration team bowed to Maijin, their eyes filled with gratitude. The enforcers at the bottom level, whose lives were often treated as insignificant, felt a warmth from Maijin's actions. With the boss replica mirror completely defeated by the exploration team, the True Ruins portal finally appeared before everyone. At the same time, a golden treasure chest for clearing the level also appeared. The difficulty of the ruins was not low, so there would definitely be no shortage of magic crystals inside. 20 magic crystals. I'm stronger than you, I'll take 22 magic crystals. Damn, why does this treasure chest always target me? Why do I only have 18? It's a luck issue, who told you to be so stingy usually? After clearing the ruins, everyone released their fusion state and opened the treasure chests in front of them. The treasure chests for clearing the level were calculated based on the number of people who cleared the ruins, so there were 3 in total at Chen Chen's feet. Among everyone, only Chen Chen did not release his fusion state with the spirit weapon and did not open the treasure chest. "What's wrong? Little brother, is this your first time seeing such a scene? Are you scared?" Seeing Chen Chen frozen in place, Logitech slowly walked up to him to comfort him. Following behind Logitech was his spirit weapon, Zhao. Chen Chen nodded, as if deep in thought. "We are all the lowest level awakeners, dying in the ruins is a very normal thing." Although it was Logitech's teammate who had died, he spoke in a gentle tone to comfort the dazed Chen Chen. The seemingly rough Logitech had a delicate heart. No wonder he could become the captain of the entire exploration team. Logitech placed a hand on Chen Chen's shoulder and changed the subject. "Even if it were you or me who died, it would still be very normal." Before his words fell, a dagger glinting with cold light pierced straight towards Chen Chen's chest. Clang! The sharp blade met Yoshi's night kai, producing a crisp sound. Logitech's pupils constricted as he looked at the dagger in disbelief, wondering why it couldn't even pierce through Chen Chen's ordinary sweatshirt. At that moment, Chen Chen was completely covered in the pitch-black night kai, holding a silver spear, with wings symbolizing light and darkness poised behind him. However, due to the spirit weapon's transformation function of the system, to the eyes of other awakeners, Chen Chen only appeared to have a tattered cloak and a firewood stick. Bear! Logitech's sneak attack not only failed but was also met with a backlash from Yoshi's black flames. At the same time, Chen Chen's silver spear was thrust forward, accurately aiming at Zhao beside Logitech. Ha, you little brat, who taught you to use a stick like that? You don't even have a spearhead, and you still want to stab someone? As a spirit weapon at the peak of the bronze level, Zhao knew that her lower abdomen had already been hit by Chen Chen's firewood stick, yet she didn't care at all, speaking with a teasing expression. Is that so? Who said you can't kill someone without a spearhead? Chen Chen smiled faintly. Then he gave Zhao a look, prompting her to check her own lower abdomen. Zhao followed Chen Chen's gaze, but unfortunately, her proud curves blocked her view. She couldn't see her own lower abdomen at all. In the end, it was the flowing blood that made Zhao feel a strange warmth. She reached out to touch it. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhao suddenly felt something was wrong. Her lower abdomen had indeed been pierced by the fire stick in Chen Chen's hand. Due to her own curves blocking her view, Zhao still couldn't comprehend how Chen Chen, a first-tier bronze demon hunter, could pierce her body with a G-class fire stick. After all, she was a peak bronze realm spiritual warrior. Even in her human state, her biological strength was extremely high. Although both Zhao Yi and Luo Ji were peak bronze realm awakeners, and Xin Yuyan was merely a bronze 3rd tier F-class spiritual warrior, the exploration team had just experienced a bloody battle with the boss, leaving them not only drained of spiritual power but also exhausted. This outcome had long been anticipated by Chen Chen. Seeing Zhao Yi severely injured, the members of the exploration team immediately entered a fusion state and surrounded Chen Chen. You guys really have no confidence in being human, choosing to act in such a situation. Chen Chen pulled the spear out of Zhao Yi's body and immediately retreated, creating distance from the others. The exploration team's supplies had been exhausted, and the medic Lu Xing had died in the battle with the boss. Now, with Zhao Yi's body pierced by Chen Chen, combined with the bleeding effect awakened by Chen Chen's D-class talent, if not treated in time, she would definitely not survive long. Moreover, during the retreat, Chen Chen also took the bewildered Ma Jin as his hostage. All of this was thanks to the exploration team's arrogance. They had never regarded Chen Chen as a qualified opponent, but rather as a fool to be toyed with. However, when you think the other party looks like a fool, you should be cautious, because you might just be the real fool. Yay! Sister, I won. I knew these guys were no good. They really made a move. Shin Yoshi said triumphantly. Alright, these guys were too deep in disguise. Shin Yoyan's tone was somewhat helpless, as if she hadn't expected Luo Ji and the others to actually attack them. I lost, Chen, you have to wash Yoshi's feet for a month. What the heck? Why should I wash Yoshi's feet just because you lost? Chen Chen looked confused. Because we bet on who would win, and the loser has to wash the winner's feet. Xin Yuyan said seriously, as if there was nothing wrong with this logic. Did you even ask for my opinion? You weren't there when we made the bet, so it wasn't convenient to ask you. Besides, if this good thing fell on you, you'd actually be overjoyed, don't deny it. This has nothing to do with whether I'm happy or not. You guys betting on me should at least ask for my opinion. That's the most basic respect between people. Chen Chen argued. Although he had long wanted to pinch Shin Yoshi's delicate little feet, that was beside the point. Brother Chen, what exactly is going on? Ma Jin looked at Chen Chen in confusion, not understanding why things had suddenly turned out this way. They had just been good friends sharing life and death. What had caused this sudden change? You might as well ask them what they want to do. Chen Chen did not answer Ma Jin but instead turned his gaze to Luo Ji and the others across from him. As Chen Chen's hostage, Ma Jin questioned Luo Ji, Brother Luo, what exactly happened? Why did you and sister attack Brother Chen? Can't we just sit down and talk things over? If it's a matter of, I can give you all the resources I have, just stop fighting, okay? The naive Ma Jin still thought that the conflict between Chen Chen and Luo Ji was due to Chen Chen, impressive, you've been playing the pig to eat the tiger, we underestimated you. Luo Ji looked at the blood hole in Zhao Yi's abdomen, which was clearly not something that could be caused by a first-tier bronze spirit power and a G-level spirit weapon. At this moment, he realized Chen Chen's true strength was far from what the intelligence had suggested. However, Zhao Yi was not really his wife, she was just a temporary contract spirit weapon partner. If she died, so be it, there was nothing to mourn. As for Chen Chen, even though he had been outsmarted, Luo Ji did not appear flustered. After all, to enter this bronze relic, Chen Chen's spirit power level was at most peak bronze. Luo Ji had a professional team, although they didn't have a doctor, they were enough to deal with a lone Chen Chen. Chen Chen, when did you see through our flaws? With the situation exposed, Luo Ji stopped pretending. Chen Chen smiled, you have too many flaws, I can't finish listing them all in a short time. Desert relic. Our plan is flawless, a young punk like you couldn't possibly see through it. Luo Ji still couldn't believe that Chen Chen had seen through their scheme, looking suspiciously at his teammates. Who leaked the information? Luo Ge, why are you looking at me? I've followed you for so many years, how could I betray you? We're all working for that lord, if we leak information, wouldn't that be seeking our own death? Right, Luo Ge, the urgent matter is to catch this kid Chen Chen. If he gets out alive, none of us will survive. The members of the exploration team immediately pledged their loyalty in front of Luo Ji. They had no reason or motive to turn against him. As for Ma Jin, he had been kept in the dark the entire time. Wait, could it be that little brat Ma Fei? Luo Ji thought for a moment and placed the source of the problem on Ma Fei. He initially thought that Ma Fei's phone call with Chen Chen had leaked something. Chen Chen remained silent, allowing Luo Ji to guess wildly. Chen Ge? What does this have to do with my brother? Ma Jin was getting more and more confused as Luo Ji mentioned his brother. It's simple, Gu Qingning wants to kill me, so she set up a trap using your brother to lure me into the relic to get rid of me. After all, making a move in the academy or city could easily attract the investigation of Vice Dean Lei or the security bureau. So, Ma Fei found Luo Ji's team, and you, who were completely unaware. In fact, long before, Chen Chen had already seen through the tricks of Ma Fei and Luo Ji's group. The only thing he was uncertain about was whether Ma Zhen was aware of it. But it seemed that Ma Zhen truly knew nothing and was just being used by Ma Fei. When Ma Zhen found him, Chen Chen had already kept a wary eye. Sometimes, the more well-meaning the contact, the more one should remain vigilant. Ma Zhen indeed regarded Chen Chen as an idol, and the people behind him were precisely using this to try to lure Chen Chen into their trap. He had a good relationship with Ma Fei back in the golden class, but how could someone who avoided you in your most difficult time possibly extend a helping hand now? Ma Fei had said on the phone that he had a big task recently, and after completing it, he might be promoted to a high position in the Demon Hunter Association. Chen Chen had long guessed what this big task was. It was about him. Good things don't just fall from the sky. Chen Chen naturally understood this principle. The reason he dared to follow Luo Ji and the others into the relic was to turn the tables and eliminate these guys. After all, killing a demon seed only grants 1% of its lifespan, but killing an awakened one who harbors killing intent towards oneself allows one to absorb 100% of their life, with additional benefits based on one's spiritual power level. So from the beginning, Chen Chen always regarded himself as a weakling, showing no signs of murderous intent. The highest level hunters often appear in the form of prey. Since the other party had already delivered their lifespan to Chen Chen, he naturally had no reason to refuse. In fact, Chen Chen had been waiting for Luo Ji and the others to make their move, but he didn't expect them to be so greedy, wanting Chen Chen's 3 completion treasure chests. They actually delayed until the very end before preparing to strike. Impossible, this can't be true. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. He even warned me to learn more from you before entering the ruins. The overwhelming information left Ma Zhen momentarily unable to react. Chen Chen patted Ma Zhen's shoulder and smiled. Look at you, how naive you are, still not understanding what's happening. How could I possibly fall for it using you as bait? Chen Chen's words made Ma Zhen shiver. Although he was reluctant to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. He was just a pawn in his brother's ascent up the power ladder. Ma Zhen, Chen Chen is right. We, along with your brother Ma Fei, are all working for the Hua family. Seeing that Chen Chen had figured everything out, Luo Ji decided to lay it all bare. The first family in Jinghai, the Hua family. Although you are just a student, you should understand the weight of that name. If we fail, you, I, and your brother will all die. Chen Chen, don't think that just because you've captured Ma Zhen, we won't dare to do anything to you. Let me be honest with you, even if Ma Zhen dies here today, we still have to take you down. Luo Ji wanted to use Ma Fei as leverage to make Ma Zhen understand the stakes involved. He saw that although Chen Chen was clever and decisive, he held Ma Zhen in high regard. If he could make Ma Zhen turn against Chen Chen, it might deal a heavy blow to him. Actually, I saw through the trap of the boss stage long ago. I intentionally waited until you were about to fall into it before reminding you, just to let the ruins boss wear down your team's strength. Chen Chen was deliberately provoking Luo Ji and the others to make them act first, so he could counter their moves. I didn't expect this boss to be quite powerful, directly taking out the most troublesome healer, Lu Xing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been your turn to sneak attack me with Zhao Yi just now. Once the boss is dead, I will have to ambush Lu Xing and take out your team's sustainability first. Chen Chen was not just talking nonsense. If Lu Xing hadn't died, he would have definitely taken the initiative. As soon as their fallen teammates were mentioned, Luo Ji and the others could no longer sit still. Get him! Capture this kid! Luo Ji guarded the ruins teleportation portal to prevent Chen Chen from escaping. He then instructed Niu Dali and Zhao Wu to flank him, preparing to capture Chen Chen alive. Meanwhile, the archer Zhou Guang drew his bowstring tight, ready to block Chen Chen's movements at any moment. Faced with the encirclement of the exploration team, Chen Chen remained calm and composed. Luo Ji's move at this moment was exactly what he wanted. First, the exploration team's spiritual power had not yet recovered. Each of them could at most unleash their martial skills once. Secondly, it was now 5:50, in another 10 minutes, the time would be defined as daytime. By then, Shin Yoshi and Yi Kai's double attributes would be gone. Therefore, Chen Chen had to resolve the situation quickly, ideally within 10 minutes. You little brat, stop struggling. Running into professional thugs like us is your bad luck. You should be hoping that the ruins boss kills us all, otherwise, you have no chance of surviving. The dual-wielding Niu Dali and the gunman Zhao Wu closed in from both sides. The two were warriors specifically responsible for breakthroughs in the exploration team, both at the 9th level of bronze in spiritual power. If they were at full power and in peak condition, Chen Chen would definitely not be able to defeat them alone. But in the current situation, Chen Chen didn't take the two of them seriously at all. Flowing fire slash. Continuous thrust. Niu Dali and Zhao Wu simultaneously unleashed their signature martial techniques, which were also the result of the little spiritual power they had just recovered. Flames enveloped the dual blades in Niu Dali's hands, mixed with a wave of scorching heat, exuding a fierce momentum. Zhao Wu, on the other hand, danced a flurry of spear flowers, the cold gleam piercing to the bone. The positioning and coordination of the two were extremely tacit, leaving no openings for Chen Chen. In Niu Dali and Zhao Wu's eyes, when they executed their techniques from this position, Chen Chen was already a corpse. Whoa! However, what the two never expected was that the seemingly tattered cloak behind Chen Chen suddenly billowed up, stirring a gust of strong wind. The G-level spiritual weapon, the shattering cloak, seemed to emanate a strange magical power. Chen Chen pushed Ma Jin aside and leaped into the air. Like a kuanpeng soaring through the sky, he shot straight up into the clouds. The reason Niu Dali and Zhao Wu believed their attacks had no openings and that Chen Chen had nowhere to escape was that they had never considered. This guy could actually fly. What the hell? Is this G-level spiritual weapon really that awesome? This broken cloak even has a flying function, and it's so fast? Is this really a G-level spiritual weapon? Niu Dali and Zhao Wu on the ground were stunned as they watched Chen Chen soar into the sky. They could never have dreamed that Chen Chen would evade their encirclement in such a manner. There was no way, under the system's spiritual weapon transformation, they could see the wings that were flapping behind Chen Chen. If the wings of the angel, symbolizing light, and the wings of the fallen angel, symbolizing darkness, had appeared before everyone, perhaps they would understand why Chen Chen could fly into the sky in an instant. By that time, maybe Logi and his group would revere Chen Chen as a deity, not daring to confront him. The Awakener Zhao, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a basic lifespan of 52 years, receiving a 100% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and additionally gains 52 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 564. As Chen Chen flew into the sky, Zhao, who had been pierced through the abdomen by him, had already perished, and Chen Chen gained another 99 years of lifespan. This level of lifespan absorption was already quite impressive. After all, he had only gained 150 years of lifespan after just killing the boss replica mirror. One could only say that all of this was thanks to the boss. Otherwise, Chen Chen wouldn't have been able to so easily kill an Awakener at the peak of the bronze level. Don't be deceived by the illusion before you. Chen Chen must have used some flying martial technique. That broken cloak is just a decoy. Logi felt no sadness over Zhao Yi's death. Instead, he calmly analyzed Chen Chen's abilities. He firmly believed that the fire stick and the broken cloak in Chen Chen's hands were both G-level spiritual weapons. Zhou Guang, shoot him. At this moment, although Chen Chen had flown to a high altitude, he was also exposed to the archer Zhou Guang's line of sight. Rain of arrows. Zhou Guang, who had long since drawn his bowstring to the limit, showed no hesitation and immediately shot a magical arrow. The rapidly flying arrow emitted a glow just before it was about to hit Chen Chen, instantly exploding into a rain of arrows that covered the sky and descended upon Chen Chen. Faced with the rain of arrows, Chen Chen could have easily used his angelic wings to fly away. However, he did not dodge. For Chen Chen, possessing angelic wings meant he had absolute air superiority, and the only one capable of launching a ranged attack against him and Logi's exploration team was Zhou Guang. Therefore, Chen Chen's target was clear. After the death of the healer Lu Xing, his primary target for elimination was the archer Zhou Guang. Chen Chen blocked the angelic wings and the fallen angel wings in front of him, preparing to directly withstand Zhou Guang's rain of arrows. I guessed it right. Chen Chen's flying martial arts can only hover in the air, unable to fly freely. Now that he's in the air, he's just a live target. Ha 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 ha. Luo Ji laughed wildly. He felt he had made the right bet, as true flying abilities in martial arts were extremely rare. Even if there were any, they would have to be around A grade. Below A grade, they were generally just pseudo-flying martial arts. They could only help demon hunters ascend into the sky but could not soar freely through the skies. You little brat, you really underestimate my strength. Trying to block my rain of arrows with a tattered cloak is simply asking for death. Zhou Guang scoffed. In his eyes, what stood in front of Chen Chen was not the black and white angelic wings, but a tattered cloak. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At the same time, the rain of arrows fiercely pierced Chen Chen's body. The angelic wings and fallen angel wings were special attributes unlocked after achieving a certain level of synergy. Their existence was also a part of Chen Chen's body. With every arrow piercing the wings, Chen Chen could feel a bone-chilling pain. Zhou Guang and his silver moon bow were both awakened beings of the bronze 9th tier, so the power of this rain of arrows was evident. Although Chen Chen avoided the vital points, his wings and body were still pierced like a hedgehog, slowly descending from the air. Ha ha ha, Luo Gu, this kid is dead. Zhou Guan laughed wildly upon seeing all his arrows hit their target. But in the next moment that Luo Ji looked over, the backlash of black flames ignited continuously from Zhou Guang's body. Each attack resulted in a backlash. This meant that for every arrow Zhou Guang shot that hit Chen Shen, he would suffer a backlash from the black flames. At this moment, Chen Shen had already been pierced like a hedgehog. Correspondingly, a second later, Zhou Guang was instantly engulfed in flames. Moreover, every time Chen Shen suffered an attack, he would accumulate a layer of abyssal corruption, adding an extra 1% backlash damage. What's happening? Who can save me? The exploding black flames continuously burned Zhou Guang's body, causing him to emit a series of tragic screams. It felt like he was undergoing some kind of torture from hell. It was chilling. Zhou Guang. Although he didn't know what was happening, Luo Ji had the most authority to speak in this situation. Because when he first ambushed Chen Shen, he had also suffered a backlash from the black flames. The excruciating pain from that moment was still fresh in Luo Ji's memory. He still bore a charred mark on his chest, and as the black flames continued to backlash against Zhou Guang, that mark seemed to throb with pain. When the black flames disappeared, both Zhou Guang and his silver moon bow had turned to ashes. The awakened being Zhou Guang, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 62 years, receiving a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power realm, and gains an additional 55 years of lifespan. The awakened being Mao Shuatong, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 66 years, receiving a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power realm, and gains an additional 59 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 806 years. Through the backlash damage from Night Kai, Chen Shen successfully killed the archer Zhou Guang and his spirit weapon once again. This dense multi-target attack was practically delivering heads to Chen Shen. Just now, Chen Shen had been hit by a total of 105 arrows, and Shen Yoshi would deal 80% backlash damage to Zhou Guang each time. The base damage reached an astonishing 8,400%, not counting the effects of 100 layers of abyssal corruption. Damage backlash. It's damage backlash. Until Zhou Guang's death, Luo Ji only then realized the mechanism of Yi Kai. Xiao Wu, De Li. Aim for Chen Shen's landing point and finish him off with one blow, no continuous attacks. Luo Ji immediately devised a counter-strategy. At this moment, Chen Shen, hit by the rain of arrows, was still falling through the air. Niu Deli and Zhao Wu had already positioned themselves at the landing spot, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But Luo Gu, didn't we receive orders to capture Chen Shen alive? Shouldn't we enjoy those twin school beauties first before striking? Yeah, we've all seen Xin Yuyan and Xin Yushi, their little faces, their petite figures, they're just so charming. If we kill him directly, what a waste. It was clear that Niu Deli and Zhao Wu were already aware of Chen Shen's eternal contract with the sisters. If they killed Chen Shen, Xin Yuyan and Xin Yushi would also die. That would be such a pity. What time is it, and you're still thinking about this? Chen Shen is not as simple as we imagined. If we hold back now, we'll all die. Luo Ji nearly roared. Having witnessed Zhou Guang's death right before his eyes, Luo Ji was acutely aware of Chen Shen's terror. If Zhao Yi's death was due to her being severely injured in the previous battle with the boss, Zhou Guang, as an archer, was completely different. As a rear-line damage dealer, Zhou Guang had indeed exhausted his spiritual power, but he hadn't sustained much damage. However, the black flames just now had directly consumed Zhou Guang and his spirit weapon, which was enough to prove Chen Shen's strength. Now, with the exploration team suffering heavy casualties, Luo Ji's spirit weapon was also dead, leaving only Niu Deli and Zhao Wu with combat capability. Yet these two old fools were still thinking about the school beauties, simply refusing to see the reality. Luo Ge, have you been scared silly? Chen Shen is already half dead and unable to move. He'll probably die from the fall without us lifting a finger. Besides, didn't we put a slow-acting aphrodisiac in the wine? If we don't use it well, wouldn't that be a waste? This kid Chen Shen does have some tricks, but it's only because we were worn down by the boss that he got the chance to counterattack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be our match. Watching Chen Shen continue to fall, Niu Deli and Zhao Wu were already reveling in their joyful time with the school beauties. As for Luo Ji's earnest persuasion, they simply wouldn't listen. At that moment, the two looked like goblins, their faces filled with lewd smiles. It was at this time that Chen Shen realized he had been drugged with a type of aphrodisiac in the drinks he shared with Xin Yuyan. It was a slow-acting drug, colorless and tasteless, undetectable. Only when spiritual power was activated would the drugged person feel something unusual. No wonder Chen Shen felt a surge of energy in his body, he had been drugged at the tavern. Sometimes, you really should listen to the captain. Seemingly unconscious, Chen Shen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked at Niu Deli and Zhao Wu. Death God's domain. In an instant, the angelic wings behind Chen Chen were eroded by dark energy, transforming into fallen angel wings. As a pair of pitch-black wings unfurled, a massive necromantic array appeared. The deathly aura, shrouded in swirling black mist, rolled outwards. Two abyssal jaws leaped out from the necromantic array, devouring Niu Dali and Zhao Wu. Compared to the death god's domain Chen Chen had released in the goblin mine, this time the abyssal jaws carried the damage Chen Chen had sustained from the rain of arrows. Ah! What is this? A demon! It's a demon! Ah! With the wretched screams of Zhao Wu and Niu Dali, they witnessed the most terrifying scene of their lives. The necromancer's array was like a vast, pitch-black ocean, and the abyssal maw resembled a shark lurking at the ocean's depths. Niu Dali and Zhao Wu were like small boats adrift in this dark sea, facing endless dangers with no way to escape. The awakened one, Niu Dali, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 39 years, receiving a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and an additional 35 years of lifespan. The awakened one, Zhang Fongfong, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 72 years, receiving a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and an additional 65 years of lifespan. The awakened one, Zhao Wu, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 59 years, receiving a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and an additional 53 years of lifespan. The awakened one, Zhang Chang, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 80 years, receiving an 80% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and an additional 64 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 1,273 years. I have to say, the power of the rain of arrows is quite impressive. Chen Chen, having landed steadily, pulled the arrows from his body. He had taken the rain of arrows from a bronze-tier demon hunter head-on. If it weren't for Shin Yoshi providing double defense at night, with Chen Chen's physique, he would have been in serious trouble. Niu Dali and Zhao Wu needed no further mention. Along with their spiritual weapons, they had all been taken down. Chen Chen. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Luoji's exploration team had dwindled down to just him. He slumped to the ground, completely devoid of the courage to resist. Chen Chen, holding a silver spear, slowly approached Luoji. You don't need to know who I am, because I don't like to chat with a corpse. Ha! Just as Chen Chen passed by a wall, Luoji, sitting on the ground, suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Wall passing technique. Chen Chen immediately entered a state of spiritual form, ignoring physical collisions, and sidestepped, unexpectedly passing through the wall beside him. Within the wall, a glint of cold light flashed, and Chen Chen's silver spear pierced through Ma Zhen's chest. Chen, brother Chen. At that moment, Ma Zhen had also entered a spiritual state, preparing to sneak attack Chen Chen through the wall. It turned out that Luo Ji had not given up on killing Chen Chen but had colluded with Ma Zhen to set up an ambush. However, Luo Ji could never have imagined that Chen Chen had actually detected Ma Zhen's presence the moment he fell, merely pretending not to know. Although the spiritual state allowed one to ignore physical collisions, when both parties entered this state, they could still attack each other. Chen Chen took advantage of this, eliminating Ma Zhen before he could strike. Ma Zhen never expected that Chen Chen had gifted him a wall-passing technique, but he had actually held back. Chen Chen's own wall-passing technique had even advanced to C rank. You think you can use the wall-passing technique I gave you to kill me? Isn't that a bit naive? The silver spear in Chen Chen's hand had already pierced through Ma Zhen's chest, pinning him directly to the ground. Chen Chen's brow furrowed as he faced the ambushing Ma Zhen, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, just kill me. The failed ambusher, Ma Zhen, saw death, unable to face the mentor who had treated him sincerely. After learning the truth, Ma Zhen had been struggling. He knew the power of the Hua family. If this mission failed because of him, as Luo Ji had said, he, along with Ma Fei and even their families, could very well face the Hua family's retaliation. Although Ma Zhen found his brother Ma Fei's actions disgraceful, at this point, as a member of the family, he ultimately chose to stand against Chen Chen. Shan Gu, I beg you, don't kill Ma Zhen. He and I have always regarded you as our master. He knows nothing, and what he's doing now is out of necessity. I plead with you, for the sake of our past friendship, let him go this once. Li Zihan released her fusion state, kneeling at Chen Chen's feet, pleading. Shen Gu, I'm willing to trade my life for his. Can I? No. Chen Chen took one last look at Ma Zhen, pulled out the silver gun from his chest, and once again pierced through his throat. Though it pained him, it was unavoidable. The person who once idolized him had drifted further away. Ma Zhen, Shen Chen, you have a cruel heart. I'm willing to give my life for his. Why won't you agree? Seeing her beloved die before her, Li Zihan's eyes turned blood red as she drew a dagger, ready to fight Chen Chen to the death. Are you joking? Why should I agree? Chen Chen fiercely questioned Li Zihan in return. What reason do you have for me to agree? Did he not strike first and ambush me? What leverage do you have for me to agree? Your life and his life, can they be the same? What strength do you have for me to agree? Just because you say trade, it has to be done. Chen Chen's soul-searching questions made Li Zihan realize her own position completely. So, she could do nothing now. The only thing she could do was choose to die with Ma Zhen. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zihan gripped the dagger tightly. Using the technique Chen Chen had taught her, she thrust it fiercely towards his vital points. Swoosh! Chen Chen also showed no hesitation. The silver gun in his hand pierced through her throat directly. Their bodies fell into the same pool of blood. The pair who once received Chen Chen's heartfelt blessings as contract partners were now buried by his own hands. With a heavy heart, Chen Chen walked towards Luoji. The less than 10-meter distance felt incredibly long to him. Because Chen Chen had been waiting, he wanted to hear a system notification sound, to prove that Ma Zhen and Li Zihan harbored murderous intent towards him. Unfortunately, everything went as he expected. Until Chen Chen stood before Luoji, he still did not hear the sound of Ma Zhen and Li Zihan's lifespans being absorbed by him. In fact, Chen Chen had long sensed that although Ma Zhen had ambushed him, there was no killing intent in his eyes, and Li Zihan was only seeking death. Neither of them had truly considered killing him. After all, Chen Chen was their idol, their master, and their friend. Chen Chen, you're strong, we lost. At this moment, facing the determined Chen Chen, Luoji, who had lost his spirit weapon, had completely given up. This guy before him was simply too terrifying. Even when ambushed by a friend, he could still gain the upper hand. Luoji had originally thought about whether to use the magic crystals outside his warehouse to lure Chen Chen, to trick him into retrieving them and then kill him. But after seeing Chen Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness, he thought better of it. The success rate was 0, it wasn't worth it. But someone as powerful as you, being targeted by Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli, your future fate will probably be similar to mine. Luoji threw a string of keys hanging from his neck at Chen Chen's feet. These are the magic crystals our team has saved over the years. After I die, no one will probably go to the bank's vault to retrieve them, so I can't let them go to the capitalists. Consider it a gift, as a token of mutual respect between heroes. Before Luoji could finish his sentence, the silver gun in Chen Chen's hand pierced through his throat. You, of all people, dare to call yourself a hero? Immediately, Chen Chen vented all his anger onto Luoji, the silver gun continuously piercing his body until it was a bloody mess. The awakened one, Logitech, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a basic lifespan of 18 years, with a 100% bonus based on their spiritual power level, receiving an additional 18 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan of the host, 1,309 years. With Logitech's death, the sun in the desert began to rise. In the entire ruins, only Chen Chen and the two sisters remained. Chen, Ma Zhen, and Li Zihan. You really don't need to feel guilty. Death was their own choice. You've already given them many opportunities, Xin Yuyan said, noticing Chen Chen's current mood and offering comfort. Chen Chen nodded. Now was not the time for confusion. Although they had achieved a temporary victory, Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli had already revealed their murderous intent. The most critical question now was how Chen Chen would respond. It seems Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli can't wait any longer. Chen Chen took the space rings from everyone, cleaning up the battlefield as he spoke, but we still don't have the capital to confront them. After we go out, we need to leave Magic City first. Logitech's exploration team not only granted Chen Chen several hundred years of lifespan, but their space rings also contained many stored magic crystals. Space rings are bound to the souls of the awakened, and to enhance the quality of a space ring, one must go to a specialized institution on Blue Star for promotion. Generally, only the holder can open the backspace. Of course, there is another situation in which it can be opened. Just like now, when the holder has already died. From everyone's space rings, Chen Chen discovered over 300 magic crystals, as well as some martial skills and materials. Among them, what caught Chen Chen's eye was a martial skill dropped from the boss replication mirror, now found in Logitech's space ring. Clone, C-level, select a target and summon a clone identical to it, lasting 60 seconds, CD, 300 seconds. The clone's spiritual power level cannot exceed that of the host and cannot release martial skills. Chen Chen found this martial skill quite good and directly began to cultivate it. As for the magic crystals, Chen Chen did not absorb them. After all, they were preparing to leave Magic City, and magic crystals could be traded and would be useful on the way. Release. Next, Chen Chen was about to start using the lifespan he had just obtained. After, Chen Chen first gave a kiss to Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi, one each, equally. Along with that, he transmitted some things to the two sisters. Lifespan minus 99 years. Shin Yuyen's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Lifespan minus 96 years. Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Remaining lifespan of the host, 1,116 years. As the saying goes, what is borrowed should be returned. Borrowing again is not difficult. Chen Chen first returned the lifespan he had borrowed from Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi. After all, the sisters' lifespans had already reached a critical point. If they encountered any special mechanisms in the ruins that could devour lifespan, they could very well die suddenly. Thinking of this, Chen Chen also felt a warning. It seemed he needed to keep some lifespan as a safety net in the future. He couldn't exhaust his lifespan every time. Whoa, it's been so long since I kissed senior Chen Chen. Chen Shen's kiss made Shin Yoshi feel very pleased. The little one looked forward to it every day. Chun. Meanwhile, Shin Yuyen felt very strange. The usually calm and reserved Shin Yuyen appeared shy and restless at this moment. Chen Chen himself felt the same way. He even felt the saliva in his throat becoming hot and boiling. At the moment their gazes met, both seemed to be jolted by an electric shock. It was then that Chen Chen realized what Neo Dali had just said. Logitech and the others had received a mission to first capture him alive, and then take the opportunity to do something inappropriate to Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi. Moreover, they had prepared in advance, putting a drug in the wine. This slow-acting aphrodisiac was hard to detect and nearly impossible to guard against. At this moment, both Chen Chen and Shin Yuyen had already fallen victim to it. No. Chen Chen shook his head, struggling to let reason triumph over desire. Yoshi, come here. Chen Chen called Shin Yoshi to the side and gently covered her soft, fragrant lips, injecting lifespan into Tianfu Night Kai. Shin Yuyen's situation could wait. The urgent matter was to let Shin Yoshi's extraordinary talent take effect. The difficulties they would face next would surely exceed their imagination. Therefore, Chen Chen planned to give all of his remaining 1,000 years of lifespan to Shin Yoshi. In 10 years, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins had long been stirring, waiting for this opportunity. In 30 years, even though her talent had already reached D level, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins continued to grow rapidly. In 80 years, Eternal Night descends, talent awakens. Night Kai, D level, Eternal Night armor, C level defense plus 40% 50%, when attacked, inflicts 40% 50% dark attribute damage back to the enemy, all attributes double at night. New, can change the time within 1 kilometer to night for 5 minutes. CD, 24 hours. As expected, Chen Chen was not disappointed. Shin Yoshi's talent awakened from D level to C level, using only 80 years of lifespan. Cultivating her with all his lifespan was currently the fastest way to enhance their strength. In fact, he and Shin Yuyen's talents could be postponed. It wouldn't be too late to enhance them when there was surplus lifespan. After Shin Yoshi's talent awakened to C level, in addition to the increase in basic attributes, it surprisingly added a new function that could alter time. Although the cooldown was as long as 24 hours, this meant that Shin Yoshi could also enjoy 5 minutes of double attributes during the day. This way, Shin Yoshi's period of strength would no longer be limited to the night, she could also shine briefly during the day. Moreover, 5 minutes was quite a lot of time. In a duel between experts, victory or defeat often hinges on a moment, let alone a full 5 minutes. After the awakening, Chen Chen did not stop the life simulation. He was eager to see just how many surprises Shin Yoshi could still bring him. In 100 years, the recently awakened spiritual veins began to sprout again. In 150 years, before nightfall, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins began to resonate with nature. In 200 years, endless eternal night, talent awakens. In 300 years, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins began to merge with the darkness. In 500 years, imprisoning the endless darkness in the sea of consciousness, Shin Yoshi became the night itself. Talent awakens again. Eternal Night armor, C level B level A level defense plus 50% 60% 70%, when attacked, inflicts 50% 60% 70% dark attribute damage back to the enemy, all attributes double at night. Can change the time within 1-3 kilometers to night for 5 10 20 minutes. CD, 24 23 22 hours. Talent awakens, attributes comprehensively enhanced. Continue. In 600 years, in your endless night, Shin Yoshi endured loneliness alone. In 800 years, loneliness can drive one mad, but Shin Yoshi, with her dual personality, could entertain herself. In 1,000 years, in the boundless darkness, staying too long allows one to see the ugliness of human nature at a glance. But even if reality is like this, only those who can find joy within can grow. Without a doubt, Shin Yoshi is such a person. In the year 1001, the Lord of Chaos was born, and the talent awakened once more. Eternal Knight Armor, a grade, Chaos Armor, S-grade defense 70% 80%, when attacked, inflicts 70% 80% dark attribute damage to the enemy. Chaos damage backlash, all attributes double at night. New, can modify the time within 3-5 kilometers to night, lasting 20 minutes 1 hour. CD, 22-18 hours. New, can imprison the souls of creatures killed by oneself, turning them into shadow servants. The spiritual realm of shadow servants cannot exceed one's own, and a maximum of 3 souls can be imprisoned. Remaining lifespan of the host, 115 years. In just 1,000 years, Yoshi's talent had awakened from D grade to S grade. Shen even felt that if he had given his lifespan to Yoshi earlier, the S-grade Chaos Armor could have easily wiped out the Logitech team. There would be no need to outsmart them. Yoshi! Shen gazed into Yoshi's face. After awakening to S grade, her entire aura had undergone a qualitative change. Her cascading black hair resembled a starry river of the long night, tranquil and elegant. Senior Shen, I feel. The spiritual power within me seems to have undergone a tremendous transformation. Yoshi seemed to sense that her spiritual veins had already metamorphosed. I feel that all dark attribute elements have merged with my spiritual power, turning into something new, murky, bizarre, and twisted. Yoshi, that is chaos, your talent has advanced to S-grade Chaos Armor, and you are the Lord of Chaos. Shen excitedly pinched Yoshi's little face, her lips still moist from their recent kiss. Crystal clear, making one unable to resist wanting to taste it again. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Shen's gaze began to become dreamy. Every inch of Yoshi's skin seemed to be glistening with beads of sweat, her rising and falling bosom heaving with each breath. He couldn't tell if it was because the desert sun had risen. Shen felt everything around him becoming unbearably hot. This feeling was suffocating, he wanted to breathe. However, the urgent matter was to leave the demon city as soon as possible. Since Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli had already made their move, they would definitely not let it go easily. If Shen returned alive with Shen Yuyan and Yoshi, they would surely face even more vicious retaliation. Leiling could indeed temporarily protect Shen within the academy from threats, but what about outside the academy? Moreover, Leiling had already been demoted to vice president because of Shen's issues. He didn't want to add trouble for his friend. It would be better to play along and fake his death in the secret realm. Temporarily disappear from the demon city. Yuyan, Yoshi, let's go. Shen, under the influence of the drug, prepared to take the 2 women away from the ruins. He also wanted to try out the newly learned cloning martial arts. Shen Yuyan bit her lip and nodded silently. Her current state was similar to Shen's, using her remaining consciousness to resist her blood-pumping body. As dawn broke, the first light of day began to appear. The warm sunlight cast a pale yellow glow over the farms on the outskirts of the demon city. Brother Ma, I think your worries are a bit unnecessary. Isn't it just a bronze-level waste student? Can't Logitech handle it? We shouldn't have to guard outside, right? A middle-aged man guarding outside the cellar complained. He, like Ma Fei beside him, wore the long robe of the Demon Hunter Association. He looked significantly older than Ma Fei but still called him Brother Ma. Old Xiao, this mission is related to our promotion. We cannot afford any mistakes. Ma Fei, with his short black hair, leaned against the golden holy shield behind him, a piece of dried grass he had casually picked up from the farm in his mouth, recalling the appearance of his old friend Shen, the man who once fought alongside him, known as the God of War for commoners by the Academy. Moreover, our mission target this time is not as simple as it seems. You may not know how strong Shen is, who has not been forced to break his oath contract. Just thinking of Shen made Ma Fei, who was guarding outside the cellar, feel a wave of anxiety. When they explored ruins together in the past, Shen's thinking was always ahead of everyone else. Despite having an F-level talent, he managed to become the captain of the exploration team. Even Ma Fei, with his B-level talent, could only obediently follow his lead. At that time, those who entered the Academy's Golden Class were either exceptionally talented or came from prominent families. Only Shen and Gu Qingning had low talents and no background. Yet, the students in the Golden Class admired Shen greatly, as his skills and awareness far surpassed everyone present. Ma Fei clearly remembered that feeling. Shen was someone whose way of thinking was completely different from everyone else's. His existence gave the impression of someone who did not belong to this world. Thus, he felt out of place among them. The students in the Golden Class indeed admired him, but at the same time, they were very jealous of him. They had all reached this point due to their rare talents and the strong backing of their families. Only Shen was a freak. So when Gu Qingning's talent awakened for the second time and completely abandoned Chen Chen, none of the teammates who had once followed Chen Chen stood up to speak for him. Not even Ma Fei. He not only did not feel that Chen Chen was unfortunate but rather thought it was a natural outcome. This world is like that. When someone tries to break the class system with personal strength, those deeply entrenched in the class are always waiting for his downfall. The past is the past, and the present is the present. No matter how strong or powerful he is, his spiritual power level is there, and he can't stir up any big waves. Lao Shao took a puff of his cigarette, looking at the sun rising on the horizon, disdainfully saying, "Back when we just graduated from the academy, who among us wasn't ambitious, thinking the world was still undecided, that you and I were both dark horses? And what happened? After leaving the academy, we realized the world was already decided, and you and I are just cattle and horses. Tasks like these, where we serve as lackeys for big families, I have always looked down upon. Yet here I am, obediently staying in this godforsaken place. Only by leaning against a big tree do we have a chance to advance." Ma Fei naturally understood Lao Zhao's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his brother as a pawn to lure Chen Chen into the game. Even if their plan was seamless and progressing smoothly, Ma Fei was confident that the naive Ma Jin and Li Zihan would definitely lead Chen Chen to take the bait. But for some reason, Ma Fei always felt an ominous premonition in his heart. "Lao Shao, let me tell you the truth. The reason I'm so worried is that back in the academy, I was always following behind Chen Chen. He was always several levels ahead of us. This time, he fell into my trap, and I led him, which makes me feel a bit unaccustomed." Ma Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He vaguely remembered that back in the ruins, he had also wanted to lead everyone to break the deadlock and become the admired captain. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he had never been ahead of Chen Chen. While ordinary people were on the first level, Ma Fei could think of the second level, but Chen Chen was always on the fifth level. The gap between them was several layers apart. You were just suppressed by this guy for too long back in the academy." Old Shao comfortingly patted Ma Fei's shoulder. "Don't worry, even if Logitech and the others fail, we have more than 10 silver-level demon hunters lying in wait here, and with you at the peak of the gold level, Chen Chen won't be able to escape. If there's a chance, I'll personally take care of that kid for you, helping you rid yourself of your inner demons." Ma Fei nodded and smiled faintly. "Yeah, I hope I'm just overthinking." Over the years, he had worked hard to climb up, all to create an unobstructed path for his younger brother, Ma Jin, to advance. As an older brother, he had suffered greatly from having no background. Therefore, after leaving the academy, Ma Fei was determined to become a support for his brother, Ma Jin. The main reason for bringing Ma Jin into this was that his youthful spirit was the only way to deceive Chen Chen. Additionally, it was to train Ma Jin's mentality, allowing his brother to experience the cruelty of this world early on. Moreover, Ma Fei didn't have to worry about Ma Jin being in any danger. After all, from what he knew of Chen Chen, this guy acted decisively but never harmed innocent people. Even if Chen Chen saw through his plan, he wouldn't make things difficult for the unsuspecting Ma Jin. Someone's coming out. Just as Ma Fei was anxiously waiting, a teammate guarding the relic's teleportation portal shouted loudly, "Brother Ma, I told you, good news is here." Upon hearing this, Old Shao immediately perked up and walked toward the cellar. In his view, the strength disparity between the two sides was significant, and Logitech's group was efficient. This mission couldn't possibly fail. "I hope it's good news." Ma Fei also felt a bit more alert and followed Old Shao into the cellar. "Captain, it's Ma Jin. He's the only one who came out of the relic." A few demon hunters guarding the teleportation portal rubbed their sleepy eyes. They had been on watch all night and were indeed a bit tired. "I told you, it's good news, right?" Old Shao patted Ma Fei's shoulder and smiled. "Ah Jin, where are Logitech and Chen Chen?" Ma Fei looked at Ma Jin, whose face was ashen in the cellar, and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he looked a bit strange, at least he was alive. And most importantly, there was no sign of Chen Chen. However, the situation was somewhat different from what Ma Fei had expected. At this moment, the relic's teleportation portal in the cellar had disappeared, indicating that the relic had been successfully cleared and all surviving awakeners had left. But Ma Fei couldn't understand why the only surviving awakener was Ma Jin. Moreover, Ma Jin had no spirit weapon, which meant Li Zihan hadn't come out either. "Brother, it's over, everything is over. They were all killed by the boss and the relic." Ma Jin collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the cellar's lights, incoherently shouting, "It's okay. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Your big brother is here." Ma Fei squatted down, hugging his trembling brother tightly, comforting him while asking, "What exactly happened? Tell your brother slowly, really no one else came out of the secret realm besides you?" "Yeah, just me, Chen Gu, and Logitech. They're all dead." Ma Jin said, trembling. His voice was very strange, sounding not only disordered and fearful but also hollow, as if some part of his vocal cords was leaking air. People can't come back to life, we need to strengthen ourselves and work hard to avenge our fallen comrades. While Ma Fei was still trying to uplift his brother, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, old Xiao seemed to have noticed something. He whispered in Ma Fei's ear, "Brother Ma, your brother's voice and his clothes seem a bit off." "Ha?" Only then did Ma Fei realize and scrutinize his brother in his arms. Ma Jin was wearing a trench coat that didn't belong to him, wrapping his body tightly, and emanating a strange earthy smell. Ma Fei peered through the collar of the coat and noticed the scars on his brother's neck. "Ma Jin, what happened?" Ma Fei unfastened the collar, and the scene before him left everyone around him dumbfounded. On Ma Jin's neck, there was a penetrating wound, a massive gash that had torn through his entire throat. The blood on it had long since congealed. Even the most novice demon hunters could tell that such a wound was fatal. "Doctor! Get the doctor here quickly! Brother!" Ma Jin's lifeless eyes were fixed on Ma Fei, trembling as he moved one hand in front of Ma Fei. His hand was clenched into a fist, as if there was something inside he wanted to show his brother. "Ma Jin, what do you want to tell me?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Fei hurriedly pried open Ma Jin's palm, sensing that his brother was likely on the brink of death. This must be his last words. What did Ma Jin want to tell him? Ma Fei swallowed nervously as he opened his brother's hand. Inside. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Ma Jin's hand. As his tightly clenched fist was slowly pried open, inside was intersection and upright middle finger. "Chen Chen!" Ma Fei's furious roar echoed in the cellar. In that instant, he finally realized that he had been completely played by Qin Chen. Ma Jin was merely a clone created by Qin Chen using martial arts. Once the 60 seconds were up, the spiritual energy dissipated, and Ma Jin's body scattered like the wind. At that moment, Qin Chen had already used Ma Jin's cover to directly use wall-passing techniques to escape into the wall. He even heard the conversation between Ma Fei and Lao Xiao. After the two entered the cellar, Qin Chen had directly spread his angelic wings and flown away. "Ah Jin." Ma Fei looked at the fading shadow of his brother in the cellar, his heart aching. The injuries on the clone made it clear that his brother, Ma Jin, could basically be confirmed dead. Recalling his brother's innocent face and the bright future he had envisioned for the two of them, Ma Fei finally broke down. Tears streamed from his bloodshot eyes. "Quick! Notify all the brothers to spare no effort in hunting down Chen Chen's whereabouts." Lao Xiao, as Ma Fei's capable aide, immediately made a judgment. He had been indifferent to the mission until now, but he finally realized the seriousness of the situation. "Wait! No one move!" Ma Fei, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up and intercepted Lao Xiao's command. His gaze was sharp and fierce as he said, "Chen Chen is dead, the mission is complete." Upon hearing this, the team members were left bewildered, some unable to grasp the situation. However, Lao Xiao suddenly understood. He seemed to grasp Ma Fei's thoughts. "That's right, just now, Ma Ji's brother said in his dying moments that Luo Ji and Chen Chen both died in the ruins. Our mission is complete, no one survived this ruin." Lao Xiao summarized slowly on the surface, but inside, he was drenched in cold sweat. His earlier actions had almost cost everyone here their lives. The order from Hua Jianli was a death command. If Ma Fei and the others couldn't even handle a bronze-level waste student, the consequences were unimaginable. "Everyone, prepare for a celebration banquet. We have accomplished a major task, and Captain Ma will surely be promoted." Lao Xiao organized the team members to go out. At this moment, everyone was still a bit confused. After all, Ma Fei's biological brother had just died, and was it really appropriate to prepare for a celebration banquet now? "Brother Ma, we offer our condolences. Every mission carries risks. The ruins are an unknown otherworld, no one can predict what lies within. At least we managed to complete the mission." However, after guarding the cellar all night, everyone was exhausted. After comforting Ma Fei a few times, they left. Once the team members had departed, Lao Xiao lit a cigarette for the still-standing Ma Fei. "Brother Ma, it was good that you reacted quickly just now, otherwise, our heads would have been on the line." Lao Xiao then lit one for himself, speaking with lingering fear. "But Chen Chen has indeed escaped. If he returns to the academy, won't we be exposed? Do you think we should guard near the Lingwu Academy in Magic City?" But operating within Magic City carries significant risks. If the Security Bureau and the Association find out, we could be in serious trouble. Ma Fei silently took a drag from his cigarette, trying to calm his emotions. He gazed at the light in the cellar surrounded by moths and slowly spoke, "We have failed. Hua Jianli will definitely find someone stronger and more ruthless to handle this. Don't worry, with Chen Chen's intelligence, he absolutely cannot stay in Magic City. But he just gave you the middle finger. Isn't that a declaration of war against us? If he wanted to leave Magic City quietly, why provoke us? If we report his escape to the Hua family, then he. As he spoke, Lao Shao seemed to come to a realization. The reason Chen Chen dared to provoke Ma Fei was that he was certain they wouldn't dare to act. Rather than saying Ma Fei had a moment of inspiration and saved his brothers with a lie, it was more accurate to say this was the only way Chen Chen left him. It wasn't that Ma Fei guessed Chen Chen would leave Magic City, it was that Chen Chen guessed Ma Fei would keep his secret. Chen Chen anticipated Ma Fei's anticipation. Thinking of this, Lao Zhao's fingers holding the cigarette began to tremble unconsciously. He finally understood why the usually calm Captain Ma Fei had been so agitated while guarding outside the cellar. Although Lao Shao had never had any contact with Chen Chen, and had only seen his appearance in a file, the name Chen Chen brought him endless pressure. Damn it! Ma Fei clenched his fists tightly. Although he had just saved his teammates with his intelligence and might even be promoted to a high position in the Demon Hunter Association, he felt no joy. From start to finish, Chen Chen had treated him like a monkey. After leaving the academy for so long, Ma Fei had once thought that the spirited Chen Chen from back then was gone, and he no longer had to live in the shadow of the other. But today, Ma Fei finally understood a truth. Your Chen Gu will always be your Chen Gu. He, Ma Fei, could only stay well within that shadow. However, even though Ma Fei knew he could never surpass Chen Chen, he would never give up. Chen Chen, the only mistake you made was killing my brother Ma Zhen. This life, we are not done. Senior Chen Chen, where are we going now? Yoshi asked excitedly as she flew with Chen Chen at dawn. She had grown up in Magic City and had never left. Hearing that Chen Chen was taking them away made her incredibly happy. Wandering the world. Chen Chen replied with a smile. Although he said this, he had already made plans while in the ruins. His next target was Jinghai. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Even if Hua Jinli and Gu Qingning had thought that Chen Chen was still alive, they could never have imagined that he would dare to go to Jinghai. Although Jinghai and Magic City are separated by a bay, they are not actually far apart. For Chen Chen, who has the ability to fly, this is not a challenge. After leaving the farm, he flew over 2 mountain ranges and soon saw the sea. However, the main reason Chen Chen chose to go to Jinghai was to surprise Hua Jinli. If you like to rely on your family's power to act tyrannically, then I'll take down your Hua family first. Of course, with Chen Chen's current strength, he couldn't even deal with Hua Jinli, let alone the Hua family behind her. However, sometimes such matters do not require one to act personally. Although the Hua family dominates Jinghai and monopolizes many industries there, Chen Chen had already learned that a new force had recently emerged in Jinghai, causing the Hua family considerable trouble. It is said that this new force has the surname Gao. Wandering the world. Wow, that sounds so cool. Yoshi was not worried about their future at all. Instead, her expectations were at an all-time high. But, if Mom asks about me and my sister, what do we say? Say what? We faked our deaths. Have you ever seen a dead person report safety to their family? Oh, so, in our current situation, does that count as eloping? This question left Chen Chen momentarily speechless. Eloping doesn't count, at most, it counts as running away. Who elopes with 2 women? If this is eloping, then it undoubtedly sets a new standard in the elopement world. After flying for about 2 hours, Chen Chen finally discovered a rather hidden cave on a steep cliff. Along the way, it was Yoshi who kept him company, while Shen Yuyan showed no reaction at all. Realizing the situation was not good, Chen Chen landed on a rock in front of the cave and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Time had passed, and the effects of the drugs in Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan's bodies had been continuously fermenting, already deeply ingrained in their bones. They needed to rest properly. The cave entrance was overgrown with vines, and there were no signs of any biological activity. Turning on the flashlight function of his smartphone, Chen Chen began to slowly explore inside. The technological development on Blue Star is not as advanced as on Earth. However, this mainly reflects in the military aspect. In terms of daily technology, it is actually not inferior to Earth. Because on Blue Star, humans have awakened spiritual power, making themselves the most powerful military force, so technology has primarily developed to facilitate human life. However, due to the size of Blue Star, which is several times that of Earth, and the existence of magical species, the proportion of human cities is actually less than 1% of the total area of Blue Star. Most of it is still in its original ecological state. There are even areas that humans have not yet explored. These places are very dangerous. Some relic teleportation portals are bidirectional. Humans can enter other worlds, kill all the creatures inside, and defeat the strongest boss, the highest ruler of that civilization. So, is there a possibility that, in the eyes of magical species, Blue Star is also a relic? Therefore, deep in the wilderness, one could encounter unknown civilizations' magical species at any time. In such places, human signal bases do not exist, so the phone can only serve as a lighting tool. It's safe here, let's take a break. Fortunately, there was nothing in the cave where Chen Chen was. After all, it was a cliff. The main thing was that the space inside was not very large, just enough for them to rest for a while. It would be best to set off at night. After all, at night, Shin Yoshi's S-Class Chaos Armor could gain double attributes: 160% defense, 160% backlash damage. This was a terrifying enhancement. After confirming safety, Chen Chen immediately released the fusion state. After all, it was better for Shin Yuyen to get some fresh air given her current condition. In the spirit martial form, Shin Yuyen couldn't do anything, it would only cause her negative thoughts to swell. TCH, what kind of broken cave is this? There's not even a manual? Let me see if there are any mysterious old bones around. Maybe I can get a sage's inheritance. Shin Yoshi excitedly rummaged through the cave. Chen Chen, on the other hand, took out tools from his spatial ring and started a campfire in the cave. It shouldn't be. A handsome guy like Senior Chen Chen is usually the protagonist. How could the protagonist come to a place like this and find nothing? Shin Yoshi pouted, very angry. She turned the less than 10 square meter cave upside down, but still found nothing. At this moment, Shin Yuyen was sitting at the cave entrance, getting some air, her face flushed and looking very unwell. Chen Chen opened his phone and started playing Snake, lost in his own world. His condition wasn't much better than Shin Yuyen's, even the pixelated snake looked charming and alluring. The midsummer pill from Blue Star was much more potent than the inferior aphrodisiacs on Earth. This was a second-grade pill that could directly turn someone into a stud. If not resolved, it could very well lead to a bloodline explosion and death. At this point, both Chen Chen and Shin Yuyen had reached their limits. Seeing Shin Yoshi asleep in the cave, Chen Chen slowly leaned closer to Shin Yuyen. "Don't come near me." Shin Yuyen tightly closed her eyes, not daring to look at Chen Chen. Right now, she felt like a riverbank filled to the brim with floodwaters, ready to burst at any moment. "Yuyen, this is for you." Chen Chen took out a second-grade detox pill from his hand, which he had previously obtained in the goblin mine. He hadn't expected it to come in handy at this moment. Although it wasn't his area of expertise, the principle of detox pills was purification, which could also suppress the effects of the midsummer pill to some extent. Fortunately, Chen Chen had upgraded the detox pill to second grade through the pot of greed, otherwise, it would have been useless even if he had it. "Why didn't you take out the detox pill earlier? Were you just here to watch me make a fool of myself?" Shin Yuyen took the detox pill from Chen Chen's hand and shot him a fierce glare. "Do you know what I've been through during the time you flew over? I had a hard time too. 2 hours. A full 2 hours. Do you know how I spent those 2 hours? Do you know?" Shin Yuyen almost shouted. During the 2 hours that Chen Chen was flying, she had a long dream, in which This fantasy was incredibly awkward for the usually calm and reserved Shin Yuyen. "Sorry." Chen Chen, although unaware of the specifics, still spoke with a hint of guilt. Indeed, he was a demon hunter and could move freely, alleviating his discomfort by doing other things. As a spirit martial artist, Shin Yuyen was even worse off than he was. "But there's only one detox pill. I was originally planning to eat it myself since I was facing both of you sisters alone. I really felt I couldn't hold on. If I didn't take the detox pill, I would definitely make a mistake." Chen Chen paused and continued, "But when I looked at you, I suddenly remembered an expert saying, a woman's lust is 6 times that of a man's. I'm already feeling this bad. You, who are 6 times more lustful than me, must be feeling worse. So, Yuyen, I've decided to give the detox pill to you." Shin Yuyen was slightly taken aback. "What? There's only one detox pill?" She thought Chen Chen had already taken it. "Yes, there's only one. You should take it quickly, you need it more than I do." "Then, what about you?" Shin Yuyen was a bit at a loss. The scorching aura emanating from Chen Chen made her head feel a bit muddled. "And no, it's fine, my willpower is quite strong, maybe, I can hold on." Chen Chen spoke incoherently, completely losing his usual calm and confident demeanor. The two looked at each other with heated gazes, and eventually reached a consensus. Since there was only one detox pill, whoever took it would leave the other feeling unwell. So why not just not take it at all? 3 hours later, Shin Yoshi rubbed her sleepy eyes and groggily woke up. She sniffed the air, feeling that there was a peculiar scent lingering around. "Humph, sister is so cunning." Shin Yoshi looked at Chen Chen and Shin Yuyen tightly embracing each other at the cave entrance, feeling a bit jealous. However, despite saying that, Yoshi still took out a cloak from her spatial ring and kindly draped it over their shoulders. In a moment of distraction, Shen secretly grabbed her butt. Due to the strong effects of the Mi Dai Dan, Shen and Shen Yuyan hadn't actually slept. They had seen Yoshi looking dazed and about to wake up, so they hurriedly embraced each other to pretend to be asleep. Gulyalu at that moment, Yoshi's stomach betrayed her with a growl. Having not eaten anything for so long after leaving the ruins, she was indeed a bit hungry. Seeing that Shen and Shen Yuyan were sleeping so soundly, Yoshi didn't want to disturb them, so she took out a few small fish from her spatial ring, skewered them with a stick, and set them over the fire to roast. The space within the spatial ring was a completely still dimensional space, so the food stored inside wouldn't spoil at all. Yoshi was usually quite fond of eating, so most of what was in her spatial ring was food. Of course, there were also tools for pranks. For example, a chainsaw, machete, wrench, butterfly knife, pliers, entrenching tool, steel cable, candles, and so on. In short, there were no decent supplies, just personal preferences. She even brought salt and chili powder, which was quite nice. So fragrant sigh, the fish became more and more delicious as it roasted, making the pretending to sleep Shen and Shen Yuyan's stomachs growl. Like Yoshi, they hadn't eaten anything for a long time, and after just experiencing an indescribable battle, their physical strength was greatly depleted. They were already starving. Ha! Yoshi, you're awake? This fish is roasted well, let Senior have a taste. So, the two stopped pretending. Although Shen and Shen Yuyan woke up very abruptly, without any transition, Yoshi didn't notice their poor act at all and happily handed the roasted fish to them. Sister, Senior Shen, hurry and eat. The fish Yoshi roasted is so delicious. Shen and Shen Yuyan gladly accepted, thinking to fill their stomachs first before resting properly. With each other's help, the effects of the Mi Dai Dan had dissipated, and the waves in their hearts had long since faded, replaced by a bit of fatigue. Sis, what's up with your socks? They're all torn and frayed? Where did you get that? Shen Yuyan had just stood up, preparing to lie down nearby, when her sister happened to see her somewhat damaged black stockings. Oh, I must have accidentally snagged them on a branch in the cave. It's fine, I'll buy a new pair when we reach our destination. Shen Yuyan explained incoherently while pinching Shen's back hard, as if to say, look at the good trouble you've caused. At this moment, one couldn't help but admire Shen's patience. Oh, even though his skin was about to be pulled off by Shen Yuyan, he still didn't utter a word. Seeing Shen's pained expression, Shen Yuyan finally satisfiedly let go. But it was precisely at the moment Shen Yuyan released him that Shen, who had been enduring the pain in silence, let out a groan. His expression was somewhat complex. Meanwhile, Yoshi, watching the two of them act so sneakily, was momentarily confused. *** winky face. These two guys are acting strange. Did they do something behind my back while I was asleep? They rested in the cave until 6 p.m., and only then did Shen prepare to set off. After all, this time would be defined as evening, and moving under Yoshi's chaotic armor's double attribute boost would be safer. The crisis of the Medea Dan was finally passed without incident. Although the process was very tortuous, the gains were not small. First, with the efforts of Shen and Shen Yuyan, they saved a second-grade detoxification pill for emergencies. Secondly, during their mutual assistance and exploration, their tacit understanding actually improved. Shen Yuyan, Angel's Wing, tacit understanding 10% to 0% when attacking and hitting an enemy, gain 1 layer of Ascending God Stage effect for 5 seconds. Each layer of Ascending God Stage increases attack speed by 1%, stacking up to 100200 layers. The Ascending God Stage cannot be cleared. After the tacit understanding increased, the maximum layers of the Ascending God Stage rose to 200 layers. Previously, stacking to the maximum only provided 100% attack speed. Now it could go up to 200%. This greatly enhanced Shen's potential. Since he had been flying in the sky, Shen's journey went quite smoothly, and he encountered no dangers. After 3 days of travel, they were finally nearing the strait opposite Jinghai City. As long as they crossed the sea in front of them, they could reach Jinghai territory directly. Why is there a watchtower here? Deep in the jungle by the coast, Shen discovered a lookout tower that was clearly built by humans. There were no signs of human activity nearby, yet a watchtower appeared, which struck him as very strange. Should we go down and take a look? Shen Yuyan suggested. No need, let's just go around it. Our destination is Jinghai, and it's best not to stir up trouble. Shen chose to ignore the strange watchtower. After all, at his flying height, it would be hard for them to notice him. Approaching recklessly would only increase the risk of unexpected events. At our current speed, it will take at least 10 hours to fly across this sea area. After reaching the coast, Shen took out a map. After his precise calculations over the past few days, he realized that his physical limit could only allow him to fly continuously for 6 hours at most. This meant that if Qin Shen wanted to cross the sea area, he had to find a transfer point to rest in between. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete. Shin Yoyan's finger traced the map. This route is the ferry service between Jinghai and the Demon City. If we time it right, we can rest on the ship. Let's do that. This was the only way, and Qin Shen thought the same. Before heading to the sea area, Qin Shen gathered a lot of wood and vines in the jungle and stored them in his spatial ring. In case of any accidents, he could quickly craft a wooden raft as a foothold on the sea. However, he hoped that his actions would be unnecessary, as the seas of Blue Star were extremely dangerous. Countless unknown relic teleportation portals lay hidden beneath the sea, and ocean demon species could appear at any moment. Because of this, the ferry service between the Demon City and Jinghai was very infrequent, with only one passenger ship named the Bronze Age making the round trip. There are platinum demon hunters specifically responsible for security on the Bronze Era, so when we land later, we must be very careful not to expose our whereabouts, Shin Yuyan kindly reminded. After all, they were faking their deaths, and their destination was the heavily guarded Jinghai of the Hua family. If their movements were discovered, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After calculating the time, Qin Shen set off in the early morning. It would take about 4 hours of flight to encounter the sailing Bronze Era. According to the plan, Qin Shen would rest for 2 hours on the Bronze Era before flying alone to the Jinghai territory. The morning sea was shrouded in a thin mist, with sunlight filtering through, sparkling on the water's surface. In this tranquil sea, Qin Shen spread his wings, resembling a free-flying kunpeng, overlooking the waters below. A small boat appeared faintly on the misty sea. Strange, why is there a fast boat in this position? Qin Shen felt puzzled. Due to the dangers of the Blue Star's waters, the entire strait only had the Bronze Era as a passenger ship. This boat was not on the designated route. Although it was fast, it was not large, unlike a passenger or merchant ship. Could it be pirates? Shin Yoshi guessed excitedly. The waters of Blue Star are so treacherous that there are no merchant ships passing through, so there can't be any pirates. Shin Yuyan answered her sister's question before Qin Shen could speak. Then what is it? A ghost ship? Where would a ghost ship come from in broad daylight? Qin Shen was also at a loss, as according to their planned schedule, they were supposed to fly for 4 hours before meeting the Bronze Era. But it was only 3 hours in, and they had encountered a small fast boat an hour early, which no one had anticipated. From the direction the small boat is heading, it's not going towards the Demon City dock but rather towards the mountains we just passed. This made Shin Yuyan even more perplexed. Such a small boat, if attacked by demons in the waters, would likely be doomed. Who would take such a huge risk to bring a boat to this godforsaken place? Is there a possibility that this fast boat came from the Bronze Era? Qin Shen found something new in Shin Yuyan's analysis. That could be true. I read a report about the Bronze Era before. It's a giant passenger ship jointly built by the Demon City and Jinghai, equipped with several fast rescue boats. What we are encountering now could very well be one of them. It should be right. Combining the information Shin Yuyan provided, Qin Shen became more convinced of his guess. Could it be that something happened to the Bronze Era? Shin Yuyan was very shocked. She had carefully read the introduction of the Bronze Era. It was a massive steel monster. The displacement of the Bronze Era exceeded 60,000 tons, measuring 333 meters in length and 80 meters in width. During its voyage, there would be at least 3 teams of platinum demon hunters guarding it, along with diamond-ranked demon hunters as captains. Shin Yuyan found it hard to imagine what kind of danger such a powerful Bronze Era could encounter to implement an emergency distress plan. It's still uncertain. Let's go down and take a look. Qin Shen began to descend. The fast boat was about 10 meters long, and there was no one on the deck, which did not fit the situation of an escape. To avoid being detected, Qin Shen flew almost at sea level, like a torpedo, directly heading towards the rapidly approaching fast boat. Woohoo! The intense visual impact excited Shin Yoshi, who shouted out loud. At the moment of contact with the boat's hull, Qin Shen used his wall-passing technique, which ignored object collisions, successfully penetrating into the interior of the boat. This girl is really something. Can we not touch her? Stop thinking nonsense. Do you know who she is? The commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, Su Tingshan's daughter. If you touch her here, all of us on this ship will be buried with you. Wow! This girl has such a big background? Stop daydreaming about taking hostages all day. Can't you show a bit of professionalism? The boss is still waiting for us to dock. As Qin Shen walked in, he discovered an explosive scene in the cargo hold. A young girl had her eyes covered with a black cloth, her mouth stuffed with a rag, and her hands and feet bound, thrown into a corner of the cargo hold. Surrounding her was a group of professional thugs armed with spiritual weapons, all at least at the silver level, if not higher. I just observed, there are no pursuers behind us. To be able to infiltrate the Bronze Era and quietly kidnap the daughter of the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, the mastermind behind this group is not simple. Through the earlier conversation, Chen Chen had basically figured out the situation. Based on the direction the fast boat was sailing, he even guessed the destination. It was the watchtower he had discovered deep in the jungle. There must be more hidden secrets at that location. Chen, what should we do now? Xin Yuyan asked softly. They had two choices. Either pretend they hadn't seen anything and wait until they safely reached Jinghai to notify the security bureau, or take the risk and rescue the girl. This is the daughter of the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, we have to save her. Chen Chen's gaze deepened as he began to formulate a rescue plan in his mind. If they were to deal with the Hua family in Jinghai in the future, having a foothold in the security bureau would make things much easier. Old 2, you stay here and keep watch while we observe the surrounding waters. If there's any sign of trouble, report immediately. After giving the instructions, the thugs gradually left the cargo hold, leaving only a shifty-eyed demon hunter to guard. This was the same guy who had been shouting about taking hostages. Woo 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 woo. Once the others had left, the girl, with her mouth blocked, made a series of sounds as if trying to communicate with the thugs. Stop messing around. As long as you behave and listen, once our boss gets what he wants, we'll let you go back. The thug shook his head, feeling a sense of regret. Such a good hostage right in front of him, yet he couldn't take advantage of it. What a pity. As the daughter of Su Tingshan, the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, Su Wenwen had a capable short haircut, looking like a refined young lady. Even when captured, her expression remained resolute and unyielding, showing no fear. Woo 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 woo. Su Wenwen tried to communicate again, but the thug ignored her. So, she decided to use the thug's weakness and directly banged her head against the iron wall of the ship. Bang! 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 Each sound was sharper than the last, and soon blood began to flow from Su Wenwen's forehead. Alright, I'll take the rag out of your mouth. With no other choice, the thug had to help Su Wenwen remove the rag blocking her mouth and warned her in advance. But let's agree first, once your mouth is open, you're not allowed to scream. Woo 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 woo. Su Wenwen nodded repeatedly, indicating her agreement. Help! Is anyone there? I'm here. Help me. Sure enough, women are fickle. Just as she had promised the thug not to shout, the moment the rag was removed from her mouth, she immediately began to cry for help. Stop shouting. This cabin has the best soundproofing. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will pay attention to you. The thug seemed to have anticipated that Su Wenwen would do this. The reason he took the rag away was that he was bored being alone there. And he wasn't lying. The fact that his teammates didn't rush over to check on Su Wenwen after her scream indicated that the soundproofing in this cabin was indeed good. Cabin, Bronze Age? Su Wenwen, blindfolded, thought she was still on the passenger ship. Since you know who I am, you should understand the consequences of what you're doing. I now command you to release me immediately, or the entire Jinghai Security Bureau will not let you off. Bronze Age? Ha! If we only had that little ability, how would we dare to kidnap you? The bandit deliberately tried to scare Su Wenwen, saying, even if I were to unlock all the shackles on you right now, you wouldn't be able to go back. To tell you the truth, you've been unconscious for 3 days, and we've long since left the waters of Longwa. Jinghai Security Bureau? You might as well have your dad notify the Longwa Security General Bureau to come and catch us. Ha 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 ha, we're no longer in Longwa's waters? How is that possible? You are spies from an enemy country? Su Wenwen clearly realized the other party was bluffing, but still pretended to be very scared. Ha! To be honest, I am a very high-level agent. As long as you behave, I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing that the girl was already intimidated, the bandit became even more arrogant. I'm a bit scared alone right now. Can you come sit with me? Su Wenwen bit her lip and said with a gaze full of emotion. Ha! Of course, I can. The bandit, seeing Su Wenwen like this, certainly wouldn't refuse. Although she was the daughter of the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau and he couldn't act excessively, as a professional bandit, it was very necessary to calm the hostage's fearful emotions. Besides, what threat could a blindfolded girl with her hands and feet bound pose? Brother, if I give myself to you, will you protect me? The bandit had just sat down next to Su Wenwen when she suddenly leaned her head on his shoulder. The girl's fragrance wafted from her short hair, refreshing and delightful. The bandit was momentarily stunned. He never expected Su Wenwen to be so proactive, leaving him at a loss. Of course, as long as Wenwen behaves, I will definitely not let you come to any harm. The bandit eagerly took Su Wenwen's hand, smiling as if basking in spring breezes. But just as he was about to take further action, a flash of cold light appeared first, followed by a gunshot like a dragon. Chen Chen used his wall-passing technique to slip through the nearby cargo and launched a surprise attack while the bandit was flirting, his silver gun piercing directly through the bandit's throat. But Chen Chen knew very well that a silver-level demon hunter's biological strength had long surpassed human limits. Even with such an injury, it wouldn't be fatal. Shadow Servant. After severely injuring the bandit, Yoshi immediately summoned the souls imprisoned by the Chaos Armor. Shadow Shield Guard, Logitech. Shadow Dual Dagger, Nyo Dali. Shadow Gunner, Zhao Wu. In the desert ruins, Chen Chen had used the Chaos Armor to imprison the souls of the three, turning them into Yoshi's shadow servants. The summoned Logitech and the others had no outlines, appearing like a mass of three-dimensional shadows. Although the shadow servants also possess spiritual weapons, their spiritual power levels did not inherit from the souls themselves but from the spiritual powers of Chen Chen and Yoshi. Therefore, Logitech, Zhao Wu, and Nyo Dali, along with their own spiritual weapons, were only at the bronze level 5. The severely injured bandit was immediately besieged by the shadow servants. Holy Shield Impact. Flowing Fire Slash. Continuous Stab. The three shadow servants immediately unleashed their signature skills. The bandit was first struck in the face by Logitech's large shield, then bisected by the flaming dual daggers, and finally pierced through the heart by Zhao Wu's continuous stabs. He died thoroughly. Shadow servants are different from clones. They can wield martial skills and possess immense combat power. The only downside is that the opponent hasn't even figured out what's happening before they are done for. They haven't had the chance to develop any killing intent towards Chen Chen, so this silver demon hunter's lifespan cannot be drained. I'm here to save you. Chen Chen immediately untied Su Wenwen's bindings, preparing to take her away. To avoid exposing his identity, Chen Chen wore the E-grade night cloak of Yoshi, with a mask covering his face. Moreover, he had already punctured the bottom of the speedboat earlier. The remaining bandits were currently like ants on a hot pan, frantically trying to repair the hull, completely oblivious to this side. I know. Otherwise, do you think I just lured him over for no reason? Su Wenwen glanced at Chen Chen with sparkling eyes, seemingly unfazed by what had just happened. It felt as if Chen Chen was one of her subordinates she had planted in advance. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Reflecting on Su Wenwen's earlier actions, it indeed seemed like she had coordinated with him beforehand. Thanks to her lure, Chen Chen was able to succeed smoothly. Otherwise, if the silver-ranked demon hunter had fought back, it would have been troublesome. You knew I was coming? Chen Chen was puzzled. He had clearly encountered Su Wenwen by chance, so she couldn't possibly know he would save her. But if Su Wenwen didn't know, then her earlier actions were far too dangerous. That didn't add up. Seeing Chen Chen in shock, Su Wenwen smiled triumphantly and playfully said, "No way? Is there anyone who doesn't know the name of my future goddess, Su Wenwen? How are you mixing with my dad? Future goddess." Seeing that Chen Chen was completely clueless, Shin Yuyan explained from the side, Su Wenwen, S-rank spirit weapon, future sight, has the ability to glimpse a brief future. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were so determined to go to Jinghai that you already knew this information. Su Wenwen noticed Chen Chen's dazed expression and realized something was off. Aren't you a spy my dad planted beside the enemy? Chen Chen didn't answer. Instead, he gathered energy on the spot, infusing his silver spear with spiritual power, preparing for the next move. Hurry! That person's spirit weapon will trigger the cabin alarm in 3 seconds. We must stop her. Su Wenwen once again used her future sight to see what was about to happen. Although Chen Chen's ambush was successful, the bandit demon hunter had died before they could retaliate, but their spirit weapon was still alive. This meant Su Wenwen was not yet saved and was still in a very dangerous situation. The speedboat had an entire squad of silver-ranked awakeners, and judging from Chen Chen's earlier attack on the bandit, his spiritual power was clearly inferior to theirs. If the cabin alarm was triggered now, summoning other awakeners for support, things would get troublesome. It's fine, let her trigger it. In the face of Su Wenwen's warning, Chen Chen appeared confident. He knew very well that the opponent's reinforcements wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Soon after, what Su Wenwen had warned about truly happened. The dagger at the bandit's waist transformed into a humanoid figure, a middle-aged woman with long hair, who took advantage of the shadow servant's positioning gap to directly trigger the cabin alarm. This scene surprised Chen Chen greatly. Although this was within his expectations, even without Su Wenwen's future sight, he knew the bandit's spirit weapon was still alive. That was basic knowledge. However, there was an essential difference between the two. What Su Wenwen saw was a real future, while what Chen Chen anticipated were his subjective guesses. This feeling made Chen Chen feel very peculiar. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. In an instant, the piercing alarm sounded, pulling Chen Chen's thoughts back to reality. You can't escape now. With that, the woman smiled confidently, directly using a key to unlock the cabin door and strode away. Although the woman was also a silver-level spirit warrior, the demon hunter she had contracted with was already dead. While Su Wenwen and Chen Chen's spiritual power levels were not particularly high, their innate abilities were quite tricky. One could appear and disappear at will, summoning shadow warriors, while the other could capture the future and provide early warnings. It was very unwise for her to think she could stop Su Wenwen and Chen Chen by herself. So, the woman simply opened the cabin door and fled, prioritizing her own safety, planning to capture the two once her teammates arrived for support. After all, the fast boat was sailing on an endless sea, and Su Wenwen had no way to escape. It's over, you've messed up big time. Su Wenwen looked at the shimmering sea surface outside the cabin, feeling a sense of foreboding. Why didn't you listen to my orders just now? Now look, when the enemy's support arrives, we're done for. Chen Chen ignored the panicked Su Wenwen. Once the cabin door opened, he gave up on launching a charged attack and recalled all the shadow servants, swaggering out of the cabin. Chen Chen had originally planned to use a charged attack to create a big hole in the cabin and then escape with Su Wenwen. But now, it was no longer necessary. Where's our support? Faced with such an urgent situation, Su Wenwen tried to remain calm. She observed her surroundings while asking Chen Chen beside her. No support, just me. Chen Chen replied honestly. What? Just you? Su Wenwen looked at him in disbelief. At a time like this, don't joke around. If it's just you, how can you save me? Chen Chen's strength was evident, he was probably only at the mid-level of bronze. Meanwhile, there was an entire team of silver-level awakeners on this fast boat. With such a disparity in strength, what could they use to fight back? In Su Wenwen's view, if Chen Chen really came alone to save her, that would undoubtedly be a death wish. Aren't you able to see the future? Why not take another look at how I will respond? Chen Chen teased. Compared to Su Wenwen's panic, Chen Chen appeared calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Future sight consumes a large amount of spiritual power and can only see brief moments. Why waste spiritual power on something you can just tell me? Su Wenwen was quite puzzled. Chen Chen was clearly a bronze-level demon hunter, and the spirit weapon in his hand didn't seem very rare. Where did his confidence come from? This was still based on the fact that Su Wenwen saw the spirit weapon as a silver spear, not a firewood stick. Since the firewood stick and the G-level spirit weapon of the tattered cloak were too conspicuous, Chen Chen had preemptively changed the spirit weapon illusions for the two sisters. He set the appearances of Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi to F-level black robes and silver spears. In the Magic City Spirit Weapon Academy, Chen Chen, who had contracted two G-level spirit weapons at the same time, was quite famous. After all, he was the first man in the entire history of Blue Star to contract twin spirit weapons simultaneously. To some extent, Chen Chen's name was much more renowned than Su Wenwen's as the goddess of the future. However, at this moment, his figure was hidden beneath the black robe, and with a mask on his face, it was hard for Su Wenwen to connect him to his true identity. Chen Chen had already thought it through. He would claim that the contracted spirit weapon was an F-level silver spear, while Shun Yoshi's F-level black robe would be falsely claimed to possess flying capabilities. After all, in Blue Star, only Chen Chen could contract two spirit weapons at the same time, and both Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi were G-level spirit weapons, making them highly recognizable. This made it difficult for Chen Chen to be identified after a little disguise. Strange, the alarm has been ringing for so long, why hasn't the other side's support arrived yet? Su Wenwen suddenly felt something was off. Such a piercing alarm should have been heard by anyone in any corner of the cabin the moment it went off, yet no one had come. They're busy right now, they won't be able to make it for a while. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Su Wenwen probably guessed that this was yet another of his schemes. The man before her, though his spiritual power seemed weak, gave her an impression of being unfathomable. Thus, driven by her curiosity, Su Wenwen activated her future sight again. She wanted to see how he would manage to rescue her in this situation. Wow! Finally fixed the hull, good thing our third has a repair attribute, otherwise, we would all be doomed. At the bottom of the cabin, the busy bandits finally worked together to repair the hull beneath their feet. The incoming seawater had already submerged half of their bodies, and the surrounding cargo was floating everywhere, making the entire cabin a mess. Fortunately, there was a demon hunter with repair skills in their team, temporarily sealing the leaks. Myling, you just said a bronze-level awakener ambushed the second? Yeah, the second didn't even react before he was taken out. But that person is definitely not strong, and when I ran over, I observed on the deck that he had no accomplices. Big brother, I checked the surveillance room. There was just one person, no anomalies elsewhere. Ha! Su Tingshan is really foolish, sending a bronze demon hunter to rescue his precious daughter. Isn't that underestimating us too much? The bandit leader said disdainfully. Fourth, go to the control room and stop the ship. We're going to meet this fearless guy. Under the bandits' control, the ship quickly came to a halt. This also meant they had dealt with the current tricky situation and were about to start hunting Su Wenwen and Chen Chen. You can actually fly. At the same time, Su Wenwen, through her future sight ability, saw what was about to happen next. She stared at Chen Chen in shock, suddenly realizing something. This group of bandits' speedboat was sailing on the sea, and there were no other boats in sight, so where did this guy come from? At first, Su Wenwen thought Chen Chen had been hiding on this speedboat from the beginning, but after seeing the upcoming scene through her future sight, she dismissed that idea. A wild speculation surfaced in her mind. He flew over. Why did she feel this thought was crazy? Because on Blue Star, there are very few martial arts capable of true flight, and at least A-level martial arts are required to fly. Even so, this ability has time limits and consumes a lot of spiritual power. This was clearly an ability that a bronze-level demon hunter did not possess. It seems you really can see the future. Chen Chen, from the shock in Su Wenwen's eyes, seemed to imagine everything she had seen. Su Wenwen had activated her future sight several times in front of Chen Chen, and he roughly understood the logic behind it. Chen Chen had always been curious about how Su Wenwen, who clearly had the ability to know the future, was captured. Now he understood, because future sight required the awakener to actively consume a large amount of spiritual power to divine the future, and it could only see brief moments. It was not a passive skill that could be used anytime and anywhere, and the foreseeable future was very short. So without actively using future sight, Su Wenwen was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, relying on this ability for a long time would lead to a decline in one's subjective judgment and analytical skills, even resulting in their loss. Chen Chen preferred to use his own brain to calculate. After all, directly seeing the future was simply too boring. Hold on tight. Since Su Wenwen had already seen him, Chen Chen decided to stop pretending. He immediately spread his angel wings behind him, lifted Su Wenwen, and flew straight into the sky. Of course, what Su Wenwen saw through her foresight and what was happening now was that a cyclone appeared on the dark night cloak behind Chen Chen, lifting them high into the air. So stable. Even more stable than my dad's air control technique. After personally experiencing Chen Chen's flying ability, Su Wenwen felt that his flying skills even surpassed those of her father. It should be noted that Su Wenwen's father, Su Tingshan, was a transcendent-level demon hunter. Of course, in terms of speed, he couldn't compare, as the difference in spiritual power was evident. But in the rhythm of flying, Su Wenwen felt that Chen Chen was superior. How to describe that feeling? It was as if he truly had a pair of wings on his back. Who on earth are you? Su Wenwen was completely conquered by Chen Chen's abilities. No wonder he was so confident. Even with only a bronze-level power, he didn't take the opponent seriously. Because in the vast ocean, being able to dominate the airspace meant having absolute authority. Right now, Chen Chen could even fly away directly, and the other party had no way to stop him. I am. When Su Wenwen asked about his identity, Chen Chen was clearly taken aback. Not having thought of a name in advance was truly a blunder. His name is Snake. Fortunately, Shen Yuyan timely saved the situation by giving Chen Chen a temporary code name. Snake? Thank you for saving me. After witnessing Chen Chen's extraordinary flying ability, Su Wenwen's attitude became noticeably more humble. The name Snake also added a layer of mystery to Chen Chen's new identity. Su Wenwen admitted that she had just barked like a dog. Mr. Snake, why are you here? Su Wenwen asked curiously. Just passing by. Chen Chen couldn't even be bothered to come up with a reason. But that was the truth, he was just a passerby. Then Mr. Snake, what should we do now? Should we fly back to Jinghai City? If we fly back, I might not have enough stamina. I plan to rest on the bronze-class ship for a bit to recover my strength, and then I'll just throw you back. Really? That would be great. The thought of being able to return to the bronze-class ship soon made Su Wenwen very happy. Moreover, Chen Chen's words were very casual, as if saving her was truly just a coincidence, without any ulterior motives. Although it was a coincidence, Chen Chen did have a purpose. But now was not the time to reveal it. What he wanted was to play the long game and catch the big fish. You, hold on to the life buoy and stay here alone for a bit. I have some things to take care of, I'll be back soon. Chen Chen first brought Su Wenwen to a safe area of the sea, then took out a life buoy from his spatial ring, instructing her to stay put. The life buoy was something Chen Chen had found while hiding in the cabin. It was much more useful than wood. After securing Su 11, Chen Chen once again used his wall-passing technique to sneak onto the ship. At this moment, the small boat had been stopped by the bandits, who were searching everywhere for the traces of Chen Chen and Su 11. How strange. Where are they? I just saw them walk out of the cabin on the monitor, and in the blink of an eye, they've disappeared? They must have jumped into the sea. Everyone put on your diving suits and get into the water to search. Big brother, don't worry. The sea area we are in is far from the demon city in Jinghai, and there are no ships around. They can't escape. The surveillance on the ship only captured the perspectives inside the various cabins, so it didn't record Chen Chen flying away. After searching the ship several times without finding anyone, the bandits assumed the two had dived into the sea and jumped in to pursue them. Third brother, stay on the ship and keep looking. Maybe these two guys are hiding in some corner of the ship. Before going into the water, the bandit leader was still cautious. If they all went into the sea to chase, and if Su 11 was still on the ship, she could just drive the ship away, which would be disastrous. At this moment, Chen Chen had just finished destroying the surveillance room and had also made a larger hole in the ship's bottom that the bandits had painstakingly repaired. Within half an hour, this ship would turn into a pile of steel junk and sink to the bottom of the sea. By then, these guys would completely lose their foothold at sea, leaving Chen Chen free to deal with them. Seeing that all the enemies had gone into the water, leaving only the demon hunter third brother and the second brother's Lingwu Miling on the ship, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. A bit of intelligence, but not much. Miling, let's split up. With the second brother dead, you no longer have a demon hunter. If you find the enemy, don't act recklessly, just notify me directly. The bandit third brother was a shipworker in repair gear, wielding a huge wrench as his Lingwu. From the appearance and words of the opponent, he seemed to be more difficult to deal with than the second brother, who only thought about super hostages. But at this moment, the enemy was in the open while Chen Chen was in the dark, so there was no need for a direct confrontation. Moreover, the two acting separately provided Chen Chen with more room to maneuver. Even if the two sides' spiritual powers differed by an entire realm, as long as he struck unexpectedly, there was still a chance of victory. The second bandit, who had been taken down by Chen Chen, was a good example. Ha! Who destroyed the surveillance room? Miling, be careful. The enemy is very likely still on the ship. I understand, third brother. That guy killed the second brother. I must drag him out and tear him to pieces to avenge the second brother. Third brother communicated with Miling through the intercom. Ha! Why does it seem like the ship is sinking? However, just as one wave settled, another rose. Third brother had just discovered the surveillance room had been damaged when he noticed the sea level rising. He hurried to the previously damaged area to check and indeed found more damage to the ship's body. The rushing seawater had already submerged the entire hull. Miling, the recently repaired hull seems to have been damaged again. Be careful alone, I'm going down to continue the repairs. Third brother's talent was E-level repair, and in this situation, he could only go down himself to check. Since the location Chen Chen had damaged was the same as the previous repair, although the hole was larger, third brother couldn't tell whether it was man-made or caused by the impact of the water flow. Judging from the damage to the hull and the water level inside the cabin, the entire ship was at a critical moment of life and death. If the repairs failed, they would all be buried at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the brothers were still chasing Su 11 underwater. If they were chasing and suddenly found their ship sinking, they wouldn't know what to think. To prevent such a situation, the spiritual power within third brother erupted, and he did his utmost to repair the hole in the ship's bottom. He was now the hope of the entire team. Phew! Finally caught up. 10 minutes later, after third brother's relentless efforts, the large hole in the ship's bottom was finally repaired. At this moment, third brother lay exhausted on the deck. The two repairs had drained all his spiritual power and physical strength. Fortunately, the ship was successfully saved. Miling, are you there? How's it going on your side? No problems, right? Relieved, third brother quickly contacted Miling through the intercom. After all, Miling's demon hunter had already been taken out. She was just a spirit warrior without a contract. Lao San thought that if he were the enemy, he would definitely target Miling first. Lao San, I'm here. That kid should have jumped into the sea. I've searched the ship a few times and found no trace of him. We might as well wait for news from the boss. By the way, how's the repair on the hull going? If the ship sinks, we're done for. Ha! Don't worry, I'm a professional. Hearing Miling's voice, Lao San finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the opponent really wasn't on the ship and had already gone into the sea. After all, in the vast ocean, that was the only escape plan. If that were the case, they wouldn't have to worry. After all, this was the sea, not some river or lake. Su 11 and Chen Chen couldn't escape. Lao San let out a long breath, then shakily pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the toolbox, preparing to light one for himself. The previous situation had been too urgent, his hands felt a bit weak. But just when Lao San thought he could relax, with the cigarette at his lips, he couldn't get it lit. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and when he slowly lowered his head, a glowing spear was still piercing through his heart. Cough! Immediately, the spear was pulled out, and bright red blood continuously poured from Lao San's lungs into his throat. Chen Chen seized the opportunity, giving no space for the opponent to fight back, as he thrust his silver spear repeatedly, piercing through the opponent's chest. In fact, at that moment, Lao San had no strength to resist. His spiritual power and physical strength had been exhausted while repairing the hull. You bastard! Stop it! He knelt on the ground, glaring at Chen Chen with a fierce look. At that moment, Chen Chen had already summoned shadow servants, attacking his equally exhausted spirit warrior. That huge wrench gradually transformed into a human form after being continuously attacked by the shadow servants, collapsing in front of Lao San. Damn it! Lao San cursed, but unfortunately, he had no chance to fight back. From the very beginning, he had already lost completely in the game against Chen Chen. Chen Chen's target had never been Myling, who had no demon hunter, but him, who could repair the hull. As a silver spear pierced through both their throats, the awakened one Zhang Yi, who harbored killing intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 85 years, with a 130% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 110 years of lifespan. The awakened one Xiao Yaxin, who harbored killing intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 80 years, with a 120% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 96 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 486 years. After successfully killing 2 awakened ones of the Silver Realm, Chen Chen gained quite a bit of lifespan. Moreover, from the lifespan data he obtained, he learned that when human awakened one's spiritual power levels increased, their lifespans would also increase. These bandits looked to be over 40 years old, yet they still had over 80 years of lifespan left, clearly much longer than those like Luoji that Chen Chen had killed. No wonder powerful beings in the King Realm often lived for hundreds of years and remained youthful. Of course, the 2 spatial rings were also taken by Chen Chen. Then, Chen Chen used his cloning martial technique to create a clone of Lao San, Zhang Yi. Hey, Myling, come over quickly. I've found the traces of Su Wenwen and that guy over here. You hurry and flank them from the other side. Really? That's great. Tell me the location. I'm coming right over. Okay, they are just. The awakened one, Jiang Myling, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a basic lifespan of 91 years, with a 110% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and an additional 100 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan of the host, 677 years. Through the clone of the third Zhang Yi, Chen Chen easily took down Jiang Myling. The main strategy was to play dirty. Whenever possible, he never faced his enemies head-on. Not only did he want to rub the enemy's body into the ground, but he also wanted to rub their intelligence into the ground. Shrimp and pig heart. Yo, this is a good find. In the spatial ring of the third Zhang Yi, Chen Chen successfully discovered a batch of explosives. As expected of a professional bandit, it seems Zhang Yi was the team's engineer responsible for maintenance and demolition. After arranging the explosives, Chen Chen flew into the air, quietly waiting for the other bandits to come ashore. Damn! This is unbelievable, there's nothing in the sea, where the hell did they go? Scared me to death. I just encountered a platinum-level steel sea dragon in the deep sea, almost got killed. We better not go into the sea, this is not a place for us humans to tread. If you ask me, that kid is definitely still on the ship with Su Wenwen. After all, this is a sea area where demon seeds can pop up at any time, maybe they've already been caught by the third. What the hell are you talking about? You were acting like a pig before, and now you're a genius after the fact. Just now, it was you shouting that they must have gone into the sea. Not long after, the group of bandits returned to the deck in a disheveled state. Each one was gasping for breath, as if they had just encountered some indescribable creature in the sea. This was quite normal. On Blue Star, the deep sea is an extremely dangerous realm, just like the unexplored depths of a jungle on land. Third, what's going on? Did you find anyone? The bandit leader shouted, panting. They had been busy in the sea for half a day without seeing a single hair of a person, and could only place their last hope on the third on the ship. Damn, that third guy doesn't even know what he's doing. He doesn't even dare to reply to me. Damn. I'll definitely teach him a good lesson later. Seeing no one responding on the ship, the bandit leader cursed. Brother. At that moment, a trembling subordinate suddenly ran over, looking terrified, as if he had seen something more horrifying than a sea monster. "What's wrong?" the bandit leader said irritably. "Brother, you might not be able to teach the third a lesson anymore." "What? As your big brother, I can't teach him a lesson? If he wasn't the only one among us who could repair the ship, I would have thrown him into the sea to feed the fish." "Brother, what I mean is, the third. He's already dead." The subordinate pointed to a nearby corpse. Besides the third Zhang Yi, there was also his spiritual weapon, as well as the second spiritual weapon. In short, everyone left on the ship was dead. "Everyone be careful, we are very likely surrounded by enemies." The bandit leader glanced at the third's corpse, then shifted his gaze angrily towards the distant sea surface. His first reaction was that the support to rescue Su Wunwun had arrived. After all, how could a bronze-level demon hunter dare to come here alone? That would be pure suicide. The other side must have a backup. The bandit leader's words immediately sent the entire Awaken team into a state of panic. Everyone hurriedly sought cover to hide, glancing towards the sea from time to time. But the sea remained calm, without a ripple. "Brother, there's no one around. In a radius of dozens of nautical miles, not even a fly is present." "Brother, could it be that you're being too sensitive? Old 3 must have been ambushed by that kid." "That's good news. This means the enemy is definitely still on the ship." "Are you stupid? Old 3 is dead, and you think that's good news?" The sea was terrifyingly calm, making the bandits even more anxious. After all, the fear of the unknown often brings the strongest sense of oppression. At that moment, a strange voice broke the bandits' argument. "Don't move! You are all surrounded." Chen Shen slowly descended from the sky in front of everyone, his black robe billowing in the wind, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. "Boss, look! It's the kid who rescued Su Wunwun." The bandits gasped as they looked at Chen Shen hovering above the ship. "Damn, this kid can fly. No wonder we couldn't find him anywhere." "Don't panic, big brother. The duration of flying martial arts won't last long, and it consumes a lot of spiritual power. With his strength, he definitely can't hold out for long. I see his body is stiff. He's probably using some B-grade or lower pseudo-flying skills." "You little brat, you killed old 3 and the others, right? You better not come down, or we'll kill you." Seeing that there were no other people around Chen Shen, the bandits seemed to regain their confidence. In their view, Chen Shen appeared because he could no longer fly. "Is everyone here?" Chen Shen asked without warning. The bandits were confused, completely not understanding the meaning of Chen Shen's words. "Everyone is here, so I can send you on your way." "Ha ha 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 ha, really a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Don't think just because you got lucky and learned a flying martial art that you can flaunt your skills." Boom! Too lazy to listen to their rambling, Chen Shen directly pressed the timer on the bomb on the ship. With a brilliant mushroom cloud rising, a huge wave surged across the sea surface. After the explosion, the ship quickly caught fire, emitting thick smoke, and began to sink at an alarming rate. The awakened 1XXX who harbored killing intent towards you has been killed. The host gains a basic lifespan of 74 years, with a 130% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 96 years of lifespan. Host remaining lifespan, 847 years. After a long time, only the shattered wreckage of the ship floated on the sea. During this process, Chen Shen only received one piece of information about the lifespan he absorbed from an awakened one. This indicated that the recent explosion was not enough to wipe out the enemy. The others should still be clinging to life. However, it was certain that even if they didn't die, being caught in such a massive explosion would have left them severely injured. Now, soaked in seawater, they wouldn't last long. Chen Shen wasn't in a hurry, he just stayed at the sea surface. Holding his silver spear, he would stab anyone who showed their head. The awakened 1XXX who harbored killing intent towards you has been killed. The host gains a basic lifespan of 66 years, with a 130% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 85 years of lifespan. The awakened 1XXX who harbored killing intent towards you has been killed. The host gains a basic lifespan of 82 years, with a 150% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 123 years of lifespan. Host remaining lifespan, 1,499 years. After taking down the last bandit, the lifespan Chen Shen absorbed had already exceeded 1,000 years. With a 100% lifespan absorption, plus the additional bonuses from his spiritual power level, it was clear that killing awakened ones who harbored killing intent provided a much faster rate of lifespan absorption than killing monsters in ruins. Not only lifespan, but from these people's spatial rings, Chen Shen also discovered a large number of magic crystals. The other items were varied and numerous, and Chen Shen packed all the supply pills into his own space. The remaining items, he planned to sell directly in the black market once he reached jinghai. Among them were 2 C-grade combination martial arts techniques that Chen Chen felt were very suitable for him, so he began to cultivate them. Thunder Spear, C-grade summons a thunder long spear, dealing 100% lightning attribute damage to enemies and causing paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which it can be picked up to increase movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. It also grants the next attack a thunder piercing effect. CD, 20 seconds. Shock Thunder Spear, C-grade throws a thunder long spear, dealing 100% lightning attribute damage to enemies and causing paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which it can be picked up to increase movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. It also grants the next attack a thunder piercing effect. CD, 20 seconds. Thunder Piercing, dashes forward at high speed, dealing 200% lightning attribute damage and inflicting a kill effect based on 5% of the enemy's lost health. After hitting an enemy with Thunder Piercing, all martial arts cooldowns are reduced by 1 second. Chen Chen's spirit weapon happened to be a spear type, and Thunder Piercing could reduce the cooldown of all martial arts, which was a very rare attribute. However, Thunder Piercing required picking up the thrown Thunder Spear to trigger. This made Chen Chen feel somewhat unsatisfied. If there were a way to automatically retrieve the Thunder Spear, that would be perfect. After dealing with all the bandits, Chen Chen immediately returned to the sea area where Su Wenwen was located. Mr. Snake, you finally returned. As soon as she saw Chen Chen's figure, Su Wenwen immediately called out for help. The explosion of the ship had frightened her greatly, and she thought that Chen Chen had encountered some danger in the distance. If Chen Chen had died and the ship had sunk, she would be left floating on the endless sea, truly waiting for death. So upon seeing Chen Chen, Su Wenwen was so excited. Let's go, everything has been taken care of, we can start heading back now. Chen Chen lifted Su Wenwen out of the water and tossed her onto his back. There was still an hour's journey ahead, and if he kept carrying her, Chen Chen would feel very tired. But if he held her in his arms, it wouldn't be good either. Yoshi would definitely get jealous. If she couldn't hold it in and jumped out to object, then the matter of their dual spirit weapons would be exposed, and Su Wenwen would immediately guess Chen Chen's identity. Therefore, Chen Chen had already set some ground rules with Yoshi beforehand. In the presence of others, she was absolutely not allowed to make any sound. Mr. Snake, are we going back to the Bronze Age now? Su Wenwen suddenly asked. While she was alone in the sea just now, she had thought about many things. This kidnapping was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. If she returned unharmed now, it would be difficult to trace the mastermind behind it. It would be better to play along and go with the flow. What? Have you changed your mind? Chen Chen guessed some of her thoughts from her tone. Yes, I've decided not to go back. Oh, tell me your thoughts. Mr. Snake, you are so smart, you should have guessed it long ago. As the daughter of the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, being openly kidnapped on the Bronze Age would definitely cause a huge uproar. Su Wenwen analyzed, the boss behind this group of bandits must want to use me to blackmail my father for something valuable. Now that the fast boat that kidnapped me has been destroyed, it means that, apart from you, no one currently knows about my life or death. Perhaps the other party will think this is an accident and will not terminate their plan. Anyway, with Su Wenwen's life and death uncertain, they can still pretend to have kidnapped me and continue to threaten my dad, pulling off a trick to catch a wolf with empty hands. I want to go directly back to the Jinghai Security Bureau and work with my dad to lure the snake out of its hole. Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully, fully agreeing with Su Wenwen's plan. This little girl not only had S-level talent but also remained calm in captivity. She was indeed a good seedling. Since you want to do this, I can give you an extra piece of information. Chen Chen slowed down his flying speed, marked the location on the map, and handed it to Su Wenwen, who was lying on his back. This location should be the base of that group of bandits. When I flew over that mountain range earlier, I spotted a watchtower there. Considering the direction of that speedboat we just saw, after they kidnapped you, they should be heading to this location. Really? Su Wenwen glanced at Chen Chen's marked point. This direction was definitely correct. Great, Mr. Snake, with this clue, we will definitely uncover the mastermind behind this conspiracy. The clue Chen Chen provided was crucial. It gave Su Wenwen more confidence in her plan, and her excitement was hard to contain. She couldn't help but kiss Chen Chen's mask from behind. However, the kiss from the girl did not make Chen Chen feel happy at all. Sigma, degree winky face, oh no. Chen Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he could clearly feel the spiritual power of the chaos armor was now very chaotic. Yoshi didn't say anything, but Chen Chen seemed to hear a strange whisper in his ear. Go die. The dark robe instantly covered Su Wenwen's face, tightening against her cheek. Tighter and tighter. Mr. Snake, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to share my joy, Mr. Snake, even if you hate me, you don't have to kill me. Phi, winky face phi. Su Wonwon never expected that her unintentional action would bring about a deadly disaster. Moreover, it didn't seem like a joke at all. She could feel a suffocating killing intent enveloping her face, as if it were going to completely devour her. Woo woo woo. As the black robe tightened more and more, Su Wonwon could only emit weak whimpers. The black fabric confined her face, revealing a look of panic and despair, like in the scream. Mr. Snake. Under the tight binding of Shinyoshi's black robe, Su Wonwon gradually lost consciousness. Seeing that the person involved had already fainted, Shin-Chen immediately released the fusion state, allowing Shinyoshi to revert to human form. If he didn't take action soon, Su Wonwon really might be killed. No joke. After the black robe disappeared, the fallen angel wings behind Shin-Chen also dissipated, and with only one angel wing, he naturally couldn't maintain balance in the air. With a plop, the group fell into the sea together. You really went too far, Yoshi. Shin-Chen quickly pulled Su Wonwon up and placed her on a life buoy. Do you know who she is? I went through so much trouble to save her, and because of such a small matter, you want to kill her? I don't care who she is. Only Yoshi and my sister can do naughty things with Senior Shin-Chen, no one else can. Not even the King of Heaven. Shinyoshi's face was dark, her gaze still fiercely fixed on Su Wonwon beside Shin-Chen. You really are my living father. She just kissed my mask, that's a mask. Humph. If she dares to kiss Senior Shin-Chen's mask today, tomorrow she'll dare to kiss Senior's face, the day after she'll dare to have a child with Senior, and the day after that she'll use Senior's child's life to threaten us to break up. Shinyoshi's imagination ran wild. Even though Su Wonwon had only impulsively kissed Shin-Chen's mask, she had already envisioned many subsequent developments. Yoshi, this was just an accident. We just met. Su Wonwon doesn't have those kinds of thoughts, and Senior, I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, I will never leave Yoshi and sister. Seeing Shinyoshi's eyes brimming with tears, Shin-Chen hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her tightly, gently patting her forehead with his sturdy palm while comforting her. Shin-Chen suddenly realized his mistake. Shinyoshi's thoughts were different from those of ordinary people, so Shin-Chen couldn't use ordinary standards to measure her thinking. Perhaps in Shin-Chen's eyes, Shinyoshi's thoughts were extremely absurd. After all, how could someone have a child in just 2 days? That completely contradicts the process of human embryonic development. But in Shinyoshi's mind, these things were always possible. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her worries. Therefore, for the somewhat yandere Shinyoshi, Shin-Chen should be more patient with her. Being liked by a yandere is actually both thrilling and terrifying. You can't just accept her kindness, you also have to accept her series of abnormal actions. Yu Yen, I'm counting on you to give Su Wonwon artificial respiration quickly. Shin-Chen could only hold the emotionally unstable Shinyoshi tightly, trying to soothe her. For Su Wonwon, who was standing by, Shin-Chen released Shin Yu-Yen from her fusion state, asking her to help take care of the situation. After all, Su Wonwon would be very useful to Shin-Chen when it came time to take down the Hua family. He. At this moment, Shinyoshi pressed her small face tightly against Shin-Chen's chest, revealing a little devilish smile. Senior Shin-Chen, you really love Yoshi the most. After receiving Shin-Chen's embrace, Shinyoshi's emotions calmed down a lot. But just after being released from the fusion state, Shin Yu-Yen was not happy. I'm not here to clean up your mess. I can give Su Wonwon artificial respiration, but what's in it for me? You really know when to ask for something. Shin-Chen shot her a glance, helplessly saying, what do you want? You decide. Last time I lost a bet to Yoshi, right? Then you have to wash Yoshi's feet for a month, and I want the same treatment. Deal. Shin-Chen didn't hesitate at all. After all, Su Wonwon was in a bad state, and he didn't have time to mess around with the two sisters. Okay. With the deal made, Shin Yu-Yen began performing CPR on Su Wonwon while giving her artificial respiration. Hey, Su Wonwon, are you okay? Wow, you finally woke up. You almost scared me to death just now. When Su Wonwon opened her eyes again, she saw Mr. Snake with a worried expression and a stunning girl with silver hair. Although the girl wore a mask similar to Mr. Snake's, just her icy long hair and delicate figure made it clear that her looks and aura surpassed Su Wonwon's. Even in front of Shin Yu-Yen, Su Wonwon didn't dare to call herself a goddess. This girl must be the silver gun spirit weapon in Mr. Snake's hands. She didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Stunning, truly stunning. Su Wonwon, are you okay? Seeing the other party staring blankly at Shin Yu-Yen, Shin-Chen quickly stretched out his palm and waved it in front of her. Could it be that she just fell into the water and got her brain soaked? Mr. Snake, what just happened? Su Wonwon felt a bit disoriented. Earlier, it seemed like something had covered her, as if someone had turned off the lights in the dark night, and the whole world was shrouded in darkness. That feeling made her feel suffocated. Suffocation was certain, but it wasn't a feeling, it was a mechanical suffocation caused by someone. Ha! Chen first smiled awkwardly, then said seriously, "What just happened was just a little accident. The black robe I was wearing is a magical artifact with flying capabilities. You know, during the flight, due to the influence of the airflow, it accidentally brushed against your face, and the adhesive power of this black robe is very strong, so it knocked you out. So that's how it is." Su Wenwen seemed to remember something and said with lingering fear, "I thought my offensive action touched Mr. Snake's reverse scale, and you were going to kill me. How could that be? We just met by chance, why would I kill you?" Seeing that this little episode was finally brushed off, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. However, to avoid similar situations in the future, Chen wrapped one arm around Shin Yoyen's slender waist and smiled, saying, "But, I am already married to Miss Christina. I am a more traditional man, and I hope Miss Wenwen can be a bit more composed." Since Shin Yuyen had given herself a name, he might as well give her one too. I understand. I'm sorry. I was just too excited earlier, I'll be more careful in the future," Su Wenwen said somewhat awkwardly. After all, Mr. Snake and Miss Christina looked so well matched, and she expressed her blessings. But mainly, she had just kissed Mr. Snake's mask, and such a thrilling event occurred. Although Mr. Snake kept emphasizing that it was an accident, a woman's sixth sense told Su Wenwen that there must be some connection between them. After a small accident, Chen once again set off on his journey to Jinghai. Due to the malicious incident of Su Wenwen being kidnapped on the Bronze Age ship, the entire ship was definitely on high alert. If he chose to go back to the Bronze Age ship to recover his strength at this time, he would likely be discovered by the ship's guards. This would complicate Su Wenwen's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Therefore, Chen changed his strategy and did not rest on the Bronze Age ship as originally planned. Instead, after reaching his physical limit, he lay on the surface of the sea using a life buoy, and once he had recovered enough strength, he flew directly to the dock in Jinghai. "Mr. Snake, thank you for saving me and safely escorting me to Jinghai." At the parting moment, Su Wenwen left Chen her contact information to express her gratitude and said again, "Do you really not need me to repay you in any way?" "No need, hurry up and go, don't delay your great plan. By the way, about meeting me, you must keep it a secret, it's best not to tell anyone." Chen waved his hand and left. His part was done, and he didn't care how Su Wenwen's plans would unfold afterward. Let the bullets fly for a while. After arriving in Jinghai, Chen first rented an apartment opposite the local black market. Such places are mixed with fish and dragons, making it difficult to expose one's identity, and it's also easier to gather intelligence. After a hearty meal, the three of them went to the mall to buy daily necessities. "Yoshi, what do you need this for?" Chen saw Shin Yoshi enter the mall holding a large foot basin and asked in confusion, "Washing feet? Senior Chen, have you forgotten? My sister lost a bet with me, and you have to wash my feet for a month. You have to honor the bet, you can't back out." "No, honoring the bet is one thing, but I didn't bet with you, so why should I back out?" "But Yoshi and my sister are just being kind, hoping that Senior Chen can feel a bit involved. Please sisters, buy it." Faced with Shin Yoshi's cute attack, Chen surrendered without a fight. "It's just washing a foot, it's not a big deal." After buying daily necessities, Chen spent over 18,000 yuan. This was still under the condition that Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi were already being very restrained. If it were just Chen alone, he could have managed with at most 180 yuan. Fortunately, after taking down the Logitech and the pirates at sea, Chen had over 1,000 magic crystals in his pocket. In Blue Star, one magic crystal is worth 10,000 yuan. He could still afford this expense. After all, Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi were once school beauties and young ladies. Although the sisters didn't ask for anything, they shouldn't suffer while following him. As for the remaining magic crystals, Chen planned to buy the ownership of a bronze relic in the black market. Although he had the S-level chaos armor enhancement, Chen own talent level and spiritual power realm were quite low, making it too dangerous to search for portals in the wild. Moreover, portals in the wild are not that easy to find. After the relic descends, although portals can randomly appear in any corner of Blue Star, the locations where portals refresh are often in populated areas. According to big data, 90% of relic portals are distributed around cities. Wild portals are not only scarce and hard to discover but also extremely dangerous. Therefore, until his own talent and Shin Yoyen's spiritual martial arts are upgraded to S-level, Chen does not plan to go into the wild. Buying the challenge rights for relics within the city would only cost some magic crystals. As long as the life deduction function is available, Chen Chen and the sisters have the ability to grow infinitely, so there is no need to rush. Why only rent one room? After returning to the apartment, Shen Yuyan asked with some confusion. It's quite inconvenient for one man and two women to live together. We are now in an eternal contract. I did this for safety reasons, Chen Chen replied. He was indeed concerned about safety. Generally, demon hunters and spiritual warriors do not stay too far apart, even when sleeping. Otherwise, if they were ambushed, it would be over. Especially with an eternal contract, they cannot be separated. Wow, there's only one bed. Does that mean Yoshi and my sister have to sleep with Senior Chen Chen? Upon entering the rented room, Shin Yoshi lay down on the soft bed with a big smile. She thought it was very exciting to live with Chen Chen. She even started looking forward to their future cohabitation. What if Yoshi gets pregnant with Senior Chen Chen's baby? What should we do? Whoa, thinking of this, Shin Yoshi buried her shy little face in the pillow. I'm going to take a shower first. Yoshi, keep an eye on him, don't let him peek. Shin Yuyan took out her change of clothes, preparing to enjoy a nice hot shower. After all, her previous clothes were soaked in seawater, and although they dried in the high-altitude flight, they were still itchy and uncomfortable due to the sea salt. Do I look like that kind of person? Chen Chen scoffed at Shin Yuyan's behavior. What about the basic trust between people? Yes. Shin Yuyan took off the black stockings from her legs and threw them directly at Chen Chen's face. Who broke it? Who goes to buy a new pair? After saying that, he turned and walked into the bathroom. This pair of black stockings recorded the mutual understanding between Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan, raising their compatibility to 20% first. Chen Chen felt that these black stockings were very meaningful, so he couldn't bear to throw them away and stored them in his space ring. This was not an ordinary pair of black stockings. It was a great achievement. It's just a pair of stockings, I'll buy it, Chen Chen declared, stating that he was already an adult and could spend his own money on his own toys. Say it again, no. Peeking. Before long, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Chen Chen smiled faintly, finding it very pleasant to hear. Yu Yan, you underestimate me too much. At my level, do you think I need to peek? Just by listening to the sound, I can already eat 3 bowls of rice. Shun Yu Yan. The facilities in the rental house were quite simple, and through the bathroom curtain, Chen Chen could clearly see Shin Yuyan's curvaceous figure. Accompanied by the girl's fragrance and the sound of flowing water, she was wiping herself in the warm steam. That feeling was like a shadow play in a midnight theater. It was pure and primitive art. Shin Yuyan's graceful figure inspired countless ideas in Chen Chen's mind, making his artistic cells boil with excitement. This scene could only be described in 2 words. Silky. Too silky. Senior Chen Chen, who do you think has a better figure, me or my sister? At this moment, Shin Yoshi suddenly linked her arm with Chen Chen's, her soft touch stirring his heartstrings. Different tunes, yet with the same craftsmanship. Chen Chen analyzed from an artistic perspective. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi were like the same body, but with completely different souls. After saying that, Chen Chen suddenly felt something was off. Because at that moment, he realized that Shin Yoshi was sent by her sister Shin Yuyan to monitor him and prevent him from peeking. Yoshi, I just want to take a look, don't tell Yuyan. It's fine, senior, feel free to look. However, Shin Yoshi had no intention of telling on him. Instead, she encouraged Chen Chen to appreciate the beautiful scene before him. Don't be afraid, because Yoshi is always on Chen Chen's side. Yoshi, you really understand me too well. Chen Chen sighed. Perhaps this was the virtue exclusive to a Yandere girl. Sometimes, Shin Yoshi could indeed be a bit crazy, but no matter when, her stance was always on your side. Senior Chen Chen, have you heard of telepathy? Shin Yoshi suddenly asked in a low voice. Her shy little face inexplicably flushed at that moment. Yoshi, are you talking about telepathy or the feeling of a spiritual connection? In that case, people who have been together for a long time have some degree of it. Between twins, it might be even stronger. Chen Chen stroked his chin, admiring Shin Yuyan's delicate body while analyzing Shin Yoshi's question. He was a very principled person. When he said he would only take a look, he truly meant just that. He kept his word. So, from now on, Chen Chen wouldn't even blink. Senior Chen Chen, the telepathy I'm talking about isn't like that. Shin Yoshi bit her lip, shyly continuing, telepathy, spiritual connection, heart-to-heart understanding, these are all just vague feelings from the heart, but the telepathy I'm talking about is a real physical perception. Oh, Chen Chen seemed to become a bit interested. For example, when Senior Chen Chen is looking at my sister, Yoshi can also feel that someone is watching her. Moreover, since my sister is in the bathroom, she will have the same telepathic feeling. So, there's no need for me to tell on you. In fact, my sister already knows inside. This, Chen Chen expressed deep skepticism. If the two sisters really had such a genuine telepathic connection, then at this moment, Chen Chen's actions were tacitly approved by Shin Yuyan. She knew he was watching, so was she deliberately showing off so smoothly? That was simply impossible. How could the proud and aloof Shin Yuyan have such a quirk? It was unscientific. Ouch, it hurts, senior. What are you doing? Chen Chen stared at the shower curtain while reaching out to pinch Shin Yoshi's cheek. He wanted to test if the telepathy Shin Yoshi mentioned was real. In the bathroom, although Shin Yuyan didn't cry out in pain, her movements clearly paused for a moment, and she gently touched her cheek. Damn! Chen Chen exclaimed in surprise. The sickly sweet girl was not lying, this was indeed true. Humph. Senior, how could you doubt Yoshi? That's the most basic trust between people. Shin Yoshi pouted. She had shared her little secret with Chen Chen, but unexpectedly, this guy had such a face. Yoshi, I'm sorry. I just suspected you with a petty mind. Chen Chen sincerely apologized. He was used to being cautious, always questioning things first before verifying. But anyone could be questioned. To doubt a lovesick girl who liked him was rather unnecessary. Humph. That's more like it. Yoshi, when did this telepathy between you and Yuyan start? Chen Chen suddenly asked. In the last few years, I only discovered it when I was inseparable from my sister. Moreover, the closer we are, the stronger the telepathy becomes. Shin Yoshi answered seriously, especially after forming the eternal contract with Senior Chen Chen, this feeling became clearer. After my sister and I reached a 10% tacit understanding with Senior Chen Chen, this telepathy upgraded. I see. Chen Chen nodded silently. In other words, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi had this telepathy long ago, but it became even stronger after meeting him again. Rip! The sound of water abruptly stopped. Shin Yuyan pulled back the curtain, wrapped in a bath towel, drying her damp silver hair while waiting for the two. What are you two whispering about? Shin Yuyan glared at them, steam rising from her body. Nothing. Chen Chen felt a bit guilty. However, judging from Shin Yoshi's earlier words, she probably didn't know about the cave incident. After all, she had really fallen asleep, and the telepathy had even reflected into her dreams. Didn't you say that someone of your level doesn't need to peek? Seeing Chen Chen go back on his word, Shin Yuyan grabbed his little braid, her gaze gradually filled with disdain. As if looking at trash. Just a glance, I only peeked once. Chen Chen scratched his head, explaining a bit awkwardly. But compared to Chen Chen's broken promise, the seemingly elegant and proud Shin Yuyan was even more worthy of scrutiny. Clearly enjoying Chen Chen's gaze, she still had to put on an air of superiority and disdain when they met. A glance? Do you think I would believe that? You only looked once and got caught by me? Is there such a coincidence? The more Chen Chen tried to argue, the more arrogant Shin Yuyan's gaze became. This time I really didn't argue, I didn't just get caught after looking once. What I mean is, from start to finish, I only looked once. Chen Chen said seriously with a smile, just one glance, I didn't even blink. If you don't believe me, Yoshi has been right beside me, she can prove it. That's right, I can prove it to Senior Chen Chen. He indeed stood here staring from the very beginning, even when talking to me, he didn't blink once. Shin Yoshi nodded repeatedly. Bang! Bang! Shin Yuyan gave Chen Chen and Shin Yoshi each a smack on the head. Yoshi, I asked you to stay outside to supervise him, not to vouch for him. Sometimes there are time-space wormholes, and the plot automatically connects. No, the one who made the mistake is Yoshi, why are you hitting me? Chen Chen protested. You, the culprit and a big pervert, how dare you speak? Shin Yuyan's brows furrowed slightly in anger, preparing to give Chen Chen another smack on the head. You guys chat first, I'm going to take a shower. Seeing the situation was not good, Chen Chen dashed into the bathroom. Just as the warmth of the girl had not yet dissipated, he turned on the faucet. Sister, then I'll go take a shower too. Shin Yoshi, seemingly unfazed, picked up a change of clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. She was ready to join Chen Chen for a couple's bath. Come back here. But at the last moment, Shin Yoshi was pulled back by her sister Shin Yuyan. Sister, what are you doing? Yoshi wants to take a shower with Senior Chen Chen. I advise you not to meddle. Ouch, that hurts. Shin Yoshi pouted, wanting to force her way in, but was still suppressed by bloodline and received another smack on the head. Even with her little devil persona, she dared not act recklessly in front of her sister Shin Yuyan. After everyone finished their hot showers, the time had just reached 1800 hours, marking the night defined by the chaos armor. Let's go! After Chen Chen and the sisters entered a fusion state, they went out to gather intelligence. The matter regarding Su Wenwen was already causing a stir throughout Jinghai. However, the people outside did not know exactly what had happened, as much of the information had been sealed by the security bureau. Meanwhile, Su Wenwen had been secretly in contact with Chen Chen, indicating that her plan was very successful. The group of bandits still did not know that Su Wunwun had returned to the security bureau and was pretending to be a hostage in their hands, negotiating with the security bureau. In response, Mr. Snake had only replied with 2 words, "Keep it up." Chen Shen did not care about these matters. His main task now was to find a suitable ruin to enhance his spiritual power. "Help me find a suitable bronze ruin." After several introductions, Chen Shen found a man called Glasses in the black market. This man was a subordinate of Gao Tianxiang. Chen Shen wanted to win over the Gao family in Jinghai to deal with the Hua family, so he first got familiar with Glasses. In Blue Star, the teleportation gates for ruins are mainly distributed within the city and the surrounding suburbs within 100 kilometers. Because beyond 100 kilometers, which is densely populated, it is defined as the wilderness. The teleportation gates in the wilderness are extremely rare and uncontrollable, considered highly dangerous public resources. Within the 100-kilometer range around the city, once a teleportation gate is discovered, it will be sold to major forces by witnesses. The most common among them are the Security Bureau and the Demon Hunter Association. The Security Bureau belongs to the Dragon Kingdom and is a government agency that controls all teleportation gates within the city center's second ring. Next is the Demon Hunter Association. This organization is an international association, not subject to any empire's jurisdiction, but it is also a formal institution, with its resource control mainly distributed in the 3rd to 5th rings of teleportation gates. Finally, there are the large families and some small forces within the city. The teleportation gate resources in their hands are mostly beyond the 5th ring. To compete for regional control, major forces often engage in skirmishes. The stronger one is, the more teleportation gates they can possess. In the city of Jinghai, there are not many complex power distributions, only 2 types of forces exist. One is the all-powerful Hua family. One type is the other struggling forces besides the Hua family. The 2 brothers, Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng, are among them. How many of you are there? The man with glasses was a tall, thin figure sporting a mohawk. His appearance was completely at odds with Chen Shen's imagined image of a bespectacled, refined individual. The man with glasses glanced at Chen Shen, who was dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, and, as per usual, began to probe the situation of the Awaken team. 1. Ha 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 ha, kid, do you know where this place is? Are you trying to make a fool of me with those glasses? You must be tired of living. The man with glasses glared fiercely at Chen Shen. He had never seen anyone challenge a relic before, and it was clear this was just looking for trouble. I pay, you provide resources, we cooperate for mutual benefit. Why do you care how many people I have? Although this was the man with glasses territory, Chen Shen showed no signs of backing down and instead forced a wave of pressure onto him. After all, his boss, Gao Tianxiang, was merely a small force trampled under the Hua family's feet. Such people only pick on soft targets. The more assertive you are, the more they will think you have a significant background and will hesitate to act rashly. Ha 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 ha, good. As long as you have money, everything is negotiable. The man with glasses masked his inner turmoil with laughter and then gave Chen Shen a QR code. Ding! After scanning the QR code, an app immediately appeared on Chen Shen's phone. Strong Prosperity Guild. There are some resources controlled by our guild on it, from bronze to gold level relics, all the prices are there, you can choose for yourself. Chen Shen glanced at the homepage information. Although the selection of relics was limited and the resources were not abundant, the prices were indeed cheaper than those on the market. After all, these small forces made their money this way. If the prices were higher than the Hua families, who would still be willing to trade with them? This one. Chen Shen chose the bronze relic with the highest difficulty among all the resources. The information showed that 3 exploration teams had already perished in that relic. Perhaps due to the high difficulty, the price for the teleportation portal to this relic was much cheaper than other bronze relics, only requiring 300 magic crystals. Ha! Seeing Chen Shen heading straight for a dead end, the man with glasses laughed outright. Good. Place the order directly, and when you're ready, I'll send someone to take you there. The man with glasses did not refuse this deal because it was practically handing him money. One person going to challenge a relic that had already claimed 3 exploration teams was essentially seeking death. If someone died, the relic would continue to be sold. Pure profit of 300 magic crystals. Such a freebie business was simply too enticing. Right now, it was nighttime, the perfect opportunity for Chen Shen to actively challenge the relic. Alright, the man with glasses couldn't help but laugh. Generally, people know that humans are at a disadvantage at night, while magical creatures are not. Very few people explore relics at night. Even if they are delayed in a relic, they usually set up camp at night and wait until daybreak to continue the challenge. Chen Shen wanted to explore a relic alone at night right from the start. This move made the man with glasses laugh. In his eyes, this kid was just an inexperienced fool. Ha ha, the god of wealth has descended. Such a customer, please bring me a dozen more. Ding, 300 magic crystals received by the guild. After completing the transaction, the man with glasses waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to start preparing. Moments later, an old van pulled up outside. What are you still dawdling for? Get in. The driver was a big bearded man wearing a lotus leaf hat, reeking of alcohol, urging impatiently. Chen Chen was taken aback and then looked at the man with glasses with some confusion. After all, he had paid 300 magic crystals, which was equivalent to 3 million in the universal currency of Blue Star. Are you going to sit in this thing that looks like a black car? Recently, the Hua family has been cracking down on us small forces, disguising themselves as black cars. It's safer this way. The guy with glasses awkwardly patted Chen Shen's shoulder. The special service of the Qianxing Guild guarantees your satisfaction. Alright then. Chen Chen could only nod helplessly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The space in the van was quite large. If squeezed a bit, it could fit at least 20 people. If it was just Chen Chen, it felt a bit empty. What are you standing there for? Haven't you ever been in a car? Go find a seat in the back. The driver, an older man, said gruffly as he saw Chen Chen standing in front of the driver's door. You go find a seat in the back, I'll drive. Chen Chen replied calmly. What do you mean? Don't you trust my skills? It's not that I don't trust you, I'm just a person of principles. What principles? Drink and drive, don't drink, drive and don't drink. Chen Chen handed the driver a cigarette. As a law-abiding citizen who followed traffic rules, he always remembered that there are countless roads, but safety comes first. Ha! Then you drive. The driver took the cigarette from Chen Shen's hand without a word, directly climbing from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, then said, even though I'm not working, you still have to pay me. Let's get the unpleasantness out of the way. If anything happens, like damage to the car, you have to compensate me at market price, plus my mental distress fee. What? I have to pay? Chen Chen looked towards the guy with glasses not far away. It's like this, our relic teleportation portal is already the lowest price in the industry. The travel fee is on you. We only help call the car, the accountant uncle, who actually wore glasses, explained. Damn! Is this what they call the special service of the Qianxing Guild? Chen Chen couldn't help but curse. It seemed that if he really wanted to cooperate with the Qianxing Guild in the future, he would have to reform them. This was just spending money to suffer. It didn't feel like being a god at all. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Wait, can you drive? You can't even start a fire. Chen Chen struggled for over 10 tries before finally getting the damn van to start. This experience was simply terrible. Especially as soon as he got in, Chen Chen caught a whiff of a pungent fishy smell, so he couldn't help but ask, Master, what do you do for a living? The driver shot him a meaningful glance but didn't say a word. Is this guy a bit slow? I'm a black car driver. Why are you asking what I do? Chen Chen also sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, so he quickly added, what I mean is, this car has a strong smell. What did you haul before? Oh, now I understand what you mean. I thought you were a bit slow. The driver laughed while continuing to drink. Young man, you don't look like a local. Our boss used to make a living selling fish. I used to haul fish in the market. Now the guild is getting stronger and has started doing business with relic teleportation portals. But I haven't changed. I still sell fish, and occasionally when I'm free, I moonlight as a driver. So that's how it is. As Chen Chen drove the Wuling Hongguang Max, he kindly reminded, since you're drinking and driving, try to drink less in the future. But to be fair, the handling of this Wuling Hongguang van was quite good. It was clearly modified. However, driving in the congested roads around the black market was indeed a bit challenging. After 2 hours of travel, Chen Chen finally arrived safely at the cemetery. That's right, the destination was a cemetery. With your level, even without drinking, you need to hire a designated driver. A 30-minute journey took you 2 hours. The driver complained, then returned to the driver's seat. Chen Chen thought he would leave in a cool manner, but instead, beep beep beep, beep beep beep, beep beep beep, beep beep beep. To his surprise, even the car owner couldn't get the engine to start. Ignoring the driver's awkwardness, Chen Chen walked alone into the desolate cemetery. At the entrance, there was a dilapidated little wooden house, and from a nearby large tree, the occasional long hoot of an owl sent chills down his spine. Oh, another one who isn't afraid of death has come. The branches cast mottled shadows in the moonlight, reflecting on a ragged old man with white hair. The old man's hunched figure and tattered clothes seemed to blend into the surrounding background. If he hadn't suddenly spoken, Chen Chen wouldn't have noticed anyone was there. You must be the gravekeeper here? Chen Chen politely inquired. According to the Strong Guild app, after arriving at the cemetery, all he needed to do was present the electronic QR code to the gravekeeper. The other party would guide the guests. You are Snake and Christina? The old man glanced at Chen Chen and the silver gun in his hand. Yes. Then follow me. Following the old man's footsteps, Chen Chen arrived deep within the cemetery. The accumulated leaves on the ground made their footsteps rustle continuously. Damp and dark. No wonder the old man exuded an aura of death. Staying in such a place for long would make anyone feel oppressed. This is it. The old man pried open a coffin and pointed to a space vortex next to a pile of bones. I want to ask, how was this relic's teleportation portal discovered? Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled. Who would pry open someone else's coffin for no reason? Could it be tomb raiders? This is a fake coffin made by the Strong Guild. The bones are props. After the relic was discovered, they dug a pit here. Oh, Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. To be honest, this disguise was quite skillful. Hey, Snake, should we look for another relic to explore? I always feel this entrance is a bit strange. Xin Yuyan maintained her usual cautious attitude. The stranger the entrance, the faster we get through. Chen Chen responded with a popular saying among the exploration team. Can I take a look at your true face? The hunched old man brought his face closer to the oil lamp so that the other could see his eyes clearly. He seemed very interested in Chen Chen's appearance beneath the mask. You can, but may I ask why you want to see my face? Chen Chen shrugged. His face had long been altered by Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi's makeup techniques, transformed into another appearance, comparable to disguise. A meticulous person like him would never have just one layer of protection. This mask was merely to maintain an air of mystery. Perhaps because this is the last time, I want to remember your appearance. Don't worry, old man, we will meet again. You should remember my appearance when I come out of the relic. Chen Chen smiled lightly. With that, he directly entered the relic. As the dazzling white light faded, the world within the relic began to gradually reveal itself. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. The surroundings were still a gloomy and desolate cemetery. If he didn't look closely, he would have thought he had failed the teleportation. The silvery moonlight spilled over the barren tombstones, reflecting a faint glow, like ghostly eyes peering into the world from the darkness. The surroundings were eerily silent, and the howling wind was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. The tombstones were arranged in a scattered yet orderly manner. Some were already covered in moss, while others had been erected not long ago, their inscriptions still clearly visible. They stood silently in the night, making the surrounding trees appear particularly gloomy. Interesting, the entrance is a graveyard, and inside is also a graveyard, Chen Chen exclaimed. If the entrance to the relic's teleportation portal was already eerie, then the inside of the relic was truly the underworld. Because all the tombstones Chen Chen had just seen were not beneath his feet, but above his head in the sky. Is this a hidden underworld? Even Xin Yuyan couldn't help but marvel at the chaos within the relic. But one person had a different opinion. Wow! This is so cool. Senior Chen Chen, look, above us is an endless graveyard, and the moonlight reflecting off the tombstones looks like twinkling stars. It's so beautiful. The scene before her made Xin Yoshi incredibly excited. For a little demon, this was simply paradise. Do you have some misunderstanding about beauty? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask. How is this related to beauty? There's a graveyard above my head. I feel like a zombie could fall down at any moment. No sooner had she spoken than a strange shouting sound came from the sky formed by the graveyard. Yuan% and at %, Yuan hashtag. Asterisk and hashtag at Yuan. One by one, grotesque zombies wearing iron buckets on their heads burst forth from the graveyard and then fell from the sky. Damn! Words become spells. Senior Chen Chen, you're so handsome. Shin Yoshi looked at the zombies falling like raindrops from above, her excitement growing. Chen, be careful. Although it's night and Yoshi's chaos armor has double attribute bonuses, these dark attribute creatures are also accustomed to fighting at night, Xin Yuyan reminded. Yeah, I know. Chen Chen immediately retreated, creating distance from the main area where the zombies were falling to avoid being surrounded by them. Thud! 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 The zombies that fell from the sky crashed heavily onto the ground, and after a long while, they slowly crawled up in an extremely eerie manner. Iron Bucket Zombie. Rarity, F, Spirit Power Level, Bronze Level 8. Description, no sense of pain, slow moving, but with extremely strong defense, and attacks carry corpse poison, causing continuous toxin damage. Weaknesses are light attribute attacks and true damage. Remaining lifespan, 800 years. This relic is indeed not simple, starting off with Bronze Level 8 demon species. Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just at the entrance of the relic, over 100 Bronze Level 8 demon species fell from the sky. this intensity was simply outrageous. Chen, be very careful. This relic is not simple. Didn't 3 exploration teams already get wiped out before? With this level of intensity, there should be remains of the exploration teams found at the entrance. Yeah, indeed, no remains have been found. Chen also carefully observed the ground environment. Even if the corpses of awakened humans were eaten by zombies, some armor and weapons should have been left behind. They must have seen the strength of the relic and directly given up resisting, running away. Starting off with hellish difficulty is not something an ordinary exploration team can handle. Even a professional team like Logitech would likely suffer heavy losses in this first wave of demon species. However, even if they ran, there would only be a dead end. Because the safest place in the entire relic was the entrance. Other areas would only have more powerful demon species. Chen, this relic is too sinister. We should use the return stone to go back as soon as possible, Xin Yuyan suggested. Even in the relic, there are ways to leave without defeating the boss. All you need to do is kill 20% of the demon species in the ruins alone to activate the return stone you carry and go back to Blue Star. No rush, Yuyan, these guys' weaknesses are light attribute attacks and true damage. This time, we are in your home ground. Shen smiled faintly. Xin Yuyan's spirit weapon attribute is perfectly suited for this ruin. Silver Spear, F-grade attack adds 20% light attribute damage and 20% true damage. Moreover, Chen still has 1,499 years of lifespan left to continue life deduction. Taking advantage of the zombies on the ground just getting up, Chen immediately released the fusion state with Xin Yuyan. He wrapped one hand around her slender waist and, before she could react, sealed her warm lips, accompanied by the sweetness from the girl's mouth. Life deduction begins. Injecting lifespan into F-grade spirit weapon Silver Spear. 100 years, although Xin Yuyan's spirit veins continuously absorb the essence of the sun and moon, there is no sign of improvement. As expected, Xin Yuyan's spirit weapon talent is still like a bottomless pit. The first wave, directly 100 years of lifespan gone. Moreover, the deduction prompt from the system indicates no improvement at all. This put Chen in a bit of a dilemma. But given the current situation, Chen could only grit his teeth and enhance Xin Yuyan. After all, Xin Yoshi's talent had already reached S grade. It wasn't that he was afraid Xin Yuyan would say he was biased, it was mainly that the higher the talent level, the more lifespan was required. Even though Xin Yoshi was exceptionally talented, Chen couldn't guarantee that 1,499 years of lifespan would allow her to awaken to SS grade again. It was still more reliable to enhance Xin Yuyan, whose attributes were more compatible. 200 years, Xin Yuyan's spirit veins showed a slight abnormal movement, seemingly growing continuously. They had already started to grow, which was definitely good news for Chen. 500 years, starlight descends, Xin Yuyan successfully awakens. 800 years, diligence can make up for clumsiness. Even though Xin Yuyan's spirit veins absorb spiritual power very slowly, they are still thriving with the passage of time. 1380 years, shattering darkness with light, Xin Yuyan's talent awakens again. Silver Spear, F-grade, Cold Moon, E-grade, Star Radiance, D-grade attack adds 20%, 30%, 40% light attribute attack, 20%, 30%, 40% true damage. New, all attacks have a chance to cause a holy sanction effect. 1% for 3x critical, 3% for 2x critical, 10% for 1. 5x critical, 30% for 1. 2x critical. And all critical damage is true damage. Host remaining lifespan, 119. Although she only broke through twice, Xin Yuyan consumed 1,380 years of lifespan, but the D-grade Star Radiance is indeed strong. It actually possesses different tiers of true critical effects, which is simply outrageous. This would multiply Chen output by an unknown factor. Fusion. After the awakening, Chen immediately entered a fusion state with Xin Yuyan. It was a spear shining with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Every time it swung, the surrounding air lit up, forming dazzling light trails, as if forged from the purest light and shadow between heaven and earth. Get ready to strike. At this moment, Chen donned the armor of chaos, wielding the sun, moon, and star radiance, with angelic wings unfurling behind him, ready to show his skills. Brother, run! I'll hold them off for you. Just then, a middle-aged man in heavy plate armor, carrying a huge cross, rushed out. He resolutely stood in front of Chen and shouted, "I can temporarily block these demon species with holy light, you hurry and run." "Wait, uncle, who are you?" This sudden scene left Chen stunned in place. In this ruin, there were actually surviving human awakeners? Don't worry about who I am, this ruin is not as simple as it looks. You should quickly retreat to the safest place first. The burly man in heavy armor tightly gripped a cross, looking quite nervous. But, isn't this the safest place? Chen Chen frowned. Although the other party meant well, it was indeed a bit unnecessary. Moreover, Chen Chen had always felt that their current position was the safest in the entire ruin. Uncle, you must be a cleric, right? Chen Chen, not grasping the other person's good intentions, calmly walked in front of him. Clerics were a frontline support role, requiring good damage absorption and team enhancement attributes. I am. The armored man, seeing Chen Chen suddenly appear from behind, quickly advised, "Brother, I see your spirit weapon is a spear. You should be the charge position in the exploration team. These bucket zombies in front of us are definitely not something you can handle. Take my advice and retreat quickly. By the way, I'm not an uncle. My name is Chun, and I'm only 20 this year. I just developed faster than others." The armored man lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing a face that was somewhat immature and did not match his physique. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a robust build, he surprisingly had a youthful face, which was quite absurd. "My name is Snack. Since you're playing the cleric role, assist me, and let's deal with these guys together." Chen Chen planted his spear, Starry Light, into the ground and began stretching in front of the densely packed army of bucket zombies. "Brother Snack, you can't be joking, right?" De Chun was clearly stunned by Chen Chen's words. He had planned to lead the newcomer to escape, but had never thought of confronting these zombies head-on. "I don't have a habit of joking." Seeing that the other party hadn't cast a single support skill on him, Chen Chen knew he hadn't yet convinced him. So, he held the Starry Light and charged into the horde of corpses in a single leap. Thunder Spear. Lightning elements surged toward Chen Chen's arm, dancing in the air and flashing with dazzling light, each flicker accompanied by the roar of thunder. These lightning elements gathered in Chen Chen's palm, gradually forming a spear covered in thunder. He directly threw the newly formed Thunder Spear into the horde. Rip! Accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity, the spear's tip gathered the purest lightning power, piercing through a line of zombies and finally landing 20 meters ahead of Chen Chen. Wherever the Thunder Spear struck, the zombies' hit suffered 100% lightning damage, along with 80% light damage and 40% true damage. The bucket zombies were dark attribute creatures, so the light damage they received would double. Moreover, the lightning attribute of the Thunder Spear would cause a brief paralysis effect, leaving the struck zombies stunned for a full second. However, zombies were still bronze-tier monsters, and even with attribute suppression, this strike did not take away half of their health. Nevertheless, Chen Chen had anticipated this. Dash! The sea-level dash skill directly increased his burst movement speed by 100%, and Chen Chen's figure raced like the wind, quickly picking up the Thunder Spear he had thrown. The moment he touched the Thunder Spear, it transformed into shining bolts and merged into his entire body. At that moment, Chen Chen was enveloped in golden lightning, even his black short hair turning golden. He looked as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this point, Chen Chen had accumulated a layer of thunder-piercing effect. Thunder Strike, charge forward at high speed, dealing 200% lightning damage and inflicting a kill effect based on 5% of the enemy's lost health. After hitting an enemy with Thunder Strike, all weapon skill cooldowns are reduced by 1 second. The faster the movement speed, the faster the charge speed. Thunder Strike can store up to 2 layers. However, Chen Chen did not rush to use Thunder Strike. Instead, he summoned a Thunder Spear again, 20 meters away from himself. Lightning Spear. The Thunder Spear fell from the sky like a golden meteor. The power of thunder crashed down, dealing damage while instantly paralyzing all nearby zombies. The Thunder Spear and Lightning Spear are essentially the same. The difference is that the Thunder Spear is thrown from hand, while the Lightning Spear is summoned directly nearby. Both are combination skills, leaving a Thunder Element Spear at the original location after use. When the user of the weapon skill touches the Thunder Spear again, they enter the Thunder Strike state. At this moment, Chen Chen had picked up a Thunder Spear and summoned another one not far away. This way, he could initiate the combination skill. Thunder Strike. In an instant, Chen Chen, holding the Starry Light, lunged forward at high speed, piercing through all the zombies in a straight line like a scene from an Aurora movie. This strike dealt 200% lightning damage, 80% light damage, 40% true damage, and a kill effect based on 5% of the zombies' lost health. All the iron bucket zombies hit had their buckets fall off. This also meant that the health of these demonic creatures had dropped below 1/3. After Chen Chen lunged, he landed exactly where the lightning spear was. Thunder Strike. The lightning-like lunge was initiated again, moving back and forth in rapid succession. After a series of combos, the zombies in that straight line received multiple segments of damage. Even the bronze 8th tier zombies could not withstand such an attack. They were directly killed. Wherever the thunder struck, it turned to scorched earth. Congratulations to the host for killing the Iron Bucket Zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing the Iron Bucket Zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for killing the Iron Bucket Zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 229 years. 2 thunder strikes seamlessly connected, directly taking down over 10 Iron Bucket Zombies. Damn! That's impressive. De-chun stared at the fallen Iron Bucket Zombies around Chun-chen, completely stunned. He had seen the power of these Iron Bucket Zombies. Not only were they absurdly defensive, but their attacks also carried toxins. Once caught by these creatures, one could neither fight nor outlast them, only passively escape. De-chun's exploration team had been wiped out in such a helpless situation. Except for him, who had the holy light attribute, everyone else had died. That was why he had been guarding the entrance of the ruins, waiting for a new exploration team to come in and lead them to escape. Because the initial exploration teams often, like De-chun, failed to grasp the situation and charged headlong into these Iron Bucket Zombies, leading to a disastrous start. De-chun had been in these ruins for 2 years, eating food from his teammates' spatial rings when hungry, and gnawing on tree bark when it was gone. He had gone on adventures with 3 different exploration teams. Finally, he had accumulated the energy of the return stone to 18%. Once it reached 20%, he could successfully leave. Today, he was, as usual, lurking at the entrance of the ruins until he discovered Chen-chen's presence. He had thought that if he could just mix in with another batch of exploration teams, he could fill the energy of the return stone, but he never expected that Chen-chen was all alone. At this moment, Dachuan had been gnawing on tree bark for 3 months. Originally, he thought that this one-man exploration team was definitely here to die, so it would be better to wait until Chen-chen was dead before dividing the inheritance. But when those terrifying barrel zombies appeared again, Dachuan remembered his teammates who had been killed. In the end, he couldn't just watch Chen-chen die. So, he bravely stepped forward. A bronze-level demon hunter can actually kill a barrel zombie with a single set of skills. Who on earth is this person? Dachuan, who thought he was sacrificing himself for righteousness and burning his life away, never expected to encounter a big shot. Yuan % and at % Yuan hashtag. Asterisk and hashtag at Yuan. At the same time, the surrounding barrel zombies also began to swarm towards Chen-chen. Si Shao, be careful. After witnessing Chen-chen's strength, Dachuan's tone towards him carried a hint of respect. What are you waiting for? Give me a shield. Chen-chen shouted while grappling with the barrel zombies. Got it. Si Shao. Holy shield. Dachuan raised the cross in his hand, casting a beam of holy light onto a few barrel zombies behind Chen-chen. The barrel zombies illuminated by the holy light were immediately enveloped in a protective shield. Holy Shield, sea level grants a shield that increases the maximum health of creatures in a designated area by 18%, and during the shield's existence, damage taken is reduced by 18%, lasting for 120 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. Wait, Brother Chun, what are you doing? Are you TM in cahoots with the zombies? Seeing Dachuan's actions, Chen-chen was left speechless. Since when do holy practitioners give shields to demon species? Si Shao. It was a misunderstanding, your positioning was too flashy, and I didn't react in time. Dachuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But he couldn't be entirely blamed. Chen-chen's movements were excessively agile, and he indeed had trouble keeping up. Holy Light Enhancement. Besides casting shields, Dachuan had other buff skills. Holy Light Enhancement. B-level increases the light attribute damage of oneself and one teammate's spirit weapon by 30%, lasting for 120 seconds, CD, 120 seconds. As Dachuan raised the cross again, a brilliant halo appeared around the star brilliance in Chen-chen's hand. This was the effect of Holy Light Enhancement. At this moment, Chen-chen's light attribute damage received an additional 30% boost. As a result, his attacks could deal an extra 140% light attribute damage. After all, barrel zombies were dark attribute creatures and would suffer double light attribute damage. Hee Si Shao, this is a directional martial skill, I absolutely won't mess it up. Dachuan grinned. With the B-level martial skill Holy Light Enhancement, Chen-chen swung the star brilliance continuously, piercing through the barrel zombies' bodies with the significantly boosted light attribute damage. His attacks became faster and faster. With each attack, he gained a layer of Divine Ascension effect, continuously stacking his attack speed. The trajectory of the star brilliance cut through the air with a sound like breaking through the void, the gun shooting out like a dragon. Yuan % and at and % Yuan hashtag. Asterisk and hashtag at Yuan. However, Dachuan's actions also attracted the hatred of several demon species, who began to swarm him. Wearing heavy plate armor and having just messed up the shield, Dachuan found it very difficult to face the zombie onslaught. Shadow Servant. Seeing this, Chen Chen directly summoned the Shadow Holy Shield, with Shadow Gunman and Shadow Dual Wielders forming a triangular formation to protect Dachuan firmly. Wow, Si Xiao, you're a gunman, and you can summon too. Impressive. Dachuan highly praised Chen Chen's actions. As a holy practitioner who took damage in the front line, it was Dachuan's first time experiencing the feeling of being protected by someone else. I know a little. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Although it was their first meeting, Dachun was quite likable, albeit a bit foolish. But that wasn't a big problem. Who could refuse a partner who could provide stable buffs while also shouting 666? With the protection of the Shadow Servant, the situation on Dachun's side was temporarily safe. The Holy Light enhancement could give Chen Chen 2 minutes of stable buffs. Moreover, if Dachun didn't act foolishly, he could provide a shield while also increasing damage reduction. With the ability to enhance light attribute attacks, Dachun had a unique advantage in a relic filled with dark attribute monsters. If Chen Chen wanted to improve the efficiency of clearing the relic, it was essential to ensure Dachun's safety. With Dachun's assistance, Chen Chen also gained a new idea. It would be best for Shin Yoshi's shadow servants to also imprison a few souls with supportive talents, preferably those with buff and healing attributes. Thunder Spear. As the process of stacking the Ascension long stage continued, the cooldowns for the Thunder Spear and Lightning Strike were ready again. Chen Chen decisively summoned the Thunder Lance in his hand and threw it into the horde of corpses. Rip! With a crack of thunder and lightning, the golden lightning shot through the iron barrel zombie before him like a swimming dragon. This strike triggered the effect of Holy Judgment, dealing lightning damage while forming a Sword of Judgment above the iron barrel zombie's head. The Sword of Judgment suddenly fell, causing 3 times the true critical damage once again. With just one strike, it swept away all the iron barrel zombies in front of him. Congratulations, host, for killing the iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Is this the true critical hit of Holy Judgment? Even Chen Chen was shocked by the scene before him. 3 times the critical effect was one thing, but true damage? Who could withstand that? Although the probability was a bit low, only 1%, if luck triggered it, the damage would be catastrophic. Moreover, the Star Radiance was only a D-grade spirit weapon, with plenty of room for improvement. If Shin Yoshi's Chaos Armor was both offensive and defensive, providing high defense while also having backlash damage, then Shin Yoyen's Star Radiance was simply the ultimate output. Damn, as expected of Si Xiao, under my Holy Light enhancement, he instantly killed the bronze 8th tier iron barrel zombie with just one skill, like a demon descending from the heavens, truly a divine being. Dachun's praises for Chen Chen flowed like a continuous river. He thought it was his Holy Light enhancement that suddenly made Chen Chen's skill damage explode. But it couldn't be said that his Holy Light enhancement was useless, it just meant its significance was limited, as the main damage still relied on the true critical hit of Holy Judgment. Next, Chen Chen used the same trick again, employing the combination of Thunder Spear and Lightning Strike. The 2 consecutive Thunder Strikes pierced through the horde of iron barrel zombies back and forth. Once again, he knocked down a group of zombie monsters. Congratulations, host, for killing the iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of lifespan. At this moment, hundreds of iron barrel zombies had already been dealt with by Chen Chen, with only a small portion remaining. After repeatedly using his martial skills, the spiritual power within him was nearly depleted. There were still 70 or 80 zombies around, and dealing with them was no easy task. If it were an ordinary exploration team, they would face 2 choices: either use the remaining spiritual power to fight these monsters to the end, or strategically retreat with Dachun, wait for a recovery, and then continue hunting these creatures. Si Xiao, how about we withdraw for a bit? I know a safe place where we can regroup. Dachun seemed to notice Chen Chen's embarrassment. He had survived in this ruin for 2 years because he found an excellent hiding spot. Otherwise, with such a high-intensity horde of iron barrel zombies, he wouldn't have lasted this long in the ruins. I still stand by what I said, this place is the safest spot in the entire ruin. As he spoke, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Chen Chen's body. Amidst the constant pulling and attacking, the effect of the Angel's Wings Ascension had already stacked to its limit. When attacking and hitting an enemy, gain 1 layer of Ascension effect, lasting 5 seconds. Each layer of Ascension increases attack speed by 1%, stacking up to 200 layers. Ascension effect cannot be cleared. After stacking 100 layers of Ascension, consuming 10 layers summons 1 will sword, which deals 100% true damage and ignores any block. While providing Qin Shan with a 200% increase in attack speed, it also unlocked Shin Yoyen's ultimate skill. It's time to experience what ultimate output feels like. Wheel Sword. Behind Qin Shan, countless wheel swords gathered, each shining with holy light, like brilliant stars in the night sky. 20 blades intertwined, forming a pair of massive steel wings, their shape both resolute and elegant. Fire. Qin Shan's gaze was sharp as he pointed with one hand at the horde of zombies before him. The steel wings unfurled behind him, and each wheel sword seemed to possess life, vibrating and emitting a deep, resonant sound. The wheel swords shot forth in unison towards the direction Qin Shan pointed, like 1,000 swords returning to their source, transforming into a rain of blades. Ignoring any blocks, each wheel sword could pierce through a line of iron barrel zombies, and with varying critical hits, they were utterly devastating. Dechun couldn't help but murmur, "Heaven did not give birth to you, Snake. The grave ruins are eternal like the long night. Congratulations, host, for killing an iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations, host, for killing an iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations, host, for killing an iron barrel zombie, gaining 8 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 907 years. Done. Let's wrap it up." Qin Shan put away the starlight, then drank a potion that could continuously restore spiritual energy and began to clean up the battlefield. The recent battle had completely exhausted his spiritual energy, and he could no longer use the cauldron of greed. Any potion's recovery amount was vastly different in combat versus non-combat situations. The difference was a full 10 times. During battle, whether using life potions or spiritual potions, their effects were minimal. Therefore, when using potions for recovery, one must stay away from demon species and be in a safe area. If interrupted during recovery, the potion's effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Qin Shan's thought was that as long as he killed all the demon species, he would naturally exit combat. "Si Xiao, you are just too amazing. Are you really an awakened one of the Bronze Realm?" Dechun scampered to Qin Shan's side, seemingly wanting to cling tightly to this big leg. Qin Shan did not answer Dechun's question but focused on extracting magic crystals from the demon corpses. After the recent battle, Dechun's return stone had fully charged with energy. As a support role, he could also energize the return stone by assisting in kills. At this moment, he could return to Blue Star anytime he wanted. This had been Dechun's dream. Trapped in this strange ruin for 2 years, he missed his family on Blue Star every moment. After meeting Qin Shan, Dechun suddenly changed his mind. If he could have teammates like Qin Shan in the future, wouldn't that be an instant liftoff? The torment he endured in the ruins over the past 2 years would finally yield its due rewards. Moreover, having been trapped in this ruin for so long, Dechun was eager to see what the boss behind it all really was. "Si Xiao, although my strength and talent aren't particularly strong, I've been wandering in this ruin for 2 years and know its mechanisms like the back of my hand. If you still need a guide, I would be more than happy to serve you," Dechun said with a smile. In his eyes, with such strength, Qin Shan could easily slay these dark attribute monsters as if chopping vegetables. This was hardly exploration and challenge, it was more like a vacation in sightseeing. Therefore, the role he needed to play was that of a guide. You've been in this ruin for 2 years? Qin Shan, while extracting magic crystals with the pot of greed, looked at Dechun in surprise. A human could actually stay in a ruin for that long? Well, it's a long story. Then make it short. I see. After listening to Dechun's tale, Qin Shan couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards this big guy. Alright, then you can lead the way. Seeing that Dechun wanted to team up with him, Qin Shan didn't refuse. He even took out some food from his spatial ring to share with Dechun. "Eat up, don't worry. With me around, you'll definitely make it through this ruin." "Thank you, Si Xiao." Dechun released the fusion state of his spirit weapon, and the two of them devoured the food Qin Shan had brought. Food was a very precious resource during the exploration of ruins. After all, every awakened person had limited storage space and had to allocate resources wisely. Qin Shan didn't bring much food and generously shared it with the newly acquainted Dechun. For Qin Shan, only prolonged tug-of-war battles required food supplies. He didn't like that way of clearing levels. His goal was to completely break through this ruin before 6 a.m. So, he only brought a portion of supper. However, he did bring plenty of spirit pills. After all, cleaning up the battlefield required constant use of the pot of greed, which consumed a lot of spirit power. Once Dechun finished his meal, Qin Shan successfully extracted the magic crystals. With the pot of greed's enhancement, he obtained a total of 1,699 magic crystals from over 100 iron barrel zombies. One could only say his luck was off the charts. The S-class pot of greed was simply too powerful. "Congratulations, host, your spirit power realm has broken through to bronze level 6. Congratulations, host, your spirit power realm has broken through to bronze level 7. Not only that, but Chen Chen also used the magic crystals to elevate the spirit power realms of the sisters Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi to bronze level 7. Besides the magic crystals and some ordinary materials, Chen Chen also obtained a piece of armor from the Iron Barrel zombies. Iron Chain Armor. Level, bronze level 8. Quality, C. The equipment that appeared in the ruins, unlike spirit weapons, did not have percentage attribute bonuses. Moreover, ordinary equipment had no life. If damaged, it couldn't be repaired like spirit weapons. Its level and quality were the basic attributes. This Iron Chain Armor was equivalent to a C-level talent, a spirit weapon of bronze level 8. It seemed quite good, but in reality, it had no special attributes, making it vastly inferior compared to spirit weapons of the same level. However, not everyone could be like Chen Chen, possessing dual spirit weapons, achieving the optimal solution where both weapons and armor were spirit weapons. In general, demon hunters can only choose to wear one piece of spiritual armor as a weapon and select ordinary equipment as armor. Because 99% of spiritual weapons are weapons, spiritual armor like Shin Yoshi's is actually extremely rare. My esteemed master, I am more than happy to serve you. I only need 10 years of your lifespan to help you refine this armor. Do you need it? As the mist rolled back, the greed pot, carved with a twisted monster face, appeared once again. Sure. Chen Chen nodded silently. For some reason, every time Chen Chen saw the smiling face of the greed pot, he would unconsciously show a similar smile. Lifespan minus 10 years. Host remaining lifespan, 897 years. Congratulations, host. Your Iron Chain Armor has gained X2 in quantity. Would you like to spend another 100 years of lifespan to refine it again? Under the operations of the greed pot, the Iron Chain Armor transformed from one piece into two. Let's do it again. Lifespan minus 100 years. Host remaining lifespan, 797 years. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen chose to refine it once more. Congratulations, host. Your Iron Chain Armor has gained X2 in quantity. Would you like to spend 1,000 years of lifespan to continue refining? After absorbing 100 years of Chen Chen's lifespan, the smile on the greed pot's face became even more sinister, once again making a bold request. After the previous refinement, Chen Chen had now obtained 4 pieces of Iron Chain Armor. Step back. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of lifespan, Chen Chen would really want to try again. After all, a C-grade armor of the 8th rank is already considered quite good equipment, worth at least over 100 magic crystals. 4 pieces would be over 400. Chen Chen had only spent 300 magic crystals to buy the challenge rights to this ruin. Now he had already recouped his investment. Moreover, this was under the circumstance of Chen Chen having very poor luck. After all, a B-grade armor is worth much more than 2 C-grade armors. Item upgrades will always outweigh quantity doubling. Dachuan, I see your armor is in such bad shape. Here, let me give you a piece. Chen Chen directly handed one piece of Iron Chain Armor to Dachuan, while the others were stored in his spatial ring, ready to be sold after returning. Although Chen Chen had just met Dachuan not long ago, he felt that this person was reliable, especially after Dachuan had rushed out to cover him when he was unaware of the situation. Moreover, one piece of equipment was nothing to Chen Chen. Besides, Dachuan had indeed provided him with quite a few extra attribute bonuses. It was very necessary to give some resources to support. How can I accept this? Although Dachuan said this, as soon as Chen Chen took out the equipment, he threw away all the scraps he had on him. He. Thank you, Si Xiao. After shedding the already tattered armor, Dachuan's seemingly mighty physique had shrunk to nothing but skin and bones. It gave the impression of a massive water buffalo that had been stripped of its flesh, leaving only a skeleton and a withered hide. Chen Chen had not noticed this before, covered as he was by the heavy plate armor. It was hard to imagine how such a frail body could survive in such harsh conditions. Although Dachuan's body showed severe malnutrition, the spiritual weapon contracted with him appeared to be in much better shape. Dachuan, let's head back first. With your current physical condition, I'm afraid staying in the ruins could be life-threatening. Maya advised Dachuan, fully aware of his state as his spiritual weapon. Maya, trust me, I'm fine. In this ruin, we have experienced so many teammates together, all of whom met tragic ends before our eyes. We finally waited for a true god to lead us through, and I don't want to give up this excellent opportunity. Dachuan tightly grasped Mia's hand, his gaze resolute as he said, I want to see what lies at the end of this ruin for those fallen comrades. Moreover, Si Xiao needs us. Our understanding of the ruins has been accumulated bit by bit through countless fallen partners, and we cannot let it go to waste. Chen Chen originally wanted to persuade Dachuan, but seeing his determined attitude, he decided against it. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own fate, we just need to do our part and respect others' destinies. After a brief rest, under Dachuan's lead, Chen Chen continued deeper into the sky cemetery. Be careful, Si Xiao, this area is the territory of the hellhounds. These guys are extremely fast. If the iron barrel zombies represented ultimate defense, then the hellhounds represent ultimate offense. Next, we are entering the section of the ruins with the highest mortality rate. As soon as there was any movement in the sky cemetery, Dachuan's expression became serious, giving Chen Chen a heads up about the attributes of the demon species. This was faster than the system itself. After all, the system needed to see the demon species before it could scan their accurate information. Dachuan, however, provided a warning from a considerable distance. The stronger the attack, the worse their defense and life will be. Don't worry, for an ordinary exploration team, this might be the most dangerous area, but for me, this is the fastest racing ground, Chen Chen said with a smile. After all, the attributes of any demon species are balanced. If the attack is maxed out, then correspondingly, the defense will be poor. Woof 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 woof. With a series of eerie barks, the cemetery above Chen Chen began to stir. One by one, slender-limbed hellhounds, with fangs protruding from their mouths, descended from the sky. Hellhound. Rarity, D, Spirit Power Level, Bronze 9th Stage. Description: a dual attribute demon species of darkness and fire, highly aggressive and fast-moving. Once injured by a hellhound's fangs, it will cause continuous bleeding and burning damage. Remaining lifespan, 1,000 years. Upon seeing the complete attributes of the hellhound, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. No wonder the exploration teams that entered this ruin were wiped out. The hellhound not only had a higher spirit power level than the previous iron barrel zombies but also had a rarity 2 levels higher. Even a well-equipped exploration team would struggle without a high-level talent. It seems we must settle this quickly. After Dachuan finished buffing him, Chen Chen immediately retreated to a safe position to hide. The hellhounds were not like the iron barrel zombies, which took a long time to get up after falling to the ground. These agile creatures could adjust their bodies mid-air and land steadily on the ground. Although the hellhounds had slender limbs, their bodies were incredibly strong, allowing them to possess both high speed and powerful offensive capabilities. Moreover, the hellhounds were engulfed in blazing flames, exuding a scorching aura. This indicated that these creatures also had a strong fire attribute attack. Thunderfall Spear. Thunderclap Spear. Chen Chen now had 2 thunder spears stored around him. As the hellhounds surrounded him, he absorbed the thunder spears and unleashed thunder-piercing sun in quick succession. While dealing high damage to the hellhounds, he could also reduce the cooldown of all skills by 2 seconds. Furthermore, the Thunderfall Spear and Thunderclap Spear were released in advance, and by the time Chen Chen finished casting Thunder-Piercing Sun twice, the cooldowns for these 2 skills would be nearly up. This is the essence of storing weapons. Before the demon species arrived, skills were released in advance to maintain a good state. Thunderfall Gun. Thunder Strike Gun. Thunder pierces the Sun X2. Chen Chen once again employed his old tricks, unleashing 2 sets of combination skills in quick succession. Congratulations, host, for killing the hellhound, gaining 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the hellhound, gaining 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for killing the hellhound, gaining 10 years of lifespan. In an instant, he had taken down a third of the surrounding hellhounds. Although the hellhounds were much stronger than the iron barrel zombies, they were no match for the latter in terms of durability. Once the 2 sets of combination skills were finished, Chen Chen spread his angel wings and flew into the sky. No matter how the demon species on the ground cried out, he paid them no mind. The hellhounds, though agile, could only jump about 20 meters at their peak, posing no threat to Chen Chen, who had the ability to fly. Once his martial skills were off cooldown, Chen Chen once again wielded the Star Spark and charged into the enemy ranks. In less than 2 minutes, he had hunted down all the hellhounds on the ground. Host's remaining lifespan, 2,908 years. Effortlessly, he had added over 1,000 years to his lifespan. Ha ha ha, as expected of you, young Master C. The hellhounds are no match for you, let alone those demon species behind them. De Chun looked at the corpses of the demon species scattered on the ground, feeling even more confident in Chen Chen. Next came Chen Chen's favorite part, cleaning up the battlefield. A classic 2 minutes of monster fighting, followed by half an hour of extracting magic crystals. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the bronze level 8 realm. Through the magic crystals from the hellhounds, Chen Chen, along with Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, had their realms elevated once again. Not only that, but he also obtained a C-level martial skill. Hellhound, C-level summons 3 B-level hellhounds of the same realm as the user, lasting 60 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Dear Master, we meet again. I can help you refine this martial skill for just 10 years of lifespan. Sure. Lifespan minus 10 years. Congratulations, Master, your martial skill has gained an advanced effect. Again. Lifespan minus 100 years. Congratulations, Master, your martial skill has gained an advanced effect once more. Continue. Lifespan minus 1000 years. Master, your martial skill has gained an advanced effect yet again. Ha, this feels great. With 3 consecutive advanced effects, Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. If he hadn't run out of lifespan to pay, he would have gladly spent another 10,000 years to refine it again. Hellhound, C level B level A level, Hell 3-headed dog, S level summons 1 S level Hell 3-headed dog of the same realm as the user, lasting 60 seconds. Each kill by the Hell 3-headed dog extends the duration by an additional 10 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Through the continuous advancement of the greed pot, Chen directly obtained a new S-level martial skill. This was also Chen second S-level martial skill after the greed pot. However, this time, the Hell 3-headed dog was not a resource-type martial skill, but a summoning-type martial skill that could directly enhance combat power. Dichun, let's continue. Chen walked up to Dichun, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled faintly. In the subsequent exploration, with his greatly enhanced strength, Chen pushed forward and directly arrived at the entrance of the final boss. It was a massive tombstone hanging upside down in the sky. Is this the final boss? Dichun looked up at the enormous grave in shock, unable to suppress his soul's questioning. Although he had spent 2 years in the ruins, he had never reached this place before. Rumble. As Chen and Dichun approached, the entire ruin suddenly began to tremble. The stones beneath his feet trembled at a high frequency, as if the entire world was shaking. Abyss relic activated. With the sound of a familiar voice, dazzling red light began to flicker around. It was the unique alarm of the Abyss relic. This immense sense of oppression reminded Chen of the past, when he and Gu Qingning had triggered the Abyss relic and the Golden relic. Moreover, it was the highest level of Demon God Abyss. Dichun, you go out first, I'm not joking. Chen urged Dichun to use the return stone to leave immediately. After all, triggering the Abyss relic was no laughing matter. Si Shao, if it's the Abyss relic, you should leave too. Dichun fumbled to pull out the return stone from his spatial ring, urging Chen to leave while he teleported. Although he knew Chen was strong, this was the Abyss relic, and it required a top-tier exploration team to cooperate in order to clear it. It was simply impossible for one person to clear the Abyss relic. The continuously flashing deadly red light inside the relic was a reminder to all awakeners to use the return stone to leave the relic as soon as possible. If they missed this last opportunity, they would be permanently buried here. I'm here specifically for the Abyss relic, you just wait for me outside, I'll be out soon. Chen responded to Dichun with a confident smile. It was a stroke of fate that the two met in this relic, and seeing the honest and simple Dichun's figure gradually disappear from the relic, Chen felt at ease. Phew, Senior Chen, finally no one is here. Can Yoshi talk now? As soon as Dichun left the relic, Yoshi's voice immediately rang out. She seemed to have been holding back for too long, letting out a long sigh as soon as she spoke. Yoshi, but you already started talking before asking me, Chen said helplessly. Yoshi seemed to be asking him, but in reality, she was just notifying him. Chen, are we really going to challenge the Abyss relic alone? Shen Yuyan looked at the continuously flickering red light around and couldn't help but feel worried. This was the Abyss relic, after all, and it was no joke. Moreover, the flashing red light in the relic was the final warning. Once this opportunity was missed, there would be no way to use the return stone. Actually, I noticed something was off with this relic early on. I didn't expect we would actually stumble upon the Abyss relic, Chen said with a faint smile, showing no intention of leaving. Back when he was just an F-rank demon hunter, he had once challenged the Abyss relic. And at this moment, Chen was no longer the same. Not only did he possess D-rank talent Blood Awakening, D-rank Spirit Weapon Star Radiance, and S-rank Spirit Weapon Chaos Armor, but he also had the dual spirit weapons unlocked, Angel Wings and Fallen Angel Wings. He wasn't afraid before, and he certainly wasn't afraid now. Moreover, after continuous battles, Chen spiritual power had reached the 9th level of bronze, and he had absorbed over 3,000 years of lifespan. Even in the Abyss relic, he wanted to give it a try alone. Boom! As the flickering red light faded, the entire relic trembled even more violently. The surroundings began to spin, and on the ground, Chen could hardly maintain his balance. In desperation, he could only flap his angel wings and fly into the air, waiting for the final boss to descend. Whoosh! A strange sound suddenly echoed in Chen's mind. It wasn't an external sound, but rather a noise coming from within his brain. Chen Chen felt a sudden weightlessness in his body, and the angelic wings on his back began to stiffen, as if he had fallen into a vacuum. What is happening? Unable to control his body, Chen Chen could only watch helplessly as he fell downward. Everything around seemed to freeze at that moment. Time felt as if it had come to a standstill. Whoosh! After a long while, the voice in his mind echoed again. Everything returned to normal. However, Chen Chen had just experienced weightlessness and fell hard to the ground. Where's the sky grave? It's gone. Chen Chen quickly got up after falling, but when he looked up at the sky again, he discovered something extremely bizarre. The huge grave above him was gone. Not just that grave, but the entire sky grave that had always existed had completely vanished. It's not that the grave has disappeared, but that the entire space has reversed. Chen, take a good look in front of you. Shen Yuyan articulated the doubt in Chen Chen's heart. Chen Chen suddenly realized that the missing grave was right in front of him at that very moment. It wasn't that the sky grave had disappeared, he was now standing in the midst of this graveyard. A two-level reversal. I understand now, this is actually the normal space, and the grave in the sky is the real ground. Chen Chen had always felt that the ground beneath his feet was like a void illusion. Until the Abyss Secret Realm was activated, the sky and the ground underwent a two-level reversal, and everything returned to normal. So that's how it is. Shen Yuyan also suddenly understood, which explained the anomaly of the ruins and why a grave had always been suspended above everyone's heads. In other words, the sky was the ground, and the ground was the sky. Welcome to my tomb. In the midst of silence, a strange and eerie voice suddenly echoed, reverberating through the empty tomb. As the voice faded, a cold wind howled past, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a massive figure slowly emerged from the depths of the tomb. He was tall and imposing, like a mountain, his entire body wrapped in pitch-black chains that clinked against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Gravity Demon King. Rarity, S. Spirit Power Level, Silver Peak. Description: a demon king capable of controlling gravity, a dark attribute magic species, possessing not only extremely strong attack power but also very high defense, along with great speed and a powerful control effect, with almost no weaknesses. Remaining lifespan, 200,000 years. I never expected that a human awakener of the bronze level would actually come to my territory. The Gravity Demon King slowly walked forward, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by his power, forming a strange aura. It was an invisible force that attracted all nearby objects towards him. The entire tomb was under his control. How many of you are there? Come out. The Gravity Demon King said disdainfully. In his mind, he had never thought that a mere bronze-level awakener could reach this place. 1. Oh, is it true that only one is left alive? Such a little brat, being so heavy-handed, having only one person is really too boring. The Gravity Demon King didn't regard Chen Chen at all, lazily yawning, and even wanted to go back to sleep. It seemed that seeing only one person upon waking was quite disappointing. It's not that only one is left alive, it's that there was originally only me. However, Chen Chen merely smiled faintly. Oh, the Gravity Demon King raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by this audacious human awakener before him. Come on, boy, let me see your strength. The Demon King spoke again, his voice deep and hoarse, like a roar emanating from the abyss, instilling an involuntary sense of fear and awe. It was now serious. Chen Chen frowned slightly, not expecting that it would be an S-class demon seed boss at the peak of the Silver Realm. Not only was its spiritual power a whole level higher than his, but it was also a demon seed of extremely high rarity. It seemed that what had emerged this time would definitely satisfy him. Come forth, Cerberus. The soul formation beneath Chen Chen's feet manifested, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Accompanied by the scent of flames and sulfur, a terrifying beast slowly appeared. Cerberus was huge and strong, standing 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Each of its 3 heads wore a steel collar, looking fierce and brutal, especially the sharp fangs that sent chills down one's spine. Oh, you can actually summon a dark attribute demon seed. The Gravity Ghost King glanced up at the Cerberus, which was several times its size, its pitch-black pupils filled with disdain. Despite the vast difference in size, in terms of aura, the Gravity Ghost King had the upper hand. Little red, little blue, little black, tear this guy apart. Chen Chen named each head of Cerberus. The leftmost head, with a flame attribute, was called Little Red. The right head, with an ice attribute, was called Little Blue. The middle head, with a dark attribute, was called Little Black. Woof woof woof. The 3 ferocious heads continuously howled, their voices deafening, echoing like thunder across every inch of hell. Cerberus seemed to really like the names given by Chen Chen, and after receiving the master's command, Little Red and Little Blue immediately excitedly launched their attacks. Flame Breath, Frost Breath, The two different attribute breaths surged towards the Gravity Ghost King, half ice and half flame, like a clash of ice and fire. Rashomon! The Gravity Ghost King crouched down, pressing its pitch-black palm against the ground, and powerful dark attribute spiritual energy instantly seeped into the earth. Accompanied by a loud rumble, a massive black iron gate suddenly rose from the ground. It stood like an invincible giant blocking the path of the Gravity Ghost King. Rashomon, a mysterious gate carved with a ghostly face, was said to separate the realms of life and death. Boom! The cold frost breath and the scorching flame breath, these two completely different forces slammed against Rashomon, producing a deafening sound as if they were trying to tear the mysterious gate apart. Each impact made the surrounding air feel as if it were ignited. The temperature soared, only to be instantly cooled by the frost breath, creating strange air currents. Little Red and Little Blue continued to howl, pouring out their spiritual energy. Their eyes flickered with a crimson glow, appearing increasingly ferocious and terrifying, as if they were trying to channel all their power into this gate, attempting to break through the Ghost King's barrier. Hiss! In the end, although Rashomon trembled violently under the attacks of Cerberus, it did not shatter. The Gravity Ghost King narrowly defended against the assault of Cerberus. Sit! With a roar from the Gravity Ghost King, a massive malevolent aura suddenly erupted from its body, sweeping across the entire graveyard like a raging hurricane. Under the influence of this malevolent aura, the gravity around Cerberus was instantly altered, forming an invisible force. This gravity seemed to possess endless power, directly pressing the massive Cerberus down to the ground. Roar! Cerberus let out a piercing sound, but no matter how it struggled, that gravity felt like an immovable mountain, firmly pinning it in place. The eyes of Cerberus flashed with unwillingness and anger, while Little Blue, Little Red, and Little Black continued to howl, trying to use their strength to break free from the shackles of gravity. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not move an inch. At this moment, the entire graveyard fell into a deathly silence. The majesty and dominance of the Hellhound were completely stripped away. Although they were all S-class demon species, the Hellhound merely inherited Chun Chen's spiritual power level, which was only at the meager bronze 9th tier. In contrast, the Gravity Ghost King was an S-class demon species at the peak of silver level. The disparity in strength was immense. Despite the Hellhound giving its all, it could only be firmly suppressed by the opponent. However, even though the Hellhound was temporarily under the firm control of the Gravity Ghost King, in Chen Shen's eyes, it was also controlling him. Swish! In the dark pupils of the Gravity Ghost King, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Chen Shen, wielding the Starry Spear, unleashed the thunder strike he had prepared long ago, piercing back and forth at the Gravity Ghost King. The golden holy light mixed with the power of thunder instantly dealt tons of damage to the Gravity Ghost King. "You little brat, how dare you ambush this king?" The voice of the Ghost King echoed in the empty graveyard like a cold wind from the abyss, laced with icy mockery. Chen Shen's figure transformed into a golden streak of light in the Ghost King's gaze, speeding past. By the time the Gravity Ghost King regained its senses, Chen Shen had already created distance between them. Although Chun Chen's attack did not inflict multiple blows, it left the proud Ghost King extremely displeased. Its face twisted in anger, and its tightly clenched wrist suddenly released a terrifying gravitational suppression, intending to bind Chen Shen as it had the Hellhound. Dash! However, Chen Shen was well prepared. A cyclone formed between his legs, marking the activation of his dash martial skill. With the enhancement of this skill, Chen Shen moved like the wind, instantly evading the Ghost King's gravitational suppression. Although the Ghost King's gravitational suppression was incredibly domineering, it seemed somewhat powerless in the face of absolute speed. "I thought the Awaken ones who could break in here were some rare powerhouse, but I didn't expect it to be just a coward who can only run away." After being distracted by the Hellhound's feigned attack, the Gravity Ghost King was hit by a series of strikes from Chun Chen, its expression extremely displeased. Little Black! What the Ghost King did not expect was that Chen Shen's attack was actually a feint. The real killing move was the Little Black one among the Hellhounds. Black Flame Breath. As the Ghost King used gravitational suppression to pursue Chun Chen, the Hellhound that had been suppressed immediately got up. Suddenly, a jet of black flame erupted, like the wrath of hell, violent and unstoppable. Its appearance instantly shattered the surrounding silence, causing even the air to tremble. This black flame was not something ordinary, it came from the deepest depths of hellfire. The black flames emitted a profound and chilling light, devouring all the surrounding light. Little Black's target was the Gate of Resurrection summoned by the Ghost King. The door, engraved with intricate patterns, had already been on the verge of collapse from the previous attacks of Little Blue and Little Red. Under the renewed fierce assault of the black flames, the Gate of Resurrection was pierced through as if it were made of paper. As the flames spread, the Ghost King's body was also ignited. "Damn it! How dare you play tricks on this king?" The Gravity Ghost King was furious, and at that moment, it realized that the true main attack was the hellhound from the very beginning, while Chen Chen had merely been distracting it. The Ghost King struggled continuously, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. However, the black flames seemed to have a life of their own, clinging tightly to it and continuously devouring its life. Black Flame Breath deals 500% attack damage to the enemy and ignites the enemy for 10 seconds, dealing 1% of maximum health damage per second. The damage does not exceed 200% of its own attack per second. Although most of the attack damage from the Black Flame Breath was blocked by the Demon King's Rashomon, the percentage damage based on maximum health was still absorbed by the Demon King. This was also Chen Chen's initial plan. Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, and Chen Chen himself were all performing feigned attacks to attract the Demon King's attention. The real focus was on Xiao Hei's Black Flame Breath. The percentage damage based on maximum health was simply a godly technique for fighting bosses. Although there was a 200% attack limit, over 10 seconds, it would still amount to at least 2000% damage, which even a boss-level demon could not withstand. Hey, you little brat, you've successfully angered me, and now you will pay the price for your actions. The Gravity Demon King roared. 2-level reversal. Suddenly, the scene of the Abyss Ruins activating occurred again. Chen Chen found himself in a state of weightlessness, the ground and sky flipping upside down once more. His body fell into the boundless sky, while the grave below returned to the top of his head. As the malevolent energy within the Gravity Demon King erupted violently, the gravestone that had been suspended in the sky seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and suddenly fell. Under the acceleration of gravity, the gravestone plunged into the ground like a drawn sword, striking with tremendous force. The ground trembled violently under this impact, cracks spreading like a spider web. The entire ruin swayed under this force, as if it could collapse at any moment. Woo woo woo! The massive hellhound, caught off guard by this sudden change, had no time to react. Its eyes, filled with terror, widened, and all three mouths opened simultaneously, letting out a roar of fear and despair. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape this fatal blow. Countless gravestones pierced its body like a sieve, continuously burying it. Blood gushed from its wounds, staining the ground around it. At that moment, the hellhound's vitality was completely drained, its body gradually stiffening, ultimately turning into a wisp of white smoke. Buried under the Gravity Demon King's grave, the hellhound was utterly killed in an instant. Humph. Beasts are ultimately just beasts. The Gravity Demon King looked at the hellhound killed by the gravestone, a cold glint flashing in its eyes as it turned to Chen Chen. Facing the overwhelming gravestones, Chen Chen kept dodging and weaving, using his agility to evade. But the entire sky was now a graveyard, as the gravestones falling under gravity were like countless stars, making it impossible for him to avoid them. Die! The Gravity Demon King opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, exclaiming with excitement. Its gaze was fixed on Chen Chen, eager to witness this human who had toyed with it being completely buried by the gravestones. At this moment, Chen Chen was also very clear that the Gravity Demon King's skill could kill even an S-class demon like the Hellhound in an instant, let alone himself. However, the grave burial was achieved through multiple and dense attacks that killed the Hellhound, rather than a sudden burst of damage. This gave Chen Chen a bold idea. After all, at this moment, Chen Chen was wearing the Chaos Armor, which provided a 160% defense boost in the nighttime environment, and each time he was attacked, he could inflict 160% chaos damage back to the enemy. Since the gravestones were multiple attacks, Chen Chen decided to take some hits first and then find a way to escape when he reached the critical point of life. Bang! 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 As Chen Chen stopped dodging, countless gravestones began to smash down on his body, creating a series of explosive sounds. Ha 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 ha! Die, you little brat! The Gravity Demon King laughed maniacally, its already hideous face becoming even more twisted. Finally caught you, you jumping little mouse. With each gravestone crashing down on Chen Chen, his body endured immense dark attribute damage. Fortunately, the Chaos Armor, also a dark attribute spirit weapon, not only increased his defense by 160% but also absorbed a portion of elemental damage. This allowed Chen Chen to withstand over 20 attacks from the Gravity Ghost King's gravestones without falling. However, the Chaos Armor, embodied by Yoshi, suffered severe damage. Even as an S-class spirit weapon, it began to show numerous cracks. Chen Chen could clearly feel the power of the Chaos Armor rapidly depleting. Its defensive capabilities were no longer what they used to be, unable to easily withstand enemy attacks as before. With each impact, Yoshi's body was severely injured, her insides churning, blood and energy surging. Senior Chen Chen! Yoshi gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her internal injuries, her gaze resolute. Chen, hurry and go. If this continues, we will all die. Seeing her sister so gravely injured, Shinyoyan's emotions were a mix of anxiety and despair. Their lives were eternally bound together. If Yoshi were killed by the Gravity Ghost King's skills, all their lives would vanish with hers. I know. But the damage I'm taking isn't enough yet. At that moment, blood surged from Shen's mouth. Facing the continuous heavy blows of the gravestones, his injuries were not much better than Yoshi's. However, Shen still chose not to dodge, continuing to endure the Ghost King's attacks. Yoshi, do you trust me? Shen suddenly asked. Yoshi answered firmly. The person Yoshi has always trusted the most is Senior Shen. Thank you, Yoshi. Shen opened his arms, continuing to withstand the Gravity Ghost King's gravestone attacks. 30 hits. 40 hits. 50 hits. Roar! 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 As Shen continued to take damage, the Gravity Ghost King also suffered from the backlash of the Chaos Armor. Under the double attributes of the Knight, each attack Shen endured dealt 160% damage back to the Ghost King. Moreover, the S-Class Chaos Armor did not just reflect Dark Attribute damage, it unleashed a more terrifying Chaos damage that surpassed True damage. While True damage ignores defense, it can be blocked by shields, but Chaos damage can ignore any situation, dealing True damage. Additionally, with each attack Shen received, he accumulated a layer of Abyssal Corruption effect, causing the backlash damage to stack continuously. Aha! The Gravity Ghost King howled in pain from the backlash of the black flames. What is this thing? Aha! Where did this damned flame come from? How dare it burn this king's body? Extinguish it at once. Damn it! The black chaotic flames clung to the Gravity Ghost King like dark matter, continuously devouring its life. This flame seemed to contain a special power, not just high temperature and destruction, but also a curse from the abyss, making the Gravity Ghost King struggle in agony. Once imperious and majestic, it now appeared so fragile and vulnerable amidst the endless black flames. Its howls grew increasingly mournful, each cry sounding like a desperate scream from the depths of its soul. The Gravity Ghost King's body began to tremble violently, each tremor accompanied by an even more intense eruption of chaotic flames. Its body gradually became transparent, life being slowly drained away by the chaos. Why? Why do those cricket human awakeners possess such powerful strength? This is impossible. The Gravity Ghost King wailed in pain, suffering from the agony of being consumed by chaotic power. On Shen's side, things weren't much better. After continuously suffering attacks from the Grave King, his life had reached a critical point. Die for me. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The Gravity Ghost King glared at the dying Shen, seemingly realizing the source of this chaotic fire. So it's a backlash effect. Ha ha ha, you little brat had quite the plan. But you've overestimated your vitality. It seems the first one to collapse will be you. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the battle had completely turned into a race for survival. Shen wanted to use the backlash effect of multiple attacks to kill the Gravity Ghost King, while the Gravity Ghost King was betting that Shen's vitality was inferior to his own, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. You little brat, I admit you have some strength, but do you know why you will lose? Because you are just as arrogant as I am. Seeing Shen gradually falling into a disadvantage, the Gravity Ghost King's earlier look of terror vanished in an instant, replaced by arrogance once more. If you hadn't come alone, perhaps I would have truly fallen to your hands, but now, you, all by yourself, have no chance of defeating me. Although you are strong and the first human to make me feel threatened, you still lost. Even if you managed to leave me with a sliver of health, you are still a loser, just like all the awakened humans buried in this ruin. Once I absorb your spiritual power, I will lead the civilization of this ruin to ascend to new heights. I am glad for your arrival, as it has brought an opportunity for promotion to this ruin. I will remember you. Although the Gravity Ghost King was still engulfed in chaotic fire, he had already begun to celebrate his victory in advance. After all, in his eyes, Shen was now at a dead end, doomed. Wall-passing technique. Seizing the moment, Shen directly entered a spiritual state, sinking into the ground. This technique was something he had obtained after killing the desert fishman. At this moment, he was like a little fishman treating the desert as an ocean, swimming underground. Ha 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 ha. Victory belongs to me, foolish and ignorant human. The Gravity Ghost King roared with excitement. Since Shen was surrounded by indiscriminate attacks from the tombstones, the Gravity Ghost King could not see him at all and had no idea he had escaped. Oh, the flames have disappeared. Ha ha ha, the damned human has finally fallen. The Gravity Ghost King saw the chaotic fire on his body extinguish and knew that the backlash effect had stopped. There were only two possible outcomes, either Shen was dead, or he had somehow managed to escape. However, in the Gravity Ghost King's eyes, there was no second possibility. After all, the countless tombstones in the sky provided a completely unyielding coverage attack, leaving no room for evasion. The disappearance of the chaotic fire meant that Chen Shen had lost his gamble. You think you can fight me with your life? You are not qualified. The Gravity Ghost King staggered a few steps toward the direction where Chen Shen had fallen. To have injured me to such an extent, you are indeed a talent. But you should also thank me for holding such a grand funeral for you. At this moment, the Gravity Ghost King was covered in hollows devoured by chaotic fire. If Chen Shen's vitality had been a bit stronger, he might have truly managed to kill him with the backlash. Unfortunately, the Gravity Ghost King was an S-class demon at the peak of the Silver Realm. With Chen Shen's current state, he could not kill him by trading blood for blood. I do enjoy such a grand funeral, but this is not my funeral. Suddenly, a whisper reached the Gravity Ghost King's ears. In his dark pupils, Chen Shen's figure appeared like a ghost. But, rather, your funeral. Chen Shen's hoarse voice was like a king pronouncing life and death. As soon as the words fell, the starlight in Chen Shen's hand shot out in a stream, piercing directly through the heart of the Gravity Ghost King. You actually didn't die. The Gravity Ghost King looked at Chen Shen with a face full of panic, and at that moment, it finally felt the fear of death. As Chen Shen slowly withdrew the starlight, the Gravity Ghost King fell to the ground, its body starting to turn pitch black and stiff, ultimately transforming into a wisp of dust. Chen Shen slowly pulled out the brilliant starlight, and the Gravity Ghost King's body instantly lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. I lost. With a loud rumble, the Gravity Ghost King's body began to undergo violent changes. Its skin rapidly lost its original color, turning as black as ink, while emanating a chilling aura of death. That once mighty body now seemed as if death itself had descended, stiff as a cold stone. A gentle breeze swept by, and the cold stone statue suddenly cracked, gradually turning into wisps of black dust that scattered in the air. These dust particles seemed to carry its resentment and unwillingness, yet were helplessly consumed by fate. When the last wisp of dust dissipated into the air, the clamor of the graveyard also fell silent. Congratulations to the host for killing the Gravity Ghost King, gaining 2,000 years of lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 5,320 years. Everything has come to an end. Congratulations, you have cleared the difficult level of the Abyss Ruins. After the Gravity Ghost King's death, the portal to Blue Star finally appeared. A golden treasure chest dropped out. The level of the Abyss Ruins could only be known after clearing it, divided into 4 levels: normal, difficult, hell, and demon god. This time, the Abyss Ruins was ultimately defined as difficult level, which was within Chen Shen's expectations. If it had been hell level or demon god level, Chen Shen probably wouldn't have cleared it so easily. You, are you okay? Chen Shen immediately released the fusion form of the two sisters, and Yoshi was in very poor condition, already severely injured. Senior Chen Shen, I'm fine. Yoshi lay in Chen Shen's arms, speaking with great difficulty. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and a deep sense of helplessness. The tattered JK shirt was already stained red with blood, revealing her injured skin and pink straps. Don't talk, take the healing pill first. Chen Shen quickly took off his coat and draped it over Yoshi's delicate body. After feeding Yoshi a pill, Chen Shen took one himself. To ensure the final blow could kill the Gravity Ghost King, Chen Shen had taken a lot of damage from the opponent, and at this moment, his condition was not much better than Yoshi's. However, fortunately, the Gravity Ghost King had been completely defeated, and they could finally take a good rest. Shin Yuyan looked at her severely injured sister with a pained expression, but she couldn't do anything to help. After all, Chen Shen's decision was without any issues. The Gravity Ghost King's strength was terrifying, and if he hadn't decisively struck and killed it in one blow, their current situation would definitely be more dangerous. Shin Yuyan absolutely believed in Chen Shen because he had said that he only gambled on winning situations. In other words, since Chen Shen chose to do this, he already had the confidence to kill the Gravity Ghost King. Congratulations to the host, the tacit understanding with Yoshi has increased by 10%, current tacit understanding 20%. Abyss corruption effect, upper limit increased to 200 layers. After the life and death battle with Yoshi, the two became even more in sync, and their tacit understanding increased again. The Abyss corruption effect, like the ascension to God, was raised to 200 layers. This also meant that the backlash damage that the Chaos Armor could stack would reach a new level, and the cumulative damage that the Death God domain could accumulate would also be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, the Sword of the Celestial Wheel and the Realm of Death can only be unleashed after stacking at least 100 layers, otherwise, Chen Shen wouldn't have to take such risks. He would only need to endure 30 to 40 attacks and then directly release the Realm of Death to reap the Gravity Ghost King. However, the activation of the Realm of Death has strict limitations, and the Gravity Ghost King simply cannot allow Chun Chen to stack 100 layers. Overall, the difficulty level Abyss Ruins can be considered successfully soloed by Chun Chen. Next, it remains to be seen what can be extracted from the boss's corpse. Such a high difficulty Abyss Ruins surely won't disappoint Chun Chen. If he can obtain something good, it will be a significant boost for him. After a brief rest, Chun Chen entrusted Shinyoshi to Shin Yoyen's care and slowly stood up. Although the Gravity Ghost King's body had long turned to dust, Chun Chen could still extract from the spot where it died. Gravity Ghost King, I hope you can give me some strength. Arriving at the location where the Gravity Ghost King had vanished, Chun Chen began to extract using the Pot of Greed. Congratulations, host, the Pot of Greed has triggered the magic crystal doubling effect. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level martial skill, Gravity Control. Gravity Control, A-level can affect the gravity within a certain area. CD, 5 seconds. From the Gravity Ghost King's body, Chun Chen extracted 3,000 magic crystals in one breath, along with an A-level martial skill. Master, I am pleased to serve you again. I can help you refine this martial skill for just 50 years of lifespan. Would you like to? Sure. When the Pot of Greed reappeared, Chun Chen did not hesitate at all and consumed his lifespan to refine it. Lifespan minus 50 years. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a quantity X2 effect. Lifespan minus 500 years. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the martial skill advancement effect. Host's current remaining lifespan, 4,770 years. It's a pity he didn't have 5,000 years of lifespan to pay, otherwise, Chun Chen would really want to take another gamble. Now he had obtained 2 S-level martial skills, whether it was quantity X2, gaining 4 S-level martial skills, or the advancement effect, gaining 2 SS-level martial skills, it was all a huge profit. Gravity Control, A-level, Gravity Suppression, S can affect the gravity within a certain area, additional effect, deals an extra 200% physical damage. CD, 5 seconds. After advancing to S-level martial skill, Gravity Control became Suppression, gaining additional damage effects. Although the damage coefficient isn't high, this skill has a 5-second CD and comes with a lot of control effects. With such a powerful skill, Chun Chen naturally practiced it without a second thought. Friendly reminder, the martial skill learned by the host has reached a critical point, specialization is key, and human energy is also limited. The system suggests that if the host learns skills afterward, they will need to forget the martial skills already learned, otherwise, in the future life evolution process, the probability of successfully breaking through in martial skills will decrease. After successfully learning gravity suppression, Chun Chen received a friendly reminder from the system. At this moment, he took a glance at his own panel attributes. Host, Chun Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Remaining lifespan, 4770. Spiritual power realm, Bronze Knight stage. Talent, D Blood Chi Awakening. Physical life steal 7. 5%, attack speed plus 40%, movement speed 40%, attacks cause a bleeding effect on enemies for 10 seconds, dealing 5% damage per layer, stacking up to 10 layers. Skills. Dash, sea level wraps the legs in the power of the gale, increasing movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds, CD, 120 seconds. Abyssal Hand, sea grade creates a wind hole in the palm, generating suction. Upon hitting an enemy, it deals 150% damage and applies a 30% armor breaking effect, lasting for 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Charged Strike, sea grade charge for 1 second to gather spiritual power within the spiritual weapon, dealing 350% burst damage. For each additional second of charging, it can deal an extra 70% damage, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Wall Penetration Technique, sea grade enter a spiritual state for 5 seconds, during which you can ignore collisions with conventional objects, allowing the spirit to pass through living beings, dealing 200% attack damage. CD, 20 seconds. Thunder Spear, sea grade summons a thunder long spear, dealing 100% lightning damage to enemies and causing paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which it can be picked up to increase movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds, and grants the next attack a thunder strike effect. CD, 20 seconds. Lightning Spear, sea grade throws a thunder long spear, dealing 100% lightning damage to enemies and causing paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which it can be picked up to increase movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds, and grants the next attack a thunder strike effect. CD, 20 seconds. Clone, sea grade select a target to summon an identical clone that lasts for 60 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Vessel of Greed, S grade when successfully extracting magic crystals from demon corpses, there is a 100% chance to gain an additional 3 magic crystals. there is a 30% chance to receive double magic crystals. Additionally, when obtaining items in ruins, it will summon the Vessel of Greed, which can consume lifespan to double the quantity of items or upgrade them. CD, 1 second. Hellhound, S-grade summons an S-grade Hellhound of the same realm as oneself, lasting for 60 seconds. Each kill by the Hellhound extends its duration by an additional 10 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Gravitational suppression, S can affect the gravity within a certain area, additionally dealing 200% physical damage. CD, 5 seconds. Chen Chen received a notification from the system about the reduced probability of advancement when he learned his 10th martial skill. In other words, under perfect conditions, he could learn a maximum of 10 martial skills. If new martial skills appeared in the future, Chen Chen would have to painfully abandon one of the previously learned skills. If I learn a new martial skill, I'll forget about swift movement. Chen Chen was already prepared. Although this martial skill had accompanied him the longest, initially, he relied on swift movement to pull against the demon species. However, as Chen Chen grew, this skill clearly could no longer keep up with his pace. In terms of pulling, Chen Chen had gained the flying ability of angel wings and no longer relied on high-speed movement on the ground. Moreover, the spiritual state of wall penetration technique was better for pulling than swift movement. Chen Chen's talent, Blood Awakening, D grade, was originally about high attack speed and high movement speed, and swift movement was merely an enhancement. With the combination techniques of Lightning Spear and Thunder Spear appearing, when picking up the Thunder Long Spear, Chen Chen could also gain an additional movement speed boost. The long cooldown of the swift movement skill meant that it would be the first skill he chose to forget. But for now, he had only reached a critical point, so it wasn't necessary to forget it yet. Next, Chen Chen opened the golden treasure chest for clearing the ruins. There were 3 in total, and all awakeners who participated in the boss kill would receive a chest. 300 magic crystals. Chen Chen shrugged, his luck was as terrible as ever. Magic crystals were the most common reward from ruins. Although 300 was a lot, this was a difficult level abyssal ruin. Simply receiving magic crystals was truly unfortunate. Magic scroll reusing old tricks. Xin Yuyan was quite impressive, having drawn a consumable item. Reusing old tricks, a great consumable item, after use, can release previously used martial skills again without consuming spiritual power. This is great. Yuyan, as expected of you, Mua Chen quickly stored the item away and excitedly planted a big kiss on Xin Yuyan's face. The only downside was that this item wasn't drawn by Chen Chen himself. Otherwise, he could have refined it with the greed pot. Oh, already kissing? Senior Chen Chen, then how many times should you kiss me for this? At that moment, Shin Yoshi stood up beside them, smiling as she spoke. Oh, Chen Chen was overjoyed. Just from Shin Yoshi's tone, he knew she must have drawn something incredible. Double magic crystal scroll. Shin Yoshi proudly shook the scroll she took from the treasure chest. Although her injuries had healed significantly and she was no longer in life-threatening danger, her body was still very weak. Her torn clothes couldn't be restored, so she had to drape Chen Chen's coat over herself to avoid exposure. After all, the Gravity Demon King's ultimate martial skill had hit her hard, and even with the aid of pills, it would take time to recover. Double Magic Crystal Scroll, a great consumable item, after use, when extracting magic crystals, can obtain double the effect. Lasts for 1 hour. Yoshi, I really love you. Chen Chen excitedly cupped Shin Yoshi's chubby little face and pecked her like a woodpecker. Although it was also a great consumable item, at this moment, Chen Chen's need for the double magic crystal scroll was much higher as he continued to elevate his spiritual power level. Whoa, Senior Chen Chen, hurry. Stop, Yoshi can hardly breathe. Although Shin Yoshi said to stop, her expression was increasingly smug. Yoshi, next, I'll continue to enhance your talent. Chen Chen smiled lightly and sealed her soft lips. After this trip to the Abyss Ruins, Chen Chen had gained quite a lot. Aside from the 3,000 magic crystals dropped by the boss that he couldn't absorb directly, everything else was pretty good. Especially his lifespan, he had already saved up over 4,000 years. He planned to give it all to Shin Yoshi at once. After all, among the three, Shin Yoshi undoubtedly had the highest talent. So using life deduction to enhance her talent was naturally the most cost-effective. The S-grade Chaos Armor was already so overpowered, if it were upgraded to SS grade, it would be something else entirely. As Shin Yoshi wore a look of enjoyment, life deduction began. Injecting lifespan into the talent Chaos Armor, S-grade. 100 years, the S-grade talent cannot be changed in such a short time. Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins showed no response. 500 years, still no response. 1,000 years, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins remained unchanged. 2,000 years, S-grade was like an insurmountable chasm for Shin Yoshi. 3,000 years, perhaps this was her endpoint. Seeing that Yoshi's talent showed no improvement even after injecting 3,000 years of lifespan, Shin decided to cut his losses and let her go. Senior Chen, what's wrong with Yoshi? She could awaken so easily before. Yoshi felt a bit guilty seeing Chen's failure to help her awaken. She could clearly sense that Chen was working hard to nourish her spiritual veins, but it felt like a bottomless pit with no response at all. It's okay, Yoshi, you're already amazing. This is an S-level talent, and it won't be awakened so easily like before. Chen comforted Yoshi while gently touching her cheek. Perhaps his expectations for her were too high, causing this little one to feel pressured. But, Senior Chen has already injected me with so much energy, and I still can't awaken. I really feel so useless. You shouldn't think that way, Yoshi. Not everything yields results just because effort is put in. Maybe the timing isn't right, and regardless of whether your talent awakens or not, you are still the person closest to your senior. Really? After Chen's guidance, Yoshi's dejected mood began to improve. Yoshi, you're already amazing. Among the three of us, only you have awakened to S-level talent. Chen and I are still only D-level. If you feel useless, then what does that make us? Seeing this, Shin Yuyan also joined Chen in comforting Yoshi. After all, Yoshi was a sickly girl with a dual personality, and she accumulated negative emotions very quickly. If not affirmed and helped to dispel them in time, it could lead to hidden dangers in the future. Sister and Senior Chen are not useless. Thank you both, it's just that Yoshi was too anxious. Yoshi finally revealed a happy smile, letting go of her recent defeat. After the recent consumption, Chen had only 1,770 years of lifespan left. It seemed that the plan to awaken Yoshi's talent to SS level was not feasible, as the results from the life deduction showed very clearly. This was almost identical to Shin Yuyan's previous situation. But at that time, Shin Yuyan's talent was very low, and the consumption was not much. Through Chen's relentless efforts, Shin Yuyan's talent eventually broke through. But the current situation was somewhat different. Shin Yoshi was already an S-level spirit warrior, and life deduction easily consumed thousands of years. Chen simply did not have that much lifespan to fill this gap. Nevertheless, Shin Yoshi was still the one with the best talent among them. After all, she awakened to S-level in the shortest time. Chen and Shin Yuyan were still uncertain about their own situations. Even if they both awakened to S-level, perhaps their circumstances would be worse than Shin Yoshi's. Since Plan A was not feasible, Chen could only settle for a secondary option and perform life deduction for Shin Yuyan. Yuyan, I still have some energy left. Let me see if I can help you awaken your talent. Chen called Shin Yuyan to his side, preparing to try something different. Well, okay then. Shin Yuyan bit her lip, appearing somewhat shy. After all, Chen had just awakened Shin Yoshi's talent, and his mouth still carried her scent. Now, he was about to awaken hers immediately. Wasn't that a bit inappropriate? Although feeling a bit embarrassed, Shin Yuyan gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, still agreeing. Because she was still the same Shin Yuyan as before. She wanted to improve so much. Shin Yuyan's scent was completely different from Shin Yoshi's. The kiss of a sickly girl was passionate and crazy, while the kiss of a tsundere girl was subtle and innocent. It was like a cup of sweet milk tea, with both soft, chewy pearls and crisp coconut jelly added. The two flavors mixed together, creating a fuller taste. Injecting lifespan for talent star radiance, D-level. 100 years, Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins are continuously absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, gradually clearing up. 300 years, Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins are growing stronger, gradually shedding their original shell. In 500 years, a wisp of spiritual light slowly rose, and Shin Yuyan was just one step away from her transformation. In 1,000 years, the starlight illuminated the earth, and Shin Yuyan's talent successfully awakened. Remaining lifespan, 770 years. Star Radiance, D-level, Star Shine, C-level attack adds 40% 50% light attribute attack, 40% 50% true damage. All attacks have a chance to cause a holy judgment effect. 1% chance for 3-4 times critical hit, 3% chance for 2-2. 5 times critical hit, 10% chance for 1. 5-2 times critical hit, 30% chance for 1. 2-1. 4 times critical hit. All critical hit damage is true damage. Although she consumed 1,000 years of lifespan, Shin Yuyan did not disappoint Chen. Her talent awakened successfully once again. Not only did it enhance her basic attributes, but it also increased the true critical damage of the Holy Judgment effect. Now, the maximum can reach up to 4 times. Great! As expected of my sister, her talent has awakened successfully again. After Shin Yuyan left, Yoshi felt a sense of elevation and immediately bounced over to congratulate her sister. Compared to the sadness brought by her own failure, her sister's successful awakening made her feel much happier. Alright, it's time for us to leave the ruins. With 700 years of lifespan remaining, Shin did not plan to use it and decided to save it for now. After all, their talent levels had reached D level or above, and this lifespan was not enough to awaken further. It could be used to enhance some C-level martial skills. However, as Chen challenged stronger ruins, the ruins themselves could uncover higher-tier martial skills, and gradually using up lifespan to enhance them would indeed be a waste. After all, not all martial skills could easily advance to S-level like greed. The martial skills Chen had mastered had already reached a critical point. Learning new martial skills would require forgetting existing ones. If he enhanced his martial skills now and then forgot them later, it would be too wasteful. Therefore, he planned to use the remaining lifespan solely for awakening his and the Shin sisters' talents, without advancing martial skills unless he had an excess of lifespan. Young Master C, you finally came out. After such a long delay, I thought something had happened to you too. As soon as Chen emerged from the portal, De-chun excitedly hugged him. He and Maya had been guarding the entrance of the ruins without leaving for a moment. A mere difficult level abyss ruin, I can still handle it. Chen smiled faintly and patted De-chun's shoulder. Although the Gravity Demon King had caused him quite a bit of trouble, he ultimately passed through without any major incidents. So it was a difficult level abyss ruin, no wonder the strength of the monsters in the entire ruin was so high. Young Master C, quickly tell me, what kind of monster was the boss? As they left the graveyard, De-chun eagerly followed Chen, wanting him to recount his battle with the Gravity Demon King. Having been trapped in the ruins for 2 years, De-chun was really curious about what the final boss of this ruin was like. Unfortunately, the situation at that time was too dangerous, and he had to leave the ruins early. So that's how it is. Luckily, Maya and I left, otherwise, I would probably have died buried under the Gravity Demon King's tomb by now. De-chun listened with excitement, as if he were there himself. De-chun, what are your plans now? Having been trapped in the ruins for 2 years, Chen was very curious about how he felt now. I want to go home and take a look first, then form an exploration team to continue the adventure with Maya. Although the surroundings were a gloomy graveyard, De-chun, who had been reborn, did not feel the slightest bit of sorrow. Instead, he was filled with visions of the future. It's pretty good, Chen nodded silently in agreement. Seeing De-chun still so passionate about life reassured him. Generally, if someone experienced what De-chun had, they might have already shut themselves off by now. Si Xiao, can you join my exploration team? De-chun suddenly said, sincerely inviting Chen to join. I'm used to being alone, it's a bit uncomfortable for me to join an exploration team. Chen politely declined De-chun's invitation, as he still had many things to do. Next, he would have to face the largest family force in Jinghai City. Having someone like De-chun by his side would be too dangerous. Well, okay then. De-chun's tone fell a bit when he heard Chen refusal. However, he did not blame Chen. After all, Chen was his savior. If it weren't for Chen appearance, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in the ruins. But, we can still team up to explore the ruins in the future, Chen said sincerely, looking at De-chun. Although he wouldn't join the exploration team, he could definitely take De-chun's entire exploration team on adventures when he had the time. Really? That's great. Of course. The two chatted happily all the way, and before parting, they even agreed to go eat hot pot together. Knock, knock. Hey, is anyone there? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks came from the small wooden house at the entrance of the graveyard. Ah. A few startled crows continuously let out sharp cries, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to the quiet dawn. Who is it? Is someone coming to die again so soon? Am I getting old and confused? I remember that young man just came here, right? The gravekeeper staggered to push open the door, complaining a bit. He thought it was another new exploration team introduced by the glasses wearer. However, when the gravekeeper opened the rickety wooden door, he was startled by the sight before him. It's you! The gravekeeper's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the figure outside, as if he had seen something evil, and he said in terror, You are actually still alive. Great, I've lived another day, Chen said with a faint smile, in an extremely lazy tone. Didn't you say you wanted to remember my appearance? Chen slowly took off his mask, revealing the face that had been made up by Xing Yuyan. He still remembered the promise he made to the gravekeeper before entering the graveyard, that he would let the other see what was behind the mask after coming out. You really cleared that ruin? The hunchbacked old man tightly grasped Chen hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. The old man's palm was like dry wood, trembling constantly. Of course, old man, our seashell single-handedly cleared the hard level abyss ruins. I dare say, in the entire blue star, within the bronze realm, our seashell is the strongest existence. De Chun praised from the side. After Chun Chen took off the mask, he also curiously took a look. Chen Chen's originally handsome face, under Shin Yoyen's makeup, became even more exquisite, making Di Chun exclaim, "This world is truly unfair. Why can some people be so strong and still so handsome? Is it you?" At this moment, the gravekeeper also recognized Di Chun beside him. "I've seen you, 2 years ago, you were among the first to challenge this ruin. You actually didn't die?" "Yes. It's me, old man, your memory is really not bad. It's been so long, and you still remember so clearly." Dachuan clearly did not expect that the gravekeeper here would still remember him. "It's not that I have a good memory, it's mainly because this graveyard has long been abandoned, and usually, no one comes here. It was only when a relic portal suddenly appeared that I saw quite a few living people." The reason the gravekeeper could remember everyone's face was that he had spent a long time in the dim environment, cherishing every face he saw. "Actually, I'm very curious about something," Chen Chen suddenly asked. "Go ahead and ask," the gravekeeper replied. In his deep gaze, it seemed he had already guessed what Chen Chen wanted to ask. "You look like you must be over 100 years old. I want to know, what exactly are you guarding in this graveyard?" This was the true purpose of Chen Chen's visit to greet the old man. In an already abandoned graveyard, why was there an elderly man keeping watch? This place was already on the outskirts of Jinghai City, and the surrounding environment was very complex. How could an old man survive here? All the questions felt like riddles, troubling Chen Chen. But his intuition told him that things were definitely not that simple. Everything that exists has its value and meaning. Since the old man had been here all this time, there must be something worth guarding. So, Chen Chen was very curious, what exactly was that thing? "Ha!" Hearing Chen Chen's question, the seemingly decayed old man unexpectedly let out a light laugh, as if a burden had been lifted. "After so many years of waiting here, someone finally asked this question. Actually, I don't even know why I have to guard this place," the old man said somewhat helplessly, then walked into the wooden house and took out a piece of broken jade from a dusty box in the corner. "My name is Gu Yu. Our Gu family has been the guardians of this graveyard for generations. Together with my ancestors, we have been here for 1,000 years, and no one has ever told us why we must stay here. I was originally doing business outside when my father called me here on his deathbed and handed me this box without any explanation, then passed away peacefully. At that time, I was only 40 years old. I knew my father's intention was for me to inherit the role of the gravekeeper and fulfill the wishes of our ancestors. But having been accustomed to traveling outside, how could I willingly spend my remaining years in such a place? Just when I thought that the legacy of the Gu family would be destroyed in my hands, something strange happened. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the old man's face seemed like a painting weathered by time, his eyes particularly deep. His gaze seemed to traverse a tunnel of time, reaching into the distant past. Chen Chen furrowed his brows slightly, knowing that the doubts in his heart were about to be revealed at this moment. Dachuan beside him silently swallowed, mentally preparing himself. The turning point of the story was at this moment. The old man continued, "I originally planned to finish my father's funeral and leave here, but when I came into contact with this box, my mind changed in an instant. Without any warning, my heart felt as if it were imprisoned by a strange energy, which forcibly altered my thoughts. Only when I stay in this graveyard do I feel peace and comfort. Once I leave, I experience various discomforts. Not just mentally, but physically as well: dizziness, chest tightness, nausea, and vomiting. In short, as soon as I leave the graveyard, my body reacts with intense rejection. At first, I thought about committing suicide because I didn't want to pass this absurd fate of the Gu family onto my descendants. But every time this thought appears in my mind, a strange voice tells me that as long as I want, I can hand this box over to anyone I meet. It's just, no matter who I see, I have never had the thought of giving this box to them." At this point, I understood why my father, despite being a reckless wanderer, was willing to stay in this cursed place waiting to die. Why our Gu family has to guard this place for generations is to wait for the owner of this box. The old man looked at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with hope, as if he had been reborn. "Ah ha ha ha, now. I have finally waited for this moment. The long-cherished wish of our Gu family for thousands of years has finally been fulfilled, and my descendants will no longer have to endure the same confinement as I did. Young man, this box belongs to you." Hearing the old man's somewhat mad words, De Chun quickly took Maya a step back, avoiding the old man's gaze. Although he knew the person the old man had chosen was Snake, he was truly scared. That step back was purely instinctive behavior. "Ah, this." After hearing the old man's story, Chen Chen scratched his head awkwardly. It turned out to be a cursed object with the ability to confine thoughts, he really didn't want to get involved with such things. What if he also had his thinking changed? Wouldn't he end up like the old man, staying here to become a gravekeeper? That absolutely could not happen. He still had many things to accomplish. Ku Qingning, that bitch, was still waiting for him to take her down. And Di-chun, were you serious about that step back? Such a small action had such a big impact. Fi, winky face Fi, curiosity really does kill the cat. Now, it was Qin Shen's turn to break out in a cold sweat. Old man, actually you misunderstood. I am just purely curious and have no intention of taking over this graveyard. Just as Chen Shen was about to refuse, he was interrupted by the gravekeeper's words. Young man, this box belongs to you. The gravekeeper's gaze swept over Qin Shen and finally landed on Shin Yoshi. At that moment, Qin Shen realized that the young man the gravekeeper referred to was not him at all. From beginning to end, the other party's attention had been on Shin Yoshi. At this moment, Qin Shen realized, oh no, really? Really? It's for me? That's amazing. Shin Yoshi looked around in surprise, as if she had won the Best Actress award at the Golden Horse Awards. Without any hesitation, she reached out to take the box from the gravekeeper, and by the time Chen Shen was ready to stop her, it was already too late. Little girl, how do you feel? The gravekeeper's hollow gaze remained fixed on Shin Yoshi. He was very curious about what kind of person the Gu family had been waiting for with this item for thousands of years. What kind of story would this little girl have with this broken piece of jade? Shin Yoshi slowly picked up the jade from the box, and seeing that the boat had already sailed, Chen Shen did not stop her. According to the gravekeeper, the moment he touched this box, his thoughts had already been changed, and it was too late to do anything now. It was better to see what this jade, which had been passed down for 1,000 years, really was. The jade was circular, with broken edges revealing some exquisite patterns, like an old tree that had weathered the storms, losing its former vitality and luster. The surface of the jade was covered with the marks of time. Some areas had been eroded to a deep brown, while others appeared smooth as a mirror due to long-term friction. When the broken ancient jade gently touched Shin Yoshi's palm, it emitted a dim glow. The light and shadow, like a misty breath, deeply attracted Shin Yoshi. She seemed to sense that a wonderful connection was being established between the ancient jade and herself. That feeling was like a dormant seed being sown into the moist earth, beginning to take root and sprout. The dark roots of the plants connected to Shin Yoshi's bloodline, invading her body. In an instant, Shin Yoshi, enveloped in darkness, began to float gently. Her entire body was wrapped in a strange black mist. At that moment, Shin Yoshi's consciousness was drawn by an invisible force, and she felt as if she were being pulled into an endless whirlpool of darkness. Hello? Just then, Shin Yoshi saw a massive statue of a demon god standing before her. Its form resembled a towering mountain, with a pair of demonic wings draped behind it, and its huge horns and devilish face were chilling. However, Shin Yoshi felt no fear upon seeing it. Instead, she greeted it. The demon god statue seemed to hear Shin Yoshi's voice. It slowly lowered its head and glanced at the little girl at its feet, curiously asking, "How do you know I'm not a real statue?" Its voice echoed like a deep resonance from the abyss, low and powerful. "Because I can feel your presence." Shin Yoshi tilted her little head and looked up at the giant before her. Compared to the demon's voice, her slightly childish tone sounded too thin, giving the impression of a human child encountering a demon lord. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The demon god statue leaned its demonic face closer to Shin Yoshi, trying to scare her. "Not afraid," Shin Yoshi nodded. Not only was she unafraid, but she also playfully touched the horns on the demon god statue's head, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, it's real." The demon god statue allowed Shin Yoshi to play with its horns, its expression seemingly one of helplessness. "I didn't expect that 1,000 years later, the one inheriting the position of the Hell Demon King would be a heartless little girl? So you, the bat-headed bull monster, are the previous. What was it? Demon King." Shin Yoshi's ability to accept was incredibly fast. As soon as the demon god statue spoke, she immediately fell into character without any doubt or verification process. It was all about one daring to speak and the other daring to believe. By the way, she even gave the demon god statue a nickname based on its appearance. "How old are you?" the demon god statue suddenly asked. It seemed to have readily accepted Shin Yoshi giving it a nickname. "Just turned 18, Shin Yoshi replied, and then she didn't forget to ask back, "What about you, bat-headed bull monster, how old are you?" As for me, Shin Yoshi seemed to have caught the demon god statue off guard. It counted on its fingers for a while before answering, "Probably over 2,000 years old." Oh. Shin Yoshi casually nodded and then perfunctorily summarized, "That's pretty old." She was just asking casually, with no real purpose or logic behind it. "You're only 18 and have awakened to the S-level chaos armor?" The demon god statue scrutinized the delicate human girl before it, seemingly doubting her strength. How do you know? Did Senior Chen Chen tell you? Senior Chen Chen? Who is that? Of course, I know. Because if you hadn't awakened to S level, you wouldn't be able to see me. You mean, if I hadn't awakened to the S level chaos armor, the old man in the graveyard wouldn't have given me that box? Exactly. The demon god statue nodded with a smile, praising Yoshi. You seem a bit silly, but actually quite clever. Truly worthy of being this king's heir. Yoshi's reactions and instincts at times were even sharper than Yoyen's. For instance, when Chen previously encountered people like Luoji, even Yoyen, who could analyze their personalities, failed to notice their issues. Yet, Yoshi saw through them at a glance and ended up losing a bet. But if you were to ask Yoshi how she knew there was something wrong with Luoji and the others, she might not be able to answer. Because her judgment of problems was never based on logic, but rather on intuition. Just like when her consciousness first entered the darkness, Yoshi immediately recognized the identity of the demon god statue. When the other party claimed to be the heir 1,000 years later, Yoshi did not hesitate at all and believed it outright. So, what the old man said about the family's long-standing fate was all you're doing? Yoshi seemed to understand the truth of the matter. If you wanted to find me, you could have just come directly. Why go through these bizarre methods? The old man and his family are truly pitiful. Ha 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 ha. Pitiful? Those who are pitiful must have their own faults. The Gu family was the murderer of 100,000 civilians, slaughtering the Dark Knight clan thousands of years ago. Just a mere 1,000 years of confinement. If it weren't for the fact that this king is now left with only a wisp of a remnant soul, I would have annihilated the entire Gu family right now. A flash of dark red killing intent suddenly flickered in the eyes of the demon god statue. Don't think that just because you've guarded my burial ground for so many years, you can absolve them of their sins. Well then, Yoshi shrugged nonchalantly. It was none of her business. She was utterly unconcerned about the grudges from thousands of years ago. So, do you have something to discuss with me now? If not, I'll be leaving. Yoshi yawned. She found the topic of some demon king from 1,000 years ago extremely uninteresting and just wanted to return to Senior Chen Chen's side as soon as possible. Hey, wait. The demon god statue hurriedly called Yoshi back, never expecting that his heir 1,000 years later would be so arrogant. You must have hit a bottleneck recently. Don't you want to awaken again? Oh. Upon hearing a topic she was interested in, Yoshi immediately turned around. Yoshi, you will inherit the power of eternal night and become the new infernal demon king. The voice of the demon god statue echoed in the darkness. Immediately, Yoshi felt her body filled with a powerful force. That force was like a beacon in the dark night, illuminating the path ahead of her. The demon god statue extended its palm, the center glowing with a profound black light. Yoshi felt her body being drawn to that power, as if being guided by the infernal demon king. She took a deep breath and bravely extended her palm, meeting the palm of the infernal demon king. In an instant, a powerful force surged from the palm of the demon god statue into Yoshi's body. As the demon god statue faded away, a strong pulse erupted from within Yoshi, and she felt as if her body was being reshaped by this power. She, the infernal demon king. As Yoshi inherited part of the infernal demon king's power, her consciousness returned to reality once more. Congratulations, host. Your spirit weapon Yoshi has been enlightened by the infernal demon king, and your talent has successfully awakened to S+ level. Chaos armor, S level, pseudo-imperial infernal armor, S+ level 80% 90%. When attacked, inflict 80% 90% chaos damage back to the enemy, all attributes double at night. New, can modify the time within 5-8 kilometers to night, lasting 1-2 hours. CD, 18-16 hours. Can imprison the souls of creatures killed by oneself, turning them into one's shadow servants. The spiritual realm of shadow servants will not exceed one's own, and a maximum of 3-4 souls can be imprisoned. Yoshi, you have awakened successfully again. As the black mist enveloping Yoshi dissipated, Chen quickly caught her, cradling her in a princess hold. Yoshi wrapped her arms around Chen's neck, just about to do something a bit naughty when a strange sound reached her ears. Yoshi, although you currently exist as a human, remember that as the Hell Demon King, you will always be a demon of the Night Clan. This is an unchangeable fact. Do not get too close to this human, do not develop feelings for humans. Humans are the most despicable and cunning creatures in this world. Yoshi? Noticing Yoshi lost in thought, Chen asked with concern. Yoshi rarely showed such a state. Usually, she would gaze at him with love in her eyes, undisturbed by anything. Oh, it's nothing. A mosquito was buzzing in my ear just now, so annoying. Alright then. Although Yoshi's explanation was a bit flimsy, Chen didn't press further. After all, the awakening of her talent was a good thing. The pseudo-imperial demon armor not only enhanced her base stats but also increased the number of shadow servants. Yoshi, shall we leave this graveyard now? Chen Chen asked tentatively. Even though Yoshi's talent had awakened again, he still felt a bit apprehensive, worried that the ancient jade she had absorbed might also confine her thoughts. Sure. Yoshi agreed cheerfully. Chen could never have imagined that Yoshi was actually the true embodiment of the curse, the Hell Demon King. Even when she encountered the previous Hell Demon King, she had shown no respect, so how could she be bound by its curse? Then let's get out of here. Seeing that Yoshi was not affected by the ancient jade at all, Chen finally felt relieved. Thank you. As they were about to part, Chen bowed to the gravekeeper, grateful for the ancient jade that had allowed Yoshi to gain another enhancement. The old gravekeeper did not respond, however, when he saw Yoshi again, an inexplicable fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Die! The little girl in front of him did not speak, yet the gravekeeper heard an extremely eerie voice. After Chen and the others left, he hanged himself alone from the beam of the small wooden house. After leaving the graveyard, Chen went to a hot pot restaurant with De Chun. After fighting for so long in the ruins, it was time to treat himself well. However, Shin Yuyen and Yoshi could not appear at the same time. The matter of their twin spirit weapons could not be exposed, but he couldn't let one eat while the other starved. So, Chen came up with a plan. After all, the sisters looked exactly alike, just with different hair colors. The sisters took advantage of a trip to the restroom to switch identities, allowing one to eat for a while. Hey, Miss Tina, your hair. Although De Chun had a few drinks with Chen, he still noticed the difference between Shin Yuyen and Yoshi. Her hair changes color depending on the lighting, isn't it magical? Chen deflected, then clinked glasses with De Chun again. However, Maya, who was beside De Chun, found it a bit strange. It was one thing for Christina's hair to change color, but why did her taste change too? Based on her observations, Maya discovered that the silver-haired Christina liked spicy food, while the black-haired Christina preferred sweets. Ding ding! At that moment, Chen suddenly received a message from Su Wenwen. She reported the progress of her plan. During the time Chen had entered the ruins, the group of kidnappers who had taken Su Wenwen had gradually surfaced. They pretended to have Su Wenwen in their hands, threatening Su Tingshan to hand over a serious criminal detained in the security bureau. This man's name is Mo Yen, who was once the top assassin under Gao Tianxiang. After assassinating an elder of the Hua family, he was personally captured by the head of the security bureau, Su Tingshan. Now, this group of bandits is openly demanding the exchange of Mo Wentian, and it is highly likely that the mastermind behind this is the Gao brothers, who are in conflict with the Hua family. Keep it up, Snake. Upon seeing Su Wenwen's message, Chen did not respond at all. He originally just wanted to rescue Su Wenwen to find a backing for his actions in Jinghai. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled into the conflict between the Hua family and the Gao brothers. Hiss! Chen held a piece of tripe to his mouth but hesitated to take a bite. From the information provided by Su Wenwen, he suddenly discovered a significant doubt. If the Gao brothers were indeed the masterminds behind this kidnapping, it felt too obvious. Even if Mo Yen was truly important to the Gao family, openly kidnapping the daughter of the head of the security bureau and then threatening the bureau to release their capable subordinate seemed reckless. Regardless of success or failure, it felt like the Gao family would no longer be able to stay in Jinghai. Who would be foolish enough to offend the city's security bureau just to exchange a key member of their family? If he were Gao Tianxiang or Gao Tianshang, he would never engage in such a foolish act. This approach would yield no benefits and could very likely backfire. Even if they wanted to save Mo Yen, they would never be so brazenly confrontational with the security bureau. With that energy, they could easily work behind the scenes to find a way to rescue Mo Yen. Moreover, given the Gao family's strength in Jinghai, how could they have such a precise plan to easily kidnap Su Wenwen from the Bronze Age? Everything about this was too unreasonable. However, based on the information provided by Su Wenwen, the security bureau was close to solidifying the Gao family's guilt. From various signs, Chen could only draw one conclusion: someone was framing Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianshang. With this conclusion, even with a little thought, Chen could figure out who the mastermind was. That's right, it was the Hua family, the number one family in Jinghai. What a clever two birds with one stone strategy. Realizing this, Chen couldn't help but admire it, then finally tossed the tripe that had gone cold into his mouth. With this commotion, the Hua family could easily eliminate the Gao brothers, who had just begun to make a name for themselves in Jinghai, and at the same time, directly take out Mo Yen, who had assassinated their elder. If this plan succeeded, no one in Jinghai would dare to challenge the Hua family again. It seemed that even before Chen had united with the Gao brothers, The Hua family was already preparing to take action. If Chen Shen didn't come up with a solution soon, the Gao brothers would be completely uprooted by the Hua family, and then it would be very difficult for Chen Shen to deal with the Hua family through others. Everyone, don't panic. Eat and drink as you please, we are not here to cause trouble. Just as Chen Shen was enjoying a meal with De Chun, a group of well-dressed men in black suddenly burst into the hot pot restaurant. The leader was a middle-aged man in a blue lapel suit, perfectly tailored to showcase his upright figure while exuding an air of elegance. A pair of exquisite glasses rested quietly on his nose, adding a touch of scholarly charm. This man was none other than Gao Tianxiang, the second-in-command of the Qiangxing Guild. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Chen Shen was pondering how to save the Gao brothers, they had come knocking on his door. However, all of this was within Chen Shen's expectations. After all, he had initially connected with the glasses-wearing individual to enter the Gao family's sight, but he hadn't anticipated that the other party would focus on him so quickly. Are you Snake? Gao Tianxiang scrutinized Chen Shen and asked with considerable appreciation. The aura of the Qiangxing Guild was imposing, and seeing this situation, many customers in the hot pot restaurant left early to avoid trouble. The restaurant owner was trembling in fear, his heart bleeding continuously. Because these guys hadn't even paid yet. Dachuan saw so many unidentified people surrounding the entire table and immediately stood in front of me. You are Gao Lao? Chen Shen asked casually while eating hot pot, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. He was here in Jinghai to discuss cooperation with the Gao family, not to join the Qiangxing Guild as their subordinate. He needed to maintain his stance. Moreover, the person here was just a mere second-in-command, not the big boss Gao Tianxiang. Ha 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 ha. Gao Tianxiang found it amusing and pointed at Chen Shen, then directly pulled up a chair to sit next to him. In Jinghai, the Qiangxing Guild was the strongest emerging force, second only to the Hua family. A rookie like Chen Shen actually dared to call Gao Tianxiang Gao Lao. What courage and audacity that was. As Gao Tianxiang laughed, the restaurant owner held his breath, cursing inwardly, who is this reckless kid? If the Gao family gets unhappy, this place could be flattened in an instant. Snake, do you know the Gao family's status in Jinghai? Let me give you an analogy. I can eat here without paying, while you have to pay me to eat here, do you understand? Gao Tianxiang said with a cold smile, trying to suppress the anger within. In Jinghai, whatever our Gao family sets its eyes on will eventually belong to us. The reason Gao Tianxiang didn't explode was that he came to find Snake, not to pick a fight. He had heard that a gifted young man had soloed the ruins in the cemetery, so he wanted to check out his strength and see if there was a possibility of recruiting him. It was known that although the ruins were only of bronze level, they had wiped out 3 exploration teams in a row. The fact that someone had soloed it meant that this person was definitely not simple. Is that so? Chen Shen smiled faintly, took a sip of the broth, and said meaningfully, I don't think so. Seeing Chen Shen so arrogant, Gao Tianxiang instinctively adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the other's expression more closely. But no matter how Gao Tianxiang looked, he couldn't decipher even a hint of Chen Shen's thoughts. This made Gao Tianxiang feel an unprecedented pressure. Who exactly was this person? He couldn't figure it out at all. Moreover, Chen Shen's words clearly had deeper meaning. He implied that what the Gao family set its eyes on in Jinghai might not necessarily belong to them. This was obviously referring to the Hua family, which had always overshadowed them. Chen Shen's words not only stunned Gao Tianxiang but also left the surrounding lackeys confused. Although Gao Tianxiang appeared refined, he was notorious for being ruthless in the guild. They couldn't understand why Gao Tianxiang seemed so wary in the face of such an arrogant Chen Shen. The lackeys were puzzled about what exactly Gao Tianxiang was afraid of. Meanwhile, Dachuan, seeing Chen Shen remain calm while facing the local tyrants of Jinghai, couldn't help but admire him even more. Truly, he was my Si Xiao. At such a young age, he could possess such talent and remain unflustered in front of the Gao family, the second largest force in Jinghai. The power behind him must be extraordinary. Brother Shang. Just kidding, I think you're right. In Jinghai, whatever your Gao family sets its eyes on will eventually belong to you. Chen Shen suddenly patted Gao Tianxiang on the shoulder, his attitude making a 180-degree turn. However, before the Qiangxing Guild reaches that height, it still needs a little help. Help? What help? Whose help? Gao Tianxiang squinted his eyes and asked, somewhat puzzled, me? Chen Shen smiled faintly. Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Is your brother Gao Tianqi having headaches lately? Take me to see him. I brought medicine for headaches. Snake, do you know why my brother has been having headaches recently? Gao Tianxiang led Chen Shen to the Gao family's private villa and then tentatively asked. This was a tranquil haven hidden within a bustling city. The villa was nestled in a lush green belt, surrounded by tall trees and exquisite flower beds. Headaches, of course, are caused by wind and cold. Chen Chen closely followed Gao Tiansheng, continuing to keep him guessing. Upon entering the villa, he was struck by the scene before him. A massive oil painting hung in the center of the spacious hall, its colors rich and harmonious, evoking a sense of tranquility and warmth. On either side were exquisite antique furnishings, each detail reflecting the Gao family's taste and historical depth. They passed through the hall and arrived at a spacious living room, furnished with comfortable sofas and a delicate coffee table, while the floor-to-ceiling windows opened to a verdant garden, where a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. They walked down a long corridor, lined with various precious artworks, each piece worth a fortune in jinghai. At the end of the corridor was a study, where Gao Tianqi, dressed in loose pajamas, was brewing tea. It seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. On the tidy desk lay a copy of The Art of War, which immediately set the tone. No wonder Gao Tianqi's influence was less than a tenth of the Hua family, yet he could achieve such success in Jinghai. It was indeed not simple. Little brother Snake, hello, come, sit down. Gao Tianqi greeted Chen Chen with a broad smile, still wearing slippers. Unlike the formally dressed Gao Tiansheng, Gao Tianqi appeared very casual, as if he had just gotten out of bed. This demeanor was reminiscent of Cao Cao welcoming Suyu barefoot back in the day. Finally meeting the illustrious President Gao, who commands respect in Jinghai City, what an honor. Chen Chen naturally wanted to give this big shot the respect he deserved, unlike before when he had directly called Gao Tiansheng Gao Er. This must be your sister-in-law, truly a match made in heaven. Gao Tianqi did not forget to compliment Shen Yuyan, who was beside Chen Chen. Although it was their first meeting, the term sister-in-law immediately bridged the gap between them. Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at how differently Big Shot spoke. Thank you, President Gao, Shen Yuyan politely responded, not denying the sister-in-law remark. When Chen Chen was outside, he usually brought Shen Yuyan along, as her emotions were much more stable than those of her younger sister, Shen Yoshi. Sorry, I've been having some headaches lately, which has made me quite irritable. Gao Tianqi smiled first, then got straight to the point. I heard from Xiao Shang that little brother Snake has medicine for my headaches? I wonder what miraculous remedy it is. My headaches came on rather suddenly and aren't easy to treat. Although Gao Tianqi spoke with a smile and a friendly expression, such people were often the hardest to deal with. His meaning was clear: I've given you enough face, but if you can't cure my headache, don't blame me for being rude. Of course, Chen Chen took a sip of the biluokan tea brewed by Gao Tianqi and then glanced at the surrounding subordinates. You all can leave. Gao Tianqi also understood Chen Chen's intention and had everyone except Gao Tiansheng leave. Recently, the daughter of the chief commander of the security bureau, Su Tingshan, Su Wenwen, has been kidnapped by your Gao family, and you even have the audacity to plan to exchange Su Wenwen's life for that of your imprisoned subordinate, Mo Yen. After saying that, Chen Chen smiled faintly. You guys from the Qianxin Guild really have a sense of loyalty. There was clearly a hint of sarcasm in Chen Chen's words. Such behavior would not only lead to Mo Yan's demise but also bring about the downfall of the entire Gao family. This was not loyalty, it was sheer foolishness. He knew very well that the Hua family was behind this matter, yet he pretended not to know, just to probe Gao Tianxiang's attitude and stance first. Brother Snake, although I don't know which side you're on, I think you've misunderstood. This matter regarding Su Wenwen has nothing to do with our Gao family, Gao Tianxiang denied vehemently. This information was not something an ordinary person could know. It was likely only known to internal personnel of the Security Bureau and those who were scheming against the Gao family. At this moment, Gao Tianxiang did not dare to confirm Chen Chen's intentions. Whether this young man before him was an enemy or a friend remained to be seen. You say it has nothing to do with your Gao family, but who would believe that? If it wasn't your Gao family, why would the kidnappers want to exchange your family's prisoners? Is someone just being helpful? This is a frame-up. The reason I'm so troubled I can't sleep is because of this matter. After saying that, Gao Tianxiang poured hot tea into Chen Chen's empty cup and humbly asked, Brother Snake, you mentioned there's a headache remedy. What's the price? This was a big shot who could stand against the first family of Jinghai on his own, and he got straight to the point. Without asking about Chen Chen's prescription, he directly discussed the price. Gao Tianxiang knew very well that someone who dared to come to the Gao family alone had already made thorough preparations. As for the price, we can discuss it later. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Boss Gao, you should first listen to whether my remedy works. I'm all ears. Boss Gao, you are a prominent figure in Jinghai, the only one in Jinghai City who dares to challenge the Hua family. For such a big shot to commit such a foolish act, even if everyone in Jinghai City believes it, I do not. Chen Chen first stated his position, expressing that he believed this matter had nothing to do with the Gao family. I think the Qianxin Guild has some influence in Jinghai, but it doesn't have the power to deceive all the eyes of the Security Bureau during the Bronze Age and quietly kidnap Su Wenwen. In fact, it's not hard to find out who is scheming against you. After all, in all of Jinghai, there is only one force that can do this. Following Chen Shen's hint, the two brothers Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianchang blurted out, Hua family. It was clear they had already thought of this. But what troubled Gao Tianxiang now was, this situation had no solution. It was plainly the Hua family's open scheme, intending to use the security bureau to completely destroy the Qiangxing guild. Then, according to Brother Snake, how should we respond? How to counter the moves was the key. Boss Gao, my suggestion is, you'd better take Shanggu and turn yourselves in. Chen Chen exchanged a glance with Gao Tianxiang, his gaze profound. What? Are you crazy? You want me to go to the security bureau with my brother to turn ourselves in? Upon hearing that Chen Chen wanted the Qiangxing guild to surrender, Gao Tiancheng immediately exploded, and he grabbed Chen Chen by the collar, pulling him up from the chair. Brother! We absolutely cannot listen to him. This kid must be from the Hua family. Faced with Gao Tiancheng's recklessness, Chen Chen remained silent, merely directing his gaze at Gao Tianxiang beside him. Xiao Shang. Brother Snake is my esteemed guest. Do not be rude. Brother! Let go of him. Seeing that Gao Tiancheng refused to release his grip, Gao Tianxiang's expression gradually turned sharp. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Gao Tiancheng politely loosened his hold on Chen Chen's collar. Brother Snake is right, our prosperous guild has reached a precarious point. If the Hua family succeeds in their scheme this time, we will be completely driven out of Jinghai. Gao Tianxiang took a sip of the bitter tea at his side and suddenly understood the meaning behind Chen Chen's words. He stood up and patted Chen Chen on the shoulder, saying with considerable praise, rather than being closely monitored by the security bureau, it would be better to stay directly at the security bureau to eliminate any doubts. Seeing that his elder brother actually agreed with Chen Chen's proposal, Gao Tiancheng began to ponder. After all, Gao Tianxiang would not joke around lightly. If he agreed to this, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Boss Gao is indeed a smart person, you catch on quickly, Chen Chen said with a faint smile. He was quite satisfied with this future partner. He only liked to cooperate with two types of people, obedient fools and those who were as ambitious as himself. Working with the former was easy to control, and things wouldn't deviate from his expectations. Working with the latter not only allowed for the thrill of outsmarting an enemy but also the pleasure of strategizing with someone on his side. After all, in the eyes of smart people, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Current partners could easily turn into enemies who stab you in the back. Therefore, before cooperating with Gao Tianxiang, Chen Chen's first rule was to provide enough benefits to the other party. Brother Snake, if this is your prescription, it might not be enough to cure my headache, Gao Tianxiang said meaningfully. Even if we go to the security bureau to confess now, it would be hard to reverse the current decline of the prosperous guild. If the Hua family has a backup plan, wouldn't we completely lose our ability to counterattack? Ha, Boss Gao, if I only had this level of skill, there would be no need for me to come here. Chen Chen smiled slightly and immediately gave Gao Tianxiang a strong dose of information. I have a top-secret piece of news that even the Hua family doesn't know. Oh, Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen, after being captured by the Hua family, has actually successfully escaped. The major events happening in Jinghai City right now are actually orchestrated by the security bureau. They actually want to expose the mastermind behind the scenes. This news from Chen Chen was known only to Su Wenwen and Su Tingshan. No one else, including Gao Tianxiang and the Hua family's informants in the security bureau, was aware. Because of the incident with the Bronze Age, Su Tingshan had realized that there were moles in the security bureau, so after Su Wenwen returned, he didn't tell anyone. The Hua family still thinks Su Wenwen has perished at sea, so they are continuing with their plans, preparing to completely frame you. Chen Chen then pulled out a map, continuing to increase the dosage for Gao Tianxiang. This location is the Hua family's stronghold. The security bureau already knows about it and is preparing to wipe it out. However, this is bad news because the Hua family will definitely disguise this place to look like your Gao families. Immediately, Chen Chen wrote a list of names on the map. These people are the gangsters who kidnapped Su Wenwen. As long as you uncover their backgrounds, even if the Hua family throws dirt at you, it won't harm the prosperous guild in the slightest. In fact, you could even pull the rug out from under them and completely take down the Hua family. The system clearly displays the life of the other party when extracting their lifespan. So, when Chen Chen rescued Su Wenwen, he had already kept a backup plan and memorized all these names. Moreover, the Hua family had no way to deny it because Su Wenwen was the witness. Don't ask me where this information comes from, and don't ask who I am. In short, I genuinely want to cooperate with you. Chen Chen smiled and asked, so, how about it? Is Boss Gao's head still hurting? Chen Shen's words left Gao Tiancheng stunned. He never expected that the young man before him possessed such crucial information. At that moment, Gao Tiancheng began to feel grateful that his brother had just stopped him from acting impulsively. Otherwise, he might have offended a noble from the Gao family. Gao Tianxiang closed his eyes, rubbing his temples with a look of enjoyment. When he opened his eyes again, he felt completely refreshed. Ha, brother Snake, you truly are like Hua Tuo reborn, a master with a benevolent heart. Gao Tianxiang grasped Chen Shen's hands tightly, expressing his gratitude. Brother, your medical fees, name your price. As long as the Qianxing Guild can afford it, we will definitely pay. As long as the benefits were sufficient, the returns would naturally be generous. Gao Tianxiang was a wise man. He understood that the forces behind Chen Shen were certainly not simple. Therefore, since the other party had given him what he wanted, it was now his turn to reciprocate. Cooperation, at its core, was business. Once you received something, it was time to pay. No rush, I'm someone who values principles. I prefer to charge only after the treatment is effective. Chen Shen declined Gao Tianxiang's goodwill. At this moment, as long as he did not make excessive demands, the Qianxing Guild would be able to agree. They could even offer him the position of third in command in the guild. That was not out of the question. However, none of this was what Chen Shen wanted. Good. Brother, your vision is broad. Ha 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 ha. Gao Tianxiang chuckled, then patted Chen Shen on the shoulder, tentatively asking, Brother, you just said not to ask where your information comes from or who you are. I won't ask anything, but I want to know, why do you want to help us? Gao Tianxiang was not afraid of Chen Shen making demands. He was afraid that Chen Shen would not make any demands. Because Gao Tianxiang knew very well that the other party not making demands did not mean there were no demands at all. Rather, he wanted more. There are no free lunches, and no one helps you for no reason. Boss Gao, which is more important to me, the Gao family or the Hua family? Chen Shen did not answer Gao Tianxiang's question directly but instead posed a thought-provoking counter-question. The Gao family? Gao Tianxiang replied tentatively. However, he did not recall any connection between the Gao family and this mysterious young man. Chen Shen shook his head. It can't be the Hua family, right? Gao Tianxiang guessed another answer, but if that were the case, it would mean they were enemies. Not that either. Chen Shen waved his hand again and then said very seriously, in fact, both the Gao family and the Hua family are not important to me, but the absence of the Hua family is very important to me. After Chen Shen left, only Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiancheng remained in the study. Brother, can we trust this kid who has never shown his face in Jinghai? Although the plan Chen Shen proposed was perfect, Gao Tiancheng still felt some suspicion. After all, this concerned the survival of the entire Qianxing Guild. The absence of the Hua family is very important to him, which means he doesn't care who he is helping. He just wants to bring down the Hua family, Gao Tianxiang said after pondering for a moment. So far, he can be trusted. After all, our goals are aligned. We both want to take down the Hua family. Whether this person is friend or foe is actually not important to us. What matters is how much benefit our Qianxing Guild can gain from this conflict. Gao Tiancheng pushed up his glasses, seemingly understanding his brother's intention. Xiao Shang, let's go, we're heading to the Jinghai Security Bureau now. After leaving the Gao family, Chen Shen immediately returned to his rented room. After a day and night of busy work, he was already extremely tired. Yoshi brought over the large wooden tub she had bought earlier and said excitedly, I'm so tired Senior Chen Shen, let's get started. Start? Start what? Chen Shen looked confused. All he wanted was to sleep. I lost a bet with my sister before, and you promised to wash my feet for a month. What? Are you trying to back out? And me, last time I gave Su Wenwen mouth to mouth, you also promised to wash my feet for a month. A real man can't go back on his word. The two sisters comfortably nestled on the sofa began directing Chen Shen to get to work. Sunlight streamed through the thin curtains into the living room, casting a golden glow on them. Shen Yuyan wore sexy, alluring black stockings, smooth and shiny, incredibly eye-catching. Shen Yoshi, on the other hand, wore white stockings symbolizing purity, but unfortunately, they had been severely damaged in the previous battle with the Gravity Demon King, revealing her fair skin. There was a hint of imperfect beauty in her cuteness, like a Venus missing an arm. All art. All right then. Chen Shen shrugged helplessly. Who told him he had promised them before? He might as well consider it a reward for Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi's excellent performance these days. Moreover, while rewarding the sisters, wasn't he also rewarding himself? After carefully warming the milk and pouring it into the tub, Shen Yuyan was the first to start her actions. She elegantly lifted her leg and gently removed the black stockings from her delicate feet. Shen Yuyan's movements were smooth and natural, as if she were dancing an elegant ballet. Seeing this, her sister Shen Yoshi couldn't wait to show off as well. She playfully wiggled her foot, her toes soft and cute, resembling white jade garlic cloves. Is the water temperature okay? Chen Chen had even sprinkled pink petals on the water's surface to add some color. Wow, so cool! As their legs entered the tub filled with warm milk, the sisters couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, their faces showing expressions of enjoyment. With Chen Chen's relentless efforts, Xin Yuyan and Shun Yoshi both fell into a deep sleep. After a busy half-day, Master Chen Chen also took a comfortable hot bath and began to catch up on sleep. Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi quietly cuddled on the sofa, two soft, delicate bodies huddled together for warmth, resembling two purring little kittens. The scene was so warm that Chen Chen couldn't bear to disturb them, letting them sleep on the sofa while he lay alone in bed. The room still held the rich, milky fragrance of the girls, making Chen Chen's mind feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed, quickly slipping into deep sleep. This was far more effective than any calming aromatherapy. All natural, no additives. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZIt felt like an incredibly soft little hand gently caressing the acupoints on his face, awakening his consciousness in an extremely tender way. Chen Chen subconsciously sniffed his nose. That was the scent of morning. Yoshi, this isn't very good, is it? When Chen wakes up, he will definitely be angry. Why would Senior Chen Chen be angry? I think he would be happy instead. The girls' whispered conversation gradually roused Chen Chen from his slumber. However, as consciousness gradually returned, the gentle sunlight that caressed his cheeks did not disappear. Instead, it became even more real. When Chen Chen opened his sleepy eyes, he was surprised to discover that there was no warm sunlight at all. It was Shin Yoshi's small hand, wrapped in pure white silk, gently kneading the sensations on his face. Yoshi, Yu Yen, you're awake. Chen Chen smiled and greeted the two sisters. Hee. Sister, I told you Chen Chen Sr. would definitely like it. Shin Yoshi chuckled. Chen, you must be hungry, I'll go make some food first. Okay, I'll tidy up a bit, the house is a mess. Shin Yuyan and Chen Chen awkwardly changed the subject. Chen Chen Sr., if you don't tell me, Yoshi won't get down. Seeing her sister and Chen Chen in sync, Shin Yoshi clung to Chen Chen's back, refusing to get down and acting spoiled. Do as you wish. Chen Chen, not in a hurry, tidied up the room while checking the latest intel sent by Su Wenwen. Su Wenwen, Mr. Snake, our plan is about to reach its final step. My dad and I have already scouted ahead, and the address you gave me is indeed the hideout of the mastermind. Tomorrow is the agreed time for the Security Bureau to exchange hostages with the other party. But something very strange happened yesterday. The most suspicious Qiangxing Guild collectively came to the Security Bureau to surrender. Not only Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiancheng themselves, but even all the core members and underlings of the Qiangxing Guild came to the Security Bureau. My dad and I were momentarily at a loss. What exactly does Gao Tianxiang want to do? Logically, the other party kidnapped me to exchange for the serious criminal Mo Yen, so the mastermind must be the Gao family without a doubt. But now they've come to the Security Bureau to surrender with all their personnel, actively entering our site. What are they really up to? Therefore, I would like to represent the Jinghai City Security Bureau and hire Mr. Snake as the operational consultant for this mission. Please help me. Heaven is helping me. Seeing the message from Su Wenwen, Chen Chen smiled faintly. He had successfully stirred the waters by having Gao Tianxiang voluntarily surrender to the Security Bureau. If he really became the operational consultant for this mission, the Hua family would definitely be in trouble. This time, the Hua family's overt scheme to bring down the Qiangxing Guild would surely backfire. Everything was already in place, and now even the favorable wind was not lacking. It seemed that heaven was on his side as well. Snake, what benefits are there in agreeing to be your operational consultant? However, Chen Chen couldn't just agree like that. Responding too quickly would inevitably raise the other party's suspicions. After all, he had always maintained an outsider's identity regarding this matter and had not expressed any bias towards either side. A sudden shift in thinking would surely seem suspicious. Besides, he could also gain some tangible benefits from Su Wenwen. Su Wenwen, Mr. Snake, you finally replied to my message. I thought you didn't want to talk to me. Just say what benefits you want, after all. You know, I'm the daughter of Su Tingshan. As soon as Chen Chen replied, Su Wenwen on the other side responded immediately. After all, the message she sent earlier was from several hours ago, and Chen Chen only saw it after waking up. Seeing that Chen Chen did not directly refuse as before but instead left room for negotiation, Su Wenwen appeared very happy. Chen Chen Sr., you still say there's nothing between you and this woman, yet you're secretly in contact with Su Wenwen every day. What does that mean? Yoshi, still clinging to Shen's back, watched the two chat the whole time. Seeing Su Wenwen's attitude so eager, Yoshi suddenly felt unhappy. This woman clearly isn't a good person. She thinks she can act so casually just because she's the daughter of the head of the security bureau. It's really disgusting. We have important matters tomorrow, Yoshi, please don't cause any trouble for me, Shen reminded Yoshi. He still felt a bit scared recalling what happened last time. Just because Su Wenwen, in her gratitude, couldn't help but kiss Shen's mask, Yoshi almost killed her. If Shen hadn't stopped her in time, a series of plans wouldn't have followed. The incident of Su Wenwen meeting her end in the sea would have become a reality. Humph. Senior Shen, how could you speak up for an outsider? Seeing Shen's firm attitude towards her, Yoshi pouted and moved away from him. Yoshi. Shen grabbed Yoshi and patiently explained, to me, Su Wenwen is just a valuable tool that I can use. I need her to deal with the Hua family that Gu Qingning relies on. Do you understand? There was no helping it. Yoshi was a bit of a delicate flower. Shen could only be more patient with her. If it were Shen Yuyan, he wouldn't need to explain any of this. She wouldn't even make a fuss over it. But she's a woman. I don't like any woman getting too close to Senior Shen. Yoshi, you can think of her as a chess piece in my hand. If I liked her, would I take so long to reply to her messages? And when I help her, it's just bargaining. It's a trade of interests. Fine. Yoshi frowned. Although she was still a bit unhappy, she was willing to endure it to help Shen deal with the Hua family. Yoshi is really obedient. Seeing Yoshi so compliant, Shen couldn't help but pinch her chubby little face. In fact, Shen knew that Yoshi wasn't really that troublesome, she just wanted more of his attention. After settling Yoshi, Shen replied to Su Wenwen's message. Snake, how about this? Recently, I want to quickly improve my spiritual power level. After I take on the role of action consultant for this mission, can you have your dad arrange a few suitable ruins for me to level up? Su Wenwen, of course, no problem. This is the treatment that our Jinghai City Security Bureau action consultant should have. Shen's request was not excessive at all, and Su Wenwen naturally wouldn't refuse. The ruins teleportation portals in the city were all managed by the City Security Bureau, so getting their arrangement was much more convenient than buying a teleportation portal from the Hua or Gao families. Especially since last time, Yoshi had opened a double magic crystal scroll from a treasure chest in the ruins. If combined with the resources from the Jinghai Security Bureau, Shen's level up would go smoothly, and the efficiency would double. Moreover, the Security Bureau's ruin resources were relatively safer. Snake, okay, let's agree on that. Su Wenwen, how about this? I'll give you an address. My dad wants to meet you. Snake, sure, but I don't want anyone other than your dad to know about me being the action consultant. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Su Wenwen, of course. Yu Yan, stop cooking. Let's go out to eat, someone is treating us. Seeing that the address Su Wenwen provided was a restaurant, Shen called Shen Yuyan out from the kitchen. Alright, I just checked the fridge, and there isn't much food anyway, so going out to eat is fine. Shen Yuyan nodded in agreement. In fact, she only went to the kitchen to avoid her sister Yoshi's questions and had no intention of actually cooking. Going out to eat suited her just fine. Jinghai City, while not as grand as Magic City, was still a bustling city. Su Wenwen and Shen had agreed to meet at a restaurant located in the most bustling city center of Jinghai City, named Jinghai Pearl. It stood proudly against the skyline, like an invincible giant. Rather than calling it a restaurant, it was more like a towering skyscraper. The private room Su Wenwen had reserved was on the top floor of the Golden Sea Pearl. Upon entering the building, the first thing that caught the eye was the breathtaking panoramic view of the city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass was polished clean, reflecting dazzling light like a mirror. In the distance, the ocean shimmered with golden light under the sun's afterglow, harmonizing with the nearby cityscape to create a stunning picture. This was Jinghai's unique ocean view, an aerial restaurant. Sir, madam, this way please. After Shen took out the electronic invitation Su Wenwen had given him, a dedicated waiter led them upstairs. The waiter, though plain in appearance, wore a crisp dark suit and had a smile that conveyed both solemnity and warmth. As soon as they entered the elevator, Shen directly took the other's hand. Mr. Snake, what an honor it is to have the commander of the Jinghai City Security Bureau personally greet me. The waiter, whose hand was held by Shen, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, my daughter said your intellect is more impressive than her foresight. I didn't believe it, but it seems the reputation is well deserved. Su Tingshan removed his disguise, appearing before Shen as the commander of the Security Bureau. Mr. Snake, welcome. On behalf of the Jinghai Security Bureau, I thank you for choosing to cooperate with us at this critical moment. Dad, I told you, such little tricks would definitely be seen through by Snake. As soon as they entered the private room on the top floor, Su Wenwen saw that Su Tingshan's disguise had been recognized by Chen Shen, and she began to praise Chen Shen endlessly. After all, Chen Shen was introduced by Su Wenwen, and if he hadn't recognized Su Tingshan, it would have been a loss of face for her. After speaking, Su Wenwen also gave Chen Shen a knowing glance, affirming his abilities. Commander Su must have intentionally let this go. How could there be such a charismatic waiter? Isn't this clearly hinting at me? Chen Shen smiled faintly, speaking humbly. Shin Yoshi, you bad woman, how dare she send flirtatious glances at Senior Chen Shen? Upon seeing Su Wenwen, Shin Yoshi in her black robe form began to feel restless. Although she was currently in her spiritual martial form, the desire to confront someone couldn't be hidden. Su Wenwen initially wanted to walk over and shake hands with Chen Shen to show friendliness, but for some reason, upon seeing his black robe, she felt a sense of wariness and suddenly dismissed the thought. Even though Chen Shen had emphasized last time that it was just an accident, a woman's intuition told Su Wenwen that she could be close to Chen Shen, but she must never overstep. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Mr. Snake, you are being too modest. To discern my identity from such a brief encounter shows your keen insight. While arranging for the waiter to serve the dishes, Su Tingshan praised Chen Shen. My daughter rarely praises anyone. Ever since she narrowly escaped last time, she has been singing your praises as her savior. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and heroes emerge from the youth. You flatter me. Chen Shen glanced at the dishes on the table, all top-quality seafood from Jinghai. It was a pity that Shin Yoshi couldn't come out at this moment, otherwise, she would have probably started eating by now. He must remember to pack some for her later. Come, Mr. Snake, let's start with our Jinghai specialty, the Australian lobster. Su Tingshan didn't rush to discuss business but instead introduced Jinghai's signature dishes while secretly observing Chen Shen's actions. Although Su Wenwen held Chen Shen in high regard, it was clear that Su Tingshan remained highly vigilant towards him. Su Wenwen is intelligent, but still young, and is likely to be deceived by others outside. The reason Su Tingshan agreed to let Su Wenwen recommend Chen Shen as the action consultant for the security bureau was also to keep an eye on his daughter. Mr. Snake, since you have agreed to serve as the consultant for this operation, I would like to ask your opinion on the Gao family. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Tingshan slowly spoke, getting straight to the point. Although I have just arrived in Jinghai and am not very familiar with the Gao family, I believe that the Qiangxing Guild, based solely on its current strength, can indeed challenge the first family in Jinghai, which shows they have something. Chen Shen spoke frankly. Although he had only met Gao Tianxiang once, the aura and charisma he exuded were enough for Chen Shen to feel that this person was unfathomable. Wenwen has already informed you of the basic situation of this incident. All the evidence we have points towards the Gao family, and they themselves know that the current situation is very unfavorable for the Qiangxing Guild. So why did Gao Tianxiang bring all the key members of the Qiangxing Guild to stay at the security bureau? What do you think Gao Tianxiang is really up to? I did hear Wenwen mention that Gao Tianxiang is indeed hard to figure out. Personally, I think he is trying to prove his innocence, to show that the Qiangxing Guild has nothing to do with this incident. Chen Shen pretended to analyze. This was exactly what he had taught Gao Tianxiang to do, with the main purpose of creating confusion, making it difficult for the security bureau and the Hua family to understand what was going on. So do you think the Gao family is the mastermind behind this? Su Tingshan took the opportunity to probe Chen Shen's thoughts. Well, it's hard to say. The fact that all their key personnel have voluntarily entered the security bureau's site does not mean that the Qiangxing Guild is innocent, and Gao Tianxiang could have arranged everything in advance. This approach even seems a bit counterproductive. Chen Shen certainly could not take a side, maintaining his skeptical attitude towards the Gao family. Mr. Snake, if it's not the Gao family, who else could the kidnappers be? The Hua family. This time, Chen Shen answered decisively. Su Tingshan's question was like an open book exam. Apart from the Gao family, the only other family capable of this was the Hua family. If Chen Shen couldn't even notice this, he wouldn't be qualified to be the action consultant for this mission. As expected of Mr. Snake, you think the same as I do. Su Tingshan nodded appreciatively. He was very satisfied with Chen Shen's answers to these two questions. In my view, this kidnapping of Wenwen appears to be a blatant scheme against the Gao family, but the mastermind behind it is either the Hua family or the Gao family themselves. Chen Shen began to lay out his thoughts, kidnapping Wenwen to coerce the security bureau into handing over the serious criminal Mon. This plan is a deadlock no matter how you look at it. The Qiangxing Guild wouldn't be foolish enough to sacrifice the entire Gao family's interests in Jinghai City for one general. So now there are only two possibilities: either the Hua family is deliberately framing the Gao family, or Gao Tianxiang is pretending to be framed by the Hua family, taking a risky gamble. Chen Shen's words enlightened Su Tingshan. He had previously only thought that the Hua family was likely the mastermind, but he had not considered it as thoroughly as Chen Shen had. In fact, Chen Shen's words seemed to present Su Tingshan with two possibilities, but they were actually a continuous psychological suggestion. That is, this kidnapping must be related to the Hua family. Once Su Tingshan subconsciously accepted this information, the Hua family would shift from being a subject of suspicion to a suspect. It makes perfect sense. If we act tomorrow, you will disguise yourself as my assistant and stay by my side. At this moment, Su Tingshan had completely acknowledged Chen Shen's abilities. Alright, actually I think that regardless of the outcome, the Gao family and the Hua family will definitely reveal their true colors. Commander Su must already have an idea in his mind. I just need to stand by and quietly watch your command. Chen Shen smiled faintly, then turned to Su Wenwen beside him and said, Wenwen, if there are any easy tasks like this in the future, remember to call me. As long as Mr. Snake is willing, you can come to our security bureau anytime as a guest. Su Wenwen was naturally eager and very welcoming of Chen Shen's arrival. At this moment, the dinner was coming to an end. Su Tingshan stood up and patted Chen Shen on the shoulder. Tonight, we will rest here. Tomorrow we will take action. This is the confidentiality work of the security bureau, and I hope Mr. Snake can understand. Understood. Chen Shen nodded. After all, tomorrow's operation was very important, and as an operational advisor, he should remain within the security bureau's sight at all times. Before leaving, Chen Shen packed a lot of seafood from the table according to Shin Yoshi's preferences. While talking to Su Tingshan just now, Chen Shen had been thinking about this, fearing he would forget when leaving later. Otherwise, when he returned, Shin Yoshi, this little glutton, would surely cry. Senior Chen Shen, I knew it. You love Yoshi the most. After returning to the hotel arranged by the security bureau, the first thing Chen Shen did was to merge Shin Yuyen into the spirit weapon state, allowing Shin Yoshi to come out and eat the packed seafood. Sigh, for all, sigh. As soon as she arrived, the little glutton Shin Yoshi directly tore apart an Australian lobster with her bare hands, pulling out the plump shrimp meat and dipping it in sauce to enjoy. Eat slowly, Yu Yan and I have already eaten, no one is competing with you. Chen Shen looked at Shin Yoshi's satisfied expression and couldn't help but smile happily. Late at night, the sea breeze gently brushed the dock, carrying the moist saltiness and the scent of the distant ocean, weaving through the empty and silent space. The moonlight, like soft silver gauze, spilled onto the smooth stone path, casting the dock's outline in a hazy glow. In this dim light, every detail of the dock appeared particularly tranquil and solemn, as if time had frozen at this moment, capturing everything in this peaceful deep night. The figures of two elders in black robes appeared especially mysterious under the moonlight. Their robes fluttered gently with the sea breeze, resembling two silent ghosts, with ancient and mysterious patterns embroidered on the black fabric, subtly revealing a deep and dignified aura in the moonlight. Third Miss, your scheme this time is truly brilliant. If we can completely eliminate the Gao family, then our Hua family can truly dominate Jinghai. In front of the two elders, a young girl was gazing at the shimmering sea surface at night. Her red dress glowed like fire under the moonlight, her posture tall and elegant, resembling a blooming flower from the other shore, blossoming alone in the night. The girl was the third miss of the Hua family, Hua Jianzhou. Our Hua family has always been a unique existence in Jinghai. Starting tomorrow, those clowns will no longer dare to shout in front of us. Hua Jianzhou was very confident in her plan. As long as we eliminate the Gao family, my father's prestige in the Hua family will be even higher. As for Hua Jianli, who will hold the position of family head, is still uncertain. That's right, our third miss is the new generation of talented and resourceful prodigy of the Hua family. What is Hua Jianli? Just someone with a bit of luck who awakened an S-level talent, completely unworthy to compete with you. The two elders behind Hua Jianzhou responded in agreement. In recent years, two prodigies had suddenly emerged among the younger generation of the Hua family. One was the demon hunter Hua Jianli, who possessed S-level talent, and the other was the equally talented spiritual warrior Hua Jianzhou before them. However, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. While it seemed like a double blessing for the Hua family, the two prodigies had been secretly vying for power within the family, both eyeing the position of the next family head. The current Hua family had completely split into two factions. One faction supported the eldest son, Hua Jianli, adhering to an exclusionary mindset, determined not to let an outsider demon hunter become the new family head, known as the conservatives. The other faction supported the third young lady, Hua Jianzhou, believing that as long as she could control the demon hunter, she could inherit the position of family head. Moreover, the third young lady had indeed made significant contributions to the family over the years with her clever mind. They believed that if she inherited the position, she could elevate the Hua family to new heights, known as the radicals. It was precisely because of the ongoing struggle between the conservatives and radicals that the powerful guild led by the Gao family found room to develop in Jinghai City, gradually growing stronger. Otherwise, with the strength of the Hua family, other small forces would not be able to survive, let alone grow to the point of challenging the Hua family. By the way, Old Wu, tomorrow is the time for the hostage exchange. How is the setup at the base in the forest? Don't worry, third young lady, it's all laid out according to the Gao family's site plan. I've also bribed some of Gao family's underlings. Once the security bureau discovers the lookout tower, they'll definitely wipe out the entire base, and the Gao family won't have a leg to stand on. All the plans were in the hands of the Hua family, clearly aimed at driving the powerful guild out of Jinghai. If this plan succeeded, the radicals' voice within the Hua family would naturally rise even higher. Very well, find a way to kill that guy named Imoyen as well. This guy has assassinated several elders of our Gao family, and Hua Jianli's father has always wanted to eliminate him in the security bureau's prison but has failed. If we succeed, I wonder what those old stubborn ones will have to say. As expected of the third young lady, this plan is something no one would think of. I advise Hua Jianli to take care of himself and withdraw voluntarily, otherwise, with our third young lady's cunning, if it's used against him, he will disappear from the Hua family in no time. Hua Jianjiu glanced at the two elders behind her gaze cold as she said, "It's best that way. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to turn my weapons on my own people. Third young lady, once you become the head of the Hua family, you will definitely lead us out of Jinghai and earn greater profits." Ha! Naturally. Hua Jianjiu raised her eyebrows confidently and said, "What is Jinghai? My goal is to lead our Hua family to the entire dragon country. The next target is the demon city. If that brat Hua Jianli is willing to become a general under my command, I will grant him that, then I can hand over the management of the demon city to him. If he is unwilling, then he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless." Hua Jianjiu was ambitious, and though she was a woman, her aspirations were sky-high. Tomorrow would be the most crucial step in her plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Although the key figure Su Wenwen had already perished in the sea, that was not important. Moreover, with Su Wenwen's death, Su Tingshan's fury would only intensify, and the entire Gao family would be buried alongside Su Wenwen. Third young lady, recently, Gao Tenxiang and Gao Tianxing's actions have been somewhat strange. Have they figured out our plan? They even took all the senior Gao officials to the security bureau to surrender. One of the elders behind Hua Jianjiu said with some concern, "Recently, the actions of Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianshang have indeed been somewhat strange." Faced with Hua Jianjiu's scheme, they, who had been at a loss, suddenly made such moves, which is truly baffling. It's useless, no matter how they act, it won't help. This is a blatant scheme, whether they see through it or not, the outcome will be the same. Hua Jianjiu smiled slightly. She was very confident in her plan. A blatant scheme means it's obvious that I'm out to get you, and you know I'm out to get you, but there's nothing you can do about it. That's right, the third Mrs. strategy is unsolvable. Indeed, even if Gao Tenxiang and the others struggle, it will be of no use, a futile effort. The next day, the entire security bureau had now entered a state of level 1 alert. An armored vehicle, fully armed, was parked at the entrance of the security bureau, surrounded by awakened individuals from the bureau. "Old Mo, your brother is quite loyal, making such a big fuss just to get you out." A sharply dressed man slowly stepped out of the vehicle, accompanied by a young assistant. Naturally, the number 1 heavy criminal of the security bureau, Moyen, was being escorted by the bureau's commander, Su Tingshan. "Old Su, don't mock me. Just look at the situation at your security bureau, how could I escape?" At this moment, a man dressed in prison garb, wearing a lotus leaf hat, with his limbs bound by pitch-black chains, was being escorted out. Moyen glanced at the surroundings and, with a hint of self-mockery, said to Su Tingshan, "Old Su, we can be considered old acquaintances. If you still remember our past friendship, please help me convey a message to Changgu, telling him to stop messing around. I just want to live a quiet life in the security bureau's prison." Although Moyen, now in prison, couldn't figure out what was happening, he was very clear that once he entered the security bureau's prison, he would never get out again. If things escalated, not only would he die, but his brothers would too. "He's right across in that building, you can tell him yourself." Su Tingshan pointed to a residence at the entrance of the security bureau. At this moment, Gao Tenxiang and Gao Tianshang were both settled in the residence across the street, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, witnessing everything. Moyen slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Even with a collar suppressing his spiritual power around his neck, his unique breathing pattern would be recognized by an expert. He was definitely an assassination master. Looking at his elder brother and the younger Shang beside him, Mo Yan's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Across the dozens of meters, the two sides simply stared at each other in silence, without any words. At this moment, the emotions of the three were very complex, not something that could be easily articulated. Moreover, in such an environment, surrounded by security bureau personnel, they could only look at each other in silence. It's him. Gao Tianxiang's eyes narrowed slightly, landing precisely on the assistant beside Su Tingshan. This person was none other than Chen Chen, who had met with them some time ago. No wonder that kid could get such explosive news. Turns out he's Su Tingshan's man. Gao Tianxiang adjusted his glasses, showing no outward signs of disturbance, but internally, he was already in turmoil. He had anticipated many identities for Snake, but appearing as Su Tingshan's assistant was something neither Gao Tianxiang nor Gao Tianxiang had expected. Brother, do you think he's helping us by bringing our Changsheng guild into the security bureau site, or is he harming us? At this moment, Gao Tianxiang was somewhat indecisive. Whether he's helping us, I don't know yet, but he's definitely not harming us. At that moment, Gao Tianxiang, upon seeing Chen Chen, felt a sudden clarity in his heart that had been hanging in suspense. Why? Gao Tianxiang looked puzzled. It's a simple reason. If this kid were someone close to Su Tingshan, do you think he would show up here right now? Gao Tianxiang seemed to have seen through everything. We are at the security bureau because this kid arranged it. If he didn't want us to know his identity, he wouldn't need to appear here at all. In other words, the reason we can see him here is all arranged by this kid. I see. After listening to his brother's analysis, Gao Tianxiang seemed to gradually understand. This boy named Snake might not necessarily help them, but he definitely wouldn't harm them. Don't worry, Xiao Shang, I know what I'm doing. Do you think I brought all the combat power of the Gao family here? Gao Tianxiang suddenly gave his brother Gao Tianxiang a meaningful glance. Aren't all the high-level demon hunters from our Changsheng guild here? Gao Tianxiang was slightly taken aback. He had no idea when his brother had hidden a backup plan. Ha! You're Xiao Long and Xiao Hu are illusions created by your sister-in-law. The real Xiao Long and Xiao Hu have long been arranged by me. Brother! You even kept this from me. Gao Tianxiang's lips curled up slightly. He was very familiar with his sister-in-law Yu's shooting abilities. The illusion was no joke. Returning to Chen Chen's position, he smiled faintly, hoping that Gao Tianxiang and Mo Yan would be satisfied with this unexpected meeting. Old Mo, let's go. Su Tingshan had been observing the exchange of glances between Mo Yan and Gao Tianxiang from the shadows. Seeing that both sides were very calm, he instructed his men to take Mo Yan into the armored vehicle. Set off. Su Tingshan notified the escort team via intercom, and all the forces of the security bureau headed towards the dock at Jinghai. Su Wenwen was captured on the Bronze Age ship, and this time, the location for the hostage exchange was right on the coast opposite Jinghai City. Hua Jianzhou's plan was simple, to lure all the people from the security bureau over, allowing them to take down the fake stronghold in one fell swoop, thereby solidifying the Gao family's guilt. In the armored vehicle escorting Mo Yan, Chen Chen was driving according to the route of the security bureau. Mr. Snake, do you think Gao Tianxiang and Mo Yan had any ulterior motives during that exchange of glances? Su Tingshan, sitting in the passenger seat, asked. It doesn't seem like it was premeditated, Chen Chen replied honestly, then analyzed it further. But I feel their eye contact was a bit too calm. They might not have communicated before, but I estimate they did during this meeting. But it doesn't matter much, after all, the core members of the Gao family are now within our security bureau's sight. Su Tingshan nodded after hearing this. Indeed. Noon. The sunlight poured down like a golden waterfall, dyeing the entire coast in a brilliant gold. Under the scorching and bright light, a massive passenger ship slowly entered everyone's view, like a floating island, solemn and magnificent. It was the only ferry connecting the cities of Magic City and Jinghai, the Bronze Age. This time, it did not follow the scheduled route but was temporarily requisitioned by the Jinghai Security Bureau to escort the heavily criminal Mo Yan for the hostage exchange. Perhaps it was because the Bronze Age was too grand, but the journey went smoothly without a hitch. The operational plan Su Tingshan had previously deployed was not used at all. You seem to know that the other side won't come to rescue Mo Yan. Su Tingshan and Chen Chen stood on the deck at the bow of the ship, looking towards the opposite coast. In about 5 minutes, the Bronze Age would dock. Chen Chen smiled and nodded. The air was filled with the scent of sea salt and a gentle sea breeze, these aromas mingling to create a unique atmosphere that made him involuntarily take a deep breath. This is the Bronze Age ship jointly created by Magic City and Jinghai. On board, there are several commanders personally escorting it. Almost half of the security bureau's combat power is on that ship. Who would be reckless enough to hijack it? That's true, Su Tingshan also felt that Chen Shen's words were reasonable. However, the battle plan still needed to be deployed. It's better to be safe than sorry. As the overall commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, stability was the most important thing. Bronze Age ship opposite, please anchor in place and stop. You wouldn't want to see Su Wenwen's corpse as soon as you land, would you? At that moment, a group of men in black appeared on the opposite shore. They were holding a girl tightly bound and shouting at the Bronze Age ship through a loudspeaker. Toot! Upon hearing the bandits shout, the Bronze Age ship let out a horn that echoed across the entire sea surface. On one side was the supergiant ship, the Bronze Age, carrying most of the Jinghai Security Bureau's combat power. On the other side were the bandits, holding a loudspeaker, looking like a disorganized mob. The disparity in strength was instantly apparent. These guys opposite, do they think this is a joke? Su Tingshan, seeing the opponent's weakness, suddenly felt that this operation was a bit of an overreaction. Commander Su, you're so relaxed now because you know that Wenwen is safely staying at the hotel. If the girl tied up over there really is Wenwen, would you still be in the mood to calmly joke with me here? You're right, I shouldn't underestimate these people. I need to show them that Wenwen is in their hands. Su Tingshan suddenly realized and immediately picked up the intercom in the command room to shout at the bandits, I've ordered the Bronze Age to stop. Mo Yen is on the ship right now. If you dare to touch a hair on Wenwen, I'll come over and wipe you out. Very well. Commander Su, you need to let Boss Missouri drive a speedboat over alone. Once we leave safely, we will naturally release Wenwen. The bandits referring to Mo Yen as Boss Missouri also indicated their affiliation with the powerful guild. At that moment, Mo Yen had already been brought to Su Tingshan's side. Alright, I'll send him over right now, but you'd better not play any tricks. Su Tingshan arranged for his subordinates to take Mo Yen over. From the bandits' shout, he seemed to have noticed some tricks. These people don't look like members of the powerful guild. Mo Yen is a direct assassin under Gao Tianxiang, and very few people know of his existence, let alone call him Boss Missouri. The negotiations between both sides went very smoothly, and two demon hunters from the Security Bureau brought Mo Yen to the shore to begin the exchange of hostages. Su Tingshan picked up his binoculars and closely observed the situation on the shore. Since Chun Chen had previously provided the location of the Security Bureau's stronghold, there were already Security Bureau personnel secretly lying in wait near the bandits. This was also why Su Tingshan dared to let Mo Yen go over directly. The hostage exchange went very smoothly. As soon as Mo Yen and the fake Su Wenwen arrived, Su Tingshan immediately ordered the arrest. Action! During the Security Bureau's arrest operation, the bandits immediately threw smoke bombs and began to scatter. Su Tingshan personally led his men to charge in. Chen Chen leisurely stood on the deck, lighting a cigarette. While gazing at the azure sky, he reported the situation on the scene to Su Wenwen. The entire operation lasted only 2 hours. In the end, the bandits were completely annihilated. Commander, the Su Wenwen we exchanged hostages with is fake. Although we have eliminated these people's stronghold, we did not capture a single live one. These individuals had already ingested a highly toxic pill beforehand. The Minister of the Operations Department, responsible for frontline combat, reported the details of the operation to Su Tingshan. The Minister of the Operations Department was a woman with long golden hair. Although she wore the Security Bureau's combat uniform, it could not conceal her curvaceous figure. Who would have thought that the Mo Yen from earlier was actually her in disguise? Since the other side used a fake Su Wenwen for the exchange, Su Tingshan naturally would not risk using the real Mo Yen. At this moment, Mo Yen had already been secretly escorted back to the Security Bureau's prison during the transport. I'm sorry, Commander. We searched the entire Gao family's stronghold but found no trace of Wenwen. Moreover, we discovered a burned female corpse that closely resembles Wenwen, which is very likely to be her. The golden-haired woman reported, her brow furrowed, occasionally stealing glances at Su Tingshan's expression. She knew very well how shocking this news was for Su Tingshan as a father, but the truth was as it was, and she could only report it honestly. Gao family's stronghold? However, what surprised the golden-haired woman was that Su Tingshan's attention was not on Su Wenwen at all. The Minister of Operations was momentarily stunned, and after a while, she replied, we found tattoos and items related to the Gao family on several of the leaders. The layout of the entire stronghold is identical to the Gao family's branch in Jinghai City. Based on my judgment, this must undoubtedly be the Gao family's stronghold. The golden-haired woman felt a pang of sympathy for Su Tingshan. The commander before her was clearly in great pain, and to avoid an emotional breakdown, he pretended to be unfazed. Truly, as the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, he remained composed in the face of such devastating news, setting an example for the entire bureau. It was too difficult for him. "Alright, you all clean up the battlefield." After sending his subordinates away, Su Tingshan began to ask Chen Chen for his opinion. "What does Mr. Snake think? I feel that everything has gone too smoothly, as if it was all arranged by someone." Chen Chen spoke frankly, believing that Su Tingshan must have felt the same way. "I think so too, but based on the situation at the scene, we can't find any evidence of the Hua family's involvement." The development of the situation was somewhat beyond Su Tingshan's expectations. This operation had left him, a veteran who had served as the commander of the security bureau for over 10 years, feeling quite frustrated. The truth must be hidden in the details. Since someone has set this trap, there will definitely be flaws exposed. Chen Chen smiled faintly, speaking meaningfully. In fact, Chen Chen had already prepared the flaws of the Hua family for Su Tingshan. It was just that the time had not yet come. Once Su Tingshan met Gao Tianxiang, everything would become clear. As an action consultant, he could only say this much. I'll have my brothers work harder and try to focus on the details." Su Tingshan then took Chen Chen to survey the scene again. Although the Hua family's trap had many loopholes, Hua Jianzhou was relatively clean in her actions. Su Tingshan and Chen Chen understood this, but for the time being, they could not find any direct evidence. They worked until dusk before Su Tingshan ordered the security bureau to withdraw. By the time the Bronze Age returned to Jinghai City, it was already dark. "Mr. Snake, I'm really sorry for making you witness this farce today." At parting, Su Tingshan appeared somewhat helpless. This was how the security bureau operated. They could not act based on feelings alone. Every incident had to be backed by evidence. This also led to their being handcuffed and helpless in many situations. "I'm sorry, it's me who took on the role of action consultant and didn't help much." Chen Chen waved his hand and then returned to his rented room. The incident had already taken shape and was even nearing its conclusion. Although Su Tingshan still needed Chen Chen's advice and assistance for many tasks, the confidentiality measures were no longer as strict as before, and he no longer had to stay in the hotel arranged by the security bureau. "Senior Chen Chen, we are being followed." On the way back, Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan walked through the dark alley. As someone who embodied the night itself, Shin Yoshi immediately sensed the presence of someone hiding in the darkness. "It's fine, just go home normally. It must be someone from the security bureau," Chen Chen said, not paying much attention. He had already guessed that the person following him was sent by Su Tingshan. Today's operation had yielded no results, and the other party would definitely have some doubts about him. Even if there were no doubts, following him was just a precaution. On the other hand, Su Tingshan threw the direct evidence of this operation in front of Gao Tianxiang. "Mr. Gao, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." Although Su Tingshan was well aware that Gao Tianxiang was most likely being wronged, he was merely the commander of the security bureau, and it wasn't as if the entire bureau was under his sole authority. Having evidence but not investigating would lead to gossip. Moreover, Su Tingshan couldn't find a breakthrough with the Hua family for the time being, but the most anxious person was not him, it was the framed Gao Tianxiang. It was better to shift the blame directly onto Gao Tianxiang and let him figure it out himself. "Explanation? What do I need to explain?" Gao Tianxiang was slightly taken aback and said somewhat perplexedly, "Old Su, you saw it too. These days, I've been staying here with Xiao Shang, and Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, all within your security bureau's sight. It's obvious someone is trying to set me up, right? Is there any need for an explanation?" "Gao Tianxiang, my daughter is dead now. You and your people better get the hell out of here, and I give you 3 days to provide an explanation, or your Qiangqing guild will be completely kicked out of Jinghai." Su Tingshan seemed to realize he had been too gentle, so he directly grabbed Gao Tianxiang by the collar, portraying a father who had lost his daughter to the fullest. Seeing the younger brothers around eyeing Su Tingshan warily, Gao Tianxiang quickly spread his hands, signaling everyone not to interfere. "Old Su, I'm very sorry about this matter, but I am truly innocent. Our Qiangqing guild is also a victim," Gao Tianxiang sympathetically advised. "Damn the Hua family, they are simply too arrogant. Why does our Jinghai family feud have to involve your security bureau? They are clearly using others to do their dirty work. Even if they are using others, Wenwen is still a child. It's disgusting, really damn disgusting. Old Su, rest assured, our Qiangqing guild will do everything we can to find the kidnappers and murderers of Wenwen. Wenwen, may your spirit bless your uncle Gao, I will definitely avenge you." With these words, Gao Tianxiang directly aligned himself with Su Tingshan. Both were cunning foxes. Since Su Tingshan could pretend his daughter was dead, Gao Tianxiang would act as if Su Wenwen was truly dead. "Gao Tianxiang, stop pretending here. If I really find out that Wenwen's death is related to you, I will not spare you." Old Su, your words are too harsh. I, Gao Tianxiang, am definitely a good citizen. This time, our Qiangxing Guild has put aside all our business and is fully cooperating with the Security Bureau's investigation. Behind the scenes, I have also been investigating matters related to Wenwen. At this point, Gao Tianxiang paused slightly and then continued, moreover, I just received a report from my subordinates that there are already leads. Quickly tell me. Su Tingshan had no time to beat around the bush with Gao Tianxiang. Wait a moment, I'll make a call to confirm. So, in front of Su Tingshan, Gao Tianxiang pretended to call his subordinate to inquire. Hello, Lao Mao, has everything been taken care of? Good, I understand, alright. I'll hand it over to Lao Su from the Security Bureau to handle. They will clear our Qiangxing Guild's name. After a show of pretense, Gao Tianxiang said to Su Tingshan, I found the gang that kidnapped Wenwen. I'll give you the list shortly. Once you see it, you'll know these country bumpkins were hired by the Hua family along the border. If only Wenwen were still here, she could definitely identify these guys. Right now, immediately, write the list for me. Su Tingshan was somewhat impatient. As long as he could get the list of the kidnappers, even if these guys were already dead, he could still follow the clues to find the true culprit behind the scenes. If it really was the Hua family, even if they were the first family in Jinghai, Su Tingshan would not let them off easily. Previously, whether it was the internal strife within the Hua family or their friction with the Gao family, the Security Bureau had turned a blind eye. But if someone used his daughter as a pawn and even destroyed evidence, then the first family in Jinghai would truly change hands. Faced with the ironclad evidence from the Security Bureau, the Hua family would have no way to argue. Su Tingshan issued a stern warning, giving the Hua family 3 days to hand over the true culprit behind the scenes and demanded that all of the Hua family's businesses be suspended for rectification. It was clear that Su Tingshan's anger had reached a boiling point. Hua Jianzhou had touched his reverse scale this time. Once the Hua family was targeted by the Security Bureau, the power dynamics in Jinghai would be completely reshuffled. In an instant, the entire Jinghai was in turmoil, with countless small factions rising up, eager to try their luck. Among them, the Qiangxing Guild, led by Gao Tianxiang, stood out the most. Moreover, Su Tingshan had found the evidence thanks to Gao Tianxiang. Although the Security Bureau had not openly helped the Qiangxing Guild, they had also turned a blind eye. After this incident, the Security Bureau underwent a thorough cleansing. Countless spies from the Hua family were completely eliminated, and Su Tingshan adopted a policy of cutting ties. Anyone associated with the Hua family was either dismissed or assigned to marginal positions. This provided Gao Tianxiang with an opportunity to place his own spies in the vacant positions. Inside the Hua family ancestral hall, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Sunlight filtered through the exquisite window frames, casting mottled shadows on the bluestone floor, creating an exceptionally tranquil scene. However, this tranquility was shattered by a sudden, furious roar, causing everyone present to tremble. A burly, imposing middle-aged man stood at the front of the hall. He was the current head of the Hua family, Hua Montian. Hua Montian's eyes blazed with fury, as if he wanted to burn the person before him to ashes. He tightly gripped a rattan whip, trembling with rage. Jior, look at the good deed you've done. His voice thundered, echoing in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look at the girl, Hua Jianzhou, standing in the center of the hall. She wore a striking red dress, her expression resolute, with a hint of stubbornness, as she looked up at Hua Montian, her eyes showing no fear. Father, I haven't done anything wrong. Everything I do is for the Hua family. Gao Tianxiang must have received some guidance from a higher authority. I feel like he knows every step I take. Hua Jianzhou's voice was calm but carried a sense of determination. You dare to argue? Hua Montian's furious shout echoed in the ancestral hall, and the rattan whip struck Hua Jianzhou's back with a sharp crack. Ah! Hua Jianzhi stumbled forward in pain, but she quickly steadied herself and did not fall. A sharp pain shot through her back, and a streak of blood immediately appeared on her delicate skin. But Hua Jianzhi gritted her teeth and did not make a sound. She knew that at this moment, she could not show weakness, could not back down. Hua Mansion's face was ashen, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and disappointment. He glanced at the rattan-woven object in his hand, then at Hua Jianzhi's stubborn back, and a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. Although Hua Jianzhi was Hua Mansion's most beloved daughter, the trouble she had caused this time was simply too great. It was all for his daughter, Hua Mansion knew. Su Tingshan would absolutely not let it go without a satisfactory answer. Do you even know what pain is? Hua Mansion's voice carried a hint of coldness. Do you realize how serious your actions are this time? Kidnapping Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen, is one thing, but you also destroyed the evidence. Do you know how much risk this entails? As the third miss of the Hua family, how can I trust you with the future of the family when you act so impulsively? If father finds it difficult, then just hand me over. In the end, the victor takes all. Since this matter was caused by me, I am willing to bear the consequences. Hua Jianji looked sharply at her father, daring to take responsibility. Since she chose to do this, she was not afraid of the consequences of being exposed. You've gone too far. Completely gone too far. Hua Manshan shouted, his body trembling slightly as he pointed at Hua Jianji, his eyes nearly spitting fire. His anger had reached its peak, although Hua Jianji was stubborn and resembled him in his youth, and was the child he valued most, the disaster she had caused was now irreparable. This time, Hua Manshan felt unprecedented disappointment and anger. His body suddenly shook, and his face turned pale. His once straight back bent under an invisible force. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and pain. My head hurts. Hua Manshan managed to utter a few words with difficulty before he fell backward, fainting. Head of the family. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events, and in the chaos, some rushed forward to support Hua Manshan while others hurried to summon a doctor. Jor, do you have to drag your father to death to be satisfied? At this point, you still don't regret it. Is it so hard to admit your mistake to your father? You child, so stubborn. Hua Jianji, just keep being reckless. The Hua family will eventually be buried in your hands. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Hua Jianji, who had always been praised as the genius girl of the Hua family, felt the world spinning around her. She had grown up under the praise of her father and the family elders. When had it been their turn to scold her? You traitorous lot. When I led the family to seek benefits, you all flattered me, and now that something has happened, you're barking here. Hua Jianji's eyes turned blood red, her demeanor gradually becoming frenzied. Gao Tianxiang, all of this is Gao Tianxiang's fault. Only I am Gao Tianxiang's match. If you hand me over, the entire Hua family can just wait to be swallowed by the prosperous guild. Come, execute family law. Seeing that the head of the family, Hua Manshan, had fainted, the elder immediately ordered the execution of family law against the disrespectful Hua Jianji. Hua Manshan, who had already collapsed in the family seat, now appeared particularly weak and powerless. A fierce glint flashed in the elder's eyes. He would not allow anyone to challenge the family's authority and rules. Yes, elder. Two burly family servants immediately responded, dressed in black uniforms, their faces expressionless, as if they were two machines executing orders. The housekeeper walked up to Hua Jianzhou, one person grabbing her right arm while another seized her left. The movements were swift and forceful, leaving no room for Hua Jianzhou to resist. Ah, father, I did nothing wrong. Ah, father, I did it all for the Hua family. Ah, father, as long as we find out who is behind Gao Tianxiang, we can turn the tide. Failure is common in warfare. I merely made a misstep this time. Does that mean all my previous contributions to the Hua family count for nothing? Hua Jianzhou was repeatedly struck against the wooden board in the ancestral hall, letting out cries of despair. Hua Manshan, with a vacant expression, stumbled away from the scene, ignoring his daughter's pleas. In the demon city. In the ruins. A sudden chill swept through, as if even the space was frozen by this coldness. Young Master Hua, the boss is about to appear, you must be careful. Hua Jianli led an exploration team, standing atop the glacier of the ruins. His appearance, though seemingly refined, exuded an undeniable authority. The long sword in his hand was a deep azure, resembling a venomous snake coiled around it, with drops of green poison gathering at the tip, emanating a chilling aura. At this moment, amidst the howling cold winds of the glacier, a massive frost dragon slowly rose from the depths of the ruins. Its enormous body was covered in thick ice crystals, each scale shimmering with a sharp light. The dragon's eyes were like two deep blue sapphires, radiating a cold and majestic presence. Its wings spread wide, seemingly capable of covering the entire sky, with the ice crystals on them glowing faintly blue under the dim light. Yes, the frost dragon. Young Master Hua, can you handle it alone? This is an S-rank rare boss monster, perhaps. We should just leave. Right, while the boss hasn't noticed us, let's just use the return stone to leave. The dragon slowly opened its icy maw, revealing sharp fangs, and a powerful chill burst forth, freezing the surrounding air into crystals. The members of the exploration team felt the cold and began to hesitate, shivering involuntarily. Although the frost dragon was not a monster from the abyss ruins, its S-rank rarity was enough to instill fear. It's just an S-rank monster boss, hardly something to be afraid of. Hua Jianli tightly gripped the azure snake dark sword, casting a cold glance at the people behind him. If you're scared, you can leave at any time. I won't stop you. If you have the guts, step behind me and wait for the treasure chest to open. Then we'll withdraw. Young Master Hua, be careful. Right. With our strength, staying here would only be a burden to you. What luck today, who would have thought we could hitch a ride in the ruins and score a platinum treasure chest? What a steal. Seeing Hua Jianli full of confidence, everyone retreated to a cave in the distant glacier, waiting for him to defeat the boss before coming out for their rewards. Hua Jianli, like Chen Chen, was not accustomed to challenging ruins with a fixed exploration team, but instead followed Gu Qingning to randomly join exploration teams. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, causing the entire ruins to tremble as if the heavens were collapsing. The sound was like the tearing of the earth, capable of ripping everything apart. Then, a cold breath erupted from the frost dragon's mouth, rushing towards Hua Jianli. Poisonous mist. Faced with this sudden attack, Hua Jianli showed no signs of panic. Holding the poison-coated azure snake dark sword, his long hair flowed in the cold wind. Hua Jianli wore a pair of exquisite glasses, the lenses reflecting the figure of the frost dragon, giving off an air of refinement. However, when his gaze fell upon the frost giant dragon, it instantly turned sharp and cold, piercing like ice. He smiled lightly, wielding the azure serpent dark sword in his hand, and a wave of poisonous miasma spread out in an instant. This miasma was a deep green, exuding a strong foul odor, dissolving upon contact, as if it could corrode everything. The icy breath of the frost giant dragon clashed violently with the miasma in the air, producing a harsh grinding sound. The bone-chilling icy breath attempted to freeze the miasma, but the miasma stubbornly resisted, continuously eroding the power of the icy breath. Ultimately, with a loud roar, the icy breath was completely countered by the miasma, dissipating into the air. As a Platinum Tier 5 powerhouse, not only did he possess an SS-level talent, but he also wielded an S-level spirit weapon. Hua Jianli didn't need any flashy maneuvers, relying solely on his raw strength, he withstood the frost giant dragon's attack. Hell Acid Rain. Hua Jianli pointed his sword at the sky. Suddenly, a green cloud appeared above the frost giant dragon, emanating a strange aura. Under Hua Jianli's control, the green cloud began to condense into burning raindrops, pouring down upon the frost giant dragon. Each raindrop contained a strong fire poison attribute, and upon touching the frost giant dragon, it would immediately cause corrosion and burning. Roar! The frost giant dragon was struck by the raindrops with fire poison attributes, letting out an even more mournful roar. The reason Hua Jianli's poison attribute damage was so immense was thanks to Gu Qingning. Azure Serpent Dark Sword, S-level poison attribute skill damage plus 80%, all continuous damage plus 80%, all continuous damage dealt will be converted into the user's health. Gu Qingning's attributes not only significantly increased poison attribute damage but also provided a healing effect, making it extremely powerful. Moreover, the burning from the fire attribute was also continuous damage, which could be enhanced by the Azure Serpent Dark Sword. This meant that Hua Jianli's Hell Acid Rain could benefit from Gu Qingning's double bonus, and the frost giant dragon would only suffer a slow death in such an environment while fighting Hua Jianli. Furthermore, fire and ice were opposing attributes. Immediately, with a series of sharp sword energies in hand, Hua Jianli engaged in close combat with the frost giant dragon. The frost giant dragon, now afflicted by fire poison, had lost its initial vigor, and after several minutes of battle, it finally fell amidst the poisonous rain. The frost giant dragon has been defeated. As expected of young Master Hua, no need for support or a frontline tank to take damage, he soloed the boss. This is fantastic, we can also get a share today. It really proves that old saying, good fighting is not as good positioning. This is the first time I've cleared a relic so easily. As the giant dragon crashed to the ground, the relic's teleportation portal opened, and the exploration team, which had been hiding in the glacier, hurried over, ready to open a wave of completion chests. Ahaha, I got a B-level equipment. Damn, is luck this good? Bro, crap, another magic crystal stone, why is my luck so bad? Stop complaining, isn't free stuff good? We didn't put in any effort, just consider it a pickup. Everyone opened their completion chests, some found invaluable equipment, while others received just a few thousand magic crystal stones. But regardless of the rewards, for the extremely challenging platinum relic, they were all quite good. You even got a piece of equipment. You guys are lucky, huh? It was worth bringing you along. Hua Jianli walked up to everyone, looking at the treasures they had opened, and a hint of coldness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Poison Devour. In front of the brilliantly shining chests, a cold light flickered in Hua Jianli's eyes as he suddenly struck, instantly killing the other team members nearby. At this moment, the members of the exploration team, who had been immersed in the joy of success, were all faces of shock and confusion. Their bodies were stiff, their eyes wide open, clearly unable to accept this cruel reality. Ah, why? Hua Xiao? One person let out a desperate scream. Damn it, this poison's damage is too high. Another person fell into a pool of blood, experiencing for the first time such high poison damage. This was not just continuous damage, it was outright explosive damage. No way, even a third-grade detox pill can't purify this poison. Another person writhed in pain on the ground, his detox pill having no effect on this toxic gas. Hua Shao, we are just a bunch of ordinary demon hunters, why did you have to resort to such poison? The last person looked at Hua Jianli, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. However, Hua Jianli merely cast them a cold glance, then turned indifferently to walk towards their treasure chest and spatial ring. Ha! You are just toys to pass my boring time. Hua Jianli sneered. He had never intended to leave any survivors. Although these items meant nothing to him, they could be tossed into the family warehouse for other awakened members of the Hua family to use. After all, Hua Jianzhou's influence in the Hua family was too high right now. If he didn't do something, he would be completely overshadowed by that woman. After taking all the items and rewards, Hua Jianli finally left the ruins with satisfaction. Young master, hurry back to Jinghai City, something big has happened in the Hua family. As soon as Hua Jianli emerged from the ruins, an elder of the Hua family, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately reported. What happened? Upon hearing this news, Hua Jianli's expression became serious. After battling in the ruins for several days and nights, he was still unaware of the recent events in Jinghai. Hearing that something had happened to the family, Hua Jianli felt a wave of worry, thinking, could it be that Hua Jianzhou has caused another big commotion? If Hua Jianzhou makes another outstanding contribution to the Hua family, he, the apparent heir, could very well be removed at any time. The situation is like this. The family elder reported truthfully. What? Upon hearing that the Hua family's assets were being swallowed up due to Hua Jianzhou's recklessness, Hua Jianli did not show any signs of worry. Instead, he burst into wild laughter. Huazhou, you finally got yourself into trouble. Well done. She actually killed Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen. I wonder how father will cover for her this time. Although this incident dealt a heavy blow to the Hua family, it was indeed a good thing for Hua Jianli. After all, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Hua family was under the watchful eye of the security bureau, they would not fall from the pedestal of the first family. In contrast, Hua Jianzhou, who had caused such a commotion, would definitely face severe punishment this time. If Su Tingshan held on to this matter, Hua Jianli could even take the opportunity to eliminate this competitor. Husband, let's return to Jinghai right now and add fuel to the fire for Su Tingshan. Let the security bureau completely take care of Huazhou. Gu Qingning also laughed uncontrollably upon hearing this news. For her, the interests of the Hua family were not important at all. What mattered was that the Hua Jianli she relied on must become the next family head. If Hua Jianzhou successfully ascended to the position of family head, she would definitely find ways to target Hua Jianli. At that time, staying by Hua Jianli's side would be dangerous. If that day really came, Gu Qingning would not hesitate to leave this useless Hua Jianli. That's right, Su Tingshan still doesn't know that this incident was caused by Hua Jianzhou. Father has always favored Huazhou, so he will definitely find a way to protect her. Hua Jianli's gaze gradually turned cold, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Elder, you must let the news out now, so that Su Tingshan knows that this incident was entirely orchestrated by Hua Jianzhou. Remember, it must be done beautifully, leaving no trace. We cannot let father know that the news came from us. Understood, young master. The elder slightly bowed, and before his words fell, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, quickly disappearing from Hua Jianli's sight. I didn't expect the internal strife of the Hua family to be so thrilling. In these days, although Chen Chen had not stepped out of the house, he was well informed. Su Wenwen from the Jinghai Security Bureau had been passing him messages, while Gao Tianxiang had been secretly communicating with him. Over the past half-month, Chen Chen was fully aware of everything. He even learned immediately when Hua Jianli and Gu Qingning returned to Jinghai. With the arrival of these two toxic elements, the incident of Hua Jianzhou kidnapping Su Wenwen escalated once again. In order to protect his daughter, Hua Manshan had been trying to mediate, but Su Tingshan's fury was not to be underestimated. If the Hua family did not hand over Hua Jianzhou, the security bureau would not let them off the hook. Meanwhile, Chen Chan remained an outsider. In this half-month, he continuously challenged the ruins, not only elevating his own spiritual power to the peak of silver but also awakening his and Shin Yoyan's talents to S level. Personal talent, Berserker, S level, physical lifesteal 20%, attack speed plus 80%, movement speed plus 80%. For every 1% decrease in health, gain an additional 0.1% physical lifesteal, 1% attack speed, and 1% movement speed. Normal attacks gain the effect of Frenzied Blade. Frenzied Blade, after attacking, a shadow clone will be created, allowing for another attack. Shin Yoyan's talent, Infinite Under the Moon, S level. Attacks add 80% light attribute damage and 80% true damage. All attacks have a chance to inflict the Holy Judgment effect. 1% for 8x crit, 3% for 5x crit, 10% for 3x crit, 30% for 8x crit. All crit damage is true damage. Moreover, Infinite Under the Moon can transform into any weapon form. Berserker not only possessed extraordinary speed and sustainability but also became fiercer the lower his health got. Frenzied Blade could produce combo effects, doubling normal attacks. Shin Yoyen's Holy Radiance could transform into any form of light attribute weapon, no longer limited to the shape of a gun. After awakening 3 times in succession, the true crit effect of Holy Judgment reached another peak. It could deal up to 800% true crit damage. The chaos caused by Hua Jianzhou had already given Chen Chen ample room for development. Now, he could begin to counterattack. Inside Gao Tianxiang's private villa, it was still that simple study. At this moment, Chen Chen sat opposite Gao Tianxiang, in the same position as when they first met. Old Mo, this brother snake is your lifesaver. Gao Tianxiang stood up, excitedly introducing Chen Chen to Mo Yen beside him. Snake. Mo Yen still wore the lotus leaf hat, his gaze deep and sharp, like a keen blade, hiding endless coldness and determination. We've met. The boy standing next to Su Tingshan that day was you, right? As expected of old Mo, known as the strongest killer of the powerful guild, I didn't expect you to remember my face in such circumstances. This was not mere politeness, as Chen Chen did not recall Mo Yen having seen him at that time, but now, the fact that the other party could recognize him was indeed astonishing. Face? Mo Yen shook his head. I don't remember what you look like, but I remember your aura. Hearing Mo Yan's words, Chen Chen's heart trembled. The other party distinguished the differences between people not by appearance, but by aura. Your aura, though not strong, is unique and unforgettable to me. Ah, Lao Mo, what you just said gives me the creeps. Being remembered by a killer is not a good thing at all. Chen Chen joked, using this way to ease the unease in his heart. No wonder this guy Mo Yen was classified as a serious criminal by the Security Bureau, he was simply terrifying. Don't worry, little brother. Lao Mo and I are good brothers. You are my esteemed guest, Gao Tianxiang, and a friend of our strong guild. Lao Mo definitely won't have any ill intentions towards you. The blades of our strong guild are all aimed outward. Seeing the atmosphere becoming subtly tense, Gao Tianxiang quickly smoothed things over. Besides, you are Lao Mo's lifesaver, he is grateful to you. After saying this, Gao Tianxiang patted Lao Mo on the shoulder, and only then did the latter manage to force a smile. Brother Snake, great kindness is not to be thanked. You know, I am a killer, and I have nothing to repay you with. I save 1 life, I owe you 10. If anyone troubles you in Jinghai, I will handle it. I accept Lao Mo's goodwill. You don't need to repay those 10 lives, nor do you need to help me take anyone down. Just remember that I saved you. Chen Chen raised a cup of hot tea to Mo Yen and said, in the world of Jianghu, it's not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Mo Yen nodded, and a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. His gaze was no longer as cold as before, it had gained a touch of humanity. Having been around Gao Tianxiang for a long time, Mo Yen had only encountered profit-driven businessmen. He initially thought that Chen Chen saving him was merely a business transaction between his boss Gao Tianxiang and Chen Chen. But now it seemed that was not the case. At this moment, Chen Chen was also very clear that if you let a killer repay a favor, it could be a very dangerous thing. Gao Tianxiang's earlier words were quite clear. The blades of the strong guild are all aimed outward. He was now a distinguished guest of the strong guild, so he could naturally rest easy. It seemed to reassure him, but the underlying meaning was that if he were to become an enemy of the strong guild in the future, he would need to be cautious. Moreover, as a professional killer, how could Mo Yen expose his exceptional judgment? A killer not only needs sharp vision but also needs to know how to hide himself. Therefore, the words that made Chen Chen feel wary were actually a preemptive suggestion from Gao Tianxiang. This old fox has some tricks up his sleeve. Little brother, this time, you not only helped our strong guild resolve a crisis but also helped me, Gao Tianxiang, see so many assets from the Hua family. Most importantly, you helped us rescue Lao Mo. Tell me, how should I repay you? Gao Tianxiang said gratefully. Although he was cunning, this time, Gao Tianxiang truly admired Chen Chen. He had been in a fierce struggle with the Hua family in Jinghai City for over a decade, always being completely crushed by them, but Chen Chen's appearance had completely broken this situation. Especially with the matter of Lao Mo, Chen Chen handled it beautifully. Su Tingshan thought he could use a fake Mo Yen to exchange for a fake Su Wenwen, and he executed it flawlessly. However, Chen Chen had already seen through Su Tingshan's plan when he discovered the 2 identical armored vehicles. During his interactions with Su Tingshan, Chen Chen secretly copied Su Tingshan's genetic sequence using his cloning ability, all while the security bureau was almost fully mobilized. Chen Chen used the fake Su Tingshan to coordinate with Gao Tianxiang's subordinates, Wang Xiaolong and Wang Xiuhu, to pull off a switcheroo with Moen in prison. Without losing a single soldier, he successfully extracted someone from the prison of the security bureau. Until now, Su Tingshan still believed that the Hua family had secretly done something to eliminate Moen. However, the real Moen was in Gao Tianxiang's private villa, having tea with Chen Chen. What does Boss Gao think? How should I be thanked appropriately? When it came to discussing the price, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. Moreover, if he were to appear completely indifferent at this moment, Gao Tianxiang would feel uneasy. A person who helps you for no reason and asks for nothing in return would keep Gao Tianxiang awake at night, constantly wondering what Chen Chen's true intentions were. Then it depends on what you need, little brother. I want to become a shareholder of the Qiangxing Guild, to cooperate with Boss Gao long-term, and completely bring down the Hua family. I have connections in the security bureau, and I believe Boss Gao has already seen that. With our inside and outside cooperation, I guarantee the Qiangxing Guild can become the dominant force in Jinghai. Good. Seeing Chen Chen so straightforward, Gao Tianxiang agreed without hesitation. He wasn't afraid of Chen Chen being greedy, he was afraid of Chen Chen wanting nothing at all. Most of the shares of the Qiangxing Guild are in my and your sister-in-law's hands. I have 50%, she has 40%, and the remaining 10% belongs to other shareholders. Just tell me how much you want. Gao Tianxiang was quite direct. Although he was cunning, he genuinely wanted to cooperate with Chen Chen. After all, if it weren't for Chen Chen's appearance, the Qiangxing Guild would have been in a very dangerous situation. Now, the entire industry of the Qiangxing Guild had doubled, all thanks to Chen Chen. As for me, I have no money and no connections. Boss Gao, just give me the percentage of shares you think my contributions to the Qiangxing Guild are worth. Chen Chen didn't like to ask for an exorbitant price, he also wanted to see Gao Tianxiang's sincerity. His goal was to bring down the Hua family, and in Jinghai, there were many potential partners, not just Gao Tianxiang. I'll offer 20%, your sister-in-law will offer 10%, a total of 30% of the shares, how about that? Gao Tianxiang placed the already drafted contract in front of Chen Chen, showing ample sincerity. If Chen Chen signed this contract, the situation of the Qiangxing Guild would change to Gao Tianxiang 30%, Chen Chen 30%, you shooting 30%, and other minor shareholders 10%, directly creating a tripartite balance of power. However, the Qiangxing Guild would still be under Gao Tianxiang's control, as he and you shooting together held 60% of the shares. Even so, this was already very sincere from Gao Tianxiang's perspective. Deal. Chen Chen readily signed the contract with the name Snek. This name was not entirely fictional, he had already created this false identity through Su Wenwen's connections. Snek and Christina were now real people. Since Boss Gao is so sincere, as a major shareholder of the Qiangxing Guild, let me present a grand gift to the guild. Chen Chen smiled lightly and then unfolded his upcoming plan. Now the security bureau has firmly targeted the Hua family. Originally, Su Tingshan didn't know that these matters were instigated by Hua Jianzhou. In fact, as long as the Hua family casually handed over someone, they could temporarily quell Su Tingshan's anger. But at this moment, the Hua family's eldest son, Hua Jianli, just happened to return and directly sold out Hua Jianzhou, clearly intending to completely eliminate his competition. However, the old man of the Hua family is indeed stable, even though Su Tingshan is furious, he refuses to hand anyone over. At this time, the Hua family will definitely arrange for Hua Jianzhou to escape. We need to find her and take her out. After hearing Chen Chen's plan, Gao Tianxiang couldn't help but frown slightly. You mean to let old Mo take action and directly eliminate Hua Jianzhou? Gao Tianxiang did not agree with Chen Chen's idea. For the Qiangxing Guild, directly eliminating Hua Jianzhou is not a wise move. The longer this matter drags on, the more furious Su Tingshan will become, allowing the Qiangxing Guild to gain more benefits in Jinghai City. Killing Hua Jianzhou serves no purpose. After all, if she dies, the only remaining prodigy of the Hua family will be Hua Jianli. Without internal strife, the Hua family will unite, making them even harder to deal with. Even if Hua Jianzhou runs away, she will definitely have many elders from the Hua family protecting her. I can't guarantee a successful assassination, old Mo thought to himself, lacking confidence in this plan. Moreover, old Mo had just come out of the security bureau's prison, and if he were too active in Jinghai, it might attract big trouble. No, I think you misunderstood, Chen Chen interrupted Gao Tianxiang and old Mo, his eyes filled with confidence. I believe that in this situation, the best way for Hua Jianzhou to escape is to hide in the ruins. You help me secretly gather intelligence to find out where she is hiding, and I'll go in and take her out. In the ruins, Gao Tianxiang suddenly realized, feeling that this young man before him was quite terrifying for thinking of this layer. You want to assassinate her? Who is Hua Jianzhou? She is the prodigy of the Hua family, only 19 years old, but she has already reached the peak of the Golden Realm. How easy do you think it is to go into the ruins and assassinate her? Although old Mo found Chen Chen's idea very clever, he still thought it would be very difficult to implement. Don't worry about that. Just help me find her hiding place. Chen Chen's smile grew more confident. After all, Hua Jianzhou was just an S-rank spiritual weapon. And he, Chen Chen, possessed S-rank talent, S-rank spiritual weapons, and S+ rank spiritual weapons. Coupled with the twin spiritual weapons, Angel's Wings and Fallen Angel's Wings, he could easily handle Hua Jianzhou. However, Chen Chen currently only had the strength of a silver peak, so during the time Gao Tianxiang found Hua Jianzhou, he needed to raise his spiritual power level a bit more. Since you are so confident, I will take responsibility for finding Hua Jianzhou. Gao Tianxiang agreed to Chen Chen's proposal. Additionally, he wanted to test Chen Chen's own strength. From what he could see, everything Chen Chen had shown so far was merely his strategic judgment and the hidden forces behind him. Gao Tianxiang still knew nothing about Chen Chen's own combat power and talent. Then I'll leave it to you. Chen Chen believed that Gao Tianxiang could handle this matter. Let's call it a day. I need to go back and prepare. As Chen Chen finished discussing the matter and was about to leave, Gao Tianxiang suddenly asked curiously, "Why are you so determined to take out Hua Jianzhou?" Actually, whether or not she is killed is not important for the entire Qianqing Guild. Boss Gao, who do you think would be the biggest suspect if Hua Jianzhou were to die at this time? Gao Tianxiang pondered for a moment. Hua Jianli. Exactly. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I said before, I want to elevate the Qianqing Guild to the top position in Jinghai. Whether Hua Jianzhou lives or dies is irrelevant. My real goal is to bring down the entire Hua family. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Little brother, I'll be waiting outside for your good news. After understanding Chen Chen's thoughts, Gao Tianxiang was completely shocked by his reasoning. Indeed, whether Hua Jianzhou lived or died had no direct impact on the Qianqing Guild. But if this dirty water splashed onto Hua Jianli, the effect would be particularly satisfying. Just imagine, two heirs of a family, one secretly murdered, and the other deeply suspected by the family head. At that time, the entire Hua family would be like a pile of loose sand. Even without the strong guild's intervention, a single touch would shatter it. Boss Gao, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Chen Chen enjoyed working with someone like Gao Tianxiang. As long as he made a move, the other party would understand. Little brother, calling me Boss Gao now feels too distant. Gao Tianxiang was well aware of the terror that this young man possessed. He only wanted to be friends with Chen Chen and never wished to have such an enemy. Brother Gao. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, little brother. Gao Tianxiang personally escorted Chen Chen to the door and even called old Mo to Chen Chen's side. Little brother, didn't you say you had no one around? Old Mo is now your personal bodyguard. You can command him as you wish. Thank you, brother Gao. Chen Chen did not refuse. He indeed had no high-level demon hunters for protection, and old Mo was certainly capable of this job. Old Mo, just protect my safety while following me. No need to act unless absolutely necessary. Understood. With that, old Mo's figure transformed into a shadow, merging into Chen Chen's own shadow. Truly, the strongest assassin of the strong guild, this ability to conceal oneself was indeed impressive. Chen Chen wanted to hunt down Hua Jianzhou in the ruins, and his primary task was to elevate his own realm to gold. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to take down an S-class spirit weapon at the peak of gold. During the past half-month of enhancing his strength, Chen Chen felt that the soul imprisoned by Yoshi was already falling behind the pace. Although the Shadow Maid's spiritual power was the same as Chen Chen's, the talents of people like Luoji and others were simply too lagging. He had to find a way to refresh his batch of shadow servants. Let's start with the people from the Hua family. Chen Chen obtained a list from Gao Tianxiang, detailing the talents of the Hua family's demon hunters. Just these few, their talent seems quite good. After selecting his targets from the list, Chen Chen prepared to take action. Snake, let me handle this. Old Mo, hidden in Chen Chen's shadow, suddenly spoke. Although his body was concealed within Chen Chen's shadow, he could see the people on the list clearly. They were all prominent figures from the Hua family, and assassinating them carried certain risks. No need, old Mo, focus your energy on protecting me. Let me personally take care of these guys. Chen Chen felt as if he were conversing with his own shadow. This sensation was quite peculiar. Currently, the city of Jinghai was rife with undercurrents and constant strife. As long as Hua Manshan did not hand over Hua Jianzhou, the security bureau would not relent. The longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it became for the strong guild. In the dimly lit dock, The night was as dark as ink. Sporadic flames and the sounds of fierce fighting shattered the silence. The strong guild and the Hua family's demon hunters were locked in a life-and-death battle, their figures moving rapidly in the flickering firelight, weapons gleaming with a cold light. Damn it, do these guys from the strong guild really think they are the #1 family in Jinghai? Humph. If it weren't for the security bureau favoring these guys and frequently clearing our businesses, I could wipe them out in no time. Charge. Annihilate these guys. Brother Tua, but the family head has said to take it easy. We can't clash with the strong guild unless absolutely necessary. These little bastards are already shitting on our heads, and it's not absolutely necessary yet? Everyone, charge. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Right. Brother Tua is right. What are we afraid of? Let's take them down first and talk later. Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, do they think we're Hello Kitty? Having been harassed by the strong guild for so long, the people of the Hua family were already furious to the extreme. Although the Hua family was currently under the pressure of Su Ting Mountain, trying to keep their members restrained, they could no longer hold back, charging furiously towards the enemy lines. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and rust, each clash of swords accompanied by sparks flying and the crisp sound of metal striking metal. The demon hunters moved swiftly and ruthlessly, leaving splatters of blood on the dock's wooden planks, a testament to the battle and a mark of lives lost. In this chaotic battlefield, every breath could be the last sigh, and every swing of a weapon could determine life or death. Besides the sounds of combat, the low howling of the sea breeze could be heard, as if mourning the endless slaughter. Sai Huatua. Chen Shen pulled out a list, focusing on the leader of the Hua family amidst the melee. Sai Huatua's hair was slightly graying, casually tied back, and his spirit weapon was a bundle of countless slender silver needles. These silver needles danced in his hands as if alive, capable of stopping the bleeding and healing the severely injured demon hunters in time, while also stimulating the potential of his own side's hunters, allowing them to unleash greater power in battle. Under Sai Huatua's leadership, the Hua family gradually gained a favorable position at the dock. He stood high above, his gaze piercing, observing every subtle change on the battlefield. The silver needles moved according to his will, continuously providing buffs to the Hua family's demon hunters, stabilizing their morale like the stabilizing needle of the sea. It seems the outcome of this battle lies in this man's hands. Chen Chen analyzed the situation while observing from the shadows. Although the Hua family had fewer demon hunters at the dock for various reasons compared to the Prosperous Guild, under Sai Huatua's enhancements, the Prosperous Guild found themselves at a disadvantage. If they could not quickly deal with Sai Huatua, they were very likely to be defeated in this battle. Brother Dao, the brothers can't hold on much longer. What should we do? You, and you come with me. Do you see that person standing on the container? Take him down, or else we will undoubtedly lose. At this moment, Wang Xiaolong, the leader of the Prosperous Guild, also realized this. Wang Xiaolong, known as Brother Dao, along with his brother Wang Xiaovu, was a right-hand man to Gao Tianxiang. A prominent scar ran diagonally from below his left eye to his right cheek, like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, adding a touch of ferocity and mystery to his face. The edges of the scar had long healed, but the harshness and determination it contained were still palpable. This scar was not only a testament to his past but also a symbol of his identity, earning him the nickname Brother Dao within the guild. Brothers, go around and let's take down Sai Huatua together. Wang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with determination. He knew clearly that to achieve victory in this battle, the primary task was to eliminate the doctor known as Sai Huatua. Sai Huatua's healing ability was extremely strong, allowing the enemy's demon hunters to continuously recover from their injuries, becoming an insurmountable obstacle. Wang Xiaolong quickly assembled a capable death squad, each member willing to sacrifice for victory. They tightly surrounded Wang Xiaolong, charging into the enemy ranks like a sharp arrow, directly aiming for Sai Huatua's position. Shockwave. Wang Xiaolong gripped the shimmering, mysterious dragon pattern token in his hand, containing endless power. He took a deep breath, the energy within him began to circulate rapidly. Gathering all his strength, he prepared to unleash a powerful shockwave. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong raised the dragon token high above his head, channeling all his power into his palm. A dazzling wave of energy erupted from his palm, like a raging fire dragon, roaring towards the demon hunters guarding Sai Huatua. The demon hunters guarding Sai Huatua were all defensive-type awakened ones. Upon discovering Wang Xiaolong, they immediately formed a shield formation around Sai Huatua. Although Wang Xiaolong was a platinum-level demon hunter, he still found it impossible to break through the shield formation formed by dozens of people. Boom! His shockwave struck the shield formation, creating a violent explosion that caused the formation to begin to loosen, but he could not break through. Wang Xiaolong, I knew you would come. Sorry, you've fallen into my trap. Sai Huatua was not surprised to see Wang Xiaolong charging from behind. He had long anticipated that Wang Xiaolong would attempt to ambush him. In addition to the defensive type awakened ones forming the shield formation, several combat type awakened ones were lying in ambush nearby. Hearing Sai Huatua's words, Wang Xiaolong's heart sank as he realized he might have truly fallen for the opponent's scheme. He looked around and indeed found several combat type awakened ones silently closing in on him. Sai Huatua, do you think your scheme can trap me? Wang Xiaolong said coldly, today is your day to die. Brothers, kill for me. Holding the dragon pattern token, Wang Xiaolong continuously unleashed powerful energy waves. Even though he was outnumbered, he showed no fear. However, the numbers on Sai Huatua's side were overwhelming. Although Wang Xiaolong broke the shield formation and severely injured Sai Huatua, his own side suffered even greater losses. Sai Huatua, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Wang Xiaolong roared, gathering all his spiritual power into the dragon pattern token, charging towards Sai Huatua with a determination to die. Quick! Stop him! In an instant, Sai Huatua panicked, ordering his subordinates to hold back the fearless Wang Xiaolong while he secretly attempted to escape from behind. In the dimly lit dock warehouse, the lights flickered, casting mottled shadows. The air was thick with the smell of dampness and rust. Sai Huatua, a small leader of the renowned Hua family, was now fleeing like a lost dog. His face was pale, his eyes filled with fear and despair, his clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to his frail body. Sai Huatua kept looking back, and each time he saw Wang Xiaolong's cold, merciless gaze, fear surged in his heart like a tide. It's over, this is a dead end. Sai Huatua despaired as he looked at the passage blocked by debris, his face ashen. Behind him was the bloodthirsty Wang Xiaolong, a healing-type demon hunter, who was utterly powerless to resist. But it seemed that fate was on Sai Huatua's side. At this critical moment, the heavily injured Wang Xiaolong suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and weakness. His body could no longer support him, and after swaying a few times, he fell heavily to the ground. Ha 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 ha, Wang Xiaolong, oh Wang Xiaolong, why did you have to do this? Seeing his opponent fall, Sai Huatua burst into wild laughter, the veins on his frail face bulging. But as he laughed, Sai Huatua's expression suddenly froze. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as a dazzling long sword pierced through him. Hi, hello. Following the voice, Sai Huatua slowly turned his head to see a young man in a black cloak who had appeared behind him without him noticing. Who are you? We have no grievances, why do you want to kill me? Tear. Chen Shen pulled out the light sword that had pierced through Sai Huatua's body. This was a weapon that could take any form, created by Xing Yuyan under the moonlight. Staggering a few steps after being severely injured, Sai Huatua fell into a pool of blood. Chen Shen smiled faintly, I forgot to introduce myself, I am the new major shareholder of the prosperous guild, Snake. Snake. I haven't heard of it. Blood gushed from Sai Huatua's mouth, and he was on the brink of death. I understand now, the family head said. Someone has been pulling strings behind the strong prosperity guild. It turns out, it's you yellow-haired brat. Recently, the actions of the Strong Prosperity Guild had been very unusual, and Hua Manshan had been suspicious all along, wondering if there was someone guiding Gao Tianxiang from behind. He even speculated whether Gao Tianxiang had somehow bribed Su Tingshan. He never expected that the one stirring up trouble behind the Gao family was actually a young boy. Even more unexpectedly, the potential downfall of the Hua family was due to a woman beside Hua Jianli. After eliminating Sai Huatua, Chen Shen slowly walked to Sai Huatua's corpse, took a deep breath, and gently placed his palm over the body. The surrounding dark power gradually converged, causing Chen Shen's palm to emit a faint black light. This black light was not glaring but exuded a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Under the influence of this power, Sai Huatua's corpse began to gradually blur. Bit by bit, every inch of skin, every bone, even the blood and organs within, were being eroded and devoured by this dark power. The entire process resembled a slowly unfolding painting, filled with an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Eventually, Sai Huatua's body completely transformed into a thick black liquid. The black liquid did not dissipate but began to swirl rapidly, as if something was gestating within. In an instant, that massive black liquid began to take shape, and a brand new Sai Huatua gradually emerged from it. His face was identical to the original Sai Huatua, but without contours and entirely black, radiating a dense aura of darkness. Sai Huatua was no longer the living person he once was but had become a shadow servant in Chen Shen's hands. Congratulations, host, the soul of the shadow servant has been successfully imprisoned. Sai Huatua. Talent, A-class, miraculous recovery. Healing amount plus 70%, duration of buff attributes plus 70%. When healing, there is a 21% chance to release twice in a row without consuming spiritual power. Spiritual weapon talent, A-class, Northern Underworld Silver Needle. Buff attribute effect plus 70%. When releasing healing or buff, an additional acupuncture effect will be added, increasing healing effect by 70% and restoring 7% of attack's health per second for 100 seconds. Sidewatuwa was indeed a very strong support, not only with powerful healing effects but also possessing very strong buff attributes. Seeing that Wang Xiaolong was so severely injured, Chen Chen immediately performed a set of acupuncture on him. Brother Dao, are you okay? Brother Dao? Wang Xiaolong groggily woke up from the pool of blood, finding that he was surrounded by brothers from the Strong Prosperity Guild. The Sidewatuwa he had been chasing was nowhere to be seen. When the brothers saw Wang Xiaolong wake up, they quickly helped him up. I'm fine, where's Sidewatuwa? Strangely, Wang Xiaolong felt that he was in good condition, as if he had just taken a comfortable nap on the ground and got up feeling refreshed. We don't know, when we came in, we only saw you lying here. We searched the entire warehouse but found no trace of Sidewatuwa. What about the situation outside? While Wang Xiaolong inquired about the situation at the dock, he dabbed at the blood on the ground. Judging by the degree of blood drying, he should have been unconscious for no more than an hour. Brother Dao, you led the brothers to directly break up Sidewatuwa's formation. The Hua family's soldiers collapsed like a landslide, and at this moment, they have already retreated with scattered awakeners. This dock will now be under our management from now on. The brothers around him were ecstatic, celebrating this hard-won victory. Their triumph meant that the Qianxing Guild had gained another advantage in the struggle against the Hua family, and in Jinghai City, the position of the Hua family's first clan was quietly shaking. That's good. Upon hearing this news, Wang Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Qianxing Guild won, his injuries didn't matter. Let's go. We need to deploy first. Wang Xiaolong was worried that the missing Sidewatuwa might suddenly launch a counterattack. Although he had just woken up from a coma, he had no time to care about his injuries and instead focused on organizing the brothers at the dock. Just as Wang Xiaolong was leaving, he noticed that there were thin silver needles on his body. These silver needles were used for acupuncture, which puzzled Wang Xiaolong. Only Sidewatuwa would use these silver needles. Logically, since he had just fainted, Sidewatuwa had every opportunity to eliminate him. But why did he use the silver needles to save him? Could it be that Sidewatuwa was an undercover agent hidden within the Hua family? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaolong felt a chill run down his back. No wonder Brother Chang was so formidable. It turned out that our Qianxing Guild's influence had already infiltrated the Hua family's inner circle. No wonder we could gain the upper hand in this conflict. In a golden ruin, a towering ancient tree rose high, its branches and leaves dense and layered, almost obscuring the entire sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows and adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to this ancient land. The ground was also covered with various green plants, from low shrubs to tall grass, growing in an orderly manner, forming a sea of green. A gentle breeze blew, causing the trees to sway. We've finally reached the location of the boss. With so many of us, it should be fine, right? But Qing Xiao, isn't our Hua family currently in a fierce battle with the Qianxing Guild? Is it really appropriate for us to explore the ruins? Are you stupid? The old man has already sent his precious daughter to hide in the ruins. Should we be out here fighting for him? I'm not doing that. At this moment, a boy with twin ponytails led a demon hunting team to the center of the ruins. The boy's name was Hua Qing, and he was considered one of the outstanding members of the younger generation of the Hua family, though not from the direct lineage. Hua Qing complained to his subordinates with great dissatisfaction. Oh, your daughter Hua Manshan is flesh and blood, she must be protected. Aren't we all raised by our parents? I actually hope Gao Tianxian completely wipes out the Hua family. With a family like this, we will eventually be treated as cannon fodder. Qing Xiao, you can't say that carelessly. I'm not saying it carelessly. Anyway, if he wants me to take the fall for his daughter, there's no way. I'll just stay in the ruins, keeping my distance, and once the Hua family and the Qianxing Guild finish their fight, I'll go out. Hua Qing had already made plans for what was to come. At that time, whoever wins, I'll side with them. With my A-grade demon hunter talent, I'm not afraid of not doing well. Qing Xiao is wise. If we follow Qing Xiao, we will definitely soar to great heights. The little brothers around him flattered him. After all, no one wanted to fight with others. In chaotic times, survival was the way to go. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the center of the ruins, shaking the ground and mountains. Dust and stones flew, enveloping the entire ancient ruin in a haze. As everyone panicked, a thick green figure suddenly burst out from the ground, breaking through the top of the ruins and revealing its true form. A gigantic, highly toxic vine. The sudden appearance of this vine demon caught all the demon hunters present off guard. Its massive body exceeded anyone's imagination. Its roots were as thick as giant pillars, covered in sharp thorns, resembling a green fortress. Dense leaves grew on the vines, each leaf emitting a chilling light, as if warning every creature that approached it. Charge! With a command from Hua Cheng, the surrounding demon hunters surged forward. They swung their spiritual weapons, hacking at the toxic vine's roots. With each attack, the toxic vine sprayed out green sap. This sap was highly poisonous, capable of inflicting massive ongoing damage and paralyzing the senses of any creature, rendering the demon hunters immobile. The exploration team's initial assault was fierce, quickly severing many of the toxic vine's roots and dealing considerable damage. However, after being poisoned, the entire exploration team fell into a state of lethargy. Oh no, my limbs are starting to fail me. Ugh, I suddenly feel so nauseous. My head hurts so much, I can't even lift my weapon. I'm seeing severe hallucinations, I have no idea where the enemy is. The demon hunters, poisoned, instantly lost their combat ability, bound by the toxic vine's green roots, which acted like tentacles. Dispel! Faced with the near-total annihilation of his team, Hua Cheng, who had been holding back, suddenly waved his staff. A holy light descended upon each teammate, purifying the poison from their bodies in an instant. Once the toxic effects were dispelled, the demon hunters' combat power skyrocketed, and they swiftly severed the roots that had ensnared them, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the boss. Once the toxic vine's poison was countered, it could only be treated like cauliflower by the demon hunters. In less than 10 minutes, under Hua Cheng's leadership, the boss demon was completely defeated. Not bad. Not bad. As expected of the talented youth from the Hua family, your ability to purify debuffs is truly remarkable. Just as the exploration team was preparing to clean up the battlefield, a boy cloaked in black slowly appeared. He clapped his hands and praised Hua Cheng's performance endlessly. Who are you? Hua Cheng glanced at Chen Chen. The other party was draped in a black robe that exuded a strange aura, clearly indicating that he was not a friendly visitor. However, Hua Cheng was not overly concerned. After all, this was a relic of the Golden Realm, and only demon hunters of the Golden Realm or below could enter. With just one person on the other side and a team of demon hunters here, there was no reason to be afraid. Who I am is not important, you just need to know that I greatly admire your abilities. Chen Chen smiled faintly, very satisfied with Hua Cheng's purification effect. After Gu Qingning awakened, the Qing Snake Underworld Sword was enhanced for poison attribute damage and ongoing damage. If he had a shadow servant that could purify these effects, it would be perfect. You are a fan of mine? A narcissistic smile appeared on Hua Qing's face, and he generously said, since you're a fan, you should have come out earlier, I could have let you share a completion treasure chest. No need for the completion treasure chest, I want to borrow something from you. What is it? Your soul, the kind I won't return. As he spoke, Chen Chen conjured a radiant bow and arrow in his hand. After Xin Yuyan awakened to S rank, the Moonlight Infinite had the ability to transform into any form. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Light attribute arrows shot out instantly, heading towards the demon hunters beside Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng was merely a supportive demon hunter with dispelling and purification abilities. Naturally, Chen Chen's target was the demon hunters around him. Get out of the way! Hua Cheng shouted immediately upon realizing something was wrong, but the light arrow shot by Chen Chen was incredibly fast. Before his words had even finished, the 5 demon hunters behind him had already been struck by arrows. Fortunately, they were all gold-tier demon hunters, while Chen Chen was only at the peak of silver. Even if hit by the light arrows, it wouldn't be a big problem. The first to be hit was a sorcerer wielding a staff. As a ranged damage dealer, he was quite fragile. However, after being struck in the chest by Chen Chen's light arrow, he did not suffer serious injuries. Ha! Can't even hurt a mage, turns out he's just a reckless little karami. Seeing this, Hua Cheng had already assessed Chen Chen's spiritual power level. He was either at the first stage of gold or perhaps even below the gold tier. Just moments ago, he had been intimidated by Chen Chen's aura, especially since the Stronghold Guild and the Hua family were currently in a fierce conflict. He thought the other party was a master sent by the Stronghold Guild to assassinate him in the ruins. Now it seemed that the opponent was just a naive rookie. Next to be hit were 2 warriors, and as Hua Cheng expected, under the heavy armor's defense, Chen Chen's light arrows caused little damage. This completely put Hua Cheng at ease. Following that, a tank demon hunter holding a large shield was struck by a light arrow. If it couldn't kill a mage and the warriors could easily withstand the attack, one could imagine how little damage it would do to a tank. Boom! However, what Hua Cheng and the others never expected was that while Chen Chen's light arrow did not inflict much damage on the tank demon hunter, it triggered Xin Youyan's holy judgment effect. A dazzling light suddenly tore through the sky, and a massive holy sword fell like a meteor, striking down fiercely onto the tank demon hunter's head. The attack came with such ferocity and speed that it felt as if time had frozen in that instant. The tank demon hunter, known for his defense, was clad in heavy armor and wielded a massive spirit weapon shield, always serving as the solid backbone of the team. However, this holy sword contained immense power, delivering a true critical hit that ignored defenses. Its damage completely bypassed the tank demon hunter's defenses. Even with his ironclad armor, he was as vulnerable as if he were naked in the face of the true damage from holy judgment. When the holy sword pierced through all of the tank demon hunter's armor, it directly severed his head. One could only say he was unfortunate, having triggered Shin Yoyen's 1% chance of an 8x true critical hit. No matter how thick the tank's blood, it could not withstand such intense true damage. Moreover, the archer demon hunter behind the tank was also struck by a light arrow, triggering the holy judgment effect. Although this arrow had only a 10% chance of a 3x true critical hit, it was still a fatal blow for the fragile archer. Accompanied by a scream, the archer demon hunter fell into a pool of blood. The only downside was that the opponent died too suddenly. He hadn't even developed any killing intent towards Chen Chen before he was gone, so there was no way to absorb his lifespan. However, his main task now was to acquire new shadow servants. As for lifespan, he would think of a way to absorb it later. How is this possible? This guy is clearly just a kid without the gold tier. This scene left Hua Cheng dumbfounded. His legs began to tremble, and he instinctively stepped back. When Chen Chen attacked, he could clearly feel the other party's spiritual power, which was not strong at all. How could he so easily annihilate 2 gold-tier demon hunters? Moreover, one of them was a gold-tier tank. Wasn't this a joke? The most terrifying part was that Chen Chen's attack looked very ordinary, just like a basic attack from an archer. A silver-tier archer, with a single ordinary attack, took down a gold-tier tank demon hunter in an instant? It can only be described as outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Brother, I didn't recognize the mountain. You must be from the Prosperous Guild, right? Seeing how fierce the other party was, Hua Cheng immediately knelt down on the spot. You heard what I said just now, right? Although my surname is Hua, I've long disapproved of Hua Mansion's methods. I've actually wanted to join your Prosperous Guild for a while. How about this? I'll give you some heavy intelligence as a stepping stone for my entry into the Prosperous Guild. Chen Chen initially thought that as a peak silver tier demon hunter, he would have to face an entire elite exploration team of gold tier. Not to mention a fierce battle, at least they would exchange a few blows, right? Who would have thought that as soon as he raised his hand, the other party just knelt down? Shin Yoshi, Senior Chen Chen, this guy is clearly a fence-sitter, you must not fall for his tricks. Chen Chen's tacit understanding with Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi had reached 70%. Besides both ascending to the 700th level in the Divine Ascension and Abyssal Corruption, they had also unlocked the Mind Dialogue feature. This meant that in the future, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi could communicate directly with Chen Chen through the Starry Sea without worrying about their conversations being overheard, thus exposing their identities. Chen Chen, don't worry, I don't even look at trash like this. What heavy intelligence. Tell me. Although he looked down on the person, he could still listen to the intelligence first. Brother, the Hua family has already arranged for Hua Jianzhou to escape, right inside the ruins. If you hand this information over to the security bureau, Su Tingshan definitely won't let it go. Hua Cheng had a fawning expression. Where exactly is Hua Jianzhou hiding? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Although he had already guessed this matter and Gao Tianxiang was investigating, there had been no movement after so many days. If Hua Cheng knew, it would be like finding something without any effort. I'm not sure exactly which ruin, but I can give you a range of places suitable for Hua Jianzhou to hide. Then, Hua Qing crawled over to Chen Chen and unreservedly handed over the addresses of several ruins. Not bad, you kid are quite clever. Of course, there's an old saying in Longwa, CC material Wei Junjie. Hua Cheng smiled, eager to save his own life. The Hua family was currently in a fierce battle with the Prosperous Guild and needed manpower. Hua Qing could be considered an important figure of the younger generation in the Hua family, yet he was hiding in the ruins, barely surviving. You talk so smoothly. Are you trying to take the graduate entrance exam? Chen Chen smiled faintly, but his expression immediately darkened. However, there's another old saying in Longwa, a person without value has only one way to die. A fence-sitter like Hua Qing, as a member of the Hua family, could sell out his own family without any bottom line, so in the future, when the Prosperous Guild encountered enemies, he would not hesitate to turn against them. Since Chen Chen had already obtained what he wanted, it was time to get rid of this guy. Brother? Did you remember it wrong? Which ancient person from Longwa said that? I've never heard of it. Wajiji Shuade. Wajiji Shuade. Brother, this old man doesn't even sound like someone from our Longwa, you must be mistaken. Hua Cheng kept begging for mercy. However, the Moonlight Infinite in Chen Shan's hand had already transformed into a cleaver. With a swift motion, he directly severed the other party's head. Now, Xin Yuyan was like a sharp brilliance, capable of transforming into any shape Chen Shen desired. Chen Shen looked at the Moonlight Infinite in his hand and thought to himself, there have been too many things happening lately, and I've been quite busy. Once I deal with Hua Jianzhou, I must also reshape Xin Yuyan to be like Moonlight Infinite, molding her into the form I desire. Thud! With Hua Cheng's head rolling away, the torso kneeling before Chen Shen also fell completely. How could I possibly be wrong? Wajiji Shuade. It's what I said. If you can't even understand this, you truly deserve to die. Chen Shen shrugged helplessly. The reason he let this guy Hua Qin get close was to wait for him to brew a killing intent, allowing Chen Shen to absorb his lifespan. Who would have thought this useless fool had no backbone at all? Chen Shen was so obvious in playing him, yet this kid didn't even think of a counterattack, all he could think about was begging for mercy. The tank, the archer, and Hua Qing were all dead, leaving only 4 demon hunters in the exploration team. Although Hua Qing was a useless coward, the demon hunters under him were somewhat different. They were the worst of the worst. Big brother, we are just mercenaries hired by Hua Qing. Right. We have no relation to the Hua family, just treat us like nothing and let us go. I heard that the Great Blade of the Prosperous Guild never slays the weak, old, sick, pregnant, or disabled. Seeing that these guys had no backbone at all, Chen Shen was furious. Even if the Great Blade of the Prosperous Guild doesn't slay vulnerable groups, you all have arms and legs, and you can enter the Golden Ruins to cultivate. That has nothing to do with the weak, old, sick, pregnant, or disabled. Chen Shen scolded, wasn't it you who took down the boss demon seed just now? Come on, tell me, who's weak, old, sick, or pregnant can chop down poisonous vines? We're all idiots. I just have innate strength. I don't understand the operation of spiritual power at all. Big brother, your armor isn't as good looking as mine. Idiots, we're all intellectually disabled. We're disabled people. The Great Blade of the Prosperous Guild doesn't slay the weak, old, sick, pregnant, or disabled, so you can't kill us. This line of reasoning was crystal clear. Chen Shen was momentarily dumbfounded. No wonder they were Hua Qing's underlings, you have to admit, they really played the fool convincingly. Alright, since I'm a member of the Prosperous Guild, I can't break the rules of the Prosperous Guild. You can go. Chen Shen waved his hand, letting them leave. Since they had reason and evidence, he couldn't break the rules of the road. After all, as the largest shareholder of the Prosperous Guild, if he didn't follow the rules, how could he gain the trust of others in the future? Principled. Brothers, retreat. Seeing Chen Shen put away the great blade radiating the brilliance of the sun and moon, the underlings immediately prepared to flee. After the boss was defeated, the portal to the ruins had already opened. Now, they just needed to pass through the spatial vortex to successfully return to Blue Star. Deep dive. At the same time, Chen Shen dove in with a gurgle and directly appeared behind everyone. Xin Youyan's Moonlight Infinite had already transformed into a dagger, and Chen Shen moved swiftly, instantly slitting the throats of several people. He had previously upgraded the wall-passing technique obtained from the Desert Merman to S level. Wall-passing technique, C-level enter a 5-second spiritual state, during which you can ignore conventional object collisions, allowing the spirit to pass through living beings, dealing 200% attack damage. CD, 20 seconds. Deep dive, S enter a 30-second deep dive state, allowing you to traverse any material as if it were an ocean, increasing movement speed by 100% and restoring 1% of maximum health per second. CD, 60 seconds. The S-level deep dive had a longer traversal time, although it lacked damage, it provided a high movement speed bonus and recovery ability. Moreover, as a special displacement skill, damage is merely an embellishment. A stronger mechanism would be even more perfect. Cough. Cough. Big brother. You are too careless. It was agreed. The Great Prosperity Guild's big knife does not strike the old, weak, sick, or pregnant. You broke your promise. Ugh. The crowd clutched their necks, blood gushing forth, choking on the plasma, their eyes filled with resentment as they looked at Chen Shen, who had ambushed them from behind. Chen Shen toyed with the moonlight dagger in his hand. The Great Prosperity Guild's big knife indeed does not strike the young and old, but I have a small knife, specifically for dealing with foolish things. Talent, A-class, purification. Success probability of dispelling abnormal states plus 70%, effective dispelling abnormal states plus 70%, after successfully dispelling an abnormal state, immune to that abnormal state for 7 seconds. Spirit weapon talent, A-class, brilliant staff. forms a brilliant halo around oneself. Allies within 5 meters have their spirit recovery speed plus 70%, weapon skill cooldown minus 14%. Although Hua Qing did not have the healing abilities and buff of the legendary healer, her enhanced dispelling and the brilliant halo of the spirit weapon were very powerful. In terms of team effects, Hua Qing was even more outstanding. With the powerful healing from the legendary healer and Hua Qing's purification, Chen Chen now possessed 2 shadow servants with completely different functions. Entering the spatial vortex, Chen Chen returned to Blue Star. Mo Yen, who had been waiting outside the ruins' teleportation portal, once again entered into his shadow. The ruins had boundary restrictions. A Golden Realm ruin could only be entered by awakeners of the Golden Realm or below. Those above the Golden Realm could not enter the ruins of the Golden Realm. The same principle applied to ruins of other levels. It could only be downward compatible, not upward. Old Mo, hand over these ruin locations to Brother Chang and let him help check. Hua Jianjiu was very likely inside. Chen Chen tossed a folded map to the ground, and suddenly, a pitch-black arm extended from his shadow, catching the map. As the arm retracted, the map vanished into the darkness. After receiving the item, Old Mo simply responded, then fell silent. In fact, Chen Chen understood that Gao Tianxiang had Old Mo follow him partly to keep an eye on him. Over the past 2 days, Chen Chen's actions had been under Gao Tianxiang's watchful eye. He not only eliminated the legendary healer but also saved the severely injured Wang Xiaolong, and now he had taken down the timid Hua Qing in the ruins. The ruthlessness of his methods was evident to Old Mo. In Gao Tianxiang's eyes, Chen Chen was not only a super big shot who could navigate both the underworld and the legitimate world, with an immeasurable power background, but also a gifted prodigy. Especially the bizarre shadow servant, Old Mo had witnessed the legendary healer's body being completely devoured by dark power. Moreover, the shadow that formed the legendary healer possessed the same talents and abilities as in life, and even accurately replicated the spirit weapon. This strange and unique ability was something Old Mo had never seen in his life. Although Chen Chen was currently only at the peak of the Silver Realm, as a professional killer, Old Mo was well aware that someone like Chen Chen would undoubtedly become a rare powerhouse in this world in the future. Especially the black robe on Chen Chen, as an awakener of the dark attribute, Old Mo could deeply sense the dark energy emanating from it. It was the purest chaotic power, surpassing all darkness. During the 2 days that Gao Tianxiang investigated Hua Qing's information, he had raised his spirit power realm to the first stage of gold and had taken down a small leader of the Hua family, the demon hunter known as the bull demon Niu Chao. Once again, I have acquired a defensive shadow slave. Talent, A-class, fearless. Can connect with 7 teammates and bear 70% of their damage, but this damage will be reduced by 14%. For every 1% of health lost, the healing effect on oneself increases by 1%. Spirit weapon talent, A-class, Minotaur mask. Damage taken will be converted into a shield at 140%, which can be allocated freely, either to oneself or to teammates. Niu Chao is a fitness fanatic, and after becoming a shadow slave, the muscle lines on his body have become even more pronounced. Coupled with the comically appealing Minotaur mask, he exudes a strong sense of security. His abilities are also incredibly powerful, sharing damage, reducing damage taken, providing healing, and creating group shields. He is practically a super strong frontline tank. With the trio of Sai Huatua, Hua Chang, and Niu Chao gathered, Chen Chen's plan to assassinate Hua Jianjiu is basically ready to be implemented. Although Shin Yoshi's Imperial Demon Armor can already control 4 shadow servants, Chen Chen has only managed to control 3 so far. However, he has long had a target for the last selection. That is the new generation prodigy of the Hua family, the heir to the Hua family, which is Hua Jianjiu herself. Moreover, Gao Tianxiang has lived up to expectations and successfully tracked down Hua Jianjiu's location. At this moment, she is comfortably vacationing by the seaside. Golden ruins, golden beach. In the ruins, sunlight pours down like golden sand, draping this ancient land in a layer of dazzling brilliance. The sand is fine and soft, shimmering with an enticing luster under the sunlight. In the end, the old man softened his heart. I am the most like him when he was young, he would never hand me over. Hua Jianjiu is wearing a tight-fitting swimsuit, her curves accentuated, radiating vitality under the sun. She lies diagonally on the beach, her hands clasped behind her head, eyes slightly closed, enjoying the baptism of sunlight. The sunlight casts a healthy glow on her skin, contrasting sharply with her swimsuit. The sea breeze gently blows, carrying the salty scent of the sea and a faint aroma of algae, lifting Hua Jianjiu's long hair and the ribbons on her swimsuit. Third miss. Just relax and enjoy your vacation here. Once the storm passes, Su Tingshan will calm down. Beside Hua Jianjiu, several muscular men wearing only a pair of shorts are feeding her peeled fruit. Meanwhile, other demon hunters are fighting off the demonic creatures appearing by the seaside, creating conditions for Hua Jianzhou to sunbathe. Those who know the truth understand that Hua Jianzhou is on the run due to serious crimes, while those who don't think she is on vacation. But what Hua Jianzhou doesn't know is that at this moment, a pair of sharp eyes is watching her. What kind of abilities does the young prodigy of the Hua family, an S-class spirit weapon, possess? Chen Shen's lips curled slightly. It's truly something to look forward to. Senior Chen Shen, no peeking. Just as Chen Shen was sizing up Hua Jianzhou, the edge of a black robe blocked his view. Since Hua Jianzhou was in a swimsuit and had a good figure, Yoshi began to feel jealous. Chen Shen gently stroked the restless black robe. Yoshi, don't be mischievous. Our opponent this time is an S-class talent awakener, we must not be careless. Well, fine then. Although somewhat reluctant, Yoshi understood that what lay ahead would likely be a tough battle, so she couldn't afford to be willful. The hunt begins. Dive deep. Chen Shen plunged into the water, directly submerging into the beach. Once in a deep dive state, everything in this world can be perceived by Chen Shen as the ocean, allowing him to swim freely within it. The fruit peeled by Brother Along is the best. Tonight, I won't flip the cards, it'll just be you. At this moment, Hua Jianzhou was still flirting with the muscular men beside her who were peeling fruit for her, completely unaware of the impending danger. Rip! A flash of cold light erupted. Chen Shen, holding a moonlight dagger, leaped out from the sandy ground, aiming directly at Hua Jianzhou's throat. His movements were swift and precise, leaving Hua Jianzhou no chance to react. Ha! By the time Hua Jianzhou sensed something was wrong, Chen Shen's dagger was already less than 1 centimeter from her fair neck. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. At this moment, she had no possibility of dodging. She could only blame her weak counter-surveillance awareness, having lived too leisurely in the ruins, with no sense of crisis whatsoever. Chen Shen's dagger instantly pierced Hua Jianzhou's throat, blood splattering out and staining the sand on the beach. You! Who are you? Hua Jianzhou's terrified gaze was fixed on Chen Shen, her hands tightly covering her gushing neck. Chen Shen did not answer. He reversed the dagger into a machete. With a swift motion, he severed her head. Chen Shen was very clear that she was an S-rank awakener, with an insurmountable gap between her and A-rank. In battles between experts, victory or defeat often hinges on a single thought. He absolutely could not hesitate. Sister Hua. It was only after Hua Jianzhou's head was severed that the surrounding demon hunters noticed Chen Shen's figure and rushed towards him. Those muscular men who had been peeling fruit for Hua Jianzhou were already scared out of their wits, rolling and crawling away on the beach. What the heck? I thought it would be a tough battle. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. So boring. Hua Jianzhou's instant kill by Chen Shen made Yoshi complain. There are still many demon hunters protecting Hua Jianzhou around. We can't let our guard down yet. Xin Yuyan remained as cautious as ever. She reminded Chen Shen to stay alert until the enemy was completely eliminated. These guys pose no threat to me. Chen Shen glanced at the approaching crowd, not taking them seriously at all. He had just instant-killed an S-rank talent like Hua Jianzhou. What were these guys compared to her? This was a relic of the Golden Realm. These guys couldn't possibly exceed that level. Although Chen Shen was only at the first stage of the Golden Realm, with his S+ talents, he was invincible within the same realm. Even in the Platinum Realm, he was still a very strong demon hunter. So no matter how many of them there were, it was of no concern to him. Is that so? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Chen Shen. The tone was mocking, laced with a hint of arrogance. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through Chen Shen's abdomen. A long sword pierced through his lower abdomen, blood gushing out onto the sand. His kidney had been taken. Bear! After ambushing Chen Shen, the person behind him was immediately countered by the black flames of Yoshi's imperial demon armor. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shen pulled his body off the sword and distanced himself from the attacker. Senior Chen Shen, are you okay? Chen, I told you to be careful. You must not let your guard down until the battle is over. Damn! Who just went for my kidney? How cruel! Chen Shen cursed. Since his debut, he had always been the one ambushing others. This was the first time he had been attacked like this, and it was not just physical pain and injury, but also a psychological blow to an old hand. The black flames gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the person who had ambushed Chen Shen. Chen Shen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. The headless woman was none other than Hua Jianzhou, whose head he had just severed with a single strike. Her neck still bore the severed surface from where her head had been cut off under the moonlight, yet her body moved freely, showing no signs of any impact. I've been waiting in the ruins for several days. Why has the one sent to assassinate me only just arrived? At that moment, Hua Jianzhou, lying on a pile of sand, spoke up. It's surprising that it isn't Hua Jianli personally coming after me. It seems I've been underestimated. Although it was unclear why, Hua Jianzhou, despite her head being separate from her body, appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of dying at all. Chen Chen was surrounded by a demon hunting team, and the situation was dire. In contrast, Hua Jianzhou seemed unusually calm. She walked confidently to her head, which had fallen into the gravel, and picked it up. She casually shook the sand off her head as if it were a ball, then reattached it to her neck. The sight was reminiscent of a wind-up doll, extremely bizarre. The reason Chen Chen had been pierced in the kidney by the opponent's sword was precisely because Hua Jianzhou's head was not beside him but rather on the sand dune behind him. From the sound alone, Chen Chen had thought the speaker was far away, not realizing that when Hua Jianzhou spoke, her body was already close to him. Senior Chen Chen, this woman's body is like a puppet, so cool. Chen, this must be Hua Jianzhou's ability. This ability is quite impressive. It's perfect for becoming Young Shi's shadow servant. Chen Chen covered his kidney and immediately summoned Sai Hua Tua and Niu Chao. One stood in front to protect him, while the other quickly stopped his bleeding and healed him. No wonder even young Master Hua and Gao Tianxiang didn't have any intel on your talents. I didn't expect that even with her head and body separated, she could remain unscathed. Truly worthy of being the third miss of the Hua family. Seeing that Hua Jianzhou mistook him for Hua Jianli's subordinate, Chen Chen decided to play along, even adding fuel to the fire, making Hua Jianzhou believe that Hua Jianli was in cahoots with the Changshan Guild. Gao Tianqiang. Upon hearing those three words, Hua Jianzhou was immediately startled. Ever since Hua Jianli returned to Jinghai, Hua Jianzhou knew that he would definitely come to take advantage of her misfortune. She had considered that Hua Jianli might send someone to assassinate her and had been waiting in the ruins for a long time, but she never expected that Hua Jianli would actually collaborate with the Changshan Guild. No wonder my flawless plan was known to Su Tingshan and Gao Tianxiang. It turns out there was a traitor within our Hua family. Upon learning that Hua Jianli had gone to such lengths to bring her down, her eyes filled with disdain. That beast, Hua Jianli, actually collaborated with the Changshan Guild and the Security Bureau to take me down. How despicable. Third miss, you should know where you lost, right? You are just too principled. Ha! Hua Jianzhou laughed in anger. I lost? How could I possibly lose to that petty Hua Jianli? I will capture you alive and bring you before my father, exposing Hua Jianli's true colors. Hua Jianzhou called over a muscular man beside her, and the two immediately formed a temporary contract, then led everyone to charge at Chen Chen. She shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can kill me all by yourself?" Chen Chen, however, calmly spread his black and white wings behind him. After increasing his synergy with Xing Yuyan and Xing Yoshi, the angelic wings and fallen angel wings became even more voluminous than before, resembling a magnificent painting. The angelic wings displayed a pure white color, each feather as pristine as snowflakes, shimmering with a soft glow, as if carrying the blessings and sacred power of the heavenly realm. Their shape was elegant and solemn, exuding a noble and divine aura. In stark contrast were the deep black wings of the fallen angel. These feathers resembled dark clouds in the night sky, embodying thick darkness and power. The edges of their wings flickered with strands of black flame, the shape of fallen angel wings more flamboyant and wild, exuding a sense of rebellion and untamed spirit. When these two pairs of wings spread simultaneously, they intertwined, forming a unique harmony. The black and white colors complemented each other, merging the powers of angels and fallen angels within Chen Chen. Yo! Not bad, you predicted my move. As expected of the third miss of the Hua family, you actually know my next action is to ascend. After having Sai Hua Tua grant him a buff, the black and white wings unfurling from Chen Chen's back resembled two massive scythes, slicing through the boundaries of the sky. Enhanced Silver Needle. Bloodthirsty Silver Needle. Enhanced Silver Needle, a grade can enhance 3 teammates, plus 20% attack, plus 20% defense, lasts 60 seconds. CD, 60 seconds. Bloodthirsty Silver Needle, a great extreme enhancement for 1 teammate, plus 80% attack speed, lasts 10 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. Chen Chen took a deep breath, feeling as if he had merged with the essence of heaven and earth. Then, he suddenly flapped his wings and soared high into the sky. Although the injury on his waist had not yet healed, reducing his health to 70%, his S-grade berserker talent meant that the lower his health, the faster his attack and movement speed became. Therefore, Chen Chen was not in a hurry to restore his health. The less blood, the higher the damage. Moreover, he still had Sai Hua Tua's double buff. At this moment, Hua Jianzhou was filled with questions. She had merely been joking, yet this guy was truly ascending, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Berserk Blade. Chen Chen activated the Berserk talent's Berserk Blade state, a golden longbow gradually taking shape in his hands. The infinite light under the moon was dazzling, as if it gathered all the light and sacred power of heaven and earth. Chen Chen gripped the bow tightly, aiming the arrowhead at the demon hunting team on the ground. He drew the longbow, and the golden arrow instantly gathered. Whoosh! 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 The arrows traced a brilliant golden arc in the air, shooting down towards the ground with the force of thunder. The high attack speed of the berserker, combined with the characteristic of increased speed to lower his health, along with Sai Huatua's attack speed buff, meant that even without using any martial skills, Chen Chen's holy arrows fell like rain. Moreover, after each attack, his body would create an afterimage, replicating his actions to attack again, effectively triggering a combo effect with every strike. Additionally, the afterimages created by the berserk blade would inherit 100% of Chen Chen's attack, doubling his combat power. Faced with the rain of golden arrows shot by Chen Chen, the members of the demon hunting team on the ground were momentarily frozen, their faces filled with shock and fear. These warriors, who usually commanded respect on the battlefield, were now as if frozen in place, completely unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. What is this power? One of the demon hunters asked, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with fear of the unknown. Run! This is not something we can handle. Another demon hunter snapped back to reality, shouting loudly, trying to pull his companions away from this deadly range. Isn't it? Is this really a relic of the Golden Realm? Until Chen Shen's arrows fell, everyone still couldn't believe what was happening. Chen Shen's strength had completely surpassed their understanding. They felt like weak ants, devoid of any thought of resistance. In this chaos, the fear in the hearts of the demon hunting team members reached its peak. They began to curse, scream, and shove each other, desperately trying to find a glimmer of hope for survival in this deadly battlefield. As the rain of arrows fell, all the demon hunters on the ground were shot to pieces, including Aaron, who was contracted by Hua Jinjiu. The Awaken 1XXX, who harbored killing intent towards you, has been killed. The host gains a base lifespan of 252 years, with a 170% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 428 years of lifespan. The Awaken 1XXX, who harbored killing intent towards you, has been killed. The host gains a base lifespan of 212 years, with a 160% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 339 years of lifespan. The Awaken 1XXX, who harbored killing intent towards you, has been killed. The host gains a base lifespan of 200 years, with a 180% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 360 years of lifespan. Current remaining lifespan of the host, 8,066 years. After killing a number of gold-tier demon hunters, Chen Chen's lifespan directly increased by over 4,000 years. The 100% lifespan absorption combined with the additional bonuses from his level made killing demon hunters who harbored killing intent towards him much more rewarding than killing demon species. Is the entire army wiped out? Seeing that there was no movement on the beach, Chen Chen slowly descended to a lower altitude. However, he did not let his guard down, because among all the names on the lifespan absorption list, there was no mention of Hua Jinjiu. This indicated that the other party was not dead yet. Stop pretending. I know you're still alive. Chen Chen glanced at the muscular Aaron, contracted by Hua Jinjiu. Even though the other party was filled with his light arrows, he could still clearly sense the life force of the other. Realizing that his disguise had been seen through, Aaron's hand instinctively moved slightly. Aaron, don't move, this guy is testing us. At this moment, Hua Jinjiu, transformed into a spirit weapon state, had become an earring hanging from Aaron's ear. Rebirth Cross Pendant, S-rank attack power plus 80%, vitality plus 80%, has a 100% chance to resurrect after the host and contracted demon hunter are killed, and upon resurrection, all attributes are enhanced by plus 20%, stackable, lasting 60 seconds, cannot be cleared. Each resurrection halves the chance of the next resurrection. Probability resets after 24 hours. Sister Hua, this guy is just too fierce, we are no match for him at all. After witnessing Chen Chen's strength, Aaron had long lost the will to fight. Even though he was barely surviving under Hua Jianzhou's talent ability, the gap in strength was too great. They were simply no match for Chen Chen. Hua Jianzhou also began to ponder, this guy wears a mask, and I have no idea who he is, possessing such powerful light attribute attacks and flying abilities, it's simply against the heavens. Before encountering Chen Chen, Hua Jianzhou considered herself invincible in the ruins. After all, her rebirth ability was extremely terrifying, not only starting with a 100% chance of rebirth but also gaining all attribute bonuses upon resurrection. One person was equivalent to having several lives, and the stronger she became with each resurrection. As long as luck was on her side, not to mention platinum, even a diamond-tier assassin would be no match for her. After her first death, Hua Jianzhou's attributes had already been enhanced, and with Aaron's physical body to shield her, she did not suffer much damage, so she did not trigger a second death. However, Aaron had died once. Now, both Hua Jianzhou and her contracted partner had each died once. The probability of their next resurrection would be halved, meaning if they were killed by Chen Chen again, they would only have a 50% chance of resurrecting. Sister Hua, we should think of a way to retreat quickly. No, we have now gained a 20% boost to all attributes. As soon as that kid gets close, you can unleash your ultimate move to take him down. Even if you get killed, it doesn't matter, I have a 100% resurrection ability, and after being revived, I can gain an additional 20% to all attributes, which can stack infinitely. The more you die, the stronger you become. He is no match for us. Hua Jianzhou's ability has always been a mystery even within the Hua family. Apart from herself, only the family head, Hua Manshan, knows. So, Along, like Chen Chen, is witnessing Hua Jianzhou's power for the first time. Although the situation is quite dangerous, Hua Jianzhou is not intimidated. She can deceive Along into fighting for her. As long as Along has good luck and triggers resurrection consecutively, with the high boost to all attributes, even if the opponent is strong, she can still take him down. Sister Hua, your ability is so powerful, why didn't you say so earlier? With Hua Jianzhou's reassurance, Along instantly became fearless. After all, he had just seen Hua Jianzhou's head get chopped off and she was fine, and he himself had been revived by her. He could clearly feel that 20% boost to all attributes. All attributes include life, attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed, which is equivalent to a 100% boost to a single attribute. If he dies again, that's another 100% boost. It's simply terrifying. Of course, the premise is that Along has enough luck. Whoosh! Seeing that Along on the ground was unresponsive, Chen Chen shot another light arrow, targeting the cross pendant on his ear. Roar! Along suddenly threw his head back, letting out a deafening roar from deep within his throat. The roar was like an ancient beast awakening, shaking the heart and even causing the sky to tremble. As the roar echoed, Along's momentum erupted suddenly, surging like a storm. His body began to undergo earth-shattering changes, expanding continuously, becoming exceptionally robust, with muscles as hard as iron, and his skin covered with a thick layer of scales, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. As sharp fangs and claws gradually formed, Along's eyes also became piercing, his pupils narrowing into a fine line, resembling a lizard. Tyrannosaurus Rex, A-class attack plus 70%, defense plus 35%, physical penetration plus 15%, attributes doubled in dragon human form. Chen Chen's arrow was too fast for Along to dodge. He saw Along in dragon human form punch the incoming arrow, directly knocking Chen Chen's light arrow away. Oh, not bad, finally looking like something. Along's resistance gradually excited Chen Chen. Since his talent level had increased, he hadn't encountered an evenly matched opponent in a long time. Roar! Dragon's wing! With a wild roar, Along began to unleash his martial skills. A pair of wings slowly unfolded from his back. Unlike the wings of common birds, these wings resembled the tail of a lizard extending out. The wings displayed a mottled pattern of deep green and earthy brown, resembling the bark and moss of ancient jungles. The membrane was tough and transparent, allowing the dense network of tiny blood vessels within to be seen clearly. Under the sunlight, these blood vessels shimmered with a faint glow, as if containing powerful vitality. After spreading his dragon wings, Along charged towards Chen Chen at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Chen Chen directly transformed Xin Yuyan into a massive shield to block Along's attack. Dragon Explosive Fist. Accompanied by a deafening boom, Along unleashed his ultimate skill in midair, striking heavily against the golden shield held by Chen Chen. Boom! In that instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force, creating invisible cracks and releasing astonishing energy. Along and the reborn cross pendant both have attributes that increase attack power, and his realm was originally above Chen Chen's, just like Hua Jianzhou. This punch, Xin Yuyan simply couldn't withstand. The golden shield trembled under Along's fist, the center caving in. As the impact spread, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from Along and Chen Chen. Wherever the shockwave passed, the air was instantly compressed, forming waves of energy. It stirred up monstrous waves on the sea, the surf rolling and roaring towards the shore. The golden beach trembled under the impact of this shockwave, the waves crashing violently against the sand, sending fine grains flying everywhere. In the face of this immense force, Chen Chen's body was like a hammer swung by a giant, instantly losing control and flying backward at an astonishing speed. Xin Yuyan's golden shield had already shattered under Along's punch, no longer able to provide any protection. the black silk instantly turned into a spider web. Cough. Chen Chen felt a sweetness in his throat, blood gushing from his mouth. His entire body crashed heavily onto the beach like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, the beach seemed to turn into a fragile piece of tofu, unable to withstand the impact of his fall, shattering apart. Boom! A loud explosion erupted on the beach as Chen Chen's body smashed into the sand, grains flying and dust rising. The force of the impact was so strong that a huge pit appeared on the beach, the surrounding sand deformed by the pressure. Chen Chen was deeply embedded in the pit, his body covered by the splattered sand, leaving only a faint outline. Along laughed wildly, "Ha! I thought this kid was tough. Turns out he's nothing but a weakling. Little trash, I'll knock your head crooked with one punch. Ha 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 ha." Although Along's body also suffered from the backlash of the black flames after hitting Chen Chen, it was daytime, and Shin Yoshi's attributes were not strong. Under the protection of dragon scales, the backlash from the black flames did not cause much harm to Along. Shin Yoshi's damage backlash mainly counters multi-hit attacks. For explosive damage like Along's, it didn't seem particularly outstanding. Seeing that there was no movement in the sandpit, Hua Jianzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. The talents of demon hunters and spirit weapons have their specialties. The best combination for a combat-type demon hunter should be an attack talent paired with a defense talent. After all, each demon hunter can only contract one spirit weapon. This guy has such strong output, it's obvious that both his demon hunter and spirit weapon talents are attack types. So, his defense is naturally very weak. Now that he took your killing blow head-on, he should be done for. Although they had achieved a great victory, Along still felt a lingering fear when he thought of the countless light arrows Chen Chen had released at the beginning. He let out a long breath, relieved. Fortunately, this kid was careless. If he had stayed up high and not come down, we really wouldn't have been able to do anything about him. After all, my flying martial arts can't reach that height. Hua Jianzhou added, he's just foolish, clearly a combination of attack talent plus attack talent, and he turned his spirit weapon into a shield, taking our attacks head-on. If he had just retreated to dodge, we would have been in danger. I thought we would have to rely on Sister Hua's infinite rebirth to win, but hey, I was completely overthinking it. Keep my rebirth ability out of your mouth from now on. Besides you, only my father knows about this, got it? Got it. Along immediately slapped himself twice, ingratiatingly saying, "Don't worry, Sister Hua, I will keep this matter under wraps and absolutely won't let you down." The two seemed to have forgotten about Chen Chen, who was buried deep in the sandpit. After all, both sides were well aware of the power of that last strike. A demon hunter at the Golden Realm level could not possibly withstand it without an S-level or higher defensive spirit weapon. Although Chen Chen's spirit weapon could transform and appeared very practical, it was clearly not a defensive type. Therefore, Hua Jianzhou had long since concluded that the opponent was dead. While the two were chatting, a hand suddenly emerged from the sandpit, like a zombie rising from the grave. Chen Chen crawled out of the pit. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he emerged, Chen Chen awkwardly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and quickly called for Sai Huatua to come and heal him. Ha ha, that really hurt. Chen Chen chuckled. Although that punch nearly shattered him, the greater the opponent's power, the more excited he became. Because this proved that he was about to gain a powerful shadow servant. How is this possible? You took my dragon explosive fist head-on and are still alive? Hua Jianzhou looked at Chen Chen in the sandpit, her face filled with disbelief. In fact, Chen Chen was still alive, and he had long since given that information. After all, Sai Huatua and Niu Chao were units he summoned. As long as these two shadow servants did not disappear, it meant Chen Chen was definitely not dead. Sister Hua, what should we do now? Take advantage of his injury and go for the kill. Although Chen Chen was not dead, he was severely injured. Hua Jianzhou decided to press the attack and finish him off. Understood. After learning that Hua Jianzhou had the ability to resurrect infinitely, Along lost all fear of any power. After all, he was immortal and had nothing to fear. In his dragon form, his claws attacked, and Chen Chen quickly had Niu Chao use the Fearless talent to connect with him. Fearless A-level able to connect with 7 teammates and bear 70% of their damage, but this damage will be reduced by 14%. For every 1% decrease in health, the healing effect on oneself increases by plus 1%. This way, 70% of the damage Chen Chen received would be transferred to the shadow servant beside him. Although under the Berserker talent, the less health Chen Chen had, the stronger his combat power became. Along and Hua Jianzhou's combination was extremely aggressive. To avoid being killed outright, it was better to let Niu Chao share some of the damage. The two sides engaged in close combat. Although Along's attack power was strong and had a penetrating effect, Chen Chen's attack speed and movement speed were very fast even when he was low on health. Even in dragon form, Along could not touch him at all. At this moment, the Moonlight Infinite in Chen Shen's hand had transformed into dual blades, constantly maneuvering and slashing fiercely at Along's scales. In the state of frenzied blade, every attack from Chen Shen created a series of afterimages. Along missed hitting Chen Shen and instead received dozens of cuts. In close combat, Along was simply no match for him. The moment the scales were pierced, blood splattered like fine rain. This bright red liquid shimmered with an eerie glow in the night sky, as if containing some mysterious power. As time passed, this blood gradually coalesced into a small red ball, slowly hovering in the air. This small ball seemed to be searching for something. It gently flew to Chen Shen's side and then, in an incredible manner, injected itself into Chen Shen's body. Chen Shen felt a warm current spreading within him, accompanied by a powerful force. The wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The originally deep wounds gradually became blurred, and the pain quickly faded. The S-level Berserker talent also possessed a powerful physical lifesteal effect, and the lower Chen Shen's health, the stronger this effect became. As the two effects balanced each other, Chen Shen's injuries were nearly healed, while Along became the one who was severely injured. Moreover, as time passed in the battle, the full attribute bonus from Hua Jianzhou's resurrection also disappeared. Along's attributes were once again weakened, leaving him vulnerable to Chen Shen's relentless attacks. However, Along showed no signs of fear, charging directly at Chen Shen's dual blades and afterimages, refusing to dodge or evade. This reckless style of play, where he was essentially throwing his life away, meant that even with Chen Shen's speed, he would occasionally land hits on him. In his dragon form, Along's claws not only had immense attack power but also impressive penetration effects, dealing significant damage to Chen Shen with each strike. Yet, this was all within Chen Shen's expectations. By doing so, he could keep his blood limit below 50%, maximizing the potential of his Berserker talent. Moreover, as both sides continued to clash, Shin Yoyen's ascension stacks had accumulated to over 100 layers, and more than 10 heavenly will swords had appeared behind Chen Shen. Shin Yuyen, compatibility 70%, when attacking and hitting an enemy, gain 1 layer of ascension stacks effect, lasting 5 seconds. Each layer of ascension stacks increases attack speed by 1%, stacking up to a maximum of 700 layers. Ascension stacks cannot be cleared. After reaching 100 layers of ascension stacks, for every 10 layers consumed, summon 1 heavenly wheel sword, which deals 100% true damage and ignores all blocks. With the increase in compatibility, the ascension stacks effect could reach a maximum of 700 layers, summoning 70 heavenly wheel swords. Coupled with Shin Yoyen's Holy Judgment's true critical hit effect, once fully stacked, Chen Shen would become an invincible presence. However, the downside of the ascension stacks was that the effect only lasted for 5 seconds. If interrupted, the layers of heavenly will swords would dissipate rapidly. Along's reckless playstyle was essentially providing Chen Shen with a buff like a wooden dummy. RIP. Under Chen Shen's fierce assault, Along was directly bisected. His body bent forward like a broken bamboo, ultimately collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. Blood splattered through the air, staining everything around, and Along's body twitched slightly in the blood, appearing exceptionally tragic. However, under Chen Shen's gaze, Along's waist began to writhe, as if the crushed clay was being reshaped. The rebirth cross pendant triggered resurrection. All attributes increased by 20%, having resurrected twice, the next resurrection probability is 25%. Along's severed muscles and blood vessels healed at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his original state. Fully resurrected again? Chen Shen frowned slightly. To be honest, Along's full resurrection surprised him. He was unaware of the detailed attributes of the rebirth cross pendant and began to ponder what exactly triggered Hua Jianzhou's abilities. Meanwhile, Hua Jianzhou was feeling the same way as Chen Shen. She never expected Chen Shen to be so persistent. In close combat, Along had no chance of winning. If this continued, even with his immortality, he would still be no match for Chen Shen. Heavenly Wheel Sword. For a moment, Chen Shen couldn't think of how Hua Jianzhou's resurrection was triggered, so he decided to kill him again. Chen Shen moved, unleashing the ultimate technique of ascension stacks, and the more than 10 heavenly will swords behind him formed a steel wing that instantly unfolded. The sword hilts glimmered like dense arrows, weaving into an incredibly sharp sword net. The heavenly will sword shot towards the just resurrected Along, the sword light flashing as if it were slicing the surrounding light into fragments, filling the air with a strong sense of slaughter. The sword net poured down like a torrential rain, with each sword hilt containing astonishing power. While continuously dealing massive damage to Along, it also triggered various multipliers of Holy Judgment. As beams of Holy Judgment fell, the recently resurrected Along once again collapsed into a pool of blood. Ah ha 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 ha. However, Along made a comeback, like an unkillable cockroach, fully revived once again. The rebirth cross pendant triggered resurrection. All attributes increased by 20%, having revived 3 times, the probability of the next resurrection is 12.5%. To be fair, Along's luck is truly off the charts. A 1 in 4 chance, and he hit the jackpot again. Moreover, having revived twice in a row, the all attribute increase from the rebirth cross pendant stacked together, and this all attribute enhancement is not additive but multiplicative. 2 times 20% equals 44%. Hey, don't you understand yet? I'm invincible, stop your futile struggles and surrender quickly. Along laughed wildly. In his dragon form, he exuded a beastly cruelty and wildness, his sharp teeth like blades, filled with provocation. The main reason was the lies of Hua Jianzhou, which gave Along boundless confidence. The current Along was even more arrogant than Chen Chen. He had become immortal. If he didn't act arrogantly, who would? In contrast, Chen Chen appeared somewhat wary, as his opponent revived fully time and again, with each resurrection enhancing attributes, making him mistakenly believe that his method of killing was flawed. Roar! Along charged forward again, wanting to engage Chen Chen in direct combat. At this moment, Chen Chen no longer faced him head-on but sought to uncover the secret behind Along's resurrection through constant tugging. Sometimes, it's like this, cleverness can backfire, and Chen Chen was not truly a deity. He wanted to find the optimal solution, but in reality, his opponent was just a reckless man relying solely on luck. Shadow Servant. First, Chen Chen noticed that Along became even fiercer after reviving. So, he summoned Hua Qing, attempting to use Dispel to remove Along's buff effects after resurrection. Dispel! In the Shadow Servant state, Hua Qing waved the glorious staff. A pure dispelling light fell upon Along, trying to eliminate the buff effects on him. Hua Qing could not only purify the status of teammates but also dispel the enhancements on opponents. Purification failed. However, the resurrection buff triggered by Hua Jianzhou, like Chen Chen's ascension effect, could not be dispelled. With 44% all attribute increase, Along still charged fiercely, while the increasingly cautious Chen Chen was pushed back step by step. Hua Qing. As a young prodigy of the Hua family, Hua Jianzhou recognized her at a glance. Although Along had the upper hand at this moment, the main reason was that Chen Chen was trying to figure out the resurrection pattern of Hua Jianzhou. In fact, Chen Chen still had 3 super powerful shadow servants. In contrast, Hua Jianzhou's exploration team had been completely wiped out, and the initiative on the battlefield was definitely still in Chen Chen's hands. Niu Chao. Sai Huatua. After recognizing Hua Qing, Hua Jianzhou looked at the other 2 shadows and deduced their identities. I was wondering why the shadows you summoned looked so familiar. They are all strong members of our Hua family. Since Hua Jianzhou recognized them, Chen Chen decided to play along and said, "Ha, as the young master of the Hua family, isn't it easy for you to bring over a few strong members' genes from the Hua family?" Hua Jianzhou, who had been in the ruins, did not know that the 3 people Chen Chen summoned had all perished some time ago. "No wonder you knew my hiding place, it was Hua Qing who told you, right?" Hua Jianzhou's words were filled with anger. Although she enjoyed schemes and relished the feeling of stirring up turmoil among the major powers, she understood that in war, deception was essential, and one could go to any lengths to achieve their goals. But even with all her means, Hua Jianzhou had never considered betraying the Hua family. Looking back at Hua Jianli, he repeatedly touched her bottom line. At this moment, Hua Jianzhou had made up her mind that if she could survive this time, the first person she would eliminate would be that petty Hua Jianli. But she never expected that while Hua Jianli was indeed a petty person, these matters were not really related to him. It was Hua Ping who said it, Chen Chen admitted generously. Hua Jianzhou was indeed clever and guessed it right away. "Along, let's stop for a moment. I want to talk to this brother." Hua Jianzhou called for Along to halt his actions. She decided to solve the current problem using the methods of a smart person. Chen Chen shrugged, "Let's talk." He wanted to observe more and see if there was any pattern to Hua Jianzhou's revival. "What benefits did Hua Jianli give you?" "I'll give you double." "No. I'll give you triple." Hua Jianzhou got straight to the point. She knew well that in this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If she could sway Chen Chen, with such a super strong ally, how could she not deal with that scoundrel Hua Jianli? Does the third miss mean to buy me off? If that's the case, I advise the third miss to save her breath. I'm brothers with Hua Jianli. Chen Chen smiled lightly. "Let me put it this way, although I work for Hua Jianli, when he sees me, he has to respectfully call me senior." Chen Chen wasn't lying. From a certain perspective, he was indeed Hua Jianli's senior brother. He had unlocked the levels that Hua Jianli was currently passing through years ago. A person like you still has brothers? Tell me, how many magic crystals does Hua Jianli give you in a month? Hua Jianzhou scoffed. In her eyes, above all interests, brotherly feelings? It was merely a bargaining chip for Chen Chen to ask for a sky-high price. The third miss has misunderstood. I and Hua Jianli are like blood brothers, dear friends. How about this? As long as you support me to become the head of the Hua family, I will give you 40% of the Hua family's dividends, and during the time you support me, your salary will be settled daily. After saying this, Hua Jianjiu directly released her fusion state with Along. Dressed in a swimsuit, she flirted with Chen Chen while posing alluringly. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Daily settlement? What does that mean? Daily settlement means one day, one settlement. Was I not clear enough? The corners of Hua Jianjiu's mouth lifted slightly, sketching a faintly elegant and charming smile. Her flirtatious gaze roamed over Chen Chen, and even with just a brief contact, Hua Jianjiu was captivated by his words and actions. The man before her exuded an overwhelming aura. As the strongest prodigy among the younger generation of the Hua family, Hua Jianjiu had never felt this way before. Throughout her life, all the men who pursued her, whether in strength or strategy, were far inferior to her. This gradually formed an illusion in Hua Jianjiu's mind that men were merely tools to be utilized. No man had ever given her a sense of reliance. Until Chen Chen's appearance made Hua Jianjiu suddenly want to engage in a profound exchange with him. Senior Chen Chen, kill this monster for me. Seeing this, Shin Yoshi was the first to oppose. Shin Yuyen, on the other hand, spoke ironically, Chen, I think this Hua Jianjiu is quite good. You two should have a good chat. Ha 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 ha. So that's what daily settlement means. Sorry, but I'm not interested in the third miss at all. In fact, even if Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi didn't speak up, Chen Chen would still have this attitude. Hua Jianjiu couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? You're not interested in women? Hua Jianjiu was an extremely confident person. In terms of strength and charm, she believed she was flawless. When Chen Chen expressed his lack of interest in her, she didn't even consider that it might be her charm that was lacking. Instead, she concluded that Chen Chen simply didn't like women. Third miss, you are indeed an outstanding person, whether it be your looks, aura, or intellect, it's truly admirable. Chen Chen held the Moonlight Infinite in one hand while gently stroking the black robe on his body with the other. But, I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. I just want to be with her forever. Senior Chen Chen. Chun. Chen Chen's sudden confession caught Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi off guard. Although they had long understood each other without words, this was still the first time Chen Chen had revealed his true feelings. Congratulations, host, Shin Yuyen's rapport increased by 10%, current rapport 80%. Congratulations, host, Shin Yoshi's rapport increased by 10%, current rapport 80%. After receiving Chen Chen's warm affection, Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi felt even more in tune with him. Congratulations, host, rapport has reached 80%. The effects of Ascending God and Abyssal Corruption have been enhanced to 800 layers. Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi have gained Spirit Weapon Transformation effect. Spirit Weapon Transformation, Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi can appear in the form of demon hunters, and as the hosts of the demon hunters, they will become the spirit weapons controlled by them. Duration, 5 minutes, CD, 24 hours, already have someone you like? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Chen Chen's childish statement, Hua Jianji couldn't help but burst into laughter. In this world, does it really matter whether you like someone or not? You can't be telling me you still believe in love, right? Yes, I believe. Chen Chen nodded calmly. Love? It's just like the temporary contract between a demon hunter and a spirit weapon, using each other as tools while enjoying pleasure and gaining corresponding benefits. That's the correct way to understand love. In Hua Jianji's eyes, love was merely a bargaining chip for trade. She even saw the past of the other person reflected in Chen Chen's masked eyes. Hey, haven't you been hurt enough by love? If you take it seriously, you're bound to lose. Chen Chen's gaze gradually softened. Yes, he had indeed been battered and bruised in the past for believing in love, but he still believed that it wasn't his fault. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. The wrong ones were those who started something and abandoned it in the end. Believing in love is like having the big and small kings in a deck of cards. If you play one card, it's a joker, but if you combine two, that's a royal flush. Chen Chen's smile grew more confident. If you play 3 cards together, then that's an invincible existence. Ahahaha, have you ever played poker? How could there possibly be 3 kings in a deck? Hua Jianji laughed heartily at Chen Chen's nonsense. But Chen Chen wasn't talking nonsense. Indeed, in a regular deck of cards, there were only 2 kings. However, Chen Chen was the only man in Blue Star with dual spirit weapons. In his deck, there were truly 3 kings. I say there are, so there are. Chen Chen smiled lightly. Spirit weapon transformation. In an instant, as the spiritual energy surged, a sphere of light emerged from Chen Chen's body. The sphere was wrapped in a dazzling array of colors, flowing along the contours of his body like a rainbow. Suddenly, the flowing light changed rapidly, the sphere twisted and stretched, ultimately splitting into two, forming two identical halos. These two figures overlapped, separated by a transparent light membrane, each glowing, perfectly symmetrical like a mirror image. The brilliant sphere resembled two glowing nurseries, nurturing radiant life. Two spheres of light began to stretch and sink, gradually revealing the form of a human girl. Their arms were slender and soft, like newly sprouted buds, brimming with the vitality of life and the delicate beauty of youth. Each finger was meticulously crafted, resembling a sculptor's masterpiece, exuding elegance and grace. The smooth, beautiful legs extended in harmony with the movement of the fingers, slow and graceful, like a lazy yet agile kitten strolling on a rooftop. The exquisite and translucent figure, with its alluring curves, seemed to define the very meaning of perfection. Hua Jianzhou watched as Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi gradually emerged from the spheres of light, her entire being frozen in place. The two sisters were breathtakingly beautiful, instantly shattering her confidence. As the halo faded, Shin Yuyan's silver hair, reminiscent of the Ice Age, and Shin Yoshi's pure black hair flowed freely, their charm reaching its peak. Even Along, who stood beside Hua Jianzhou, was left dumbfounded. To have one such perfect girl appear was already overwhelming, but now there were two. Who could withstand this? Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's appearances were even more exquisite than a painting. One was angelically elegant and pure, while the other was adorably charming like a little devil. Both were clad in the imperial demon armor, wielding the Moonlight Infinite, possessing the talent of a berserker, and capable of inheriting all of Chen Chen's martial skills. This was the effect of the eternal contract, achieved after reaching an 80% compatibility. Although the spirit weapon transformation lasted only 5 minutes, what stood before Hua Jianzhou at this moment were indeed 3 trump cards. Spirit weapon transformation. Hua Jianzhou was utterly stunned by Chen Chen's maneuver. It was known that spirit weapon transformation required a compatibility of 80%, meaning that to achieve such spiritual power, one must at least have a vow contract and fully maximize compatibility. In this fast food era of demon hunters and spirit weapon matchmaking, everyone revered the freedom of temporary contracts. Even the attribute of compatibility had long been forgotten by people. The cost to unlock compatibility was simply too high, and everyone had grown accustomed to experiencing novelty with different people, who would want to waste time on just one. Therefore, the operation of spirit weapon transformation had become extremely rare in Blue Star. Take jinghai, for instance. For hundreds of years, no demon hunter capable of performing spirit weapon transformation had appeared in the entire Jinghai city, let alone two. This was a unique existence for the entire Blue Star. Run! Along, hurry and retreat. This guy is on a completely different level from us. Hua Jianzhou immediately entered a fusion state with Along and began to flee frantically. This was the first time Hua Jianzhou experienced the feeling of being an ordinary person. The gap between her and Chen Chen was akin to the difference between an ordinary sea-level spirit weapon and herself, perhaps even greater. Although Along had little experience and did not understand the value of spirit weapon transformation, it was also the first time he saw Hua Jianzhou display such a timid expression. Along, in his dragon form, quickly burrowed into the sand like a gecko, instantly disappearing into the beach. Senior Chen Chen, sister, leave this bitch and the big lizard to Yoshi. A playful smile appeared on Shin Yoshi's face. Deep dive. She unleashed Chen Chen's martial skill, diving into the water with a gurgle, directly pursuing them. In no time, Shin Yoshi, in her deep dive state, easily caught up with Along, who was digging in the ground. Although Along's earth escape speed was quite fast in dragon form, it was still far behind that of a fish soaring freely in the ocean. Ha! Shin Yoshi transformed the Moonlight Infinite in her hand into a long whip, binding Along's body and throwing him out from underground. Sister, 10 seconds later, at 3 o'clock. Received, Yoshi. At this moment, Shin Yuyan, who had been waiting on the surface for a long time, was already charging her power. She transformed the Moonlight Infinite into a massive bow, even taller than Shin Yuyan herself. Yuyan, is this your first time using the Moonlight Infinite? You haven't controlled the size well. A bow this big, I wouldn't be able to draw it either, Shin kindly reminded her. After all, it was the first time Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi entered battle as demon hunters, and it was normal for them to be unfamiliar with the use of spiritual weapons. Chen, just because you men can't draw the bow doesn't mean we women can't. Shin Yuyan's light laughter echoed in the air, carrying a hint of playfulness and confidence. She shot a glance at Chen Chen. Watch closely, this is what it means to overcome strength with grace. Shin Yoshi stood gracefully within the bow, her hands gently resting on the bowstring. Her elegant figure resembled a swan dancing gracefully on the surface of a lake. Shin Yuyan slowly extended her long, beautiful legs, using gentle strength to pull the bowstring. Her movements were soft yet powerful, and as her body turned and bent, Shin Yoyan's gaze became firm and focused. She aimed at the target ahead, and during the 10 seconds of charging, a brilliant light arrow gradually gathered on the giant longbow. Guillotine. Charge attack. See grade charge for 1 second to gather spiritual power in the spiritual weapon, causing 350% explosive damage. For each additional second of charging, an extra 70% damage can be dealt, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. The longer the charge, the greater the spiritual power consumption. Guillotine, S-grade charge for 1 second to gather spiritual power in the spiritual weapon, causing 500% explosive damage. For each additional second of charging, an extra 100% damage can be dealt, with a maximum charge time of 10 seconds, and after charging for a full 10 seconds, it will also deal execution damage equal to 15% of the target's lost health. CD, 20 seconds. The longer the charge, the greater the spiritual power consumption. Can be cancelled, returning 50% of the spiritual power. Shin Yuyan lightly moved her toes, and the massive light arrow shot out like a meteor rocket. The bowstring released all its stored energy in an instant, accompanied by a deafening sound of the bowstring vibrating. The light arrow sliced through the air, shooting forward at an astonishing speed. In that moment, the entire beach seemed to be shaken by this force. The airflow surged with the light arrow, stirring up waves of sand and dust. The fine sand on the beach was swept up by the strong airflow, forming a deep trench that split the earth in two. At the same time, Along was just bound by Shin Yoshi's lone whip and was thrown directly from the ground. Boom! Just as Along appeared on the ground, the massive light arrow struck his body directly. The sisters' cooperation was extreme and perfect, leaving Along and Hua Jianji with no chance to counter. Shin Yoyan's guillotine instantly killed the two. The fluidity of her movements left Chen Chen in awe. He had never imagined that a bow could be used like this. It was simply a perfect work of art. Have you learned your lesson? Shin Yuyan put away the giant longbow, her eyes slightly raised, as if waiting for Chen Chen's praise. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Chen exclaimed in astonishment while applauding. I've learned my lesson, the bow is drawn well. I really want to try being the one who draws the bow. Shin Yuyan shot Chen Chen a disdainful glance. She had intended to teach him some skills, but unexpectedly, he was only focused on learning knowledge. The Awaken 1A Long, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed. The host gains 2 years of basic lifespan, with a 290% bonus based on their spiritual power level, gaining an additional 5 years of lifespan. Asterisk asterisk winky face. Chen Chen looked puzzled. What the hell is this short-lived ghost? The Awaken 1 Hua Jianji, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been killed. The host gains a base lifespan of 289 years, receives a 300% bonus based on their spiritual power level, and gains an additional 867 years of life. Due to the rarity of their talent, they receive a final bonus of 200%, totaling 2,312 years of lifespan. The host's current remaining lifespan, 10,378 years. Hua Jianjiu wasn't as lucky as Along. With a 50% resurrection probability, the attempt failed, and she was instantly gone. I didn't expect an S-rank talent awakener to have a final bonus based on rarity. It's just too satisfying. Shin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This trip was not in vain. Not only did he gain nearly 10,000 years of lifespan, but he also developed the synergy between Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi to 80%. The ability to transform spiritual weapons was incredibly powerful. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi not only inherited Chen Chen's talents and martial skills but could also simultaneously use Moonlight Infinite and Emperor's Demon Armor. It was like playing Do Diju with someone and suddenly drawing 3 bombs. How could the opponent even play? With the mission completed, Shin Yoshi went directly to the bodies of Hua Jianjiu and Along, turning them into her shadow servants. Rebirth Cross Pendant, S-rank attack plus 80%, vitality plus 80%. After the host and the contracted demon hunter are killed, there is a 100% chance of resurrection, and after resurrection, all attributes are enhanced by plus 20% for 60 seconds. Each resurrection reduces the probability of the next resurrection by half. Probability resets after 24 hours. Tyrannosaurus, A-rank attack plus 70%, defense plus 35%, physical penetration plus 15%. In Dragon Man form, attributes are doubled. Dragon Man state continuously consumes spiritual power. Without a doubt, the combination of Hua Jianjiu and Along is the strongest shadow servant Chen Chen currently possesses, especially Hua Jianjiu's resurrection ability. If luck is on their side, it can sometimes yield unexpected results. Otherwise, with Along's level as a demon hunter, he could never compete with Chen Chen. After seeing the opponent's talent attributes, Chen Chen finally understood the logic behind Hua Jianjiu's resurrection ability. There is no logic. When out in the world, it all depends on luck. Good luck, like along, makes one an immortal war god. Bad luck, like Hua Jianzhou, means one shatters at a touch. Fortunately, there is a guaranteed 100% resurrection, so overall, even among S-rank spiritual weapons, Hua Jianzhou's rebirth cross pendant is a very powerful existence. It's no wonder Hua Manshan, despite the immense pressure, must protect Hua Jianzhou at all costs. With the mission perfectly resolved, all that was left was to wait for Hua Manshan to vent all his anger on Hua Jianli. Chen Shen even took the two sisters and directly cleared the ruins before returning to Blue Star. As a side note, the spiritual power levels of the three also broke through from Gold Stage 1 to Gold Stage 2. With the synergy reaching 80%, Chen Shen's current strength was unmatched, not just in the Gold Realm but even within the Platinum Realm. He could barely contend with a Diamond Realm powerhouse. In fact, Chen Shen could now find a way to kill Hua Jianli and Gu Qingning, but if he did that, it would be too easy for Gu Qingning. At this moment, Chen Shen recalled the words he saw on the stone tablet. Perhaps the twin contract stone was meant to punish those who defy the trials of the love goddess Aphrodite. Senior Chen Shen, you're so annoying. I told you not to mess up my face, my makeup is ruined. Woo 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 Chen, I can't even open my eyes. Chen, you're too amazing, even with all of us sisters together, we can't match you. We admit defeat. Chen Shen was only wearing a pair of shorts. He ventured deep alone, facing two opponents. With two water guns in hand, he unleashed a spiral barrage at Xing Yuyan and Xin Yoshi, who were in swimsuits beside him. At this moment, Chen Shen was like a Marco Polo with full attack speed. A magnificent entrance. The two sisters pouted playfully. After clearing the ruins, Chen Shen didn't rush to leave but instead seized the moment to throw a pool party at the beach ruins. With such good sunshine and sand, it would be a waste not to play around. Today, let you know how powerful your senior is. Hee hee hee. Chen Shen laughed heartily, showing no signs of stopping as he continuously fired his water gun. Xing Yuyan and Xin Yoshi didn't dare to back down and picked up their water guns to shoot back at Chen Shen. Hee 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 hee. What Chen Shen and the sisters laughed joyfully on the summer beach, freely expressing their youth. Having been in Jinghai City for so long, Chen Shen had never taken the sisters out to play. Every day was filled with endless work and ruins to explore. It was time to take a good break. On the sun-drenched golden beach, the sisters wore limited edition swimsuits, their beautiful long hair flowing, full of vitality. The snug-fitting swimsuits highlighted their snow-white skin, with their exposed waists appearing warm and smooth, reflecting the golden afterglow on the beach. The sisters gently placed their hands behind their backs, barefoot, lightly stepping on the hot sand. Pure and radiant. Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi simultaneously lifted a strand of hair by their ears, their long hair dancing lightly in the wind, sunlight leaping among their flowing locks, shining brilliantly. As they played, their mutual understanding continued to grow. Congratulations, host, your affinity with Xin Yuyan has increased by 5%, current affinity 85%, congratulations, host, your affinity with Xin Yoshi has increased by 5%, current affinity 85%. Congratulations, host, your affinity with Xin Yuyan has increased by 5%, current affinity 90%, congratulations, host, your affinity with Xin Yoshi has increased by 5%, current affinity 90%. Congratulations, host, your affinity with Xin Yuyan has increased by 10%, current affinity 100%, congratulations, host, your affinity with Xin Yoshi has increased by 10%, current affinity 100%. Affinity has reached 100%. The starry sky and sea of clouds no longer only provide direction, all three can know each other's exact location in real time. The shadow effect is unlocked, allowing teleportation to the contractor's side. CD, 24 hours. The eternal contract no longer has a debuff. If any one of the three dies, the effect is eliminated. Change to, as long as one person among the three is alive, they can use a special ritual to resurrect the others. After maxing out the affinity with the two sisters, their eternal contract finally no longer had a debuff effect. Chen Shen and Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi's consciousness once again arrived at that starry sea of clouds. The goddess of love stood above the starry sea, as if merging with the universe. Her long hair shone like the Milky Way, flowing with endless brilliance, each strand woven from stars, gently swaying with her steps. Senior Chen Shen, look quickly, this sister is so beautiful. Chen, is she a goddess? Xing Yuyan and Xin Yoshi stared blankly at Aphrodite before them. The goddess of love stood tall and graceful, wearing a long dress woven from countless tiny stars, the hem gently flowing like a river of stars flowing through the night sky. Her feet seemed to barely touch the sea of clouds, instead gently floating in the air, freely weaving between the stars. Long time no see. The goddess of love smiled as she greeted Chun Chen, her voice like heavenly music. Do you know each other? Seeing Aphrodite, the goddess of love, warmly greeting Chun Chen, the two sisters were taken aback. No wonder Chun Chen could contract both of them alone. It turned out even the gods were old acquaintances of his. Chen Chen replied, I saw her in the abyss ruins before, but at that time, the goddess was still a statue. Congratulations, you have achieved 100% synergy with your beloved, an eternal bond, no longer a burden to each other, no more internal strife, but rather leaning on each other, redeeming each other. This is the true meaning of eternity. Aphrodite looked at the three of them with love, as if gazing at her own children. Thank you, goddess. If it weren't for the twin contract stone you bestowed upon me, my life with you Yan and Yoshi would have long since come to an end, Chen Chen said gratefully, looking at the goddess before him. If he hadn't obtained the twin contract stone in the ruins, he would have likely died at Gu Qingning's hands by now. And the fallen Xin Yuyan and Xin Yushi would have probably been driven to a dead end by fate at this very moment. The twin contract stone was not given to you by me. Your ability to find it shows that it originally belonged to you. Your feelings with Xin Yuyan and Xin Yushi are also a part of your destiny. Aphrodite slowly approached Chun Chen and handed him another twin contract stone. In fact, from the moment you formed an eternal contract with Xin Yuyan and Xin Yushi, you have already become my agent, the agent of Aphrodite. With that, the entire starry sea of clouds vanished like a mirage. The only thing that truly existed was the twin contract stone in Chen Chen's hand. He had, once again, obtained a twin contract stone. God's agent? Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss. Could it be that the system he unlocked was actually the ability of Aphrodite? If that were the case, it was very likely that there were other divine agents in this world, and they too possessed systems? All of this was something Chen Chen could not yet know. However, since he was already the agent of the goddess of love, it was certain that those like Gu Qingning, who continuously demanded in the name of love, should face divine judgment. After leaving the ruins, old Mo once again hid in the shadow of Chen Chen. Having followed Chen Chen for so long, old Mo had actually done nothing. His role was simply to keep Chen Chen at ease and relay messages to Gao Tianxiang. You didn't do anything to that demon hunter who escaped from the ruins, did you? Chen Chen asked old Mo in the shadows. In the ruins, when Chen Chen first conducted a large-scale hunt of the Huajianzhou exploration team, he had deliberately let one demon hunter go, allowing him to leave with a return stone. That person was enough to pin down Huajianzhou. Don't worry, since you instructed me in advance, I won't act on my own. That's good. The next day, you killed Huajianzhou? In a luxurious villa, Hua Jianli glared fiercely at Gu Qingning beside him, shouting in anger. Just moments ago, Hua Jianli had been summoned by the family head, Huaman Mountain. The matter was extremely serious, and even many elders of the family were on their way. What? Hua Jianzhou is dead? Isn't that a good thing? If she's dead, the position of family head of the Hua family will be ours. Gu Qingning, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, even laughed heartily, preparing to celebrate. What the hell? Hua Jianli slapped her face hard. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the empty living room, and a streak of blood immediately appeared on Gu Qingning's cheek. In a fit of rage, Hua Jianli did not stop. Instead, he grabbed Gu Qingning by the neck and shouted, Do you know who Hua Jianzhou is? She is Dad's favorite child. We can scheme against her, frame her, even smear her name to make Dad slowly distance himself from her. But we absolutely cannot harm her. As Hua Jianli's anger continued to swell, the blood in his body began to boil, and his skin gradually turned red, as if he were a demon from hell. On the surface, Hua Jianli wore glasses and appeared refined, but in reality, he was a hot-tempered beast in human clothing, often resorting to violence against Gu Qingning. Now that Hua Jianzhou was dead, it was Hua Jianli who had leaked the information about her being the mastermind behind the scenes not long ago. Hua Manshan knew this matter could not be kept secret and would eventually be discovered by Su Tingshan, so he turned a blind eye. But now, his beloved daughter was dead. Hua Manshan's fury could no longer be contained, and he was about to interrogate Hua Jianli. Hua Jianli knew he had no way to defend himself. Although he did not commit the act, it would ultimately fall on him. Therefore, he suspected that Gu Qingning had acted on her own and hired someone to kill Hua Jianzhou. I harmed her? Young Master Hua, you have to believe me. How could I take it upon myself to kill Hua Jior? Besides, Hua Jior is an S-class spirit warrior. Who could I find to kill her in the ruins? I really didn't do it. Gu Qingning's mouth bled as she shook her head repeatedly. You didn't do it? Then who did? I don't know. That little girl, Hua Jior, is so headstrong. How many enemies does she have in Jinghai? And this time, she has caused a huge disaster. Su Tingshan and Gao Tianxiang are both watching her. Damn it! Which bastard is putting this shit on my head? Seeing that Gu Qingning truly knew nothing, Hua Jianli pushed her away, his mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. The situation was extremely urgent. No matter who the hidden hand was, Hua Jianli was undoubtedly the prime suspect. If he returned home this time without being able to give the old man an explanation, his life could very well be ruined. But as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If Hua Jianli could withstand this and successfully escape, then the Hua family would be his to command in the future. Thus, Hua Jianzhou's death was, for Hua Jianli, a double-edged sword, depending on how he handled it. However, what Hua Jianli could not anticipate was that Chen Shen had already prepared a complete chain of evidence against him. If he returned now, he would face severe consequences. Young master, the head of the family has ordered you to return to the ancestral hall immediately. Before long, the elder steward of the Hua family had surrounded Hua Jianli's villa, making it impossible for him to escape. From the looks of it, it was not a simple summons but more like an arrest. Qingning, something's wrong. It seems Dad is determined to have us dead. Hua Jianli saw the elders downstairs and understood the situation. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that with Hua Jianzhou causing such a huge mess, he could salvage his image in his father's eyes. But seeing his father's attitude, Hua Jianli realized that from the beginning, the other party had never considered passing the position of head of the family to him. If he followed the elder steward back now, he would likely be walking to his doom. In that case, it would be better to fight for his life, as there might still be a glimmer of hope. Fusion state. Hua Jianli's gaze sharpened, deciding to resist alongside Gu Qingning. Gu Qingning also understood that her fate was intertwined with Hua Jianli's. If Hua Manshan truly wanted to execute Hua Jianli, she would not be able to escape either. We are all members of the Hua family. Today, I absolutely cannot go back with you elders. If you still consider me the heir of the Hua family, why not give me a face today and let me leave? Once the family head's anger subsides, I will naturally remember the kindness of all the elders when I return to the Hua family. Hua Jianli stepped into the center of the crowd, trying to persuade the family elders to let him off the hook. Although he and Gu Qingning were both S-class awakened ones, and he himself was a platinum-level demon hunter, facing the family's elders and hundreds of disciples, he was not confident he could escape successfully. Young master, we old bones have watched you grow up, please don't make it difficult for us. In matters like this, as long as the young master has a clear conscience, the family head won't do anything to you. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Young master, I even held you when you were little. Cough cough. You mustn't be confused. The elders present were all trying to persuade him. They all understood that once a fight broke out, things would escalate to an irretrievable point. This was a result neither side wanted to see. Meanwhile, Chen Shen was sitting in a nearby building, drinking tea with Gao Tianxiang. Chen Shen glanced at Hua Jianli's villa. He knew very well that Hua Manshan had called the family's elders just to scare Hua Jianli. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. No matter how much Hua Manshan liked Hua Jianzhou, he wouldn't harm his own son after losing a daughter. Hua Jianli's fate, stay, and live. Escape, and die. Brother Chang, do you think Hua Jianli will surrender? Chen Shen asked, looking at Gao Tianxiang with interest. As a qualified behind-the-scenes manipulator, he was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Setting up an excellent trap and watching his prey struggle step by step was a captivating live show. Little brother, don't worry, Hua Jianli is doomed this time, Gao Tianxiang said with a smile as he poured Chen Shen a cup of hot tea. Little brother, you've put in so much effort to take down the Hua family's pride, Hua Jianzhou. How could I do nothing? It would be a pity not to put Hua Jianli to death in such a good opportunity. Gao Tianxiang's gaze shifted to Hua Jianli's villa, his smile broader than ever. There are our people among the family's elders. Even if Hua Jianli finally backs down and wants to return with the elders, I won't give him the chance. Seeing the Hua family fall to such a state made Gao Tianxiang extremely happy. Therefore, he wouldn't give Hua Jianli any chance of revival. Compared to Chen Shen, Gao Tianxiang hoped even more to see the Hua family completely disappear from Jinghai City. Although the Changqing Guild had risen from nothing in Jinghai City, growing stronger step by step to become the second largest force after the Hua family, over the years, Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianqing still couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed by the Hua family. The foundation the Hua family had built in Jinghai City over hundreds of years was already deeply rooted. No matter how hard Gao Tianxiang tried, he could only be a second-rate player in Jinghai City for 1,000 years. But Chen Shen's arrival completely changed this situation. Witnessing the continuous decline of the Hua family brought Gao Tianxiang immense satisfaction. Young master, you should surrender. The family head specifically instructed us to spare your life. Yes, young master, please don't think of anything foolish and choose the wrong path. If you come back with us now, there's still a chance. If you resist, then I'll have to handle it officially. Inside the villa, under the persuasion of the elders, Hua Jianli began to waver. He started to harbor a sense of luck. If he really followed the elders back, would his father, considering their father-son bond, spare his life? After all, Hua Jianjiu was already dead, and one of the young prodigies of the Hua family had fallen. They couldn't let another one fall, could they? Alright then. Just as Hua Jianli was about to return to the Hua family with the group of elders, his gaze swept across and he unexpectedly saw the Hua family's unique torture device, the piercing peep of bone, in the hands of one of the elders. This device was rare in the Hua family, primarily used against direct descendants who committed irredeemable crimes. Once locked by the piercing peep of bone, not only would all spiritual power be completely restrained, but under special operations, it could also completely abolish and awaken one's talent. Upon seeing this cold and ruthless instrument of torture, the heart that Hua Jianli had been holding onto finally died completely. If his talent were to be wasted in this life, what difference would it make from dying? Father, I never expected you to be so heartless. Today, our father-son bond is severed. From now on, we are enemies. Hua Jianli shouted to the sky, his gaze turning sharp and resolute. At this moment, he no longer had any hesitation in his heart. All the elders present transformed into enemies in his eyes. Boom! As Hua Jianli fiercely battled the elders, the entire villa could not withstand the terrifying release of energy and ultimately collapsed. The walls shattered, the roof caved in, and the exquisite decorations and furniture were obliterated in an instant. Dust filled the air, nearly obscuring everyone's vision. In the center of this battle, the figures of Hua Jianli and the elders became blurred and unrecognizable. The surrounding air seemed ignited by the intensity of the fight, with explosions and shouts intertwining, while the plants around trembled under the impact of energy, petals and leaves swirling in the fierce wind, appearing incredibly desolate. Ultimately, Hua Jianli chose to go to war with the elders. The moment he decided to strike, his fate was already sealed. In Hua Manshan's eyes, it was tantamount to admitting to the crime of killing Hua Jianjiu. In fact, these elders were merely a test from his father. Just like Cao Cao always liked to scare his son Xiao Pai, now that Hua Manshan's daughter was dead, it no longer mattered whether Hua Jianjiu was killed by Hua Jianli. What mattered was whether Hua Jianli had the cunning to withstand his father's repeated tests. These elders were just the first step in Hua Manshan's trial of Hua Jianli, with many more stages to follow. Unfortunately, it was all for naught, because Hua Jianli couldn't even pass the first hurdle. The so-called piercing peep of bone was merely a little trick of Gao Tianchang. He had bribed an elder of the Hua family and then created a fake prop to scare Hua Jianli, successfully causing a complete rift between Hua Jianli and his father, Hua Manshan. At this moment, it had reached an irretrievable point. Not far away, Chen Chen and Gao Tianchang were sipping cool tea while enjoying this desperate struggle. Little brother, should we place a bet? Gao Tianchang suddenly said. Bet on what? Chen Chen thought since he was idle anyway, he might as well entertain himself. Let's bet. Whether Hua Jianli can successfully escape from these old men of the Hua family? Chen Chen pondered for a moment. I think he can. Then I bet he can't escape. If I win, you must attend my sister's birthday party next week. If I lose, little brother, name your price. Gao Tianchang seemed to be betting with Chen Chen, but in reality, he was conveying a message to him. Next week was his sister Gao Xiaolan's birthday, and he hoped Chen Chen could attend. Brother Chang, if you say it like that, it's too formal. I will definitely attend your sister's birthday party. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Is this too much of an outsider's perspective? I don't think so, right? Gao Tianxiang saw that Chen Chen understood immediately, and a subtle look of approval and appreciation flickered in his eyes. After collaborating with Chen Chen for so long, aside from the tangible benefits he gained, the most significant aspect was the refreshing feeling of working with an intelligent person. Even Gao Tianxiang felt that he and Chen Chen had a bit of a tacit understanding. Chen Chen smiled and said, "It's not that it's too much of an outsider's perspective, it's just that you don't treat me like family at all." Gao Tianxiang's intentions were clear to Chen Chen. Gao Tianxiang's sister, Gao Xiaolan, was a graceful beauty. She was the same age as Chen Chen, and Gao Tianxiang was merely interested in Chen Chen, hoping to strengthen their ties further. However, Chen Chen had no interest in Gao Xiaolan. But since he was in a cooperative relationship with Gao Tianxiang, he felt he should give a bit of face since the other party had invited him. After a few cups of tea, a brutal storm of blood and gore unfolded on the other side with Hua Jianli. As Chen Chen had anticipated, Hua Jianli successfully escaped from a group of elders and stewards, relying on his S-level talent and S-level spiritual martial arts. This internal struggle within the Hua family ended with one elder dead and 3 injured, while Hua Jianli was severely wounded and fled. As night fell, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. In the dim, narrow alley, the stench of rotting garbage mingled with the metallic smell of fresh blood, creating a nauseating odor. Raindrops fell on the plastic bags in the garbage heap, producing a faint rustling sound that disturbed the silence of the alley. In this corner filled with stench and darkness, a figure lay quietly in the garbage. Hua Jianli's eyes were tightly shut, barely clinging to life. Rainwater slid down his cheek, mixing with blood to form winding trails, like the fragile and desolate lifeline of his existence. At this moment, the aura and pride of the young master of the Hua family seemed to have been washed away by the rain. He was no longer the spirited and reckless heir of the Hua family. Instead, he was like a defeated dog, hiding in the alley, struggling to survive. Qingning, help me contact Ma Fei. He's currently working in the upper echelons of the Jinghai Demon Hunter Association. He will definitely find a way to help us escape from Jinghai City. Hua Jianli handed his phone to Gu Qingning, gasping as he instructed. Don't worry, even without the protection of the Hua family, with our talents, we will soon rise again, and then we will return to Jinghai, to unify the entire Hua family, and let the old man know, who truly is the master of the Hua family. Cough, cough 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 cough, cough 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 cough, cough. The more Hua Jianli spoke, the more excited he became, almost losing his breath and collapsing on the spot. Oh, Gu Qingning, having released her fusion form, responded lightly. The calmness in her words seemed to indicate a certain resolve. That indifference and determination made her seem like a different person. Hurry up and call. Cough, cough cough. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you? Seeing Gu Qingning dazed for a moment without any movement, Hua Jianli's inner hesitation had no outlet, so he yelled at her as he usually did. But at that moment, Hua Jianli had not yet found his place. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Qingning had already tightly grasped his neck. Hua Jianli, at this point, do you still not understand? Gu Qingning's hand only applied slight pressure, and the already severely injured Hua Jianli began to struggle for breath. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Hua Jianli looking as if he were about to die, Gu Qingning instead revealed a refreshing smile. Over the years, Gu Qingning had been treated like a dog by Hua Jianli, who called her around for the resources of the Hua family, and she had had enough. Hua Jianli, do you really think Ma Fei will save you? Don't be foolish. If Ma Fei knew that you were already wanted by your own father, he would turn around and sell you out. Do you really think you have any ability? The only reason others do things for you is because of your father's influence. Without the big tree of the Hua family, you are nothing but a deadweight. Right now, you are just a walking bounty. Countless people in Jinghai are watching you. Do you really think you can escape? Gu Qingning's words grew more intense. Having been suppressed beside Hua Jianli for too long, she had now fallen into complete madness. Her long green hair, soaked by the rain, clung tightly to her forehead, dripping wet against her cheeks, adding a touch of disarray to her already fierce face. Her eyes burned with the flames of anger, filled with a crazy determination, as if she wanted to pour out all her rage and resentment. Hua Jianli, you are nothing but a waste abandoned by your father. The saddest part is that although you appear to be the heir of the Hua family, that old man Hua Manshan has never considered passing the family position to you. In your father's heart, there is only the third Miss, Hua Jior. Ever since she was born, you have only been able to follow behind her, picking up scraps. How pitiful you are. Heaven gave you exceptional talent and a powerful background, yet your father treats you as an insignificant accessory. Did you really think I liked you? Without the protection of the Hua family, you are even less than a dog. The more intense Gu Qingning's words became, the more she spat at the man before her, her grip tightening. Having just gone through a fierce battle, Hua Jianli was already hanging by a thread. After being tormented by Gu Qingning like this, he would soon meet his end. This would completely end his failed life. Until his dying moment, Hua Jianli finally recognized Gu Qingning's true nature, thinking she was just a gold digger he could manipulate, when in reality, he was merely a stepping stone for her to climb higher. Even after he had cooled down, he still clung tightly to the corner of Gu Qingning's clothes. If he had never met this woman, would his fate have been different? Damn! After killing Hua Jianli, Gu Qingning took his space ring and all the valuable things on him. In Gu Qingning's eyes, even if Hua Jianli had not died, he had already lost all value. Over the years, Gu Qingning had greatly improved her spiritual power and earned a fortune through Hua Jianli's resources. She had long been unable to stand Hua Jianli, although he was publicly the eldest young master of the Hua family and the future heir. In reality, he was constantly overshadowed by his sister, Hua Jianzhou. Everyone in the Hua family knew that Hua Jianli was merely a decoration. The future head of the family would definitely be Hua Jianzhou. Unfortunately, although Hua Jianzhou was assured of victory, she insisted on self-destruction. Now, not only had she lost her own people, but the entire Hua family had also been brought down by her actions. It was truly lamentable. The Hua family had now lost two outstanding heirs in a row, coupled with the joint suppression from the Security Bureau and the prosperous guild. The once most powerful family in Jinghai City would soon be replaced. What Gu Qingning needed to do now was to find a new backing. Long time no see. Just as Gu Qingning was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the dimly lit alley entrance. Chen Chen did not use any spiritual martial transformation. He was cloaked in a swirling black mist that enveloped his imperial prison armor, resembling a 10-faced Yama summoned from the depths of hell. The black mist rolled and churned, sometimes morphing into a grotesque ghostly face, at other times transforming into sharp blades, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. In addition to the imperial prison armor of Yoshi, he held in his hand a golden holy sword, forged under the moonlight, its blade radiating a dazzling brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, intricately engraved with fine patterns, flowing with golden holy light, sacred and solemn. The sword's tip traced silver arcs, as if to cleave the darkness in two. The angelic wings and the wings of a fallen angel slowly unfurled behind him. At this moment, he resembled a deity overlooking the mortal realm. This young master, do we know each other? In the dimly lit alley, Gu Qingning felt a sense of familiarity with the person before her, yet she did not recognize him as Chen Chen. Moreover, in her mind, Chen Chen was merely an ordinary person without money or power, completely unconnected to the powerful young master before her, who seemed godlike. Chen Chen was an F-rank demon hunter and had eternally contracted 2 G-rank useless spirit weapons. Even if he were alive, he would never have a chance to turn his life around. Gu Qingning's thoughts shifted to joy. She initially thought the person before her was some noble young master she had met at a social dance with Hua Jianli. Just as she was looking for a new support, she encountered a wealthy-looking young man at the mouth of the alley. Wasn't this a classic case of love at first sight? Happiness seemed to come too suddenly. Qingning, I didn't expect you to be so forgetful that you don't even remember me. As for me, ever since we parted last time, I've been thinking of you every day, longing for the day we could meet again. Chen Chen expressed his longing for Gu Qingning, resembling a heartfelt confession. He had waited a long time for this day. Sorry, I really have forgotten a bit, Gu Qingning said, leaning affectionately closer to Chen Chen while cautiously using clumsy little movements to cover Hua Jianli's body. She twirled her damp hair at her temples, feigning charm, trying to entice him. Young master, could you give Qingning a hint? Let me recall a bit, Chen Chen replied lightly, Magic City. Did we meet in Magic City? Did you chase all the way from Magic City to Jinghai City for me? Gu Qingning secretly rejoiced, realizing he was an easily manipulated romantic. She had a brainstorm, constantly recalling all the dignitaries she had encountered in Magic City. Yet, she still had no clue. However, he did not seem to be lying, and indeed gave Gu Qingning an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She could feel that she and the person before her must have some connection. Just based on the pair of black and white angelic wings behind him, Gu Qingning could conclude that this person was definitely not simple. His talent and deep background surely far surpassed that of Hua Jianli, who had died in a garbage heap. Thinking of this, Gu Qingning's heart raced, and she even felt a slight nervousness. Judging from his aura, this young man before her might be a prince of the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Qingning thought, this damned charm of mine has unknowingly captivated a royal youth again. It seems my life will be tied to the royal family. Perhaps in the future, I could become a powerful empress, and then, while the crown prince is still young, I could secretly poison him, seizing the power of the Dragon Kingdom for myself. Ha 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 ha. Since he had a good impression of her, Gu Qingning knew she had to seize this opportunity. Yes, I really chased you all the way from Magic City to Jinghai City. It was truly exhausting. Chen Chen said truthfully. He was initially assassinated by Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli. If it weren't for Chen Chen's own cleverness, he would have probably died in the ruins long ago. He escaped all the way to Jinghai City, and it was truly exhausting. Woo, really? Young master? Qingning is so touched. But, Qingning just encountered a major change in Jinghai City and is now in big trouble. Young master, you will help me, right? Gu Qingning pretended to be weak as she walked up to Chen Chen, then staggered and fell directly onto Chen Chen's dark armor. Seeing that Gu Qingning did not recognize him and even wanted to take the opportunity to please and get close to him, if it weren't for Chen Chen's professional training, he would have really wanted to laugh out loud. Where's my knife? Yoshi, who was in close proximity to Gu Qingning, couldn't take it anymore. You senior Chen Chang, this woman is really disgusting. Can I just take her out right now? Her acting is so bad that I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles, like there's a thorn in my back, like I'm choking. Chen, no rush, no rush. It would be a pity to just kill her. Yoshi, I also want to see. Generally, I don't watch bad performances, but if it's particularly bad, I have to see it. Xin Yuyan was actually interested in Gu Qingning's poor acting. If it weren't for this woman's ruthless abandonment of Chen Chen back then, she and her sister wouldn't have encountered Chen Chen now and become his twin spirit warriors. Actually, I kind of want to thank her. If it weren't for this stupid woman, how could we have met Chen, who changed our fate? Sister, what you said makes sense, so let's spare her a dog's life for now. In the alley, Chen Chen slowly lowered his head and met Gu Qingning's gaze as she lay on his chest. Qingning, who are we to each other? If you get into trouble, I will definitely help you. Actually, you don't even need to say it, I would help you anyway. Can't you feel it? The reason you and Hua Jianli have come this far in Jinghai City is all because I have been secretly helping you. Under the dim light, Chen Chen's face gradually became clear. Chen Chen. Even though Gu Qingning repeatedly told herself that the person in front of her couldn't possibly be Chen Chen, when that familiar face came into view, her heart trembled, feeling as if it were being watched by an eternal nightmare. Qingning, why aren't you smiling? I've done so many things for you, why don't you thank me? It's you! Even though Chen Chen's expression was gentle and showed no malice, Gu Qingning was still startled and immediately pulled away from the Imperial Demon armor. No, this can't be? Gu Qingning held her head in her hands, screaming in pain, murmuring to herself, hypnotizing herself over and over. No, he isn't Chen Chen. Chen Chen is dead, and he's just an F-level demon hunter. It's impossible for him to have such talent and ability. This must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. I'm just too tired. If I rest for a while, I'll be fine. Seeing Gu Qingning so frantic, Chen Chen teased, what's wrong? Do you feel like you're getting smarter? It's you! Everything. You're the one causing trouble. Gu Qingning's eyes widened, her pupils filled with bright red veins, glaring at Chen Chen as if she understood everything. No wonder Luo Ji and the others all disappeared, it turns out you killed them. Damn Ma Fei! He actually betrayed us. How could I not see it? This guy Ma Fei is actually so loyal. Actually, you have a pretty good eye for people. Ma Fei did not betray you, he really wanted to kill me, but he just wasn't smart enough and didn't dare to tell you about my escape, so he could only play along. Shen, your brain is still as sharp as ever, but it's a pity that no matter how clever you are, you will always just be an F-level demon hunter. Gu Qingning laughed wildly, the armor on you, the holy sword in your hand, and the angel wings behind you are all just illusions to scare people, right? You want me to regret it? To feel guilty for abandoning you? I know you too well, you can't fool me. Slap. Before Gu Qingning could finish her words, Shen Yuyan, who had been fused with Chen Chen, broke the fusion state and slapped her hard across the face. Shen Yuyan flicked her silver hair and said disdainfully, what level are you? Calling me by the same nickname. Shen, is that a name you deserve to call? At the same time, Shen Yoshi also broke the fusion state, standing beside her sister Shen Yuyan as if to support her. Shen Yuyan? Shen Yoshi? Aren't you both G-level useless spirit warriors? Gu Qingning, ignoring the burning pain in her cheek, looked at the two sisters in disbelief. With the fusion state of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi, the Imperial Abyss Demon Armor, the Infinite Moon, and the Angel Wings behind Chen Chen all disappeared without a trace. This made Gu Qingning even more incredulous. She could accept that Chen Chen was not dead, she could even accept that Chen Chen had used his scheme to frame Hua Jianli and bring the entire Hua family down from grace. But what she could not accept was that Chen Chen and the Shin sisters had awakened their talents. This was the only pride Gu Qingning held dear. She was the proud child of heaven with S-level talent, while Chen Chen and the Shin sisters were all low-level talent wastes. Let me show you something. Chen Chen gathered the spiritual power in his hand into a ball of light, slowly flying it in front of Gu Qingning. The light point spread out before Gu Qingning, forming a light screen that displayed the scene of her entering the abyss ruins with Chen Chen. The entire exploration team had perished, leaving only Chen Chen and Gu Qingning standing before the statue of the goddess of love, Aphrodite, entering the trial of the gods. Among you, one person can awaken a second time. Now, you both have the opportunity to choose. If you both have a mutual understanding and make the same choice, then the blessing of the gods will take effect. The two made their choices, and Gu Qingning received the blessing of the gods, awakening her talent level to S level. At this moment, the light screen shifted to Chen Chen's perspective. He discovered a piece of text beneath the stone tablet of the goddess of love, along with the twin contract stone. The blessing of the gods was the final trial of Aphrodite. The same choice did not mean both choosing one person at the same time, but rather having a mutual understanding, loving each other, and choosing one another simultaneously. Moreover, there was an additional segment of text on the stone tablet. If that were the case, then the blessing of the gods would advance to true blessing of the goddess of love, granting both individuals SSS level talent and the authority of the goddess of love, while also becoming agents of the divine. Conversely, the one who truly loved would receive the twin contract stone, and if either party betrayed the other, the remaining one would gain the authority of the goddess of love, becoming the sole agent of the divine. This segment had not been revealed when Chen Chen first discovered it. Perhaps it was because he had now become the agent of Aphrodite, allowing him to reveal the entirety of the stone tablet. What? SSS level talent, divine authority, agent of the goddess of love. At the moment she encountered the truth from that year, Gu Qingning's world completely collapsed, and she screamed madly. Her fingers trembled, and her sharp nails unconsciously dug into her own cheek, blood streaming down. Her mind was filled with hatred, and at this moment, she deeply regretted why she hadn't correctly guessed the intentions of the goddess Aphrodite. If she had figured it out and chosen Chen Chen, she would now possess an SSS level talent, becoming a divine agent like Chen Chen, and wielding the power of the divine authority, the system. Damn it! Damn! How could I not have thought of it back then? The choice was the final trial of the goddess Aphrodite. I was just too impatient. Chen Chen, did you see that this was a divine trial from the very beginning? Otherwise, how could you possibly choose me in the face of such a huge temptation? It must be that your mind works quickly. You guessed the true trial of the goddess of love in an instant. Gu Qingning laughed maniacally, lost in deep self-reproach and regret. However, just as Chen Chen had anticipated, even after learning the truth, Gu Qingning felt no guilt towards Chen Shen's affection. She regretted and blamed herself only for not obtaining the SSS level talent and missing out on the authority of the goddess Aphrodite. Gu Qingning even believed that Chen Chen had seen through everything long ago. What an idiot! The reason Senior Chen Chen chose you without hesitation is that he likes you and genuinely cares for you, but what about you? You have let down Senior Chen Chen's feelings. Yoshi scolded Gu Qingning for her heartlessness, showing no signs of remorse even at this point. Even if Senior Chen Chen saw the words on the stone tablet, he never blamed you, even fearing that you would feel ashamed and guilty, choosing to hide the truth. And what about you? Look at what you've done. It was clearly because of Senior Chen Chen that your talent awakened successfully, yet you not only despised him but also forced him to break the oath contract, causing him to suffer loss of lifespan and spiritual power. Senior Chen Chen has already started anew, forming an eternal contract with me and my sister, yet even so, you still won't let him go, and you want to add insult to injury by sending Ma Fei to kill us in the ruins. Gu Qingning, are you even human? Yoshi, stop talking. This kind of person is beyond saving. No matter how much you say, she won't repent. Shen Yuyan saw through it all. It's like a heinous murderer. Do you think that while fleeing, they would be fearful, often having nightmares? Or that they would live in constant torment from their conscience? No. Such a person not only won't reflect on their actions but will also take pride in them. They might even occasionally return to the crime scene, reminiscing about their glorious deeds. The reason Chen Chen revealed the truth of the ruins to Gu Qingning was not to make her regret, because he knew that the concept of love didn't exist in Gu Qingning's mind. Chen Chen simply wanted to disgust her. Once, the opportunity for SSS talent and the role of a divine agent was right in front of you, but you missed it because of your impatience. Regret. Suffer. Knowing all this, Gu Qingning would never forgive her past self, because she realized that if she had made the correct choice in the ruins, she could have become a divine agent of the goddess Aphrodite, just like the current Chen Chen, becoming an existence second only to the divine. Yoshi, sever her meridians. Chen Chen handed a sharp dagger to Shin Yoshi beside him. Shin Yoshi moved fluidly, instantly bringing Gu Qingning to the ground, unable to move. The rain soaked Gu Qingning's cheeks, her gaze fixed on the murky water on the ground, looking towards the end of the alley. She murmured, so close to becoming a divine agent. Why didn't I notice this? You clearly saw through everything. Why didn't you tell me in advance? If we are both SSS level awakeners, I would never abandon you. At this moment, Gu Qingning was already delirious. She couldn't even feel the pain in her body, because the pain of not being able to become a divine agent. It hurt more than any other pain. Shadow Servant. Chen Chen summoned Sai Huatua, the dark shadow wielding a steel needle, piercing into Gu Qingning's brain. The steel needle penetrated her brain, and Gu Qingning screamed in agony, her cries echoing in the alley. Of course, this operation was not meant to kill her. Since the blessing of the love god comes with extremely generous rewards, the punishment from the love god should be even more brutal. Chen Chen also possessed his own piercing peepa bone, and it was 100 times more cruel than the torture instruments of the Hua family. Sai Huatua's steel needle emitted electric currents, constantly stimulating Gu Qingning's brain cells, thereby destroying the spiritual veins within her. Pain, fainting, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Waking up, pain, fainting, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The dawn light rose from the mouth of the alley, golden rays shining through the ancient eaves, illuminating the narrow and deep alley. After a whole night of light rain, the wildflowers in the corner awakened in this gentle light, dewdrops sparkling on the petals, symbolizing new life. Gu Qingning's eyes turned fish-white, under Sai Huatua's steel needle, her spiritual veins had been completely destroyed, rendering her a useless person. Chen Shen squatted beside Gu Qingning, one hand gripping her neck. The host is transmitting lifespan to the uncontracted contractor. The transmission ratio will decrease by 90%. Do you wish to continue? Yes. After becoming a divine agent, Chen Shen was now able to transmit lifespan to others through the dual cultivation system. However, for every 10 years of lifespan, the other party could only accept 1 year. Transmitting lifespan to Gu Qingning. Host remaining lifespan minus 1,000 years. Gu Qingning remaining lifespan plus 100 years. Host remaining lifespan minus 1,000 years. Gu Qingning remaining lifespan plus 100 years. Host remaining lifespan minus 1,000 years. Gu Qingning remaining lifespan plus 100 years. Chen Shen generously transmitted 10,000 years of lifespan to Gu Qingning. Although it was reduced by 90%, she still gained 1,000 years of lifespan. The punishment from the love god has just begun, so make sure to live well. After saying this, Chen Shen took out a syringe filled with green liquid from his spatial ring and injected it into her carotid artery. Then, Chen Shen made a phone call. Su 11, I'm returning the experimental subject I borrowed from the security bureau last time. This subject has quite an appetite, please arrange for it to be placed in the most crowded area. In the warm sunlight of dawn, Gu Qingning's body began to convulse and mutate. The rising sun symbolized new life. It also symbolized destruction. Hua family. What? This ungrateful child really dares to resist you? And even killed an elder steward. Upon hearing the news of Hua Jianli's resistance against the elder steward, Hua Manshan, lying on his sickbed, suddenly sat up, roaring in anger. After learning of Hua Jianzhou's death, Hua Manshan was in excruciating pain, fainting several times in a row. Upon hearing that Hua Jianli had escaped from the elder steward's grasp, Hua Manshan was even more furious, spitting out a mouthful of old blood that stained the white satin. Head of the family, are you alright? Quickly, call the doctor in. The elder who came to report was shocked and immediately called for a doctor. Fortunately, Hua Manshan was also a powerful figure at the diamond level, and with the support of several doctors, he finally stabilized his life force. But even so, the continuous blows have still wounded the bloodline of Hua Manshan, and the physicians who came to treat him all showed difficulty. Elder, the head of the family is now hanging by a thread. We can only rely on our spiritual energy to stabilize him. We absolutely cannot let him hear any more bad news, or else we will be powerless to save him. At this moment, Hua Manshan had already fainted, looking extremely weak. Ever since the incident with Su 11, the Hua family had not known a moment of peace. First, they were targeted by the security bureau, then they were attacked by the strong association in various major forces, causing significant damage to the family's assets. On the contrary, their arch-rival Gao Tianxiang thrived in this struggle, uniting with other small forces in Jinghai, gradually devouring the towering tree that was the Hua family. Soon after, Hua Jianji was murdered, and all the blame pointed to the family heir, Hua Jianli. Originally, as long as Hua Jianli returned to assist in the investigation and refused to admit it, Hua Manshan would not do anything to his son. But the problem arose when Hua Jianli resisted and even killed the family's elder steward. This solidified the accusation of killing Hua Jianji. In terms of emotions and reason, Hua Manshan could not protect the son. Now, with Hua Manshan in imminent danger, the entire family was leaderless. The great ship of the Hua family was truly on the verge of sinking. Some elders had even begun to side with Gao Tianxiang's strong association. The once number one family in Jinghai was thus destroyed in just a few short months since Chen Shen's arrival. Strong association venue. Brother, you finally came. You made our little lawn wait until her flowers wilted. As soon as Chen Shen stepped into the private room, he felt a warm atmosphere. Gao Tianxiang walked over quickly, his face full of joy and anticipation, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He opened his arms and gave Chen Shen a hearty hug, his voice tinged with teasing. I thought you were mad at your brother and wouldn't come. Chen Shen smiled in response. A little matter held me up, but how could I forget what I promised brother Chang? At the same time, Yoshi stepped out from behind Chen Shen. She wore a black evening gown, like a sprite in the night. The dress was tailored to fit, perfectly outlining her slender waist and elegant curves, the hem playfully lively, with the neckline revealing delicate collarbones and fragrant shoulders, cute yet not lacking in sensuality. The black evening gown was adorned with sparkling silver sequins, dazzling like a galaxy. Her jet black hair fell casually over her shoulders, complementing the black gown, and paired with a playful and mischievous expression, she exuded a full devilish charm. Shinyoshi walked up to Gao Xiaolan and handed her the birthday cake, smiling, "Xiaolan, happy birthday." Gao Xiaolan took the cake, her gaze slightly evasive, her voice trembling, "Thank you, Christina, Mr. Snake's fiancé." Shinyoshi held Gao Xiaolan's small hand, her lips curling into a confident smile. Her words were bold and sharp, almost like a demonstration. I'm Gao Xiaolan." Gao Xiaolan was completely overwhelmed by Shinyoshi's aura, and upon hearing the word fiancé, she bit her lip in disappointment, only able to timidly respond, "Miss Christina, you're really beautiful." This time, Chen Chen did not bring Shin Yuyan out but specifically brought the more aggressive Shinyoshi. Right from the start, she had completely stunned Gao Xiaolan. Seeing this, Gao Tianxiang quickly sat beside his sister Gao Xiaolan to support her. "Brother, after hearing about your glorious deeds, Xiaolan admires you very much. My sister is also an A-grade talent in spiritual martial arts. I want to place her by your side to learn and gain experience. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Although Chen Chen had made Shinyoshi declare her fiancé status right away, Gao Tianxiang still wanted to entrust his sister to Chen Chen. After all, everyone is on a temporary contract now, and the demon hunters can switch freely between spiritual warriors. It's not really a hassle, it's just that Tina and I have a vow contract. Even if Xiaolan is by my side, it won't help much. Chen Chen hinted again for Gao Tianxiang to give up this idea. A vow contract, bro, who still makes vow contracts these days? Don't joke around with me. It's a real vow contract. Even if it's a vow contract, just let Xiaolan stay by your side, she can learn some skills. Even so, Gao Tianxiang was still unwilling to give up. He knew very well that if he could bind Chen Chen, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for the powerful guild. Their relationship was very good now, but such a relationship was not solid. Gao Tianxiang wanted to be more secure. In several meetings between Chen Chen and Gao Tianxiang, Gao Xiaolan had actually seen Chen Chen. Although they had never spoken a word or had any close contact, just from the aura of Chen Chen talking with his brother Gao Tianxiang, Gao Xiaolan felt very interested in the boy in front of her. Gao Xiaolan had seen many of her brother's partners and knew how powerful Gao Tianxiang's manipulation skills were. Those who collaborated with Gao Tianxiang, regardless of their background or strength, would basically be led by the nose, and Chen Chen was the only exception. In many instances, during conversations with Gao Tianxiang, his aura was even stronger than Gao Tianxiang's. "Brother Chang, don't make it difficult for me." Chen Chen put his arm around Gao Tianxiang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let me tell you the truth. Tina seems gentle and quiet, but her personality is very irritable, and she has a strong exclusive personality. If you put Xiaolan by my side, I'm afraid Xiaolan will be bullied by Tina." "How is that possible? Xiaolan just seems quiet. It's her first time meeting you formally, so she appears a bit reserved. She's very capable. I've only seen her bully others, I've never seen anyone bully her." Gao Tianxiang was very confident in his sister. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Chen Chen, he thought of a way to send Shinyoshi away. "Xiaolan, I still have some things to discuss with my brother. Don't you like swimming? Why don't you take Miss Tina to the pool next door to have some fun?" Chen Chen wanted to stop it, but was directly interrupted by Shinyoshi. "Great. I really want to go swimming too. Xiaolan, let's go." Shinyoshi generously took Gao Xiaolan's hand, and the two left the private room like close sisters. "That's more like it, bro. The speed at which women become close friends is something we men can't imagine. It's not as complicated as you think. My intuition tells me that Xiaolan and my sister will soon become inseparable good friends." Seeing that Chen Chen was still a bit worried, Gao Tianxiang pulled him over and poured him a drink. "Come on. We men drink. Let them have their fun." Watching Shinyoshi and Gao Xiaolan leave, Chen Chen could only sigh helplessly. "I hope your intuition is accurate." Chen Chen was very clear about Shinyoshi's personality. Gao Tianxiang had no idea how dangerous it was to let his sister be alone with Shinyoshi. It could really lead to a serious situation. "You must not act recklessly. Gao Xiaolan is our friend." As soon as Shinyoshi left, Chen Chen immediately used the mind communication of the starry sky cloud sea to communicate with her. "Don't worry, Senior Chen Chen, Sister Xiaolan is so cute, I won't do anything to her." But you also need to protect yourself. If anything happens, remember that your senior is by your side. Don't act impulsively, just summon me if you need me." Chen Chen reminded her. After reaching a tacit understanding with Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi, the starry sky and cloud sea not only allowed them to accurately locate each other's positions but also possessed the ability to teleport at any time. As long as Shinyoshi called for Chen Chen, he could appear by her side at any moment. "Little brother, Xiaolan and your sister-in-law are not children anymore. Is anything going to happen on our Gao family's territory? Gao Tianxiang noticed that Chen Shen was distracted and quickly brought him to the group of big shots nearby. Come, little brother. Let me introduce you, these are the bosses who have recently been collaborating with our Qiangxing guild. During the period when the Hua family suffered consecutive blows, Gao Tianxiang had to ally with other small families and forces in Jinghai City to swallow the Hua family's assets in one go. After all, the Hua family used to dominate Jinghai City, and now that they had fallen, so many industrial chains had suddenly become available. The small Qiangxing guild alone could not digest them. Although such cooperative relationships were not stable and carried high risks, given the current strength of the Qiangxing guild, this was already the best solution. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, the Hua family would soon become a second-rate force in Jinghai City. How to annex the Hua family's assets and make other forces submit to the Qiangxing guild would depend on Gao Tianxiang's own maneuvering. However, Chen Shen was not worried about this. Judging from Gao Tianxiang's current display of strength, his ability to manage people was not inferior to his own. If nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before the Qiangxing guild became the second force to dominate Jinghai City. Hello, everyone. Chen Shen greeted the bosses with a smile, merely giving Gao Tianxiang face. In reality, he had no desire to know these people. Amidst the clinking of cups, Chen Shen pulled Gao Tianxiang aside and sincerely said to him, Brother Chang, the Hua family has now been completely uprooted. Although Jinghai City is currently divided among many powers, I believe with your strength, you will soon lead the Qiangxing guild to grow strong and reach unprecedented heights. Jinghai City no longer needs me. I may need to leave for a while. Please continue to lend me old Mo. I might still need him in the short term. Upon hearing that Chen Shen was leaving Jinghai City, Gao Tianxiang felt very surprised. Now that the Hua family was in decline, it was the perfect time for various forces to step up and reap benefits, yet Chen Shen chose to leave Jinghai City at such a critical moment, which was akin to handing over the entire territory to Gao Tianxiang after conquering it. How could such good fortune exist in this world? According to Gao Tianxiang's previous expectations, Chen Shen would definitely cultivate his own power secretly within the Qiangxing guild after the fall of the Hua family. Otherwise, even if he held 30% of the shares in the Qiangxing guild, at a critical moment, the entire guild would still be decided by Gao Tianxiang alone. If Chen Shen's initial goal was to develop his own power in Jinghai City, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Chen Shen's departure from Jinghai City at this moment was equivalent to handing over all the fruits of victory to Gao Tianxiang. It also indirectly indicated that the other party's purpose was not to develop in Jinghai. Now is the most critical moment for the Qiangxing guild. Little brother, we need you. Anyone can leave, but you can't. If you leave, what am I supposed to do? Although Gao Tianxiang was pleading, he actually wished for Chen Shen to leave. He said this to test whether Chen Shen was truly intent on leaving or if he was just probing him. Chen Shen directly laid it out, Brother Chang, do I not know you? You would be more than happy to see me leave Jinghai City overnight with a train. Stop pretending. That's unfair. What do you take me for? Hoping you'd leave Jinghai City overnight with a train? Gao Tianxiang, swear to the heavens, I absolutely never had such thoughts. After Chen Shen revealed his inner thoughts, Gao Tianxiang could only awkwardly make a joke. There are no trains in Jinghai City, so I can only hope you take the ferry. At this moment, the two shared a knowing smile and clinked their beer glasses. Although they were engaged in a battle of wits, they both understood each other's feelings. Brother Chang, you can rest assured, I have no intentions regarding Jinghai City. Changing the subject, Chen Shen said seriously, in the next couple of days, I will be heading to the Magic City and won't be back for a while. If Brother Chang misses me, you're welcome to come visit me in the Magic City. Magic City? What are you going there for? To be honest, I really can't understand you. The Hua family just fell, and Jinghai City is in chaos, a perfect opportunity to profit, yet you want to pack up and leave at this critical moment? Gao Tianxiang patted Chen Shen's shoulder, looking puzzled. You came to Jinghai City, it can't be just to befriend me, Gao Tianxiang, right? Ha. Maybe it really is. Chen Shen laughed heartily, their eyes meeting again as they clinked glasses once more. To be honest, while his ultimate purpose for coming to Jinghai City was for Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli, meeting a partner like Gao Tianxiang along the way was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, Gao Tianxiang also understood that someone like Chen Shen couldn't possibly come to Jinghai just to support his prosperous guild, that was surely just a side matter. Gao Tianxiang recalled what Chen Shen had said when they first met. The Hua family and the Gao family were not important to him, but the absence of the Hua family was very significant. This made Gao Tianxiang very curious. Little brother, can you tell me how the Hua family offended you? Actually, I'm not familiar with the Hua family, they haven't offended me. Chen Chen smiled and said honestly, but they took in someone they shouldn't have. Gao Tianxian looked into Chen Chen's eyes, and the other party didn't seem to be joking. But this reason, no matter how you heard it, didn't seem very reasonable. That's it. Gao Tianxian was stunned for a moment before responding. Chen Chen nodded slightly, that's it. Although his words were calm, his eyes revealed a chilling aura, making Gao Tianxian swallow hard in silence. Ha 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 ha, that's terrifying. The Hua family might not even know how they offended you before their downfall. Gao Tianxian laughed to cover his own nervousness. It seems I need to be careful when taking in little brothers in the future. I need to understand their backgrounds. Otherwise, if they previously offended a big shot like you, our prosperous guild might suffer too. Ha ha, right, strict background checks for 3 generations. Chen Chen joked while laughing. After a round of laughter, the two clinked glasses several more times. Little brother, don't worry. As long as I'm in the prosperous guild, your 30% shares will never change, just wait for your dividends every year. Old Mo will be your personal bodyguard from now on, ready to serve you at any time. Gao Tianxiang held Chen Chen's shoulder affectionately, as if sending off a dear friend about to leave. Your contributions to our prosperous guild, I, Gao Tianxiang, will always remember. And I've already thought about it. Once we finish swallowing up the Hua family's assets and stabilize the guild, I will change the name of the prosperous guild to the Siqiangsheng Guild, with your name at the forefront. How about that? Siqiangsheng? *** winky face. Chen Chen was taken aback. Brother Chang, I think this matter is really unnecessary. What? You don't want to? No, what I mean is, the previous name of the prosperous guild sounds better, the name Siqiangsheng. It's a bit strange. Maybe it's better to forget it. Chen Chen sincerely felt there was no need for this. He appreciated Gao Tianxiang's good intentions. However, Lao Gao seemed quite persistent about the matter. Even though Chen Chen had firmly rejected his goodwill, after pondering for a long time, he decided to force a change. The Strong Prosperity Guild is indeed a bit of a mouthful. How about changing it to the Prosperity Strong Guild? Or the Strong Prosperity Guild? It seems none of them are great. Naming things, brother, I'm not very good at it, but Xiao Sheng is more cultured than I am. I'll discuss it with him when I get back. Gao Tianxiang was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to connect the 3 characters of Snek with the Strong Prosperity Guild. Suddenly, the door to the private room was burst open by a younger brother. Bang! The other party was panting heavily, looking flustered. It seemed something serious had happened outside. Oh no! Oh no! Seeing the expression on the other person's face, Chen Chen immediately knew something had gone wrong. Before the younger brother could say anything, Chen Chen rushed out ahead. He was afraid that if he was a moment late, Gao Xiaolan would be in danger. That, Miss Lan and Miss Tina are in trouble. Chen Chen had been gone for a while, and only then did the younger brother hurriedly report the situation to Gao Tianxiang. Upon hearing this news and seeing Chen Chen's panicked demeanor, Gao Tianxiang finally realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly followed Chen Chen out. To be honest, he was starting to worry. Because in Gao Tianxiang's mind, Chen Chen had always been a calm and composed person, unflappable in the face of adversity. He had never seen Chen Chen so flustered, which indicated that this matter might be beyond even Chen Chen's control. As soon as he arrived at the pool entrance, Gao Tianxiang noticed a large amount of unknown bloodstains on the bluestone slab. The amount of blood was shocking. If it belonged to one person, they would have likely turned into a corpse by now. What on earth is going on? Gao Tianxiang began to run wildly along the blood trail, and the usually calm boss Gao was instantly thrown into a panic. The swimming pool was not far from the private room, and as Gao Tianxiang looked at the scene of the incident, he was completely stunned. Several bodies floated on the water's surface, like abandoned driftwood, their faces pale, eyes wide open, as if they were filled with terror and confusion before dying. The pool water had been stained a deep red with blood, resembling a pool of blood quietly flowing. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. Gao Tianxiang tried to keep calm, quickly observing the surroundings and searching for his sister Gao Xiaolan. Brother! Gao Xiaolan, who had been hiding in a corner of the pool, immediately rushed into her brother Gao Tianxiang's arms upon seeing him, panicking. Gao Tianxiang quickly held his sister tightly. Xiaolan, are you okay? What happened? Gao Xiaolan had never seen such a scene and was trembling with fear. I'm fine. It was Miss Tina who saved me. At that moment, Chen Chen and Shen Yoshi were standing where Gao Xiaolan had just run from. Although both Shen Yoshi and Gao Xiaolan had been standing in the corner of the pool, Shen Yoshi was clearly positioned a bit more on the outside. Coupled with the bodies of demon hunters scattered everywhere, it was evident that a brutal battle had taken place here, and Shen Yoshi had protected Gao Xiaolan. Damn it! What are you useless fools doing? Gao Tianxiang shouted angrily, calling all the younger brothers around him. Today was supposed to be a happy day, this was his territory, and such a heinous event had occurred right under his nose. Brother Chang, I'm sorry. We let Xiaolan and Mr. Snake's fiancé get scared. The one responsible for the venue's security is Wang Xiaolong's younger brother, Wang Xiaohu. Recently, due to the fierce battle between Wang Xiaolong and the Hua family, his brother Wang Xiaolong is still in the hospital receiving treatment. Wang Xiaohu had just finished taking care of his brother in the hospital before coming over. Who would have thought that on the day of Gao Xiaolan's birthday party, they would encounter an attack? Bang! 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 Gao Tianxiang said nothing and picked up the short leather whip in his hand, striking Wang Xiaohu's collar fiercely. On such an important day, not only was his sister Gao Xiaolan and Christina in danger, but E.G. Gao Tianxiang also lost face in front of so many big shots in Jinghai City. Xiaohu, I am very angry right now. I order you to investigate this matter thoroughly immediately. Gao Tianxiang's words were stern. Remember, our Gao family does not support idlers. If you can't even handle this little matter well, then get the hell out of here. After being harshly reprimanded in front of everyone, Wang Xiaohu stood upright, not shirking responsibility or making any excuses, but responded with dignity. Yes, Brother Chang. Then, Gao Tianxiang put on a smile and walked over to the other guests, soothing everyone's emotions. It's fine, just a few flies have entered the house. It's already resolved, everyone should eat and drink. Let's continue the music and the dance. Sorry, Brother Chang. I have some matters at home, I need to leave first. Brother Chang, you know my family has strict rules. My wife insists I must be back before midnight, so I'll leave now. My son has a debate competition tomorrow morning, and as a father, I must be there. It's getting late, I should go back and rest. Even though Gao Tianxiang tried hard to keep them, more than half of the guests still left. Although Gao Tianxiang was seething with anger inside, today was Gao Xiaolan's birthday party, and he had no place to vent, only able to watch everyone leave helplessly. Originally, he wanted to use his sister's birthday party to unite all the small forces in Jinghai City and form a strong alliance to completely wipe out the remnants of the Hua family. With such a commotion, his plan was ruined. However, what made Gao Tianxiang even angrier was that Chen Chen's fiancé and his own sister had almost been harmed on his territory. Gao Tianxiang could see that Chen Chen cared deeply for his fiancé, especially the moment he rushed out of the private room. Even Gao Tianxiang, standing aside, could feel his tension and concern. Little brother, this time we owe it to your sister-in-law, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gao Tianxiang walked up to Shun Yoshi and sincerely thanked her. At that moment, he completely re-evaluated Shun Yoshi. From the damage report of the entire swimming pool, the number of attackers exceeded 50. Due to the privacy of the pool, there were very few security personnel from the strong alliance present. Gao Tianxiang looked at his sister Gao Xiaolan, she was only slightly frightened and not harmed in the slightest. Shin Yoshi not only had to protect Gao Xiaolan, who had no combat experience, but also single-handedly took down all the attackers present, a display of strength that was simply astonishing. At first, Gao Tianxiang thought Chen Chen's strength lay only in his unfathomable background and connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Later, after Chen Chen assassinated Hua Jianzhou, he witnessed the other party's extraordinary talent and strength. However, that was not even the most terrifying aspect of Chen Chen. He never expected that even the spirit warrior by his side could stand on her own. Faced with more than 50 assassins, she remained calm and killed them all without leaving a trace, which was simply terrifying. Especially the aura that Shin Yoshi exuded, sometimes playful, sometimes sharp, was completely inscrutable. This inevitably made Gao Tianxiang's heart stir with doubt. Perhaps the true behind-the-scenes powerhouse was the girl before him. Chen Chen's talent and the forces behind him all stemmed from Christina? This also explained why Chen Chen looked so nervous after Gao Tianxiang had sent the other party away. If that were the case, forcing his sister to be close to Chen Chen was akin to seeking his own demise. Thinking of this, Gao Tianxiang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Seeing that Shin Yoshi and Gao Xiaolan were both fine, Chen Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone is okay. In fact, none of the people present were as terrified as Chen Chen. When he saw the panicked expression on the face of the little brother who had barged into the private room, Chen Chen thought it was all over. He knew Shin Yoshi's temperament well, she could do anything. Chen Chen thought Shin Yoshi had caused some trouble again, so he rushed to the scene as soon as he heard the news. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Everyone present had already been taken care of by Shin Yoshi. After reaching a 100% level of tacit understanding, although Chen Chen, Shin Yuyan, and Shin Yoshi had the ability to teleport to each other, the premise was that the other party had to summon him. So even if Chen Chen wanted to fly to Shin Yoshi's side immediately, without her summoning, it wouldn't work. This made him anxious. When Chen Chen arrived, what surprised him the most was not the bodies of assassins everywhere, but that Gao Xiaolan was completely unharmed. As long as Gao Xiaolan was fine, Chen Chen's heart could finally settle. Chen Chen, Yoshi, I was calling for you just now, why didn't you summon me? Shin Yoshi, Senior Chen Chen, these guys didn't need you to step in, I could handle them all by myself. Shin Yuyen, Yoshi, no matter what happens in the future, you must report to your sister and Chen immediately. A farce turned the originally elegant banquet into a mess. Fortunately, after reaching a 100% level of tacit understanding, the debuff of life binding turned into a buff, so even if Shin Yoshi died, Chen Chen could find a way to revive her. Given Shin Yoshi's bravery, Chen Chen decided not to criticize her this time. On the way back, Shin Yoshi kept chattering about how she used her sister's infinite moonlight to easily defeat the demon hunters who had ambushed them. The effective spirit martial transformation allowed Shin Yoshi to inherit Chen Chen's martial skills and talents, and she could also use her sister Shin Yoyen's and her own spirit martial arts. This meant that at that moment, Shin Yoshi's combat power was completely the same as Chen Chen's. S talent, S-level spirit martial arts, S+ level spirit martial arts. Coupled with first-tier golden spiritual power, dealing with assassins of the same golden realm was effortless. Moreover, Shin Yoshi could also summon shadow servants, so Chen Chen didn't have to worry about her safety. His constant concern was actually for Gao Xiaolan. What if this silly girl said something to provoke Shin Yoshi? She could very well have already been reincarnated by now. Senior Chen Chen, I actually protected Gao Xiaolan today, I think you should praise me properly. Shin Yoshi pouted, angry because she hadn't received Chen Chen's praise for a long time. Praise you? Acting on your own, the fact that Chen didn't treat you to a brainbuster is already praise enough. Shin Yuyen was strict because she cared deeply, she was also anxious when Chen Chen rushed over just now. Chen Chen didn't say much, after all, he was very satisfied with Shin Yoshi's performance today. Not only did she not harm Gao Xiaolan, but she also protected her in that situation. As for why he didn't reward Shin Yoshi, it was mainly because this little girl couldn't handle flattery. If Chen Chen praised her for doing the right thing today, she might dare to act alone next time they encountered such a situation. Although the effective spiritual martial transformation is indeed very strong, it only lasts for 5 minutes. In case of danger, it's better to summon Chen Chen and Shin Yuyen, as that would be safer. After leaving the strong guild, Chen Chen took the two sisters back to the rental apartment. Even though after cooperating with Gao Tianxiang, Chen Chen obtained 30% of the strong guild's shares, and after clearing many ruins, he had already accumulated over 1 million magic crystals, he still preferred to live in such a small place. In contrast, spacious villas like those of the Hua and Gao families made Chen Chen feel insecure. Though small, the sparrow has all its vital organs. Chen Chen's rental apartment, though less than 50 square meters, was fully equipped with everything needed, especially the wardrobe by the bed, which was filled with various types of stockings. A dazzling array, all kinds were present. Although Chen Chen's monthly rent might be less than 1,000 yuan, every pair of stockings in the wardrobe was no less than 1,000. As the saying goes, money should be spent wisely. Mr. Snake, are you really leaving Jinghai City? Su Wenwen felt very reluctant to hear that Chen Chen was leaving Jinghai City. Yes, I've made up my mind. I'm planning to take the Bronze Age back to Magic City tonight, and I probably won't be back for a while. If you have time in the future, feel free to come to Magic City to visit me. Before leaving Jinghai City, Chen Chen decided to say goodbye to Su Wenwen. After all, the reason he was able to easily take down the entire Hua family in Jinghai City was largely thanks to Su Wenwen's help. If it weren't for her intelligence from the security bureau, Chen Chen would likely have to stay in Jinghai City for a long time. Really? Then I must go to Magic City to have some fun. Mr. Snake, you must treat me to some delicious food. Of course. Since Mr. Snake is leaving, why not bring Miss Christina along, and we can all go out together? Sure. Chen Chen readily agreed. To be honest, since Chen Chen, Shin Yuyen, and Shin Yoshi arrived in Jinghai City, they had either been cultivating in ruins or dealing with urgent matters outside. They had never had the chance to relax and enjoy themselves without a care in the world. Since Su Wenwen had warmly invited them, and Chen Chen just happened to have the time, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Chen Chen let Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi alternate appearances, and with Su Wenwen, the three of them went shopping, ate hot pot, played claw machines, sang karaoke, participated in murder mystery games, and escaped from escape rooms. They played from dawn until dusk. At the final farewell, Su Wenwen took Chen Chen to the bustling Century Square, the most vibrant place in Jinghai City. In Century Square, the crowd was dense, and the colorful neon lights flickered under the night sky, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Su Wenwen led Chen Chen and Shin Yuyen through the crowd, their steps light and eager, trying to create as many memories as possible in this last moment. You guys wait for me outside, I need to use the restroom. Yoshi might have drunk too much milk tea. She always indulged herself, wanting to try everything she saw, unable to control her appetite. This just happened to give Su-Won and Chen a chance to be alone. However, she didn't know that Yoshi was actually one of Chen dual spiritual martial forms, and Yuyan was still by Chen's side, so they were still 3 people. To be precise, they had always been 4 people before. Su-Won looked at Chen beside her, her small hands gripping her skirt tightly, as if she had mustered up the courage to say, "Mr. Snake, actually, I envy you and Miss Christina." "Is that so?" Chen smiled faintly and replied lightly, "What's there to envy? You will also meet your own partners and lovers in the future, and perhaps you will be even happier than us." By comparing Yuyan and Yoshi to his partners and lovers, Chen effectively silenced Su-Won's next words. She had intended to reveal her feelings to Chen while Yoshi was away. Su-Won did not mean to disrupt the relationship between Snake and Christina, she simply felt that keeping some things bottled up was too painful. However, Chen did not give her that opportunity. Any relationship cannot withstand temptation and tests, and what Chen aimed to do was to stifle these emotions in the cradle. Su-Won was a very smart and capable girl, while he was merely a passerby in her life. Some things do not need to be spoken aloud. Snake, let me tell you, this really is the Century Square of Jinghai City, even the restroom is quite unique. Yoshi came out, and in her excitement, she almost called Chen by the wrong name. Chen glanced at the public restroom nearby. Due to the large flow of people at Century Square, coupled with its central location in Jinghai City, it indeed had a certain grandeur. After Yoshi emerged, Su-Won's anxious heart finally settled down. Seeing their affection, Su-Won silently offered her most sincere blessings. Yes, some things do not need to be voiced. Moreover, even if she didn't say it, Mr. Snake would surely know. Once she came to this realization, Su-Won began to educate Yoshi about the building next to them. "Miss Christina, don't underestimate this public restroom. The toilets inside are not ordinary toilets, they are modified benign toilet magic species by the Security Bureau. It is a very low-level magic species that accidentally entered the Blue Star world due to a relic portal being opened in reverse. The appearance of the toilet magic species is almost identical to that of a toilet, living off human waste like a dung beetle. Although they are magic species, the Security Bureau defines them as harmless beneficial species. After being tested and improved by the Security Bureau, the toilet magic species are fixed in public restrooms to help humans dispose of waste, purify filth, and save resources. It's more convenient, comfortable, and environmentally friendly. After listening to Su-Won's explanation, Yoshi immediately applauded. She was always very interested in strange and unusual things, and the allure of the toilet magic species for Yoshi was akin to a retired elder encountering a telecom scam. "Snake, I want a toilet magic species to keep at home, that would be so cool. If Miss Christina wants one, our Security Bureau can arrange it." "But, didn't Mr. Snake try it before? And then returned it?" Su-Won suddenly remembered that Chen had previously taken an experimental subject from the Security Bureau. This is too avant-garde, I can't accept it." Just thinking about it made Chen's scalp tingle. Keeping a toilet magic species at home was something he never expected Yoshi would come up with. However, before this, Chen had indeed taken an experimental subject, but he had swapped it out. "By the way, Won, I still have that experimental subject for you at the Security Bureau, right?" Chen asked with concern. After all, he had given that experimental subject a lifespan of 1,000 years. Su-Won pointed to the public restroom nearby. "Mr. Snake, didn't you say that the experimental subject has a large appetite and should be placed in a high-traffic area?" "It's right here." "What number was it?" "I forgot. Let me check the records." "Found it, number 38. Chen looked at the continuous flow of people around and was very satisfied. "With so many resources here, I want to. Number 38. It must be very satisfied, right?" At this moment, Gu Qingning was like a dung beetle falling into a dung pit, happily gorging herself. After bidding farewell to Su-Won, Chen took Yuyan and Yoshi aboard the Bronze Age, finally returning to the Magic City. Unlike the hurried departure, the journey back felt calm and serene. "Senior Chen, we can finally return to the Magic City. I haven't contacted my mother in several months, I wonder how the Shin family is doing." Yuyan and Yoshi had left the Shin family for a long time. The two had awakened their G-level talents together, causing quite a stir in the Shin family. Originally a third-rate family in the Magic City, the Shin family had invested a lot of resources to cultivate Yuyan and Yoshi, but they never expected the sisters to disappoint during the crucial awakening ceremony. To recover the family's losses, the Shin family unanimously decided to marry the sisters off to other powerful families. Although Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's mother strongly opposed it, she was powerless to stop it. Just as the Shin family was looking for marriage partners for the sisters, Chen Shen happened to take them to escape to Jinghai City. Let's send a message home to let them know we're safe. Seeing Shin Yuyan's worried expression, Chen Shen smiled and walked over to her side, both gazing at the horizon of their return. Now that the Hua family had been destroyed and Gu Qingning was indulging herself, they no longer needed to fake their deaths. Shin Yuyan nodded anxiously and sent a message to her mother, roughly informing her that she and Yoshi were not dead and were on their way home. Ding ding. Just after sending the message, Shin Yuyan received a voice reply from her mother. Yoshi, don't come back. This isn't home. At hashtag UN%. And asterisk. At hashtag UN%. Expecting a joyful response from her mother, she was instead met with terrible news. The voice on the other end was initially very weak, as if afraid of being overheard, followed by her mother's heart-wrenching screams and the sound of things breaking around her. Not good. Shun. Mom is in danger. Hearing what was happening to her mother, Shin Yuyan felt her heart twist in agony, wishing she could immediately appear in the Magic City. Shin Yoshi's expression darkened instantly, her bangs hiding her cold gaze. Senior Chen Shen, killed him. Yuyan, Yoshi, let's not panic. The Bronze Age is about to dock. No matter who the enemy is, I promise you, I will make those who hurt your mother pay a bloody price. Chen Shen first calmed the sisters' emotions. He never expected that just a few months after taking the sisters out, someone would dare to threaten his mother-in-law in the Magic City. Right now, Mom's phone should be in their hands. Yuyan, ask them who they are. Tell them we are coming back soon and to not act rashly. Shin Yuyan nodded, trying to calm her emotions before sending another message according to Chen Shen's plan. Shin Yuyan, who are you? My sister and I are on our way back to the Magic City. Don't do anything reckless. Mom, don't worry about who I am, just do as I say, or you won't see Madam Shin again. Is that waste who made an eternal contract with you there? Bring him back too. Shin Yuyan, yes, he is with us. Mom, now send me your location, share your coordinates in real time. I want to know exactly when you arrive in the Magic City. Chen Shen used Shin Yuyan's phone to send the location sharing to the other party. The Bronze Age ship is only 15 minutes away from reaching the Magic City. Mom, good, stay in touch at all times. Don't worry, Yuyan, Yoshi, as long as you behave, I won't do anything to my future mother-in-law. Although it was just simple text, Chen Shen could sense the ugly and arrogant demeanor of the other party. He hadn't even met his mother-in-law yet, and now she was someone else's? Shen Yuyan, okay. While sharing his location, Chen Shen also saw the other party's position. Initially, they were at the Shin family, and upon learning that Shin Yuyan was on the Bronze Age ship, they were rapidly approaching the dock in the Magic City. The speed was so fast that only a strong individual at the diamond level could achieve it. However, Chen Shen wasn't too worried. After all, he had a diamond-level assassin by his side. Moreover, even without Old Mo, if Chen Shen activated his spirit weapon transformation, he could still fight against a master at the diamond level. But the key issue was that his mother-in-law was currently in someone else's hands and was being treated as someone else's mother-in-law. That was the problem. Thus, Chen Shen directly called the head of the Magic City Spirit Weapon Academy, Lei Ling. Hey, old Lei. Chen Chen. Is it really you? Lei Ling's voice sounded extremely aged, as if he had experienced some major upheaval. It's me, old Lei, I'm still alive and will be in the Magic City soon. Ha ha ha, great. I knew you wouldn't die. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up right away. Today, I'll open that jar of Daughter's Red you've been thinking about, and we'll drink and chat until we're drunk. Upon confirming that the voice was indeed Chen Shen, Lei Ling was immediately moved to tears. Old man, I'm all ears. Quickly tell me about your legendary experiences during this time. Ha ha, that jar of Daughter's Red is older than you finally decided to open it for me. Chen Shen had been thinking about that jar of wine for a long time. Lei Ling had previously never allowed him to touch it, saying it was for his granddaughter's wedding. Chen Shen often joked that he would marry Lei Ling's granddaughter just to open that jar of Daughter's Red. But what Chen Shen didn't know was that Lei Ling's granddaughter was only 6 years old and had just learned to buy soy sauce. You little brat, how can you still have the nerve to say that? You didn't even bother to let me know you were safe for so long, making me set up a grave for you on the Academy's back mountain. Whenever I think of you, I go to the back mountain to drink, and that jar of Daughter's Red has been offered to you. I'm almost done with the offering. This way belonged to Chen Shen not drinking, it was Chen Shen's spirit drinking in the heavens. Over 100 years of Daughter's Red, all of it has been offered to the soil? You'd better come back, there's just a little left. I'll dilute it with some water, and it'll be the same. Don't kid yourself, it won't be the same. Chen Shen shifted the topic to serious matters. Old Lei, I didn't want to call you, but I've run into some trouble here, and it might. Just say it, I'm ready to go through fire and water for you. Lei Ling readily agreed. He had been chatting with the grass on Chen Shen's grave last night, saying that if Chen Shen could come back, he would give his life for him. Although it was a drunken remark, it was enough to prove Lei Ling's longing for Chen Shen. Ever since Chen Shen died, he, the vice president of the Magic City Spirit Weapon Academy, had stopped working, living in a daze every day. Now he was the Academy's librarian, indifferent to worldly affairs. At the Magic City dock, countless demon hunters dressed in bright red battle robes were lined up neatly on the dock. Leading them were two young men in fine clothes on spirited horses, holding a conspicuous large red embroidered ball, which at first glance looked like an ancient wedding, while the surrounding demon hunters seemed to be welcoming important guests. However, in stark contrast to the festive atmosphere, there was a heavy mood at the dock and the tense expressions of the monster hunters. Each of their eyes revealed vigilance and anticipation, as if they were waiting for some significant event to unfold. What's going on? Whose wedding is this? It's such a grand affair, they've even brought it to the dock of the Demon City. Don't you know the big families of the Demon City? Who are these two? Bali Island, he didn't even send me an invitation. Could it be some large opera performance? The surrounding crowd was completely unaware, thinking it was some special performance or celebration, and they gathered around, eager to find out. Just then, in the distance, a massive ship slowly approached across the sea. The Bronze Age broke the calm of the dock, like a castle floating on the water, its historical weight and mysterious aura evoking both shock and awe. The surface of the dock's water rippled in expanding circles, intertwining with one another. Play the music! With a loud call from the two leading young masters, the monster hunters clad in red battle robes began to strike the instruments on their bodies. The surrounding crowd followed the sound, finally realizing the significance of the visitors. Isn't that Lu Jigang, the eldest son of the Lu family, and Sima Dong, the second son of the Sima family? The Lu and Sima families are both among the four great families of the Demon City. No wonder the spectacle is so grand. Whose daughter is this, able to shake half of the Demon City to come for a wedding? Incredible! The Bronze Age is a ship that specifically travels between the Demon City and Jinghai. This girl must be from Jinghai City. Oh, I know this. The only one from Jinghai City with such status is Hua Jianzhou from the Hua family. But there's only one Hua Jianzhou. What does it mean for Lu Jigang and Sima Dong to come for her? One wife, two husbands. The crowd was completely confused about what was happening, and they began to speculate wildly. Little did they know, Hua Jianzhou's grave was almost overgrown with grass. Who is that buzzcut girl next to Lu Jigang? I've never seen her before. She seems to be his sister, a young lady from the Lu family, Lu Tingting. Didn't we just hear a few months ago that Lu Tingting was possessed by some evil spirit and was sent to a mental hospital? Has she been discharged so soon? It's simply a medical miracle. Could it be that she climbed over the wall to escape from the mental hospital? I see her fierce expression, she doesn't look like she's recovered. At this moment, Lu Tingting stood at the center of the crowd, waiting for the Bronze Age to dock. Although she had not yet seen Yoshi's figure, Lu Tingting was already on the verge of grinding her back teeth to dust. Recalling her experiences in the mental hospital over the past few months, she wished she could tear Yoshi, that little wretch, into pieces. Brother! You must marry Yoshi and abuse her every day. Even if she cries for her father and mother, we won't divorce. Let me vent this anger. Don't worry, little sister, that little wretch Yoshi dared to bully my dear sister and even infected you with a virus. I, Lu Jigang, will definitely settle this score with her. Lu Jigang had a lewd smile on his face. When Yoshi enters our Lu family and becomes my concubine, I will make sure her injuries are different every day, and her blood will never run dry. Brother! I think we should send her to our Lu family's music academy, let the family's monster hunters have a taste. Lu Tingting even felt that this was not enough. Her expression grew increasingly fierce, the veins on her forehead almost bulging. During the days Lu Tingting was having her episodes, the entire Lu family was thrown into chaos by her antics, and they had no choice but to send her to the mental hospital for treatment. Lu Jigang had visited his sister once in the mental hospital, in a dark basement where the dim yellow light barely illuminated the narrow space. The air was thick with dampness and the smell of mold, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of patients. Beneath the peeling paint on the walls, there were claw marks everywhere. His beloved sister not only had her head shaved but also underwent electrotherapy every day, taking various psychiatric medications. Her frail body resembled a candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguished with a gentle breeze. Alright, let's do it your way, shouting. Lu Jigang, seeing his sister Lu Tingting finally emerge from the hospital, decided to indulge her every whim. The demon hunters behind him were instantly elated. The young master is brilliant. It's better to enjoy together than alone. Young master, I just want to follow you for the rest of my life. I'm already looking forward to the arrival of the Bronze Age. The music suddenly became particularly stirring. Lu Tingting revealed a cold smile, which gradually turned sinister as the Bronze Age drew closer to the shore. She would not let Yoshi suffer alone. Casually, she not only incited her brother to take Yoshi as a concubine but also called upon her brother's friend, Sima Dong, to prepare for marrying Yuyan. Dong Gu, you must treat that bitch Yuyan well. Of course, Xiaoting, who in the entire Magic City doesn't know me, Sima Dong, and my brother Sima Shi, are the worst of the worst? Sima Dong wore a wicked grin. His smile was filled with lewdness and a perverse aura, like a hungry wolf eyeing helpless prey, his eyes gleaming with greed and madness. His teeth were uneven and yellowed, stained from years of neglect, making one feel nauseous. Lu Tingting and Sima Dong, one was mentally ill, the other was neurotic. As the Bronze Age gradually approached the shore, Chen Shen strode forward with Yuyan and Yoshi to face the wedding procession. However, the other side's stance resembled that of a kidnapping. Take them down. Lu Tingting waved her hand lightly, and the surrounding demon hunters immediately surrounded the three. What does this mean? Chen Shen stood protectively in front of Yuyan and Yoshi, coldly glancing at the others. What? In broad daylight, you're just going to kidnap someone? The young masters of the four great families in Magic City can act with such impunity? Who is this person? Lu Jigang didn't recognize Chen Shen and thus asked his sister beside him. Chen Shen, the waste who made an eternal contract with the Shin sisters. Don't mind him, he's just an F-class low-level demon hunter. Oh, he's the unlucky guy who was dumped by Gu Qingning before. I remember now. Lu Jigang glanced at Chen Shen with disdain, as if a human were looking down at an ant on the ground. Sima Dong reminded him, eternal contract, cannot kill. Otherwise, Yuyan and Yoshi, we won't have any fun. Then let's give him a life imprisonment package, find a few people who enjoy dragon and sun pleasures to keep him company for the rest of his life. Lu Jigang and Sima Dong's understanding of the eternal contract was still at the most primitive stage. Little did they know that Chen Shen, Yuyan, and Yoshi had long since transcended worldly perceptions. Although their lives were still bound together, they were no longer in a state of mutual burden but rather mutual reliance. As long as any one of the three did not die, they could find a way to resurrect the other's souls. Chen Shen, Yuyan, Yoshi, you don't have to be afraid. Just now, Old Lei sent me a message. He has already gone to the Shin family. Old Lei is an extraordinary demon hunter, and in Magic City, no one dares to disrespect him. Mom will definitely be fine. Yuyan, with you here, I'm not afraid. Yoshi, can we kill these guys now? Yoshi, can't hold back anymore. Chen Shen, not yet, after all, we're not alone in Magic City right now. If we act rashly, the Shin family will definitely be implicated. However, Senior promised you, when the time is right, Yoshi, I will definitely let you take care of these guys yourself. After calming the emotions of the two sisters, Chen Shen asked in front of everyone, are you planning to openly kidnap someone at the docks of Magic City? Lu Jigang and Sima Dong were both scions of prominent families in Magic City, with the Lu and Sima families being half of the city's power. They could indeed kidnap anyone, especially someone like Chen Shen, who had no background and could be killed without causing any uproar. But the premise was that it couldn't be done openly, because even if the Emperor of Long Country came, he wouldn't do such a thing in public. Once public anger was stirred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether it was a family, a financial conglomerate, capital, or an emperor, without the support of the people, they were nothing. They could exploit and oppress the populace, but they also had to appease them. The entire dock was filled with crowds, and even if Lu Jigang and Sima Dong wanted to forcibly take Chen Shen and the others away, they needed a legitimate reason. Lu Jigang naturally understood this principle, but he had already thought of a countermeasure. Kidnapping? What are you joking about? Yoshi is my future concubine, and Yuyan is the wife that young Master Dong is about to marry. What's the problem with us taking our fiancés home? Lu Jigang said nonchalantly, as for you, I now suspect you are fooling around with my concubine, so I will take you back for questioning right away. This is also reasonable. Lu Jigang's words directly diffused Chen Shen's questioning. The surrounding crowd began to discuss among themselves. What? Lu Jigang and Sima Dong are not welcoming the young lady of the Hua family? Is the village cut off from the internet? I heard that the third young lady of the Hua family seems to have committed some major crime in Jinghai City and has already run away to hide. It seems to be true. The young master of the Hua family, Hua Jianli, has returned from the Lingwu Academy in Magic City, so it should be real. I didn't expect that the two young masters were welcoming the most beautiful twin school flowers in Magic City. Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi are actually alive. Who spread the rumor that they had died in the ruins? But when did the Shin sisters become Lu Jigang's concubine and Sima Dong's fiancé? Are you stupid? The Shin family is just a third-rate family. If the Lu and Sima families want to marry, can the Shin family stop them? Besides, the Shin family was already looking for marriage partners for the sisters, so this is just a natural progression. Ah, such beautiful sisters, their fate is truly unfortunate. One is taken as a concubine by Lu Jigang, and the other is married to that pervert Sima Dong. They might as well not have come back. Exactly, such good-looking sisters, if they really died in the ruins, they could have become legendary tales. Living, that's the cruel reality. How sad. As people lamented the twists of fate, they gradually began to notice Chen Shen's figure. After returning to Magic City, Chen Shen shed the disguise of Snake and returned to his identity as Chen Shen. Although he was just an F-level low-level demon hunter in the eyes of others, not on the same level as the prominent figures before him, Chen Shen's name was well known throughout Magic City. After all, he was the only man in the entire Blue Star with dual spirit martial arts. However, this legend was short-lived and powerless. Just a few days after eternally binding the Shin sisters, news spread that Chen Shen had died in the ruins. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often met with misfortune, and now Chen Shen had two by his side. However, most of the rumors about Chen Shen were positive and optimistic. After all, dying under a peony flower is still a romantic way to go. But if Chen Shen was dead, that would be fine. If he wasn't, then it was easy to imagine that Magic City would be a living hell for him. Isn't that Chen Shen? How is he still alive? Isn't that obvious? The Shin sisters are both alive. There is an eternal contract between them. Can he die like a bird? If the Lu family or the Sima family takes this back, it would probably be a fate worse than death. If it were me, I would have left Magic City long ago. I wouldn't come back even if you beat me to death. All the gifts of fate have long been marked with chips in the dark. Since Chen Shen made the eternal contract with Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi, he should have thought about this day long ago. Everyone looked at Chen Shen with a pessimistic perspective. In their eyes, the moment he contracted with the Shin sisters, his fate was doomed to be tragic. Chen Shen, you may not understand this world yet. Lu Jigang stepped in front of Chen Shen, mocking him wantonly. The rules are set by the strong to bind the weak. I now invite you to come back with us, and I hope you won't refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. The moment you return to Magic City, your fate will be at my mercy. Chen Shen had long realized what the other party was saying. He responded to the provocation with a calm demeanor. Rules are meant to be broken, and so is fate. Lu Jigang was not wrong. However, Chen Shen held the authority of a divine agent and had already defied fate with the twin spirit martial system. Now, all the rules would be set by him. Ha 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 ha. Break the rules, change fate. Hearing Chen Shen's childish and ridiculous statement, Lu Jigang laughed outright. Do you have the strength for that? Do you have the capital? These motivational quotes are just lies we strong ones concocted to comfort you weaklings. The movies about my fate is in my hands, not in the heavens, or just feel-good dramas made for the weak. Chen Shen, let me tell you now what the real cruel truth is. Lu Jigang's expression was mocking, and his spiritual power erupted, stirring up a whirlwind at the dock with his platinum-level strength. He wanted to use his powerful spiritual energy to make Chen Shen fully feel the gap between them. If feel-good dramas really existed, then I must be the main character. However, Chen Shen showed no fear and unleashed his own spiritual power to clash with Lu Jigang. Bang! 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 The two forces of spiritual energy collided, producing explosive sounds. Although Chen Shen only had the strength of a second-tier gold, he was a whole tier and a small segment lower than Lu Jigang, who was at the third-tier platinum. But Chen Shen had an S-level talent, while Yang Jigang only had a mere A-level talent. In their clash of spiritual energy, Yang Jigang only held a slight advantage. In actual combat, he might even find himself at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Lu Jigang was slightly taken aback. Chen Shen, weren't you left by Gu Qingning and lost all your spiritual power? How can you be on par with me? Young Master Lu, even the fool by the moat knows that once I, Chen Shen, return to Magic City, I will end up being turned into a tool by you aristocratic families. Do you think I don't know? No strength at all? Do you think I would dare to come back? Chen Shen's gaze was fierce, and in terms of momentum, he even overshadowed Lu Jigang. At this moment, Lu Jigang was already dazed because everyone knew that Chen Shen was just an F-level talent demon hunter. He himself was at the third-tier platinum level, and an F-level talent demon hunter would need to be at least at the diamond level to match him in spiritual energy. How could a demon hunter who had just been crippled possibly cultivate to the diamond level in such a short time? That was simply a fantasy. Could it be that the fairy tale woven by Capital had really come true? Could this guy really break the rules and change his fate? No! Lu Jigang quickly shook his head. The education he received since childhood did not allow him to think like this. The other party must have used some unknown means, flaunting their power here. One must stay alert and not be fooled by trash. Chen, I now suspect you of seducing my concubine. I will take you back to the Lu family for interrogation immediately. Go! As the eldest son, Lu Jigang naturally did not need to act personally, he only needed to move a finger, and hundreds of demon hunters behind him would immediately swarm in to kill. Moreover, he had already found a reason that would convince the public. In fact, Shen had indeed disappeared with Shin Yoshi and Shin Yuyan for several months, and the other party had reason and evidence, making it perfectly reasonable to target him here. Even if the people from the Magic City Security Bureau were present, they would not intervene. The rules always serve the strong. Shadow shackles. In an instant, a powerful spiritual force rapidly spread out from Chen like ripples, quickly enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Beneath Chen's feet, shadows seemed to come to life, quietly expanding like tentacles in the dark, silently reaching out in all directions. As this spiritual force spread, the surrounding air seemed to be stained with a deep dark hue. The demon hunters who stepped into this shadowy range suddenly felt as if they had entered a pitch-black swamp. Their legs seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly sinking into this endless darkness, swallowed by the shadows, unable to extricate themselves. But this was just the beginning of the shadow shackles. Once the demon hunters' legs were bound, the shadows came to life, beginning to creep up their bodies. They coiled around them like dark chains, tightly binding the demon hunters, rendering them immobile. The shadows intertwined and wrapped around them, ultimately transforming into indestructible shackles, completely binding them in this dark realm. At this moment, Chen became the ruler of this dark domain, while those demon hunters bound by the shadow shackles could only struggle helplessly within. The entire scene was filled with a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere, evoking awe for Chen's immense power. With just one martial skill, Chen had completely pinned down hundreds of demon hunters around him. The overwhelming strength left everyone nearby in shock. Oh my god, how is this possible? Such a powerful dark attribute martial skill, is this really the F-grade waste demon hunter you speak of? I only heard that Chen seems to have some title of civilian war god. This martial skill looks anything but civilian. Damn! Was that my dog barking just now? I apologize to Brother Chen, no wonder this guy dared to swagger back with the Shin sisters, he really has strength. Humph. These rich kids are used to oppressing us common folks, they think everyone is a pushover. Brother Chen, go for it, slap these guys hard in the face. No evidence at all, openly arresting people at the dock. This is truly lawless. Don't think that just because you're from a big family, you can do whatever you want in the Magic City. Seeing this, the public began to awaken. Lu Jigang's arrogance and Chen's successful resistance ignited their inner defiance. They were used to seeing big families arbitrarily arresting people, easily brushing aside any reason, and the Security Bureau, nourished by these big families, would turn a blind eye, making such things seem natural. At this moment, they remembered that Lu Jigang was merely making baseless assumptions, with no evidence at all. They also knew what would happen to Chen if he were taken back to the Lu family. Why should these people be allowed to judge a person's life and death in public? Of course, the reason the public dared to stand with Chen was that he had strength, the weak at the bottom would support whoever was winning. The reason Chen's single action could stir their blood was that he was currently in the advantageous position, showcasing extraordinary power. They do not dare to resist capital, but they are willing to see someone succeed in resisting it. If this person succeeds, they can shout, "My life is my own, not dictated by fate," imagining themselves as part of the resistance against capital, warriors against destiny. If this person fails, they can spit on and mock him, saying, "Look, this is the outcome of resistance, don't daydream," and then comfort themselves with how clear-sighted they are, considering themselves true sages.